Chapter 1 Yangxian. In Thierly morning, the mist lingering among the mountain shady at a dispersed Thierly risers, a chorus of birds, seemed impatient to it for the fogdo clear before unveiling Thier forms, as Thyager lie unleashed Thier melodious voice into a harmonious contest off song amidst his dulcetone sand-piercing cries, an occasional discordant hum punctuated the air. Turning towards the source of test sound, one could glimpse sea mountain resembling Gasserpint, where, a titsmith section, be a brook beside fuel the ched cottages, Iong boy, no odder than 12 or 13, clad in linengerments, gripped errands were dan away with wild abandon. With each slash to the left, right, and thrust forward, he exerted himself with effervent grunts, each stroke accompanied by he submist effort after a series of strikes, fueled pausathali, where yo fanis like imperfection in his technique these rudimentary move shad benob servetering. Clandestine glances of white cloud sect willa delivering herbs over the past 5 years since first began practicing it a fate. He was determined the Tevin the minutest gesturamaste line perfectly with what ed surreptitious slimerized dastime slipid be, the sun rose higher, and the mist gradually dissipated, the slender figure, glistening with sweat, approach ed Thebruk Tau Asham self-neat school waters, marking themed off his morning training. For the remainder of the day, Huud tinto thessential sourcio fis lively hudate na crema disinolab field hisnamo as Yangxian, enemy bestowed upon him by an old herbalist had discovered a massa child in the ild following the herbalist spassing, henaturally assumed thoroughly a feung herb farmer. The old herbalist the drekhound tethetwin have found Yangxian, huasmerly a month or twelve depart from a jada pendant tin graved with the characters in around his neck, thereus nothing gelsa to substantiate his origins, thus, head up ted theser name Yang, with Zuinish's given name. As for the herbalist's name, Yang Suan had inquired a few to Misa Schegerwolder, but the herbalist Huden Lekukali and Satha told the Jehad Lizamari his earliest vivid memory was of a market trip with the herbalist, where he learned Themin and Goftward father unable to contain himself, heckled out father, Onlatoba met with a furious reprimand instead of a warm smile. From that moment onward, he refrained from addressing the herbalist as such and began referring to him as old man around Thejafate. One morning while fetching water to wash the old man's face, he discovered that the old man had passed away, leaving behind no final words of wisdom. What remained were at Hatched cottages, Abagofris, a few pieces of soft silver, and Abuki had struggled to practice 4 months under the old man's guidance, which he elded little line terms of results time fluby, and favor should elapse during thes years, had diligently upheld the old man's legacy, cultivating herbs to sustain his existence. Thuf life was auster, during his leisure moments, Huud Paris the book left be the old man, tight-led 5 elements cultivation method according to the old man. If it been salvaged from the corpseo fadisciple of twite cloud sectal thought as manual wascamon among the outer disciple soft he sect, its accessibility was still a formidable challenge of nave shumlance. Had heard that the primetum for cultivation wasn't themmerning, when spiritual energy was abundant, facilitating the sensation of chi yet, despite Hyson wavering commitment over the past 5 years, had never managed to grasp the sensation. 2 years spreer, while delivering herbs to the White Cloud sect, had caught sight of Tegray's full movement soft he sects, disciples as the practice ed swordplay, leaving gap profound impression on, hishi art during subsequent deliveries, Huud's easy and opportunity to observe their techniques, returning him to practice diligently in hopes of emulating their fluidity. Once, had boldly approached Deacon Dong, will purchase it herbs, and inquired about the possibility of joining White Cloud sect that he can had his misadis aspirations, informing him that cultivation required spiritual root, something no tever ordinary person possessed all taught shartened, here fused to relinquish hope, believing that steadfast afford to eventual to success. Alas, he was soon aware of tetrua's significance of fast spiritual root that he known, he might have refrained from his futilely endeavors as dusk fell, after a long day of toil, he returned to his modest that shed cottage instead of frestinge immediately, hesitab out kind linga fire to prepare a meal, addressing his shunger. The cottage comprised forums to storeroom for herb farming tools, 2 bedrooms, and a kitchen in the hartoft. He kitchen stood a hearth constructed from stony and earth, topped biacamni thought pierced the roof, with neat lie stacked firewood piled behind it. A thizmament, his slim figure was seated before a thef flames, skillfully adding logs to the fire with practice cedis the flickering light illuminates youthful, handsome face, accentuating his prominent nosen thematur glinton his iesis they fixate donthrabit and pot. After rain and known number of mouth-watering swallows, the rabbit was finally cooked to perfection, allowing him to indulge in an exceeding lyra fest moments later. Having devoured the entire pot of rabbit, Heberped contented lion, quickly washed the dishes, ready for all deserved rest. Hisp drum contained on lie a simply bed, an old wardrobe, a weather disc positioned by the window, and a stool whose edge shad been polished smooth by the friction office bands. Regrettably, the stool no longer bore the occasional presence of hedging figure Zuthir. The old man had a parted 5 years ago, and during this time, Yang Suan had appended solely on the herbalists' league and experience Sitavaga life. Struggling to survive and grow ingresolently as she matured, his thoughts began to evolve. Higher neto cultivitian becomi a neuter discipli of twite cloud sectedid notch wischter remain amer herb, farmer for theme tired of his life however, Hari kala dekendong smention off spiritual roots the 5 elements of cultivation methodal solidinither of individuals possessing such, which were categorized into elements like metal, wood, water, fire, earth, ice, thunder, and othera types. Own light hose endowed with spiritual roots scood perceiveth the existence of spiritual energy, often referred to as kissensationite wased that outer dissipal soft white cloud sectypical experience the sensation within 6 months, prompting them to begin their cultivation journey. Yet, in his own 5-8 year soft practice, all ha had achieved way zarlentless shede kefron said meditation, devoid of an isemblancy of ta telusive kissensation athismament, he true lie comprehended the harshriela without a spiritual root, cultivation wasn't unattainable. With Asai, Heraclined and Hisb, contemplating that through the herb field dad be cleared, leaving him with little to cupy hemsel for the next 4 or 5 days will be an opportunity to visit the market. Given that a trip to the market required a trek of over 10 miles eastward beyond the mountains, he typically up to minimize his excursions, often foraging for wild game might the surrounding hills as for vegetables, heralded entirely on his own harvest, which was plentiful during the season, some to me's exceedings consumption needs. Listin these amundine thoughts, he gradually drifted off leap the following morning, has to lie consumed modest meal, 2 kalong gave wound soft silver, and slung a large backpack capable of folding twice high sewn weight over his shoulders as a toff toward the market beyond the mountains. Ash walked, he encountered fellow herb farmer sand miners, each bearing their own burdens, all heading in the same direction typically, every own besit themselves with their own livelihoods, making Jichareto encounter even ebers from adjacent peaks however. On market days, Thepatho the market proceeded with life. After about half an hour, the flow of pedestrians began to swell, and as across a Danather valley, a cacophony of voices greet him. Ahead lay a valley, where the flat floor was dotted with numerous apinstals. Flank had be housed sand shops nestled at the Futofte mountains. This way's Shuangshan Gorge Market, own off tea trading hubs for common folk surrounding White Cloud sect. Hestro led through tea market, casually observing the various wares on display, with no specific intent to purchase anything. Suddenly, Hanadas Adastala had surrounded by a throng of people, and a somewhere a voice rang. 10 ounce soft silver esquaterius ownable. Take a good lunai, this word was retrieved from the belly of a beast, that perished cave decayed sago. When I first laid in it, it was lodged within Thebona softy beast. Up in hearing this, heskized through tech road, eliciting gay few disdain Fogland cess directed at his large backpack. Aravinga Thestal, Heba held an elderly man in his 60th seat don the ground, with Aphiso Phanomal hide laid out before him, upon which rested several assorted items. Thesward, previous mentioned as shaving been extracted from the beast's belly, was no welden the hands of Middle Gidman who examined it closely. The sword had a black hilt and a silver blade, Butharuus na scabbard tobe seen upon beholding sword, have found it increasing li familiar it seemed an unmistakable match for its standard weapon wielded be the group often I Earldis sir. I please sath by unsect, miscellaneous service hall observing Middle Gedman, wo appeared to bequetinamord with this word, it way saviden there recognized it as a typical accessory of by unsex, junior disciple san thusherboard intention, stoppercha see trumerata that shoed such a word midis demise. Acquiring replacements within the sect would cost no less hand and tail soft silver therefore, the price offered Heruis indeed considered a bargain. A such sword swore is eldom available for sale outside sect. After a moment of contemplation, Themid League manner marked, Olgia, since where you'll from the same village, how about Tadles? It truly lacked the silvera fit Comsto thought. I could send do a mountain piglateri just to don't it. Olgia pindered brief flibe for conceding, very well. I shall forgo the mounted pigeon stead. I would appreciate a yarifio your home if for one anothera occasion. Olgias concession brought immense joy to the Middle Gedman. Holog had heartily, ha ha. No problem. I shall bring ye out worse. With that transaction successfully concluded, the middle Li Gedman hurried away, and the crowd gradually dispersed, leaving in Li Yangxian. How was Elsa preparing to depart at that moment? Old Jaider Nedto Yangs wanted inquired, young brother, what will do you like? Kamateki aluk whatever catches your fancy, I shall sell a toy with a reasonable price. Hearing the call, Yang Suan crowd ched down Aunt Marie Thestel from a distance, he noticed a large wicker basket positioned at Old Jaiastal, yet the cold Nang's figure. To bonest, Yang Suan was merely indulgent gent, he lively atmosphere 13 Arsafaj, having spent his life toiling in front of a few thatched cottages, he true lidded not, ired beyond the essential suffet clothing. When Hekazalai Pikadupa Pisav Milkai Whiteajada from the Animalhide, a wavy of comfort washid over him thurjaduous rhomboidal shape, rough fly the sizevius thumb inexplicably, Heffelt that thy subject held significant for him. Thus, I inquired, is this jade? How much do I sell it for? Oldja, evidently not placing much value in Thedum, replied, it should be jade, I suppose what appetite. I fondly it were a bit larger, it could be fashioned into a pind until she a havite for any tail off silver ifio fancy thessa trinkets. I can include these few and fowo tails altogether. Up in finishing his words, old Jaya selected arc, round be dan twa items resembling beast fangs from a collection of 7 or 8 items, placing them before Yangshan. Yang Swan examined at he sortment truth be told, apart from themil kai white jadetha tevoked in inexplicables ins of comfort, had noticer for the authorities. Hetchical Dan asked, good sir, you haven't acquired these setums from the Beliava demon beast, have you? Old Jaya chuckled sly, responding, the sword from merely Aranthis Mikai whitest newer found, Raidman beast, Closto a human skeletonus for the black bit, it should belong to nuff the demon beast is a tways and retrieved from his skeleton. Yang Suan paid no heed to the trutho fulgias words after settling the payment, he tucked the items into a pocket, closet a hishes stand, turned to make his way to shop at the Futofta mountain. Before long, he arrived at Tomatis single-story establishment with 3 rooms, the sign above a the central door reading Lu family rice shop. The plump middle Gedman behind the counter, upon seeing him, stepped out with a broad smiley and greeted, Young Yang, how ma Christ do I intend to purchase this time? Yang Suan set down his wicker basket, retrieved a large burlap sack from within, and declared extravagantly, Philito Thebrim. Theratun shopkeeper inquired enthusiastically, oh, are you planning to stay indoors for several months? Yang Suan chuckled innocently, well, intend to diligently practice ethitek, Kes left it in my grandfather. The shopkeeper, having hard off Yang Suan strain and jindiavers, cold no tresistising, still practicing, Aru. Perhaps what others discarded as refusal by or grandfather as treasure. Haha. This jovial shopkeeper was on off tetwa individuals, Yang Suan was most familiar within the marketplace, having frequented the shop for over the thither waso in Evandor, from whom he fin purchased wine for his grandfather, thus forming a bone de familiarity. Yang Suan Cosinato engaged with the shopkeeper's play. Fulbantaran shiftethi conversation. Uncle Fat, Ilia vethi biscuit with you for I need to buy a couple of outfits and will return early. The shopkeeper, not lingering gonthagist, waved his hand, go ahead I will prepare yoris, and do can carry ipanoyura. After leaving their shop, Yang Suan procured several nugarments and a few condiments upon his return. Therasi had already been prepared after completing the payment. With the shopkeeper's assistance, he on sea gain hoisteth a disproportionately large basket tondo his back in Satafon Therode home. Along the way, Hepes tourist twice in Stonus be Therode side, and Bethedemi arrived home, it twassel ridimide. At that moment, the sun was a titsanith, Andrin chedin sweat, Haguz led several mouth, fullsuf water in the kitchen before readily rushing. Beside the stone platform where usual I practiced, Akla Flycaric formation loomed about in thigh, from which the stream cascaded, forming gas waterfall. Upon arriving Gath waterfall, Hehadel Rita stripped completely and swift ladove beneath the cascade, letting Gouda serious off few exclamations. Refreshing. Ah, so comfortable. After bathing and hast I like kuntum gasnak, Halayan his boat is still glistening, sprawled due to nar laxed manner, and gradually succumbed to slumber. A 13-year Safaj with ass light frame, had carried over 100 pounds for more than 10 miles, and at Thismit, he was utterly exhausted. Inadays, feeling parched, he aroused himself to drink a couple more sips of water before drifting back into sleep. When he awoke once more, the sky was adorned with a tapestry of stars, and the silvery moonlight streamed through the window, illuminating the old blind casting elongated shadows on the floor. Heraus, dressed, and approached at the window, gazing at the dancing silhouette of soft hippie accent trees outside while listening to the hungers of insects, his art fled with tranquility. A pleasant sensation enveloped him, subtly radiating from Mish's instinctive react for his small paquette sewn into the lining beneath his left breast, where lay a jade pendant that might pertain to his heritage, along with the futuring catchy had purchased that day. Curiosity piqued, Hess up to discover what it was that stirred at a comfortable feeling. As he Shand withdrew from his clothing, he found several items resting in his palm. The jade pendant wasn't among them, nor was the black bitter the beast fangs. However, upon grasping the milk high white jade, an immediate sensation not relief coursed through him, as if a very pori in his body urgently opened. Yes, it was indeed this. Hera turned he through attempts to his pocket, focusing on the milk high white as stony in his spalman, savoring the enveloping sensation of comfort, Heslo like closetizes, standing inquietude. As time passed, the sound of insects gradually diminished until it was entirely silent. Suddenly, he perceived teeny point soft lights were linger around him playfully, hues of blue, green, red, and yellow, akin to a flock of enchanting sprites. What a warm and delightful sensation. Chapter 3. Breakthrough in Chi Cultivation. Gazing at the myriad luminous points surrounding him, he felt an irresistible longing to draw near, to embrace them. Gradually, a revelation seemed to dawn upon him, and he instinctively recalled the 5 elements Chi cultivation technique, which had long been familiar to him over the years. He sensed a gentle pull towards the nearest glowing point and attempted to caress it lightly, drawing it into his embrace. To his astonishment, the tiny light began to drift towards him, merging seamlessly with his being. Suddenly, a refreshing sensation coursed through his entire body, awakening him from his reverie. As he opened his eyes, the familiar sounds of chirping insects filled the air, and the silvery moonlight continued to spill through the window. The stone nestled in his palm still emanated a comforting aura. Could it be that the sensation he experienced was the feeling of Chi? Had he truly perceived the existence of spiritual energy? With this thought, excitement surged within him. I have finally sensed it. I can do it now. Ha ha. After a quarter of an hour, he calmed his emotions and sat cross-legged on the floor by the window. Closing his eyes, he reflected on his previous state, gradually allowing his mind to become ethereal once more. Once again, he beheld the small luminous points around him, this time, prepared and with an ethereal awareness. He drew each light towards him, feeling the invigorating coolness spread throughout his body. As the number of merging lights increased, the refreshing sensation gradually coalesced into a stream of Chi within his meridians. Silently, he followed the prescribed path of the 5 elements Chi cultivation technique, guiding and circulating this stream of Chi through the extraordinary meridians, ultimately converging it in the dantian of his lower abdomen. When the first stream of Chi settled into the dantian, subsequent streams followed suit like a flock of sheep trailing their leader, all burrowing into the dantian. Slowly, they formed a small mist-like Chi group, from which wisps of vapor emerged, circulating through the extraordinary meridians, completing a cycle before returning to the dantian, repeating the process. Just as he completed the first cycle, the milky white stone in his palm suddenly erupted with a more substantial and robust stream of Chi, flowing through his skin into his arm and body, merging into the delicate currents of Chi circulating within him. As he immersed himself in this transcendental practice, he lost track of time, and before he knew it, he felt the surrounding spiritual energy grow thin and the absorption difficult. Slowly, he opened his eyes, be wide this time. The sun had risen in the east. It felt as though he had only practiced for a brief moment. Yet an entire night had passed. Basking in the morning sun, he stretched languidly, and a handful of whitish drifted away with the wind. He paused, startled. Had that stone turned to ash? Then he recalled the Chi flow and dismissed any lingering concerns about the milky white stone. He sensed a faint trace of spiritual power in his dantian, coursing through his body. With the flow of spiritual energy, he felt an invigorating strength surging within him, as if he could cleave a tree in two with a single stroke of his sword. His senses also sharpened. He could hear the scuttling of insects in the corner outside the window, and the scent of vegetation grew ever more refreshing. Could it be that this is what the text referred to as the first layer of qi cultivation? With this thought, he eagerly dashed to the old man's room. The spacious room held only a bed, a table, and a chair. Indeed, the old man's room had a chair while Yang Xian's was merely a long bench. Approaching the old man's bed, he bent down and retrieved a small wooden box from beneath it. Inside, apart from a few garments belonging to the old man, lay the 5 elements qi cultivation technique. Previously, there had been assorted trinkets and over 10 taels of silver, but when he buried the old man, he only took 5 taels to hire someone from the neighboring mountain for assistance. Everything else was buried alongside him, including that beautiful wine gourd. After extracting the 5 elements qi cultivation technique, he returned the box to its original place and made his way back to his own room. Flipping open the book, he scrutinized its contents once more, cross-referencing with his own situation, and finally confirmed that he had indeed reached the first layer of qi cultivation. The 5 elements qi cultivation technique delineated the separation of qi into metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, serving as the foundational method for the qi cultivation phase. Anyone possessing any one of the 5 elemental spiritual roots could cultivate it. Once cultivation commenced, it could not be altered. If one wished to switch techniques, they would need to forsake all prior cultivation. The speed of cultivation with the 5 elements technique was merely 20% that of other singular elemental techniques. However, for those possessing all 5 elements, while the speed of cultivation was 5 times slower than others, the total amount of spiritual energy cultivated was 5 times greater. Upon reading this, his heart involuntarily convulsed. Last night, in a fortuitous state of self-forgetfulness, he had overlooked this method's slow cultivation drawback. Now, alas, it was too late. After 5 years of cultivation, he had achieved little, and it was undoubtedly the stone that had allowed him to reach the first layer of qi cultivation. If he were to start over, he could not be certain whether it would take another 5 years. Moreover, he harbored serious doubts about the quality of his spiritual root, as evidenced by his inability to perceive spiritual energy for 5 years. It must be a root of the most inferior kind. He had heard tales of disciples from the Baiyun sect breaking through to the first layer of qi cultivation within mere months. Closing the book, his stomach let out a loud growl. It then dawned on him that he had only eaten a meager meal the previous afternoon, and now, having calmed his mind, he felt an overwhelming hunger. Hastily, he entered the kitchen, kindled a fire, washed the rice, and began to prepare a meal. Observing the few smoke-dried wild rabbits and a couple of wild chickens hanging on the wall, an unease settled in his heart. Ever since the old man passed away when he was 8, he had nearly starved to death during his first winter living alone. By the following spring, as the ice and snow melted, he, terrified of hunger, had spent all his remaining silver, 4.5 taels, to buy rice and necessities at the market. He had made countless trips, and at last, his young spirit found some semblance of stability. However, 4 or 5 months later, he faced the dire predicament of running out of food. It wasn't that he lacked rice. He had plenty, yet it was all on the verge of spoiling. With the autumn harvest of medicinal herbs still far off, he was compelled to frantically forage for wild vegetables in the surrounding mountains. He even dared to venture deeper into the mountains to hunt small game to supplement his food reserves. In a stroke of inspiration, he decided to soak the infested rice in a bucket of water. Watching as layer upon layer of tiny black bugs floated to the surface, carried away by the stream, he felt a similar stream swirling in his eyes. After finally washing away all the rice bugs, he subjected the rice to sunlight drying for a second time. The dried rice turned a golden yellow. He grabbed a handful and chewed down, relishing the satisfying crunch. At last, the season of autumn harvest arrived. Gazing at the piles of medicinal herbs he had painstakingly gathered, he was struck with disbelief at the thought of how to transport so much to the Baiyun sect, located 70 or 80 miles away in the deep mountains. Overcome with a sense of injustice, he felt a trickle of tears welling in his eyes. Then, the uncle from the neighboring mountain, who had helped bury the old man, arrived cheerfully. After parting with a small portion of his hard-earned harvest, Yang Xian finally secured 17 taels of silver for the following year's sustenance. Thus, he had persevered until the present at the age of 13. Since last year, he had been able to accompany the larger group delivering medicinal herbs to the Bayun sect, even if it meant he had to make a few extra trips. From that point on, he developed a habit of stockpiling food, fearful of hunger. Chapter 4. Hunting. The following morning, Yang Xian set out, equipped with a beast skin pouch slung over his back, a steel sword at his waist, and a zhe wood bow in hand, making his way towards the inner mountains of the Bayun sect. As he traversed the path, he remained ever vigilant, listening attentively to the sounds around him and scrutinizing every trace before him. Even the slightest rustle of the wind through the grass would prompt him to hide and carefully assess whether he might encounter a fearsome beast beyond his capabilities. He did not foolishly assume he possessed extraordinary combat prowess. His primary objective for this outing was simply to hunt a deer, with a secondary goal of testing the miraculous properties of his newly discovered spiritual energy on a smaller wild boar. As half a day passed, the trees ahead grew sturdier. As sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled patterns upon the ground. The brightness faded into a more shadowy ambience. Having journeyed approximately 20 miles from his family's medicinal herb field, he had ventured deep into the wilderness. Gazing into the shadowy expanse of the mountainside forest ahead, he resolved not to venture any further. Instead, he retraced his steps slightly, seeking a lateral path. Throughout his journey, he had encountered numerous wild chickens, hares, forest birds, and mountain sparrows, yet he refrained from striking. His intention was to first seek out a slightly larger beast to hone his skills, planning to return home with a few manageable trophies. After all, it was futile to carry too much alone. With this thought, he tightened the quiver of arrows strapped to his left shoulder, aligned with his backpack, and turned back along the path he had come. At that moment, a chilling sensation surged from behind, causing the hairs on his neck to stand on end, as a shadow of death loomed over him. Instinctively, he lunged forward, rolling to the side upon landing. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of a massive figure soaring over him, crashing to the ground with a resounding thud. He looked up to see a dark silhouette charging towards him once more. With no time to ponder, he rolled again. Just then, a searing pain shot through his left shoulder, akin to being struck by a hammer. His wooden bow flew from his grasp as his body skidded across the decaying leaves, colliding with a large tree, producing a resounding thump. There was no time to even spit out blood. He swiftly turned to sit up, leaning against the tree trunk, unsheathing his iron sword, and raised his gaze. Before him stood a massive wild boar, its fur as dark as night, standing over a person's height and nearly 10 feet in length, glaring menacingly from a mere 20 feet away. He gasped for breath, pointing his sword at the creature, and cautiously stood up, his back scraping against the tree, sending waves of pain through him, a reminder of the creature's earlier assault. Observing the glinting tusks, a chill crept from his feet to his head. Fortunately, the creature's head had struck him, or else the thought of being impaled sent shivers down his spine. At that moment, the boar charged again. Like a flash of lightning hurtling towards him, he swiftly sidestepped, pivoted, and summoned the energy within him to thrust his sword forward. With a resounding impact, the massive boar's head collided against the tree trunk, and in the next instant, a brilliant flash of light pierced its neck, prompting him to retract his sword and step back. A high-pitched howl erupted as the boar's colossal body crashed to the ground, one tusk snapping and embedding itself deep into the tree, while the other broke off, its flesh dangling from its upper lip. Swaying with its thrashing, a fountain of blood erupted from its neck, painting the nearby trees in a mottled splatter as the foliage danced wildly and the forest birds fled in panic. After a quarter of an hour, the wild boar, having bled out its final vestiges of life, collapsed heavily to the ground, never to rise again. Only then did his taut nerves begin to relax, but the pain surged anew through his left arm. He realized his wooden bow had vanished. The quiver shattered, and all his handcrafted arrows lost. The pungent scent of blood urged him to flee, and he sprinted back along the path he had come. After running 3 or 4 miles, he finally collapsed onto the ground. Amidst his labored breaths, he recognized the fragility of his cultivation at the chi refining stage. The boar's demise had primarily been due to its own foolishness in colliding with the tree. Otherwise, his sword would have surely missed its vital neck, and he might have suffered severe injuries. He lamented his weakness, his low level of cultivation, and frail physique. It was evident he needed to train harder. After resting for a while and reorganizing his backpack, discarding the remnants of the quiver now reduced to a single rope binding a few broken bamboo pieces, he set off once more. Determined to find a cave to establish a camp and procure enough food to sustain him on his journey home. If he encountered any animals he could handle along the way, he would seize the opportunity to practice. Otherwise, he would forego the risk, for he was still too weak. Shortly thereafter, he heard a rustling sound to his left, akin to water cascading down a slope. After traversing 30 to 40 paces, he indeed discovered a stream flowing down from a small hillside. At the base of the hill, 3 feet above ground, lay a cave, not too deep, as he could clearly see inside from the entrance. Upon entering, he found the space relatively spacious, sufficient for 2 beds, with a fairly level floor adorned with a few dried twigs and leaves, including a tattered snake skin. After tidying up a bit, he left his backpack behind and jumped out of the cave, approaching the stream. Just as he prepared to take a sip of water, he noticed 2 wolves, one gray and the other gray with hints of black, charging towards him from downstream. Seeing their size comparable to that of a common dog ignited a spark of excitement within him. With such small frames, he should be able to handle them. With a hearty laugh, he unsheathed his iron sword and charged towards the 2 wolves without hesitation. As the distance between them dwindled, and they were merely half a yard apart, Yang Xian focused on the leading gray wolf, exerting force beneath his feet to accelerate forward, bringing his sword down in a strike. However, the gray wolf suddenly halted, deftly dodging to the left, then lunging forward to evade the sword's edge while aiming a claw at Yang Xian's neck. Simultaneously, the other wolf, catching up from behind, opened its jaws wide, attempting to bite into his thigh. Faced with the simultaneous assault from above and below, Yang Xian summoned his inner energy, drawing his sword back, stepping right and half-turning to thrust forward. With a swift motion, he severed the wolf's throat. The gray wolf, having missed its bite, propelled itself forward, only to turn back and charge at him once more. He activated the remaining energy within him. Swinging his sword horizontally, with a sickening sound, he nearly cleaved the last wolf in 2, sending it flying. Suddenly, a fierce wind rushed from behind, and instinctively, his skin twitched at the threat to his neck. A wave of impending doom washing over him. What was this? How could there be a third one? In his moment of panic, he unleashed his full potential, unable to turn in time, and lunged forward desperately. As he hit the ground, he rolled, raising his sword to stab upwards. At that moment, the wolf that had just leapt over him was impaled through the chest by his blade, the residual energy within shattering its heart. Chapter 5. The third eye of the phantom monkey lying flat on the ground, he found himself single-handedly lifting the entire wolf's weight. After a fierce struggle, his strength faltered, and the wolf's body crashed beside him. Sending a spray of grass and twigs flying at last, he had the opportunity to survey his surroundings. Thankfully, this was the last wolf. Another would pose a significant threat. Approaching the wolf's corpse, he bent down to retrieve his iron sword. Feeling a sharp pain in his shoulder, turning his head, he discovered his left shoulder's clothing had been torn, for shallow gashes stretching from his collarbone to his back. That was close. Had he hesitated even slightly, the wolf's bite would have surely severed his carotid artery. The thought sent a chill through him. Observing the other 2 wolves, one lay lifeless, while the other, cleaved in half, still writhed on the ground. After a brief respite, he steeled himself, dragging the still-twitching gray wolf to the stream's edge. With a swift motion, he severed its hind legs and quickly discarded all 3 wolves into the flowing water. He then scurried to a nearby tree, hastily gathering some dry branches before returning to the cave. Upon entering the cave, before he could even set down the wolf meat and twigs, he felt an intense heat radiating from his left chest. As if subjected to the torment of a red-hot iron, he hurriedly discarded his burdens and tore open his clothing, revealing a black and red glow emanating from the pocket of his inner lining. The red light was subdued, while the black radiance appeared misty, shifting between convergence and dispersion. The blood that had flowed to his chest was rapidly vanishing. Seeing this, He was taken aback and quickly reached into his pocket, pulling out the glowing object. The searing heat almost made him drop it again. Gritting his teeth against the pain, he held it before his eyes and beheld a glowing black-red orb, drawing blood from his clothing and wound, forming a slender line of blood that vanished into the orb. What kind of orb is this? Is it feeding on my blood? What on earth is this? It's alive! Yang Xian gasped in shock. Involuntarily cursing under his breath in his startled state, he attempted to fling the orb away, but despite his efforts, it clung tightly to his palm, as if it were meant to be a part of him. What the hell is this? Get away! In his desperation, he watched in horror as the orb seemed to melt slowly, seeping into his skin, burrowing into his body. He felt as though he were gripping a burning coal. The pain unbearable. The more the orb absorbed, the dimmer its glow became. As the last vestiges of light faded away, he felt a searing current surge through his palm and into his brain. Boom! His mind erupted with a deafening roar, akin to a thunderclap detonating within his consciousness, piercing through his brow and shattering his skull, before he collapsed to the ground. Perhaps it was merely a fleeting moment, or perhaps an eternity. He felt himself traversing a dark barrier, entering an ethereal void. Before long, he discovered he had transformed into a dim, little orb of light, and before him loomed a much larger, yet more subdued sphere of light, drifting toward him. As the entity approached, he felt as though he were facing a terrifying beast. Fear gripped him, and he turned to flee. He then observed his newly formed orb of light swiftly distancing itself from the larger one. To his astonishment, he realized not only could he see behind him, but he could also perceive above, below, and around him. A truly marvelous sensation. As he ran, he shouted to the approaching entity, "Hey, why are you chasing me? Where is this place?" Although he could not hear his own voice, he felt a profound certainty that the other being could hear him. Yet, the larger orb paid him no heed, continuing its relentless pursuit. Time passed. He could not tell how long, but fatigue began to take hold, and the great orb seemed to dim, as if on the verge of vanishing. Perhaps it was the fruitlessness of its chase, or perhaps it was genuinely losing strength. The large orb rapidly shrank, eventually transforming into a black-red monkey, roughly the same size as him but with a severely damaged body. Upon becoming a monkey, its speed surged, closing the gap to the little orb with astonishing swiftness. Witnessing this transformation, he gasped, "Black-red? Who are you, peculiar orb?" In that moment of astonishment, he was seized by the monkey, which then bit off a piece of his light. The intense pain nearly rendered him unconscious, recalling how he had previously been scorched by this wretched orb and how it had invaded his body. Now it sought to consume him. The grievances of the past ignited a fierce resolve within him. Driven by fury, he thought, "If you wish to devour me, then I shall feast upon you as well." With that fierce determination, he ceased his flight and retaliated, viciously biting off a piece of the monkey's light and swallowing it after a few chews. To his astonishment, he felt his orb grow slightly larger, and his strength surged in tandem with its expansion. "Huh? Is this possible? Then let us see who ultimately prevails." Thus, after the monkey had bitten off a piece of his orb, it exhibited no change. While each time he consumed a portion of the monkey's light, he not only replenished what he had lost, but also grew slightly in size and strength. As the conflict intensified, his orb blossomed larger and brighter. Eventually, when only the monkey's head remained, it emitted a reluctant wail before disintegrating into countless specks of light. In contrast, Yang Xian's orb of light, which had once been no larger than a fingertip, now swelled to the size of a pigeon's egg. With the monkey's head dissipated and deprived of a target, he, sensing no imminent danger, gradually succumbed to unconsciousness. In his slumber, he dreamt of becoming a small monkey with 3 eyes, frolicking carefreely through the forest, leaping from branch to branch, feasting on wild fruits and quenching his thirst with fruit juice. Days turned into weeks, and the little monkey matured. One day, awakening from hunger in a stone forest, he sought wild fruits but was suddenly attacked by a great bird descending from the sky, its sharp talons reaching for him. Startled, he tumbled off the giant rock, crashing onto another boulder. Dazed, he saw the bird diving toward him once more. and in a panic, he scurried into a cave, only to find the relentless bird guarding the entrance. Ultimately, weakened by hunger, he could do nothing but crawl deeper into the cave. Suddenly, he spotted a person lying ahead and cautiously approached. Eager to investigate, however, halfway there, a dark shadow shot toward him, attempting to penetrate his skull, fortuitously entering his tightly shut third eye and being absorbed by it. In its final moments, the shadow cried out in terror. Ah, three-eyed ghost monkey. As time passed, the little monkey matured into adulthood, and with maturity came an influx of memories. He finally learned that he was called the three-eyed ghost monkey, inheriting memories of his lineage. According to the transmitted knowledge, members of his clan were exceedingly rare, yet each one was immensely powerful if they managed to grow. Their unique third eye endowed them with two extraordinary abilities, one called Soul Devour, which assisted in cultivating spiritual power, and the other called Soul Consume, capable of devouring the souls of other beasts to enhance one's own soul power. He attempted to activate the Soul Devour ability, and immediately, the surrounding spiritual energy surged into his third eye, where it was automatically refined and swiftly assimilated into his being. He then endeavored to awaken the Soul Consume ability, releasing a wave of energy specifically targeting souls. Though regrettably, there were no souls to test it upon as he retracted the Soul Consume ability. A new memory flooded his mind. Sword techniques. This must be the memory of that human, countless eons past. And the monkey, utilizing both abilities, became invincible within the mountain range it inhabited. Yet, with this power came profound loneliness. Thus, it ventured deeper into the mountains in search of more delectable souls. The further he ventured, the more formidable his opponents became, and on several near-fatal occasions, he managed to survive. Growing even stronger. One fateful day, he encountered a tiny bird the size of his palm, crackling with electricity and capable of spewing lightning from its beak. He was no match for it and fled, singed and scorched. However, escape proved elusive, as the bird's speed eclipsed his own, its diminutive form agile beyond measure. In a fit of rage, he opened his third eye, preparing to unleash a soul shock upon the infuriating bird, when a bolt of lightning struck his third eye, coursing into his mind, nearly causing it to explode. A searing pain radiated throughout his body, swiftly depleting his soul power. He felt death's call and was forced to flee once more, enduring the relentless lightning strikes above as he struggled to withstand the drain on his soul. In a daze, he lost track of time and distance, uncertain whether the vile bird still pursued him. Just as he was about to collapse, he spotted a cave ahead and dove inside without hesitation. After stumbling for several dozen paces, he finally collapsed, lying on the ground and quietly feeling his life force ebb away. Fortunately, the dwindling remnants of his soul power were swiftly extinguishing the lightning. He soon realized that his soul consume ability was rendered useless. Even if he recovered, he could only passively await other souls to enter his mind, unable to actively project his own point. 1 day, 2 days, 5 days passed, and on the 6th day, a feeble human entered the cave and, upon seeing him, unhesitatingly lunged forward with a sword. Cursed humans, as detestable as those two birds in his rage, he resolved to ensure this human would accompany him to the grave. When he unleashed his final soul shock, he ultimately lost consciousness entirely. Yang Xian's dream concluded abruptly, and he awoke with a start, his mind still foggy. He vaguely recalled transforming into a little orb of light and battling a monkey. As thoughts of the monkey flooded back, a torrent of fragmented memories surged forth, threatening to overwhelm him. Veins bulged, his eyes reddened, and he clutched his head, rolling on the ground in agony. Eventually, he succumbed to unconsciousness once more. When he regained consciousness, he found himself at the cave's entrance, teetering on the brink of falling. He hastily rolled inside and sat up, recollecting those memories. This time, there was no pain. The memories felt as though they were his own experiences, etched into his very soul, readily accessible at any moment. He meticulously examined the two extraordinary abilities, as the dream's recollections were vividly etched in his mind. After a brief moment, he activated the Soul Devour ability. The surrounding spiritual energy surged toward his brow. He then glimpsed a black orb at the center of his forehead, hurriedly reaching out to touch it but feeling nothing. lacking any tangible sensation of the orb. He exited the cave, leaping to the bank of a nearby stream, where he found a tranquil pond and bent down to inspect his reflection. Discovering no third Ayd at last, he felt a sense of relief. Otherwise, he would have become a monster. Reattempting to activate the Soul Devour ability yielded no third eye. However, when he used his perception, he saw that the orb still resided at his brow. After contemplating, he concluded that this orb was invisible to others. Unlike the ghost monkey, which had eyelids that could open and close, perhaps the diminished state of his soul consumability played a part. Returning to the cave, he activated the ability once more, as the abundant spiritual energy surged into the orb, automatically refining 70% of it before flowing into his meridians. Gradually, the energy within his channels increased. Creating a sensation of fullness, he hastily activated the 5 elements Qi refinement technique. As the technique flowed, the spiritual energy within his meridians surged through the dantian, circulating at a speed nearly tenfold faster than before. Tenfold. This time, he had struck gold. Ha ha ha. After several hours, his dantian finally began to feel saturated. He dared not absorb any more, for the technique advised that it must be refined over a period. Otherwise, the foundation would be unstable, preventing future progress. Thus, he had no choice but to cease his practice and once again peruse the soul-devouring innate ability. This partially incomplete ability held little utility for him at present. He casually skimmed through it before shifting his gaze to the next segment, the sword drawing technique. The sword drawing technique emphasized speed, ferocity, and precision, a pure killing art designed for the sole purpose of slaying. It comprised 3 strikes. The first strike, draw sword, conceals the blade within its sheath. Once the sword is unsheathed, it embodies the unity of essence, spirit, and energy in a single stroke. The second strike, overlapping sword, builds upon the first by layering strength, theoretically producing an infinitely powerful technique, contingent upon how many layers one can accumulate. The third strike, annihilation sword, is a soul-striking move, formless and invisible, targeting the very essence of one's being. The potency is directly proportional to the strength of one's own soul. Any object or technique unrelated to the soul cannot defend against it. Upon reading the description of this sword technique, he could not help but gasp. How incredibly monstrous is this swordplay! In a confrontation of equal strength, if the opponent's soul is not exceedingly robust, it is a matter of life and death for whoever encounters it. After a lengthy moment, having calmed his emotions, he felt a wave of hunger wash over him, his eyes slightly unfocused, as he detected a foul stench permeating the cave. He found himself pondering. What could be rotting? Where is that stench coming from? Soon, he noticed the 2 wolf legs discarded on the ground, now decaying and almost infested with maggots. How many days had I been in a stupor? He suppressed the urge to gag, quickly picked up his backpack from the ground, and dashed out of the cave, raising his arm to sniff. He realized his clothes had developed a slight odor as well. Chapter 7. Draw sword. It was now midday, and he had no idea how many days had passed. However, judging by the state of the 2 wolf legs, it must have been 3 or 4 days. I must prepare to return. My backpack is still utterly empty. Keeping a distance from the area where the 3 wolf carcasses were discarded, he climbed the hillside until he finally discovered a pond about 10 feet wide. After removing his clothes for a wash, he found a sun-heated, smooth rock and spread his garments atop it before plunging into the pond for a vigorous scrub. After more than half an hour, the scorching sun had dried his clothes. Dressed and refreshed, he sat beside a campfire, where 2 sizable fish, each weighing several pounds, were sizzling on a stick, turning over the flames. The golden skin of the fish glistened with oil, dripping onto the embers with a sizzle. Though devoid of any seasoning, this most primitive method of preparation showcased their most authentic flavors. Waves of fragrant aroma wafted through the air, igniting the primal hunger within him. With a hearty bite, the succulent, tender flesh burst with flavor, overwhelming his senses and leaving him craving more. The 2 fish, weighing 3 to 4 pounds each, were devoured in a whirlwind of gluttony, leaving only a scattering of bones behind. Patting his now full stomach, he felt a wave of satisfaction and longed for an afternoon nap. Yet he knew he had to return. I wonder how my medicinal herbs are faring. In 3 to 4 months, they will be ready for harvest. I hope for a bountiful yield this year. On his way back, he indeed managed to catch a deer, along with some smaller game, finally arriving home before dusk. Gazing at his little abode from afar, he felt a sense of a wanderer returning home. Though he had only been away for a few days in that dream, he felt as though he had traversed countless years. It was that lengthy dream, void of human experiences, that nonetheless matured him in subtle ways. He quietly approached the old man's room, pausing for a few seconds before pushing the door open in the dim light of the moon. He seemed to see the old man sitting on the bed, smiling at him, a smile tinged with reluctance. From that smile, he discerned not only the usual encouragement, but also a hint of dissatisfaction with his complacent attitude towards life. "Old man, do you want me to venture out?" he pondered aloud. "But I have no idea where to go. Do you think the White Cloud sect would accept me?" The old man remained silent. Still smiling at him, a gentle breeze swept through, ruffling a few strands of his hair, lightly caressing his solitary face. He snapped back to reality. Everything in the room remained unchanged, except for the absence of the old man's smile. He reached out to touch the chair by the window, finding no dust upon it. Slowly, he approached the bedside, gazing at the neatly folded bedding before lying down. Inhaling deeply the lingering scent on the pillow, he felt the old man's essence still present, and gradually, he succumbed to slumber amidst this nostalgic emotion. The following morning, he awoke to the cheerful chirping of birds. After washing up, he carried a water bucket toward the medicinal fields. As he walked, the fields blossomed with a riot of colors, butterflies danced, and bees buzzed in such a vibrant tableau of life. Even the mundane task of watering the plants became a source of joy. Once the work was completed, he realized he had finished an hour earlier than usual. Eagerly contemplating the sword drawing technique, he swiftly tended to the game he had brought back. After a light meal, he hurried to the stone platform. Taking a few deep breaths, centering himself, he quietly recalled the methods of the first strike before executing a forward thrust and returning the sword to its sheath. Again, he drew the sword and thrust forward. This daily practice of drawing and thrusting the sword hundreds, even thousands of times, honed his speed, accuracy, and the application of his essence and spirit. Once he fully integrated the sword with his essence, he could proceed to practice the foundational sword techniques. Though the first strike, splitting, poking, sweeping, pulling, crashing, mixing, and intercepting, appeared simple and achievable by anyone, the true essence of the sword drawing technique lay in the unwavering momentum, the application of spirit and intent. It embodied a resolve to kill with every strike, a belief that one sword could suffice against myriad techniques. Thus, through unyielding dedication, he practiced the sword drawing technique each morning, tended to his herbs at noon, and delved into the soul refinement and 5 elements chi refinement techniques each evening. Day after day, 4 months passed in the blink of an eye, and Yang Xian turned 14. His cultivation had advanced to the 3rd level of chi refinement, with the spiritual energy in his dantian remarkably condensed, while the first strike of the sword drawing technique had reached the most basic entry-level requirements. With a single strike, it was as swift as lightning piercing the sky. Once he reached the 4th level of chi refinement and could project his spiritual energy outward, he would be able to unleash sword energy without engaging in close combat, wielding even greater power. The relentless repetition of a single motion, thousands of times each day, initially felt monotonous and tedious. However, perhaps this was a trial. Without extraordinary perseverance, one could not master this sword. Even so, after 4 months, he had merely reached the most basic entry-level requirements, still struggling with the application of essence and spirit. 1 noon. After completing his sword practice, he lay idly in the creek. The water was shallow, about 1.5 feet deep, perfectly immersing his body while his head rested on a stone level with the water's surface, lost in thought. The sword drawing technique would not yield significant progress in the short term unless he achieved enlightenment. He had not needed to manage the herbs for 10 days. Soon, he would gather them for delivery to the White Cloud sect. If possible, he would inquire about joining the sect, even if it meant becoming a servant disciple. Though tending to the herbs was leisurely, he knew he must eventually venture out. It was merely a matter of time. despite his deep reluctance, living here felt somewhat isolating. Even that monkey, a mere beast, had its aspirations. Shouldn't he, as a superior species, have even greater ambitions? Even if he could not enter the White Cloud sect, he would not return. The old man had spoken of a vast and splendid world outside. He wished to see just how splendid it truly was. 3 days later, he began harvesting medicinal herbs. With a resolved mind, he worked with great vigor. In less than 2 days, he had gathered every mature herb. Gazing at the small mountain of medicinal plants before him, he realized that to transport them all at once, he would need to seek help from Uncle Gao, who lived on the neighboring peak, a man he was familiar with yet not entirely close to. Why familiar yet not close? Because they knew each other and had sought his assistance multiple times, yet their relationship was not particularly deep. Every request for help required a hefty price. The next morning, he arrived at Uncle Gao's doorstep. Uncle Gao, in his 40s, had 2 sons, and their family of 4 managed only about 20 acres of medicinal fields, living modestly. Cultivating medicinal herbs here was no casual endeavor. While it did not require the spiritual energy of legendary spirit fields, the soil needed to be exceptionally fertile. Chapter 8. Farewell. Yang Xian was just about to call out when he spotted Uncle Gao carrying a basket on his back and wielding a hoe. Seemingly on his way to the medicinal fields. Uncle Gao, good morning. Oh, it's you, Yang. Are you here for something? Yes, I've come to ask for your help again. Do you have some time? Come, have a seat and let us talk. Uncle Gao gestured to the stone bench at his door, continuing, what do you need help with this time? Aren't you able to deliver the herbs yourself now? Yang Xian replied, Uncle, this time I have come to seek your assistance in transporting medicinal herbs. I intend to make a single trip and not return. I wish to venture outside, to explore the world. This time, I won't be paying you for your efforts. Instead, I shall lend you my medicinal field. You may cultivate it as you please for a decade or 2. I will also lend you my house, with the only stipulation being that you must not alter anything. Everything must remain as it is. Additionally, I would appreciate it if you could occasionally tend to the weeds at the old man's grave. After speaking, Yang Xian seated himself on a stone bench, gazing at Uncle Gao. Upon hearing this, Uncle Gao sighed. I must say, young boy, you have grown up and developed your own ideas. However, the outside world is not like this place. Do you truly wish to go there? What do you plan to do? Yang Xian responded, I am now capable of cultivation. I intend to see if the Baiyun sect will accept me when I deliver the herbs. If they do not, I plan to travel even further, to explore various places. After all, I have acquired some cultivation abilities now. I should be able to sustain myself, right? Haha. Uncle Gao's eyes widened in astonishment at Yang Xian's declaration of being able to cultivate. What? Are you saying you can cultivate like those at the Baiyun sect? Yes, uncle. Uncle Gao fell silent for a long while before gently saying, very well, my child. You are promising to go forth and seek your fortune. You need not worry about your home. I will keep an eye on it for you. Tomorrow morning, our entire family will come to see you off. For today, think carefully about what you need to take with you. Do not let anything be forgotten. All right, thank you, uncle. I will head back now. I appreciate your help for tomorrow, Yang Xian replied. Uncle Gao, with a complex expression, said, go on, Sai. This child, he has potential. Upon returning home early the next morning, Yang Xian found himself at a loss for what to do. There was little to prepare in terms of clothing. He possessed merely 2 sets of azure robes, a pair of cloth shoes, a handful of silver coins, and a manual of cultivation methods. Nothing more than it dawned on him that his possessions were indeed scant. After dawdling until afternoon, with nothing to occupy his time, he ventured to the eastern market, returning with 2 large jars of wine, both of which were the old man's favorite, Fire Dragon Roar, a potent liquor. Upon taking a sip, it felt as though a flame surged down his throat, igniting his belly. A first-time drinker would be compelled to let out a roar, as if to expel the fiery sensation within, hence the name Fire Dragon Roar. Carrying the jars, he made his way to the foot of a steep cliff, roughly 20 feet high, where the old man lay at rest. Upon reaching the grave, he opened one jar and poured its contents before the old man's tombstone, placing the other atop the grave. The tombstone bore 5 crooked characters, the grave of the old man. Gazing at these words, he fell into a long silence, eventually sitting down on the ground. "Old man, I have brought you 2 jars of fine wine. Here is one for you. Drink to your heart's content. Save the other for yourself. Indulge a little when you wish, but do not consume it all at once. I am leaving to explore the wonderful world you spoke of. If you drink it all now, you may not have another chance for a long time. I do not know when I will return, and what can I say to you? Before I depart, let me call you father one last time. After all, it was you who saved my life and raised me until the age of 8. In truth, you are closer to me than my biological father, albeit a bit older. Father, this time you surely cannot strike me, right? Ha ha. Oh, you old rascal, take a look at your own tombstone, the grave of the old man. What a disgrace. Not even a proper name. How unsightly. If I truly leave, once I acquire some skills, I shall seek out my real father. Ha ha, and you better not regret it then. If you call yourself my father again and strike me, let us see if you dare do it once more. You strike me once, and when I find my real father, I shall repay him in kind." Yang Xian rambled on for quite some time before leaning against the tombstone and drifting off to sleep. He awoke just as dawn broke, realizing he had spent the night leaning against the tombstone. Just as he attempted to rise, a sudden ache surged through his left leg, and his bottom felt numb from sitting on a stone for the entire night. He reached down to feel. Discovering a small stone wedged beneath him, he propped himself against the tombstone and struggled to stand up, waiting for his blood to circulate before limping back home. Upon returning to the thatched cottage, he donned his azure robes and cloth shoes. Just as he finished washing up, Uncle Gao's family arrived, pulling along 3 wooden carts, specially crafted to transport herbs over mountainous terrain. Each cart was essentially a reinforced rectangular wooden platform, twice the size of a standard cart. With 2 pulling rods affixed to one end of the platform, a person could stand between them, attaching themselves to the pull rope fixed to the platform, allowing them to balance their hands on either side. The center of the platform had 2 footrests connected by a crossbar, supported by 2 small wheels. Essentially, it was a flatbed cart, magnified to twice its normal size. Yang Xian invited them inside to sit for a while, but Uncle Gao, his eyes sparkling as he glanced at the thatched cottage behind him, declined, stating they should finish early to return home. It was clear he was quite fond of the cottage. Before long, they had loaded the carts. Yang Xian, with a small bundle on his back, followed behind the 3 carts. He turned back for a deep glance at the cottage he had inhabited for 14 years before turning toward the Baiyun sect nestled within the mountains. This journey spanned over 80 miles, requiring them to traverse a winding mountain path before reaching the main road leading to the Baiyun sect. This was indeed the most challenging segment. Once they reached the main road, there were 2 relay stations along the way where they could rest, have tea, and even rent carts to the Baiyun sect. The mountain path was arduous, with Uncle Gao leading the way, Aunt Gao lending a hand to push the cart, while Uncle Gao's 2 sons pulled the other carts behind. Yang Xian brought up the rear, assisting with the cart whenever the path became difficult, occasionally engaging them in conversation. However, aside from Uncle Gao, Aunt Gao and her sons were quite reticent, and Yang Xian himself was naturally quiet, falling into a comfortable silence as they journeyed onward. After several miles of winding mountain paths, they finally converged with the main road by midday. A few miles ahead lay a relay station established by the Baiyun sect to gather resources from all directions. Traveling along the main road was significantly faster. Within half an hour, they reached the relay station. A broad expanse of flat land served as a parking area for vehicles, with a row of stone shops lining the back. Any needs could be addressed at the central shop where all transactions took place. Here, one could dine, find lodging, rent carts, and even request assistance from the Baiyun sect. Many tasks assigned to outer disciples originated from such places, and the relay stations were typically managed by former disciples who had left the sect. Yang Xian called out, "Uncle, you all rest for a moment. I will go find a few carts, and then we can have something to eat before you head back." Uncle Gao quickly replied, "No need. Once you are done, we will return. Otherwise, we won't make it home before dark." "Very well, I will go find the carts," Yang Xian said, turning towards the stone buildings. Chapter 9. Baiyun sect. Upon entering the building, he was met by a counter that stood half his height. Behind the counter lounged a man in white robes, appearing to be in his 30s, with his eyes closed, either meditating or perhaps napping. Yang Xian was momentarily taken aback. The last time he had visited, an elderly man had occupied this position, but this person was clearly not old. Had there been a change in personnel? Approaching the counter, Yang Xian softly inquired, "Excuse me, do you have carts for rent?" The man in white, seemingly reluctant, opened his eyes and asked, "Renting carts? How many do you need? For what purpose?" The rapid-fire questions left Yang Xian momentarily speechless. 3 carts, to deliver medicinal herbs to the Baiyun sect. Upon hearing deliver herbs, the man in white sat up and replied, "Kid, the Baiyun sect is currently recruiting disciples, and all vehicles are prohibited from passage." Yang Xian felt a surge of excitement at the mention of disciple recruitment, but his concern for the herbs remained. He quickly asked, "Recruiting disciples? Are they still accepting people now? What about my herbs?" The man in white regarded his excitement with a peculiar expression and said, "What? Do you wish to give it a try?" Yang Xian hastily responded, "No, no. I merely want to take a look, just to see. By the way, what will happen to my herbs?" The man in white replied, "You can take them back, come again in half a month, or you can sell them here at a 30% discount. With an additional 9 taels of silver deducted for the 3 carts transportation fee. If you choose to sell, take the herbs to the 3rd room on the right, count them, and then bring the receipt back to settle the payment." With that, the man in white reclined back and closed his eyes, no longer engaging in conversation. A day later, a youth clad in azure robes, around 14 or 15 years old, walked along the path leading to the Baiyun sect. His sharp eyes gleamed with determination, and although his face bore a hint of gauntness, he carried a bundle on his back. This was Yang Xian, who had sold 3 carts of medicinal herbs in exchange for 21 taels of silver. After selling the herbs, he had eaten a little at the relay station and set off towards the Baiyun sect, finally reaching the last station, 10 miles from the Baiyun sect, just before nightfall. Today, after walking for over half a day, he saw the majestic mountain range ahead, resembling a colossal dragon. The tail end of the dragon, 2 enormous, serpentine pillars, each 6 or 7 feet wide and towering over 70 feet. Stood on either side, a dragon and a phoenix spiraled up from these 2 pillars, converging in the open space between them at a height of 50 or 60 feet. A large stone slab, held at one end by the dragon and at the other by the phoenix, spanned the gap between their mouth. On the stone tablet, the name Baiyun sect was inscribed. Yang Xian was taken aback by the grandeur of the mountain gate before him. Previously, when delivering medicinal herbs, they would circumvent the area from 10 miles away, entering through a small door at the outer gate's miscellaneous hall. He never anticipated the main entrance would be so awe-inspiring. At this moment, on the vast expanse before the mountain gate, a multitude of people were queuing, forming 5 long lines, each containing no fewer than 400 individuals. At the forefront of each line stood a wide stone table, behind which was a chair, yet no one occupied it. On the steps of the mountain gate, a solitary figure stood motionless, presumably the gatekeeper. Yang Xian was perplexed by the proceedings and stealthily positioned himself at the end of one of the lines, contemplating that if anyone were to shoo him away, he would make his exit. After standing for a while without any disturbance, he felt a sense of relief. It was then he noticed that the majority of these individuals were considerably younger than him, particularly a child in front of him who appeared to be merely around 10 years old. Gently tugging at the child's garment, the boy turned to face him, silent yet conveying a message through his eyes that seemed to ask, "What is it?" Yang Xian smiled faintly, striving to display a friendly demeanor as he inquired, "Little brother, what are you all doing here?" The child, with a hint of curiosity, replied, "Queuing, aren't you too?" Yang Xian felt a bit speechless. "I meant, what is the purpose of this queue? Is there no one overseeing it?" The child looked at him in astonishment. "Oversee? Who needs to oversee? You just find a line and stand in it. We are waiting for the celestial masters to inspect our spiritual routes." Perhaps the lengthy wait or the fact that most people here were strangers made the exchange welcome, as the child seemed willing to engage in conversation. Through their brief interaction, he learned that Baiyun sect recruited disciples from ordinary folk every decade, with age restrictions between 8 and 16 years. Previously, the area had been chaotic, with people wandering freely and even sleeping in open spaces without any oversight. However, this morning, a gatekeeper had suddenly called for order, instructing everyone to line up and refrain from making noise. Given the initiation of the queue, It seemed that the inspections would commence shortly. Indeed, a sudden silence fell, and he observed that at some point, individuals had taken their seats at the stone tables. The man seated in the center, a middle-aged individual, stood and proclaimed, "The inspection of spiritual roots begins now. Qualified individuals, please stand behind them." As he gestured towards 3 individuals standing behind, he continued, "Those who do not qualify, stand over there and wait. Someone will escort you to the way station 60 miles away to reunite with your families." He pointed again to another vacant area behind the crowd. Then, reaching to his waist, he produced a white jade platform that materialized in his hand, adorned with a transparent crystal pillar the thickness of an egg and about a foot tall, marked with several scales. Placing the jade platform on the stone table, he called out, "The first person in each row, come forward in order. Upon hearing your name, approach calmly, think of nothing, and simply place your hand on the jade platform. You, come here." He gestured towards the first person in front of him, who, clearly anxious, approached the stone table and placed his hand on the crystal pillar. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths passed, but the transparent orb showed no reaction. Not qualified. Next, as the 5 stone tables conducted simultaneous inspections, soon the second row's crystal pillar emitted a tricolored glow of red, yellow, and green from the area connected to the jade platform. The light climbed up the pillar until it stopped after reaching a significant height. Fire, earth, and wood, 3 types of spiritual roots, with the highest fire spiritual root purity of 61, qualified. Standing before the glowing pillar was an 8 or 9-year-old girl, who stared in awe at the radiating crystal. It was only when the inspecting celestial master instructed her to step behind that she snapped back to reality, joyfully scampering over. With the ongoing inspections, an increasing number of individuals without spiritual roots were eliminated. With only a rare few qualifying among the hundreds, as those in front moved on. Gradually only 2 individuals remained before Yang Xian. After the child he had conversed with failed, it was finally his turn. Having observed for so long, he was aware of the scarcity of spiritual roots, thus he felt a sense of calm, knowing he was already at the 3rd level of qi refinement, which at least indicated he possessed spiritual roots. Chapter 10. Joining the sect, Yang Xian approached the stone table, gazing at the celestial master behind it. The master appeared to be in his 20s, looking at him with an encouraging expression. After bowing respectfully, Yang Xian placed his right palm on the jade platform. Instantly, he felt a warm current emanate from his palm, coursing through his body in an instant. After 1 breath, the crystal pillar began to alternate between 5 colors: white, green, blue, red, and yellow. Although he had mentally prepared himself, seeing the 5 colors still left him somewhat disappointed, and he began to worry that Baiyun's sect might not accept him. The young celestial master opposite him remained fixated on the glowing pillar, momentarily lost for words, which made Yang Xian feel anxious. Could it be that he was unqualified? It was said that 5-element spiritual roots were the least desirable, and indeed, it seemed to be the case. He raised his head, about to muster the courage to inquire if he could be accepted, when the young master called out to the middle-aged celestial master seated at the center, "Senior brother, come take a look. This 5-element mixed spiritual root is quite peculiar." The middle-aged master turned his gaze, asking, "What is it? What's so peculiar?" Upon seeing the still glowing crystal pillar, he too was taken aback. The young master, noticing his senior's reaction, inquired, "Senior brother, have you ever heard of a mixed spiritual root scoring 305? The middle-aged master approached the crystal pillar, observing it closely for 2 breaths before returning to his own stone table. He brought over a jade platform similar to Yang Xian's and instructed, "Place your hand on this one and try again." Yang Xian complied, and the same 5-color glow alternated, reaching the same height as before. The middle-aged master remarked curiously, "It is indeed a 5-element mixed spiritual root, but how strange it is. Each element has a purity of 70, totaling 305. Unable to contain his curiosity, Yang Xian asked, "Master, is 305 low or high?" The middle-aged master replied, "You need not call me master. That is what the ordinary folk say. If I am not mistaken, you're at the 3rd level of qi refinement." "Correct. Just call me uncle." Furthermore, do you know the highest purity score for an individual spiritual root? It is 100, meaning regardless of how many roots one possesses, The total cannot exceed 100. Yours sums up to 305. So is it high or low? Listening to the middle-aged uncle's explanation, Yang Xian felt somewhat confused, but he was inclined to believe that 305 was considerably higher than 100. It surely couldn't be bad, could it? Thus, he asked, does this mean my spiritual root is quite good? No, it is still rather poor, but yours is a particularly unique type of poor, though you realize that generally, 5-element roots cultivate at least 5 times slower than single-element roots? The 5 times referenced here is merely the foundation. To illustrate, single-element roots, also known as heavenly roots, typically possess a purity of 100. Once a spiritual root's purity reaches 100, the speed of absorbing spiritual energy doubles. When comparing a 5-element root with a single-element root of the same purity, the 5-element root is inherently slower by a factor of 5. Moreover, virtually all 5-element roots in existence sum to a maximum of 100. Hence, as you progress, you will find that single-element cultivators will outpace you by dozens of times, and even dual and triple-element cultivators will surpass you by 10 to 20 times. Yang Xian was left stunned. He knew 5-element roots were undesirable, but he hadn't anticipated the extent of their inferiority. However, recalling his devouring spirit, he felt a measure of reassurance. Thus, he timidly inquired, "Can I still join Baiyun sect?" The middle-aged uncle chuckled. "Given your uniquely poor 5-element root, you may enter as an outer disciple. I too am curious to see if you will undergo any changes in the future." With that, he turned and departed. Upon hearing that he could join Baiyun sect, Yang Xian was overjoyed and deeply bowed in gratitude to the departing uncle. "Thank you, uncle." He then turned to the young man. Bowing deeply again, "Thank you, uncle." The young man smiled and said, "No need for thanks, let us go. Enter the sect." At this moment, Yang Xian noticed that all the inspections had concluded. Out of over 2,000 individuals, only 17 remained. Such a low ratio. The middle-aged uncle and 3 other uncles finished their preparations. The middle-aged uncle produced a piece of white cloth, resembling a handkerchief, and threw it to the ground, instantly transforming it into a fabric measuring 2 zhang in length and width, floating 3 fingers above the ground. The middle-aged uncle stepped to the edge of the fabric, calling out, "Everyone, come aboard. I will take you to the outer gate." The other uncles followed closely behind him, and Yang Xian, along with the other dozen individuals, stepped onto the fabric. Standing on it was not as soft and yielding as he had imagined. It felt almost like standing on solid ground. As the middle-aged uncle commanded the fabric to rise, it slowly ascended to a height of 8 or 9 zhang, swiftly passing through the mountain gate and ascending even higher as they soared towards the depths of the dragon-shaped mountain range. It felt as if they could almost reach out and touch the clouds above. In an instant, they accelerated, causing several individuals among the 17 to lose their balance and plop down onto the fabric, choosing to remain seated. Those who managed to stay upright, including Yang Xian, glanced down at the ground and felt their faces turn pale, daring not to look any further. Yang Xian, unable to resist stealing another glance, felt his stomach churn violently as if he might be sick at any moment. He hastily activated his cultivation technique, allowing the spiritual energy to circulate throughout his body repeatedly until he felt a slight relief. At that moment, the voice of a senior uncle standing in front of him cut through the howling winds. "None of you possess any cultivation at present. Even if you do, this is likely your first experience riding a flying artifact at such a high altitude. Thus, feeling somewhat uncomfortable is perfectly normal. In the future, when you reach the 7th layer of Qi training and practice sword flight, you will soon become accustomed to flying back and forth." After a quarter of an hour, the flying artifact gradually descended, ultimately landing on a vast platform where 200 to 300 people were already lining up in succession. Once the 17 of them disembarked and formed a line under the guidance of a senior uncle, the others on the platform also positioned themselves accordingly. It was as if a silent agreement had been reached. The previously bustling platform suddenly fell into an eerie silence. Suddenly, Yang Xian caught sight of an elderly man with white hair standing on a flying sword, suspended in midair. "So, a significant figure has arrived? No wonder it became so quiet all at once." The elderly man spoke slowly. "I am the leader of the Baiyun sect. I am pleased to announce that this year, We have welcomed more recruits than in previous years, with nearly 300 individuals hailing from esteemed cultivation families. Notably, this year, we have discovered 17 individuals with spiritual roots among the common folk, which is quite rare. You may proceed. You have 6 months to prepare. As of now, you are all outer disciples. After 6 months, there will be a newcomer assessment, and some of you may be exceptionally promoted to inner disciples, while others may unfortunately be demoted to servant disciples. After the white-haired leader departed, a young man addressed the crowd, "Follow me," and promptly turned to lead the way. Perhaps the leader's words instilled a sense of urgency, for no one uttered a word as they followed him through the platform. Behind the platform lay numerous pathways, and the young man guided them to the farthest right, leading them into a small valley. On either side of the valley were numerous stone houses, each consisting of 3 rooms enclosed in a separate courtyard, all nearly identical. Chapter 11. The Newcomer Valley. The valley contained flowing rivers and rolling hills. The young man gestured towards the valley, sweeping his arm in a semicircle. "Do you see? This will be your cultivation place for the next 6 months. Those small courtyards will serve as your residences. Feel free to choose one. Once selected, you cannot change it. Do you see that hill in the middle? The highest slope is where I reside. For the next 6 months, you will largely be under my supervision. However, if any issues arise that you cannot resolve on your own, you may go to the second floor. Generally, you will have the freedom to move about unless someone engages in private dueling." Following his gesture, the slope appeared to be about 50 zhang high, resembling an enormous steamed bun, topped with a 3-story building. The plaque at the entrance bore the words Jigu. Once he confirmed that everyone had seen the building, he continued, "My name is Zhang Biao. You may call me Senior Brother or Manager Zhang, of course. You may also refer to me as Big Biao, whichever you prefer. However, there was someone who called me that, and after making a mistake, I made him build 2 courtyards as punishment." Upon hearing this, Yang Xian discreetly scrutinized the imposing figure of Big Biao. Standing just over 1.7 meters tall, he had a robust physique that exuded an aura of intimidation, making it clear he was not to be trifled with. Even his voice carried an underlying menace. He added, "One last point to emphasize. Listen carefully. It is strictly prohibited to relieve yourselves indiscriminately in this valley and to engage in private combat. However, I must admit, I genuinely hope that some of you will forget these 2 rules." Observing that some seemed not to grasp why he hoped for such a thing, he chuckled, summoning a flying sword that lifted him into the air. Before suddenly pausing mid-flight, "Oh, I forgot to mention, you are now free to do as you please. If you have time, feel free to visit Jigu to read." As Senior Brother Zhang departed, some were left puzzled, others breathed a sigh of relief, but most diligently committed to memory the rules against indiscriminate urination and private dueling. Yang Xian, however, felt a sense of wariness regarding Zhang's hope that someone would forget the rules. Why would he wish for others to err? It was evidently a veiled emphasis. Those who transgressed would face punishment. Yes, this Big Biao seemed to invite mistakes to fulfill some ulterior motive. Once Yang Xian grasped this nuance, his impression of Big Biao improved somewhat. He was subtly warning everyone not to it seemed wise to remain vigilant. Although he was not a slovenly person, it was somewhat awkward that for over a decade, he had lived in an environment where he was the sole occupant. Relieving oneself indiscriminately had been somewhat normal in that context, and breaking such habits would require time. With over 300 individuals, there existed as many aesthetic preferences, each occupying the courtyards they found appealing. Yang Xian chose a courtyard near the river, its environment reminiscent of the thatched cottage he had near a small stream. There were no walls. A circle of trees and thorns surrounded it. The 3 stone houses were arranged linearly, with a stone-paved courtyard in front, matching the length of the houses and measuring 2 zhang in width. The central stone house had a main entrance, with 2 side doors connecting to the adjacent rooms. One room contained a bed, furnished with new bedding, and he casually tossed his backpack onto the bed. A rectangular table and a chair were positioned beneath the window, alongside a small wardrobe. Aside from the side door leading to the middle room, there were no other openings. This was the bedroom. The other room was similarly designed, with only one completely sealed window and a mat laid upon the floor. Yang Xian couldn't help but marvel at the thoughtful design of the entrances. These modest temporary stone houses were constructed to preserve the privacy of their inhabitants. After familiarizing himself with his temporary abode, he recalled senior brother Zhang's suggestion to visit Jigu for reading. Thus, he locked the door, leaving the key hanging on the lock, and made his way to the foot of the mountain where Jigu was located. A row of stone steps led upward, directly to the summit. Upon entering Jigu, he discovered that while it appeared to be 3 separate rooms from the outside, it actually comprised a grand hall supported by several stone pillars. A row of bookshelves lined the walls, and there was a staircase leading to the second floor. At that moment, the hall was already occupied by a dozen individuals, with more arriving in succession. He casually approached a bookshelf and pulled out a volume, its cover inscribed with Baiyun Sect, Volume 1. He extracted another book, its cover reading Disciples, Knowledge. Holding both volumes, he lowered his gaze to examine the titles. Standing there quietly, his brow furrowed in a contemplative state. After a brief moment, he flipped through the pages, reading for a while before closing the book and returning it to the shelf, then turned to ascend the stairs to the second floor. The second floor was laid out as 2 rooms and a hall, and finding no one in the hall, he approached an open room. There, he spotted a young woman in blue seated at a desk. Engrossed in reading, she appeared to be only slightly older than him, prompting him to call out, "Senior sister." As the young woman looked up, he felt a sudden illumination, a sensation he could not quite articulate. Having encountered few women, he lacked a definitive understanding of beauty, but upon seeing her, he felt an emotional resonance akin to the joy of witnessing his medicinal fields adorned with blooming flowers. His heart felt light and he longed to gaze upon her longer. "Is there something you need?" she inquired. Yang Xian felt his cheeks flush. "I wanted to ask if there is a place to learn to read." "Learn to read? You can't read?" His face reddened further, not due to any other thoughts, but simply because he felt embarrassed admitting to a beautiful woman that he couldn't read. He corrected himself, "Not entirely. I recognize some characters, but I can't fully understand the books downstairs." "How many have you read?" "There are many books downstairs. Not being able to read them all is no issue," she replied nonchalantly. "There are over 10,000 volumes. Hee, I read 2 covers," he admitted. The young woman exclaimed, "What? Covers? You mean the covers of 2 books?" "Yes," Yang Xian said, not wishing to delve further into the topic. "Is that what you call recognizing some?" "That's not even close. Someone who can't read would never think to look at books like you do." Yang Xian felt an overwhelming urge to turn and leave. This was becoming unbearably awkward. He sensed that the young woman was no longer beautiful in his eyes. She simply didn't know how to engage in conversation. "Senior sister, I understand the cultivation techniques I practice. I know them all." Yang Xian felt the need to assert himself. Walk for a quarter of an hour to the end of the valley. There are some servant disciples there. They will prepare your meals, and you can ask them. If you offer some silver, someone should be willing to teach you. "Thank you, senior sister," he replied, but she did not respond, evidently uninterested in continuing the discussion about his reading abilities. After leaving, Yang Xian wasted no time and headed straight for his destination at the valley's end. To his surprise, the ground here was remarkably flat, resembling a vast plaza. A long row of buildings was situated behind the plaza, forming a faade that effectively blocked the valley's exit. He casually entered one of the buildings, discovering it to be a dining area. Inside, there was a long counter with many neatly arranged iron boxes containing prepared dishes. Upon seeing him enter, a middle-aged woman wearing an apron called out from behind the counter, "Oh, you are the first to arrive. Oh, is there any protocol for coming here?" Yang Xian inquired. "Today is your first day entering the valley. People tend to arrive at varying times, but in the future, it will mostly be organized around morning, noon, and evening." Chapter 12. Quiet contemplation. From their conversation, Yang Xian learned that this was their dining hall, where they could eat at any time without charge. Certainly, one is restricted to consuming only the pre-prepared dishes available at the counter. Should one desire to indulge in more exquisite offerings, it necessitates personal expenditure. Furthermore, this may well be the last place where they utilize gold and silver. For beyond these confines, once they ascend to become true outer disciples, they will be using a substance known as spirit stones. As for his inquiry about finding someone to teach him characters, the middle-aged woman, no, perhaps it would be more appropriate to refer to her as a middle-aged sister, revealed to him through their conversation that those working in this row of houses are all temporary disciples assigned from the miscellaneous department. Most of them harbor little hope of advancing to the outer sect, hence they address anyone as senior brother. The sister assured him she would assist in finding someone knowledgeable to instruct him. In truth, Yang Xian wished to convey that the level of knowledge was of little consequence. He merely sought to learn to recognize characters. However, her enthusiasm compelled him to express his gratitude. Once he finished conversing with the sister and had satiated his appetite, which was somewhat overwhelming due to the delightful aroma of the food, he refrained from wandering elsewhere. Instead, he returned to a small courtyard by the river and slept soundly until the following morning. When he returned for his meal, he was met with a considerable crowd, with groups of 2 or 3 arriving together, as well as solitary diners like himself. Due to his upbringing, he possessed a somewhat introverted nature, making social interactions uncomfortable for him. Thus, after procuring his meal, he sought a secluded corner to dine, quietly listening to the conversations around him, from which he gleaned various insights about the sect. For instance, those hailing from families of cultivators already possess knowledge of their inherent spiritual roots and should have commenced their cultivation long ago. However, most opted to wait until they joined the Baiyun sect to select a superior cultivation technique. Once cultivation begins, opportunities to change techniques arise only after reaching the foundation establishment stage. Switching methods during the qi refining phase would necessitate dispersing one's energy and starting anew, leading to prolonged delays. Conversely, some individuals from families closely allied with the Baiyun sect had already embarked on their cultivation journeys and had achieved a certain level of prowess. This group expressed considerable frustration at having wasted 6 months in idle waiting. Yet, the Baiyun sect remained indifferent to their grievances, adhering to a unified protocol for all newcomers, facilitating management by arranging everyone after 6 months. Moreover, he learned that the Knowledge Pavilion had cultivation techniques, and those who had not reached the first layer of qi refining after 6 months, regardless of their spiritual roots, would be relegated to the miscellaneous disciple status. Those who broke through to the 7th layer of qi refining would be admitted to the inner sect, a privilege afforded to those from influential families. Yang Xian dared not change cultivation techniques. Whether or not he could find one suitable for his spiritual roots was uncertain, and he certainly did not wish to gamble on the consequences of dispersing his energy. Thus, the Knowledge Pavilion offered him little assistance. After finishing his meal, he encountered the individual tasked with teaching him to recognize characters, a young man dressed in scholarly attire named Xia, and this attire resembled that which he had seen once at a mortal marketplace. Exuding an air of erudition, Xian stated he required no gold or silver for his instruction. His only condition was that Yang Xian would assist him in the future when he was capable. 10 years prior, at the age of 10, he had entered the sect. Yet, having failed to break through to qi refining within 6 months, he became a miscellaneous disciple. Now, after a decade, he had only reached the 2nd layer of qi refining. To re-enter the outer sect, he must break through to the 4th layer. However, it proved exceedingly difficult for miscellaneous disciples to advance, lacking both cultivation resources and time due to various duties. Therefore, Xian yearned to enter the outer sect, determined to fight for his chance. After all, lifespans are limited to a mere century beneath the foundation establishment stage, and as one ages, cultivation slows. By the age of 60, the hope of achieving foundation establishment becomes virtually non-existent. Yang Xian acquiesced, considering it a mutual assistance agreement. In the days that followed, he practiced swordsmanship in the mornings, while Xian visited him at noon to teach him characters for an hour. And in the evenings, he practiced the 5 elements technique. Each day, Xian would bring lunch, and eventually, Yang Xian opted to forego breakfast, requesting that Xian bring additional food, including dinner. As 2 months swiftly passed, he finally broke through in his sword technique, achieving a level of proficiency that nearly tripled his speed and significantly enhanced his power. Another 3 months elapsed, and he reached the 4th layer of qi refining. With only a month remaining until the assessment period, he resolved to moderate his pace of cultivation. During these 5 months, under Xian's tutelage, he had become quite knowledgeable, discovering that he learned rapidly. Even Xian remarked upon his exceptional learning ability. Throughout these 5 months, he did not merely learn to recognize characters. He also understood their meanings and could compose simple poetry and prose with ease. Indeed, as cultivators advance in their abilities, their capacity to learn accelerates. Generally, those in the foundation establishment stage possess near photographic memories, while those in the Qi refining stage can retain information after a few readings. One day at noon, Xian not only brought lunch but also 2 jars of wine. After 5 months of companionship, they had developed a solid friendship. Their meal was characterized by a lack of excessive conversation, as their bond had matured beyond the need for flattery, which would only seem disingenuous. Ultimately, Yang Xian became intoxicated, and even in his drunken state, he refrained from promising future assistance. Yet, he knew he would certainly help Xian when the time came. Xian departed without saying goodbye, as both understood they would meet again. They were friends. Time flew swiftly, and before long, the day of the assessment arrived. Yang Xian arrived early at the designated location, which was the very platform from which they had first entered the sect via the flying carpet. Now he understood that the fabric was called a flying carpet. 10 days prior, he had also learned of a certain fellow's aspirations. As someone had finally violated the sect's regulations and was punished by being tasked with paving a mile of stone pathways. The method of assessment was somewhat unexpected. Once all were gathered, an inner sect elder glanced over them before leading away a group of 10 or so who had broken through to the 7th layer. Following this, another outer sect elder arrived to escort away another group. Concluding the process, the outer sect disciples taken were directed to the miscellaneous department, leaving the remaining individuals unattended. Just as Yang Xian began to feel puzzled, a radiant light emanated from beneath his feet, growing increasingly bright until a flash of white light enveloped them, causing all to vanish as the white light flickered. Yang Xian only felt a momentary disorientation before regaining clarity. Yet, the scene around him had transformed. He found himself on a similar platform, but this time before a grand hall. An elderly man was smiling at them, saying, "Young ones, congratulations on officially becoming disciples of the Baiyun sect. Now, one by one, please enter to claim what is rightfully yours." After delivering his words, the elder strode into the hall. Upon entering, Yang Xian beheld a spacious room. One side featured a row of small chambers with windows facing the hall. The remaining 3 walls were adorned with task boards, indicating this was likely the affairs hall, the place where the outer sect issued tasks. As new disciples were admitted only once every decade. This hall also served to register and distribute supplies to newcomers, a detail he had gleaned from the family disciples. Approaching a window just as someone vacated it, he reported his information and received a storage bag before departing. Chapter 13. The cave abode outside the hall. He examined the storage bag in his hand, a small gray pouch, no larger than a palm. The bag bore incomprehensible patterns, secured at the opening with a black string. He attempted to untie it by hand, but was unsuccessful. Upon channeling his spiritual energy into the bag, he perceived a 3-foot space within. Inside lay 2 sets of blue garments, 2 pairs of cloth boots, a jade slip, a disciple's waist token, a book, a bottle of fasting pills, and 3 milky white stones. Noticing the stones, he recognized them as identical to one he had purchased at Shuangshan Gorge. Wrapping his spiritual energy around one, he willed it into his palm. After carefully scrutinizing it, he confirmed that the stone he had absorbed previously was indeed a spirit stone. In a wonder he had found it so easy to perceive spiritual energy. He was holding a stone imbued with spiritual power, combined with 5 years of foundational perception. It was hardly surprising. All he had lacked was the right opportunity, and the spirit stone had perfectly fulfilled that role. Once more, he channeled a strand of spiritual energy into the storage bag, perceiving the space within his mind again. He then connected a strand to the spirit stone, and with a thought, the stone was returned to the storage bag. After several successful attempts, he became adept at it. Finally, he removed the waist token and the jade slip, channeling spiritual energy into the token, which imparted information into his mind. Yang Xian, a disciple of the Baiyun sect, hailing from a medicinal farming background, currently in the Qi refining stage of the outer sect. Upon examining the jade slip, he found it filled with a wealth of cultivation knowledge and a comprehensive map of the Baiyun sect and its surroundings. The Baiyun sect resided on a dragon-shaped mountain range, with the tail as the main entrance and the body representing the outer sect, the area they currently occupied. Below their region, at the dragon's claws, lay the miscellaneous department. Ascending from the dragon's heart, the mountain gradually steepened until reaching the dragon's head, where the inner disciples resided. This area was sparsely populated, with considerable distances between individuals. The entire Dragon's Head, where the sect master, elders, and true disciples resided, was situated above. The territory extending 200 miles beyond the dragon's body belonged to the Baiyun sect, with no other cultivators permitted to enter without the sect's consent. Extending outward for another 1,000 miles from the 200-mile radius, all fell under the jurisdiction of the Baiyun sect. Within this expanse lay several mortal kingdoms, which annually paid tribute to the sect in exchange for common weapons and elixirs. The forests beyond the dragon's tail were mere ordinary woodlands inhabited solely by wild beasts. However, as one approached the dragon's head from the outer disciple area, one began to encounter demonic beasts. The deeper one ventured, the more formidable the demonic beasts became, with the depths towards the dragon's mouth considered a forbidden zone for humans. After comprehensively understanding the sect's layout, he sought the location of the outer sect's affairs hall on the map and promptly made his way there. This time, no one accompanied them. A throng of people journeyed for nearly half a day before finally arriving at the steward hall. At this moment, Yang Xian clearly sensed the vastness of the entire Baiyun sect. Upon reaching the steward hall, designated for the allocation of cave abodes, he observed a rather unscrupulous-looking middle-aged man registering the disciples' cave information. After completing the registration, while distributing the cave keys, he did not forget to furtively glance at the female disciples. As one disciple after another finished their registration and departed, when it was almost Yang Xian's turn, he noticed a family disciple ahead of him discreetly placing 2 spirit stones beneath his waist token as he handed it to the steward for registration. As the steward accepted the waist token, the 2 spirit stones conveniently slipped into his hand, and when he returned the waist token to the disciple, the spirit stones had vanished without a trace. Clearly, they had been pocketed by the steward. A flurry of thoughts raced through Yang Xian's mind. Bribery? Is it necessary to bribe for cave allocations? Could there be some hidden agenda? He had always been intelligent. Albeit somewhat introverted, in an instant, he grasped the implication. If a cave could be secured with merely 2 spirit stones, it was undoubtedly not as straightforward as it seemed. Without further ado, when he took his own waist token, he discreetly placed 2 spirit stones beneath it as well. The middle-aged steward casually glanced at him, and a mutual understanding flickered in their eyes. Indeed, as the steward took the waist token, the spirit stones seamlessly found their way into his palm. And when he returned the waist token, there was no longer any trace of the spirit stones. Clearly, he had succeeded in his bribery. Finally securing his cave key, he found it to be a jade tablet, 2 fingers wide and 1 finger long, inscribed with the characters 90-7. As he searched around, he finally spotted the number 97 inscribed on a stone wall, beneath which lay a stone door. He stepped through the stone door and noticed a small groove on the doorframe, surrounded by an incomprehensible pattern. Upon placing the key into the groove, the stone door opened silently, astonishingly without a sound. Despite its considerable weight, as the door swung open, the key unexpectedly leaped out, which he caught deftly. Inside was a passageway about 10 feet long, with a similar groove on the doorframe at the end. Upon traversing the passage, he entered a grand hall, with the passage serving as its entrance. To the left was a wooden door leading to a bedroom, while on the right was a cultivation chamber. As he pushed open the door to the cultivation room, a rich aura of spiritual energy greeted him. At that moment, he surmised that, barring any unforeseen circumstances, this must be the reward for his bribery. Such a dense concentration of spiritual energy surely could not be found in every cave. After closing the door, the spiritual energy ceased to leak out. Behind the hall, there was another door leading to a training ground. Adjacent to the training ground was a fissure in the mountain, from which a small stone staircase descended 3 or 4 feet, leading to another stone door. Upon opening it with his key, he was taken aback to discover it was a restroom. He had anticipated something more enigmatic. After a thorough exploration, he still could not discern the source of the cave's illumination. Not only was it bright, but the air was also refreshingly pure. Entering the bedroom, he removed his backpack and placed its contents into a storage bag. Subsequently, he donned the disciple's attire, a blue robe, secured the jade tablet at his waist, and tied back his hair with a simple cord, leaving a strand to cascade down his forehead, finally resembling a young gentleman. With a new abode came a renewed spirit. Just as he was about to rest on the bed, he noticed a spirit stone embedded in the stone wall beside the bed. It was almost imperceptible at first glance. He reached out and, to his surprise, dislodged it. Instantly, the cave was engulfed in darkness. Fumbling, he pressed the spirit stone back into place, and the cave was illuminated once more, so that was the source of the light. This must be the formation they spoke of. After lying down for a while, he proceeded to the cultivation room, eager to fully immerse himself in the life of a sect disciple. He planned to cultivate for a few days before undertaking sect tasks to earn some resources. As he began to circulate his cultivation technique, he was continuously absorbing the abundant spiritual energy even faster than during his usual talent activation sessions, and at this moment, he had not yet activated his talent. Excitedly, he let out a shout and promptly activated his Devour Spirit technique. Within 3 breaths, the room's spiritual energy was completely depleted. However, immediately after, a vast amount of spiritual energy surged forth from beneath the mat. Replenishing the room and maintaining a delicate balance point 3 days later, he emerged from his cave. The spiritual energy in the cultivation room had not yet regained its previous density. It seemed he had been overly optimistic. After 3 days of ravenous absorption, the previously accumulated spiritual energy was nearly exhausted. It would take some time to recover before he could continue his absorption. These 3 days had likely been the result of the 2 spirit stones he had used. Chapter 14. The Sword Tower in the Steward Hall. There was a small-scale teleportation array capable of transporting individuals to various locations within the sect. However, each teleportation required 3 spirit stones. Yang Xian had none. And even if he did, he was reluctant to part with them, as he only received 3 spirit stones each month. Therefore, when he arrived at the task hall, many had already gathered to accept tasks. He approached a task wall, densely covered with task boards. There were tasks for assisting others within the sect, quests for retrieving items, and countless oddities. Turning to another wall, he found it devoid of task boards but filled with inscriptions. Resembling a bulletin board, the phrase rewarding tasks stood out prominently in bold, its letters twice the size of others. Beneath these words were several smaller inscriptions. Challenge task. Challenge the first-ranked outer sect disciple. If successful and maintain the position for 1 month, reward of 1,000 low-grade spirit stones. For each additional month at the first position, reward of 300 low-grade spirit stones. Note: this reward is only applicable for the first challenge. Challenge the second-ranked outer sect disciple. If successful and maintain the position for 1 month, reward of 500 low-grade spirit stones. For each additional month at the second position, reward of 200 low-grade spirit stones. Note: this reward is only applicable for the first challenge. Challenge the third-ranked outer sect disciple. Achievement task. Promote to a first-level alchemist, reward of 200 low-grade spirit stones. Promote to a second-level alchemist, reward of 500 low-grade spirit stones. Promote to a 7th-level alchemist, reward of 10,000 high-grade spirit stones. Breakthrough task. Successfully clear the first level of the Sword Tower, reward of 2 low-grade spirit stones. The second level for stones. This reward doubles at each level, and each level's reward is only valid for the first successful challenge. Note: this task is designed as encouragement for low-level disciples and is only open for rewards at the first 9 levels. Requiring no acceptance, rewards can be claimed directly at the Tower Steward's window upon successful completion. Upon reading this, Yang Xian swiftly turned and headed for the Sword Tower, as he concluded that this task offered the quickest monetary return and required the least time. An hour later, he arrived at the base of the towering 36 levels, where the atmosphere was abuzz with activity. Some stood, some sat on the ground, engaging in spirited discussions, while all eyes were drawn to a white jade plaque embedded in the 17th level, currently illuminated by a bright red light alongside 8 black lights. Suddenly, 2 of the black lights disappeared. The wave of gasps erupted from the crowd. Brother Ma is incredible. He just took out 2 in one go. He can't possibly break Sister Zhang's record, can he? Surely not. Sister Zhang reached the 18th level and took out 1. Amidst the discussion surrounding Brother Ma and Sister Zhang, Yang Xian entered a small room at the front of the tower. Apart from a steward's window, the room was mostly empty, with the teleportation array to enter the tower situated in the center. The steward, an elderly man appearing to be in his 70s or 80s, waved his hand after Yang Xian presented his disciple token. Go ahead, do not place the disciple token in the storage bag. Keep it at your waist. After securing his storage bag, he stood in the teleportation array and, enveloped in a flash of white light, arrived at the first level, which was an expansive, empty space, devoid of anything. Suddenly, a mass of black mist appeared 10 feet in front of him, instantly twisting and elongating into a misty figure wielding a 3-foot-long sword. Lunging towards him. The moment the black mist emerged, Yang Xian had already drawn his sword, stepping forward to thrust it directly at the figure's brow. With a soft thud, the misty figure's sword halted just an inch above his head, dissipating into black mist, revealing a teleportation array in its place. Stepping through the teleportation array again, he found himself on the second level, where 2 mist figures at the second level of Qi refining awaited him. Before they could strike, Yang Xian closed the distance in a flash, drawing his sword to sweep horizontally. With 2 soft thuds, the black mist figures vanished. On the third level, he drew his sword twice to pass through. As his figure materialized on the fourth level, he had no time to survey his surroundings before a sharp sword aura struck at the back of his head. Yang Xian immediately dropped to the ground, and just before his body touched the floor, he gripped his sword with his left hand, using the sword's support to pivot and slash upward from the left. Clang! His upward thrust intercepted the incoming sword aura, and the tip of his sword struck true. However, he was then sent reeling by a powerful force, crashing into the ground a foot away, sliding 3 feet further. Before he could stabilize himself, another sword aura sliced towards him. Yang Xian was taken aback. He had not anticipated such treachery from this level's mist figures, resorting to ambush tactics. Having lost the initiative, he could only roll away and simultaneously use the sword sheath in his left hand to execute the final move of the first stance of the sword drawing technique. Casting the sheath towards the first mist figure, which had been pushed back but was now charging at him again. Typically, this maneuver was employed by those at the 6th level of Qi refining when retreating, as it was not possible to control the sword. If the weapon was cast aside and the enemy was not slain, one would need to flee immediately. As the sheath was thrown, he had no time to observe the outcome. The second sword aura grazed past him, striking the ground. Seizing the opportunity, he swiftly rose and retreated just in time to evade the next attack aimed at him. That moment, he noticed the first mist figure had been struck in the chest by the sword sheath and was slowly dissipating. Meanwhile, the second mist figure launched another attack, thrusting its sword towards him with 3 deadly strikes aimed at his head, heart, and dantian, exuding a chilling malice. Confronted by the glimmering blade, Yang Xian felt an ephemeral whiff of death, prompting him to retreat with the swiftness of lightning. Yet, the 3 blossoms of the sword remained a mere 3 inches from him, perpetually pursuing his every movement. In his backward flight, having lost his sheath, he found himself momentarily at a loss as to how to draw his sword. Beads of sweat, resembling pearls, dripped from the tip of his nose, the precarious balance between life and death. Thoughts of the medicinal fields flooded his mind, recalling the countless moments spent practicing the sword-drawing technique. He pondered, could he not draw his sword in the absence of a sheath? No, since he lacked a sheath in hand. He would conjure one in his imagination. If he could not evade the impending strike, he would confront it with all his might. In an instant, he plunged into an enigmatic state. The tumult of his emotions settled as tranquility enveloped him. No sorrow, no joy, no fear. Fixing his gaze upon the sword blossoms hovering 3 inches away, he mimicked his usual practice, drawing his sword in retreat and thrusting forward. A surge of sword energy erupted from the tip of his blade. A slender beam of white light piercing through the fog, emerging from the brow of the shadowy figure behind him, as the dark mist dissipated. Yang Xian maintained his forward thrust, savoring the essence of his recent strike. His speed had more than doubled, and the sword energy he unleashed bore greater penetrating power than ever before. In that moment, he felt as though he embodied the sword, with the sword energy extending from his very being. As if he could command the direction of the blade's light, attacking his target with the force of his will. The precarious dance of life and death, he had finally transcended from the initiation of the sword-drawing technique to its minor mastery. The final moment of relinquishing all restraint, charging forward with unwavering resolve, perfectly encapsulated the essence of the sword-drawing technique, allowing a portion of his vitality and spirit to meld with the sword energy, resulting in a harmonious strike. Chapter 15. Breaking into the sword tower, Yang Xian repeatedly reflected upon the state he had just achieved in drawing his sword, practicing several times to confirm his mastery. He retrieved his sheath and stepped into the teleportation array, leading to the 5th floor. As he materialized on the 5th floor, he placed his hand on the hilt of his sword. His mind on high alert, prepared for another ambush. Yet, this time, no such assault came. The reason for the ambush on the 4th floor stemmed from its correspondence with the mid-stage of Qi training, which marked a distinct divide from the initial stage of Qi training. Though the anticipated ambush did not materialize, he soon found himself flanked by 2 shadowy figures of the 5th stage of Qi training, one wielding a sword while the other bore no weapon. This left him perplexed. Why was the unarmed figure devoid of a weapon? Was this not the sword tower? Uncertain of the unfolding situation, he dared not act recklessly, and the shadowy figures remained still, seemingly waiting for him to make the first move. With this in mind, he exerted force beneath his feet and lunged forward, closing in on the unarmed figure in the blink of an eye. Swiftly drawing, thrusting, and then sheathing his sword, all 3 actions completed in less than a second. A beam of sword energy flashed before the chest of the unarmed figure, but was thwarted by a shield composed of mist. Simultaneously, the other figure unexpectedly appeared behind him, launching a direct strike aimed at his back. Although he anticipated that any attack on one would expose him to the other's assault, he had not expected the opponent's speed to be so formidable. With no time to ponder, he executed a swift evasion, dodging the strike aimed at his back while drawing his sword. Fingers splayed as the hilt rotated in his grasp before he firmly gripped it once more, reversing the blade for a thrust. The sound of the sword-piercing flesh echoed, but he could not afford to linger, as a rapidly approaching ice shard materialized before him, barely 2 feet away. Faced with such proximity, he had no time to withdraw the sword embedded in the figure's body. Instead, he swung his left hand, using the sheath to perform a diagonal slash. The moment the blade made contact, shards of ice flew, and he deftly leaped out of the encirclement formed by the shadowy figures, witnessing that the figure he had pierced had not vanished but had become somewhat translucent. Seeing this, he swiftly sheathed his sword and dashed to the side, intent on delivering another strike, eager to take advantage of his opponent's weakened state. However, just as he took 2 steps, a barrage of fireballs rained down upon him. He once again retreated, evading the onslaught, but in doing so, he had forfeited the chance to eliminate the sword-wielding Shadow in the spot he had just vacated. Fireballs detonated in rapid succession, the cacophony of explosions disorienting him. After the smoke cleared, the 3 figures stood in a triangular formation, refraining from any rash movements. Yang Xian hesitated, unsure of how to break the stalemate. The 2 shadowy figures seemed to be waiting for him to make the first move. He found it peculiar that Baiyun's sect, a sword-centric sect, would have shadowy figures employing spells, and though he had only heard of such sorcery, he was unfamiliar with it and could not devise an effective countermeasure. He resolved to test whether his integrated sword strike could breach the shield. If not, he would first eliminate the sword-wielding figure and then gradually seek an opportunity. With this plan in mind, he sprinted towards the sword-wielding Shadow. Just as he took 2 steps, he feigned a sword-drawing motion, halted, and swiftly dodged a fireball that appeared out of nowhere. In a flash, he reached the spell-casting Shadow. Drawing his sword with heightened focus, thrusting it directly, he sensed something within him merging with the spiritual energy, infusing the blade with a radiant sword energy that penetrated the figure's brow before it could mount a defense. After dispatching that opponent, he felt a wave of weakness wash over him. His spiritual energy was nearly depleted, and his spirit was wearied. At that moment, the sword-wielding Shadow arrived, launching an attack that he easily evaded. Perhaps due to the previous strike he had landed, though the Shadow was not vanquished, its combat effectiveness had significantly diminished, allowing him to dispatch it with 2 swift strikes. After eliminating the 2 shadowy figures, he collapsed onto the ground, beginning to recuperate his spiritual energy while digesting the lessons learned from this battle. First and foremost, He realized that the sword-drawing technique did not necessitate returning the sword to its sheath after each strike to gather strength. Rather, drawing the sword was a mindset, a belief, an attitude that dared to confront formidable foes. Of course, this was merely his interpretation, and all would require further validation and comprehension. Additionally, through this battle, he came to understand his lack of a movement technique, one that would enhance his speed. Currently, he could control the sword energy to a maximum range of 6 feet. Beyond that, it would suddenly collapse if an enemy stood 1 or 2 yards away. He would need to close the distance to strike, or alternatively, wait for the opponent to approach before countering. However, such a strategy would leave him at a disadvantage against adversaries of comparable strength. Aside from the need for a movement skill, there was also the matter of his cultivation level. The 4th stage was too low. Although he had just defeated 2 figures of the 5th stage using sword techniques, he questioned whether he could hold his ground against someone truly at the 5th stage. After approximately an hour of recuperation, he estimated that the time was nearly right. Having cleared the level, he could either ascend to the 6th floor or infuse his disciple token with spiritual energy to be immediately transported out. The final option was to remain for an hour post-clearance, after which he would automatically be teleported out, presumably to allow those wishing to ascend further a moment to recover. For him, the 5th floor already represented a challenge beyond his current capabilities. He had never truly considered breaching the 6th floor, but was curious to gauge the disparity between himself and those at the 6th stage of Qi training, in order to determine whether to flee or engage in future encounters. Steeling himself, he tightened his grip on the sword, enveloping himself in spiritual energy, particularly focusing on the disciple token at his waist, ready to flee at the first sign of danger. Once all preparations were complete, he stepped into the teleportation array on the 6th floor. As soon as he steadied himself, he beheld 2 shadowy figures standing side by side. Raising their hands to unleash twin sword strikes, he had no time to draw his sword, forcing him to awkwardly raise it to shoulder height, only to be sent flying by the overwhelming force. The freshly raised sword was violently knocked back, colliding harshly against his chest, and in his shock, he could not suppress a mouthful of blood as a flash of white light engulfed him, whisking him away from the 6th floor. When he regained his senses, he found himself back at the teleportation array in the Elder's small chamber. The Elder observed the blood at the corner of his mouth and smiled. "Not bad, young one. To have survived in the 6th floor without being slain at the 4th stage of Qi training is commendable. Your sword skills are impressive. If you were to learn a movement technique, you might dare to challenge the 6th floor. You are aware of the circumstances within?" Yang Xian inquired, somewhat astonished for a considerable time. He had been searching for a suitable technique to maximize the opportunity before him. In his hands were 2 tomes on footwork, one titled Xiaoyao Step, a method characterized by agile movements within a limited space, allowing one to glide gracefully with a sense of freedom and ease. The other was Xuantian Shu, a technique that enabled a single stride to cover distances as swift as lightning, traversing 2 miles in a heartbeat. However, mastering this technique required a robust physique. A frail body would be torn apart by its sheer speed. Faced with these 2 options, he found himself in a quandary, desiring both, yet ultimately opting for Xuantian Shu. Feeling it more compatible with his swordsmanship, both demanding unparalleled speed, he returned Xiaoyao Step to its original place and sought out another tome titled Body Refinement Technique. This versatile practice could be cultivated with medicinal elixirs or external stimuli, including burning, freezing, or even lightning strikes. The core essence of this technique revolved around regeneration and enhancement, allowing it to be combined with numerous other body refinement methods. Upon reading the description, Yang Xian recalled Shirling, a technique utilized by demonic beasts primarily focused on bodily refinement. However, when he attempted to assimilate the absorbed spiritual energy into his flesh, a searing pain tore through his entire being. After registering his information, twilight was fast approaching. Reluctant to expend 2 spirit stones, he set off on foot towards his cave dwelling. An hour later, darkness enveloped the land, the moonlight casting a silvery glow upon the ground, while the sounds of resting birds echoed from the treetops, leaving only the sound of Yang Xian's footsteps resonating through the wilderness. As another half-hour passed, he suddenly halted, a sense of unease washing over him. After scanning his surroundings for a moment, he found nothing amiss. Yet he dared not let his guard down. Though this was within the sect, and no beasts dared intrude, what if one of the elders' tamed creatures had escaped? At that moment, a voice pierced the silence from ahead. "See, I told you it needn't be so complicated. Just take him down. This kid is merely a fourth-layer rookie." Another voice chimed in. "Don't be careless. This lad has breached the fifth layer and stepped into the sixth." As they spoke, two masked figures emerged from the thicket 10 paces away. Upon recognizing one of them, particularly due to the term rookie, Yang Xian realized he was the one who had insulted him earlier. He couldn't help but inquire, "What do you want? Why are you blocking my path here?" The other replied bluntly, "We're robbing you." "Kid, hand over your storage bag and scram." "Robbing? You dare to rob within the sect? Aren't you afraid of being discovered?" Yang Xian retorted incredulously, given that they were within the confines of the sect. Moreover, he found it hard to accept that fellow disciples, albeit unfamiliar, would resort to attacking one another. "Kid, if we say you're a rookie, then you're a rookie as long as we don't kill you. What does it matter if we're found out? Besides, to avoid too much commotion, the two of us from the sixth layer will handle this together." Realizing their intent, Yang Xian turned to flee, opting not to retrace his steps but to escape into the forest, where the abundance of cover provided better concealment. Yet, he had scarcely covered 40 paces when they caught up with him. One of them called out, "Kid, just hand over your storage bag, and we'll let you go. Don't even think about hiding it on you. I saw you breach the sixth layer." With that, a sword was swung toward his back. He quickly dodged behind a large rock, unwilling to look back as he continued to weave left and right in his flight. Another wave of sword energy came at him, and with no other option, he swiftly turned and drew his sword, channeling his energy into a single thrust. With a clang, he struck one of the masked figures back. Though he too was forced back several steps, before he could regain his footing, another beam of sword light shot directly at his chest. Although he raised his sword to deflect the sharp attack, a tremendous force sent him flying, crashing into a pile of jagged stones. As he rolled to escape, he heard the voice behind him. "I told you, just surrender your storage bag, and we'll let you be. If you keep running, we might just accidentally kill you." At that moment, Yang Xian was unwilling to relinquish his belongings. He focused intently on sensing the approach of his pursuers. Suddenly, a large stone came into view, and his eyes brightened. He lunged forward, rolling behind the boulder, then picked up a rock and hurled it into the nearby thicket, before crouching down and waiting. After 2 breaths, the masked figures continued their relentless pursuit. Just as they seemed on the verge of catching him, the lad darted left and right like a rabbit, but whenever one raised their sword to strike, their path was obstructed by trees or boulders. Spotting another large stone ahead, they witnessed him fall and pretend to hide behind it. "Fool, does he think we're blind? Does he believe he can escape by sneaking into the thicket?" One of the pursuers, without a second thought, dashed towards the spot where he had seen the branches shake. Yang Xian held his sword, waiting patiently as his spiritual power surged within him, merging his entire being with the sword in his grasp. As he began to count his heartbeats silently, 1, 2, he unsheathed his sword in a downward strike. That moment, the masked figure emerged from behind the boulder, his body unwittingly moving into the path of Yang Xian's blade. The sword was less than a foot away when he managed to twist half his body, but alas, it was too late. His left arm was severed at the shoulder with a sickening thud, followed by a piercing scream that reverberated through the forest. As Yang Xian witnessed the blood gushing forth and heard the agonizing wail, he became momentarily frozen. Throughout his life, he had hunted beasts and witnessed their bloodshed, accustomed to their cries. Yet, this was different. This was a human. Panic surged within him. He had never considered that the act of wounding a person would feel so profoundly different from harming a beast. Chapter 17. A severe injury. Just as Yang Xian was lost in thought, the second masked figure arrived, witnessing his companion on the ground, howling in agony. With a roar of vengeance, he lunged at Yang Xian, sword aimed directly at his chest. The cry jolted Yang Xian back to reality. Instinctively, he dodged to avoid a fatal blow, but was still pierced through the right side of his chest. Facing the imminent threat of death, he retreated frantically, casting his sword sheath at the assailant. The masked figure had no choice but to withdraw and defend himself. After forcing the attacker back, a fountain of blood erupted from Yang Xian's wound. Seizing the brief opportunity, he retaliated with a fierce strike, exuding an aura of desperation that terrified the masked figure into retreat. Clearly, he was prepared to defend against Yang Xian's impending onslaught. Instead, Yang Xian pivoted and ran, executing another sword throw without looking back, desperately fleeing into the thicket. Having braced for an explosive confrontation, the masked figure was caught off guard when Yang Xian turned to flee, just as he prepared to pursue. A flash of white light caught his eye, forcing him to halt and raise his sword in defense. When he glanced again, Yang Xian had vanished from sight. Meanwhile, the figure on the ground, lamenting his severed arm, shouted, "Quick! Kill him! Kill him!" Once in the thicket, Yang Xian changed direction and continued his flight, unwilling to pause. Exhausted from the vigorous sprint, he could feel the blood flowing more rapidly from his chest. After running for a while, he glanced back and saw that he had momentarily evaded his pursuers. Stopping briefly, he tore off a piece of his outer garment, ripping it into strips to bandage his wound as swiftly as possible. Knowing that even if he ran until death, he would not escape without tending to his injuries. Though it was night, the bright moonlight made it easy for his pursuers to track him. And the low-lying thicket offered little concealment, with the scent of blood lingering in the air. Indeed, just as he finished hastily bandaging himself, he heard the sound of dry branches snapping behind him. Not daring to delay, he took off once more. Half an hour passed, and the pursuit continued. Yang Xian felt his vision blurring, unaware of how long he had been fleeing. All he knew was that he had lost too much blood and could scarcely run any longer. While his pursuers remained relentless, anger welled up within him. Why had this robbery escalated to such a personal vendetta? Through his haze, he spotted a long, distant glow ahead, instinctively wanting to avoid it deep down. He craved a dark refuge to hide within, for he could barely continue. Yet, suddenly, he realized it was the river, in an unexpected surge of strength. Perhaps born from a primal desire to live, he sprinted toward it with renewed vigor. Upon reaching the riverbank, the figure pursuing him reappeared. Without hesitation, he leaped into the water, his weakened body swept downstream by the current for about 10 paces. The cold water jolted his muddled consciousness awake, prompting him to dive beneath the surface, desperately grasping at the riverbed with his fingers to anchor himself against the flow. He surmised that his pursuers would likely search downstream, even if they initially looked upstream. The current would soon force them to turn back. He was betting that they would not think to check that he had jumped into the river and had not truly escaped. Clinging to the riverbed, he waited patiently until his awareness began to fade again. In a moment of desperation, he bit his tongue, the pain snapping him back to clarity. Gradually, he crawled toward the bank, peeking above the water to survey the area. After confirming no one was in sight, he found a stone that extended from the riverbank into the water and climbed ashore, hastily making his exit. He initially ran in the direction he had come from, then changed course several times, weaving through the terrain. He had lost all sense of direction in his quest to return to the cave. His unsteady steps faltered, and he could no longer persevere. Throughout his journey, he had encountered no caves or hiding places, and thus he reluctantly squeezed himself into a thicket, attempting to conceal his body with as much foliage as possible. Lying flat amidst the underbrush, he felt his consciousness gradually fading as relaxation set in. He took a deep breath, the sharp pain in his lungs jolting him back to a semblance of awareness. Hastily, he began to channel his inner energy, hoping it would aid in his recovery. As he circulated his energy through one cycle, then two, he ultimately succumbed to exhaustion and fell into a deep unconsciousness. Yet, the energy continued to operate instinctively within him. In his stupor, he once again dreamt of the monkey, awakening the spirit-devouring ability. 3 days passed before he regained consciousness. Assessing his condition, he noted that his spiritual energy had replenished. Yet his wounds remained unimproved. Having lost an excessive amount of blood, he felt immensely feeble and could do little more than lie there. The only solace was that while his injuries had not healed, they had also not worsened. He retrieved a vial of pills from his storage pouch, those given to him upon entering the outer sect, containing 27 pills of essence-replenishing elixir. After considerable effort, he managed to ingest one and began contemplating how to mend his wounds. Lacking healing elixirs and the techniques for recovery, he recalled the body refinement technique and wondered if it might be worth it. His right hand was too painful to move without aggravating his injuries. He lay flat, using his left hand with great difficulty to turn the pages of the book, reading one page at a time before placing it on his abdomen and painstakingly flipping to the next. After committing the entire body refinement technique to memory, he nearly fainted again but took a moment to rest before commencing his training. Following the prescribed circulation route of the technique, after one complete cycle, a gentle coolness radiated from his wounds to his lungs, not pronounced, yet undeniably real. Thus, he continued to circulate his energy. Another day passed, and his injuries showed slight improvement, though not significantly. Anxiety began to creep in. At this rate, he estimated it would take at least 2 months for full recovery. Therefore, he resolved to attempt merging the spirit-devouring ability with his training. Without hesitation, he activated the spirit-devouring technique, controlling the influx of spiritual energy into his body while simultaneously channeling the body refinement technique. Initially, he felt little sensation, but shortly thereafter, a tearing pain coursed through his body. He first noticed his skin feeling as if ants were gnawing at it, slowly tearing apart, followed by the shattering of muscle fibers and the fracturing of cells. The agony caused his entire body to convulse, and a trickle of blood seeped from the wound on his right chest. A wave of dizziness washed over him, and just as he contemplated whether to cease the spirit devouring, the blood energy and spiritual energy surged from the ruptured cells into the body refinement technique's circulation route. After completing a cycle, it astonishingly transformed into a peculiar force that rapidly repaired and strengthened the damaged muscle cells. The speed of this restoration astounded him, even halting the flow of blood from his wounds. During the ensuing time, he endured the excruciating pain of his cells swelling from the spiritual energy while simultaneously reveling in the relief brought by the repair of the shattered cells. He couldn't help but ponder why his initial attempts to circulate the body refinement technique using his inner energy had yielded little effect. Could it be that his spiritual energy had been refined and purified? Was there some substance that had been refined away previously that, when combined with the body refinement technique, caused this transformation? Chapter 18. A great breakthrough. He carefully attuned himself to the current operation of the technique within his body, observing the integration of spiritual energy into each cell and the subsequent swelling of those cells. Suddenly, he recalled the dream he had experienced, where the monkey directly absorbed spiritual energy into its body without any process of refinement. The monkey's ability to train in such a manner stemmed from its innate, formidable recovery power. The stronger its body, the greater its healing capabilities, and as its vitality surged, any unnecessary substances within its spiritual energy would be expelled. This was a fundamental ability of every beast. The monkey simply possessed a more pronounced regenerative capacity. However, humans lacked the physical constitution of beasts, so directly infusing external, chaotic spiritual energy into their fragile bodies led to tearing and rupturing. Ironically, the core efficacy of the body refinement technique was regeneration and enhancement, perfectly compensating for this weakness. In comparing his situation, he realized that his current training mirrored that of the monkey in his dream. Concern crept in. As a human practicing a technique akin to that of a beast, would there be unforeseen risks? Little did he know, many human body refinement techniques had been modified from those of beasts. Moreover, the physical forms and physiological structures of monkeys and humans were fundamentally similar. 5 days elapsed, and the tearing sensation gradually extended to his bones. An even more intense pain assaulted his mind. In some mysterious chamber of his brain, a luminous orb vibrated violently, causing the entire space to tremble. The light points that had scattered after the monkey's head shattered began to float towards the orb. Drawn in by its gravitational pull, it was precisely this absorption that prevented him from losing consciousness, forcing him to endure for another 5 days. During this time, his bones grew increasingly intricate and crystalline, more resilient than before. Yet, the tearing had not ceased. It continued to delve deeper into his marrow. After these days of torment, he had become somewhat numb to the pain, finding it hard to faint. Strangely, the more pain he endured, the more invigorated he felt. The tearing persisted, But he sensed that the spiritual energy being absorbed through the spirit-devouring technique was beginning to wane. Without hesitation, he took out a spirit stone and began to absorb its energy frantically. As the spiritual energy surged in, his marrow was crushed and restructured, then crushed again, infusing it with life. It began to produce blood at an alarming rate, the newly generated blood coursing with vitality throughout his body. The waste material that had lingered within the old blood, bones, and body was swiftly expelled, and his injuries healed completely. Simultaneously, a thunderous roar resonated in his mind, followed by a cracking sound as if something had hatched from its shell. Once tranquility returned, he suddenly beheld his surroundings with crystal clarity. Every blade of grass and every tree stood out in sharp detail. He was astounded to realize that he had attained spiritual awareness at the 4th level of energy refinement, elevating 3 entire tiers. Did this mean that he could now fly with a sword at the 4th level? He attempted to extend his spiritual awareness outward, measuring 1 zhang, 3 zhang, 10 zhang. Beyond 10 zhang, he began to feel dizzy. Typically, a practitioner at the 7th level of energy refinement could only extend their spiritual awareness to 3 zhang, yet he surpassed that by 7 zhang. How much greater would that be upon breaking through to the 7th level? The more he pondered, the more exhilarated he became as he withdrew his awareness, eager to inspect his own body. With spiritual awareness, he could now conduct an inner examination. Upon peering inward, he first saw the grime covering his entire body, then the resilient muscle cells, and finally, the crystalline strength of his bones, teeming with life in the marrow. At this juncture, he understood that his physical form had undergone a profound rebirth, now more than 10 times stronger than before. The body refinement technique consisted of 9 levels, allowing for 9 rebirths, yet he had only achieved 3. However, it seemed that his version of the body refinement technique had undergone a mutation, and he resolved to study it further when time permitted. Once more, he scanned his mind with spiritual awareness and beheld his skull and brain matter. Yet the mysterious space of spiritual awareness remained elusive. He focused intently, clearing his mind, meditating, and tracing back to the origin of his spiritual awareness. Gradually, he discerned a black pearl from which his awareness extended. Entering the pearl, he found a void, a stillness filled with countless grains of sand, each consuming one another, growing larger, only to suddenly disintegrate into countless particles. And then the cycle would repeat. Watching those grains, he felt an inexplicable urge to control them. Focusing his intention on a few grains, he willed them to dance up and down, and indeed, they obeyed. Soaring in accordance with his thoughts, as he delved deeper into the pearl's space, he noticed a swirling vortex on the wall of the pearl's interior. Upon passing through the vortex, the familiar realm of spiritual awareness finally materialized, and he discovered himself transformed once more into a luminous orb. Now he comprehended that the orb represented his soul, and the spiritual awareness emanated from it. The stronger the soul, the more potent the spiritual awareness. Enlightenment washed over him as he realized that the monkey was a souled entity. It had sought to devour his soul, but had ultimately been consumed due to its severe injuries. The reason he had attained spiritual awareness so early was due to the strengthening of his soul after absorbing the monkey's essence. As for the dreams, they likely stemmed from the monkey's memories. Everything made sense. Having mastered the basic application of spiritual awareness, he opened his eyes and rose to his feet. Standing still, he reveled in the strength of his physical form, a surge of pride filling him. He believed that should he encounter those 2 masked figures again, he could effortlessly crush them with a single hand. As thoughts of the masked figures crossed his mind, he instinctively touched his chest and felt the bandages, now hardened and soaked with dried blood. The knots, stained with blood, had solidified, making them difficult to untie. He opted instead to tear the entire strip off and dispose of it carelessly. Surveying his current appearance, he realized he looked more disheveled than a beggar. His clothing was tattered, his pants reduced to mere rags fluttering in the wind. Exposed flesh was coated in a layer of grimy, foul-smelling substance. Unbearable even to himself, he needed to find a place to wash up. Recalling the route he had taken during his escape, he found it incomplete and, with no other option, he dashed toward a general direction, propelled by the newfound strength of his body. However, After the passage of an entire hour, he still could not find a single familiar landmark. Another hour slipped by, and as dusk approached, he found himself atop a small hill. Finally spotting a cluster of caves he recognized, among them, his own dwelling. To his surprise, he had inadvertently returned. He dispersed his spiritual awareness, cautiously evading any potential witnesses, and ultimately made his way back to his cave. Upon his arrival, he hurried directly to the large water trough beside the training area. After a refreshing wash, he could not be bothered to don his clothes and instead made a beeline for his bedroom. Collapsing onto the bed to sleep. Chapter 19. Fifth layer of Qi refinement. This slumber lasted a full 3 days before Yang Xian awoke, rejuvenated and full of vigor. He proceeded to the pill pavilion, purchasing 2 bottles of food-reducing pills along with some healing potions. Following that, he visited the treasure pavilion to replenish his sword, leaving him with just 33 spirit stones. This recent experience had a profound impact on him. Deep down, he had held the belief that as long as he remained within the sect, he would be safe. Yet, the matter of his robbery had lingered for over 20 days now, and there had been not a whisper about it, neither from the higher echelons of the sect nor among his peers. Logically, an incident as conspicuous as a masked assailant losing a limb should have sparked some rumor. Yet, everything felt unnervingly calm. Moreover, he was convinced that he was far from the first victim of such thefts. From the moment he had received his reward for conquering the tower, he had been targeted, indicating that these bandits were habitual offenders against fellow disciples. Surely, some must have reported this to the higher-ups, yet here he was, still robbed. This revealed a stark reality. The cultivation atmosphere within Baiyun sect was not as harmonious as it appeared, bordering on ruthlessness. While there was a stated principle against harming fellow disciples, the true extent of casualties remained shrouded in secrecy. For instance, had he truly been pursued, his assailant would undoubtedly have sought to take his life. Thus, he resolved to first rectify his relative lack of speed, enhancing his cultivation before venturing out for missions to earn spirit stones. Upon returning to his cave, he commenced his practice of the Shenyang step, which comprised 3 levels. The first level allowed him to traverse 3 zhong with a single step, the second extended that to 33 zhong, and the third reached 333 zhong, equivalent to 2 li. In the days to come, he dedicated 2 hours daily to mastering this technique, followed by 2 hours of sword practice and another 2 hours honing his physical strength. He also took the time to revisit the pill pavilion, buying 2 more bottles of food-reducing pills, and went to Baiyun Pavilion to rent various texts on the cultivation world, including information on demon beasts and spiritual materials, spending over an hour each day augmenting his knowledge. Regarding sleep, ever since he had developed spiritual awareness, he discovered he could replace sleep with the cultivation of spiritual energy. After practicing the 5 elements technique throughout the night, he would awaken not just free of fatigue, but also brimming with vitality. 3 months passed in the blink of an eye, and with the new year fast approaching, his cultivation had ascended to the 5th layer of Qi refinement. He had also officially progressed to the first level of the Xintian step. Allowing him to cover over 2 zhong in a single stride, he firmly believed that within a month, he would achieve full mastery of the first level, enabling him to step 3 zhong with ease. As for his physical strength, it had increased somewhat, but he was still far from a rebirth. Now, he had grown sturdier, standing just over 5 feet tall, not particularly short, yet not tall either. The elevation of his realm and the accumulation of knowledge imbued him with a newfound confidence. Albeit one that remained restrained, as the year drew to a close, the annual competition for outer disciples was about to commence, with rumors of a reward of 500 spirit stones and 2 spirit-enhancing pills for the champion. However, he had no inclination to participate. He preferred not to display his combat prowess for others to scrutinize. He would rather venture out to undertake tasks and earn spirit stones, even if it meant toiling harder. All while concealing his true abilities. Concealment was not born of fear, but rather a precaution, a means of safeguarding himself when others might harbor ill intentions. With thoughts of acquiring spirit stones, he contemplated returning to the Sword Tower, where he could both earn and sharpen his combat skills. Once more, he visited the Steward's chamber, teleporting directly to the 6th level. 2 fog figures, both at the 6th layer of Qi refinement, stood 10 meters before him. Upon noticing his arrival, they simultaneously drew their swords. Yet this time, he felt no trepidation. With a casual step, he evaded their strikes, advancing behind them to execute a horizontal slash. In an instant, both fog figures were cleaved in two. Although he understood that his enhanced speed significantly amplified his combat effectiveness, the outcome still exceeded his expectations. On the 7th level, he faced two fog figures at the 7th layer of Chi refinement. Recalling his previous encounter on the 4th level, he executed two swift steps of the Xintian step upon arrival, as anticipated. Where he had just materialized, the swords of the fog figures struck the ground simultaneously. With their attacks missing, the fog figures did not falter. Their flying swords launched towards him again. Facing the onslaught of their erratic strikes, Yang Xian employed the Xintian step, his figure flickering as he parried and countered their blows with precision. After several exchanges, he finally gauged his current combat strength. While he felt pressure against these two fog figures, he was confident he could defeat them. However, he chose not to eliminate them. Instead, he utilized them to refine his swordsmanship, finding the pressure just right. Thrusts, slashes, and feints. He executed all fundamental sword techniques repeatedly. The more he fought, the more exhilarated he became, his fighting spirit soaring. In a moment of pure immersion, he forgot to sheath his sword. Wherever his sword struck, that was its sheath. The sword sheath was omnipresent, and the instant he drew his sword was akin to unsheathing it. Upon realizing this, the sword in his hand suddenly vanished. A fleeting flash of white light appeared in the foreheads of the two fog figures, and Yang Xian's sword had returned to him. He regretted acting too swiftly. Having just grasped some understanding of his sword-drawing technique, he had instinctively applied it, inadvertently slaying the fog figures. Now adept at sword control, he found himself facing three fog figures at the 8th layer of Chi refinement in the 8th level. After dispatching one, he was sent crashing out of the sword tower by a powerful strike. Upon emerging, he did not seek his reward. Instead, he sat cross-legged in the hall, recovering and reflecting. An hour later, he was expelled once more, the 3rd, 4th, and even 10th time. He continued to be forced out. The elder steward made no attempt to dismiss him. He persisted in the hall, recovering fully before challenging again. He paid no mind to whether others noticed him, for in truth, no one was paying attention. Those who did see him assumed he was merely a disciple who had suffered injuries and could not leave. Only the elder steward observed him with quiet appreciation. On the 24th day, he ascended to the 9th level, only to narrowly avoid decapitation by a sword within mere breaths. This time, he refrained from further attempts. Battles devoid of hope offered him no advantage, and entry meant instant annihilation. Approaching the steward's window, he surrendered his disciple token. This time, the elder did not promptly return it. Instead, he regarded Yang Xian with a warm smile, saying, "Little one, you are quite impressive. Few at the 5th layer of Chi refinement can challenge the 8th level. Keep up the good work. I have high hopes for you." Afterward, he handed Yang Xian a storage bag, adding, "Your total reward amounts to 448 low-grade spirit stones. I'll round it up to 500 as a little encouragement from this old man. If you encounter any uncertainties in your cultivation, feel free to seek me out. I believe I can assist you." Yang Xian accepted the storage bag, bowing deeply in gratitude. "Thank you, elder." The elder chuckled. "Ah, it has been ages since anyone called me that. Go now and cultivate diligently." In truth, he was not merely feigning politeness. After this period of knowledge accumulation, he had gained considerable understanding. Yet, he was unsure whether to address the elder as Shirshu or Shizu. So opting for elder seemed a safe choice. Chapter 20. Fulfilling promises. Upon exiting the sword tower, Yang Xian made his way to the treasure pavilion, now possessing over 500 spirit stones. He sought to exchange them for a magical artifact for future use. Although he was only at the 5th layer of Chi refinement and dared not fly in public, having a means of swift escape when alone was invaluable. Entering the treasure pavilion, he was greeted by a serene young female disciple, whose calm demeanor immediately conveyed her benevolence. Under her guidance, Yang Xian purchased a mid-grade magical artifact for 80 spirit stones, a decision that caused him some regret. However, he had resolved that purchasing a low-grade artifact would necessitate another replacement soon. Thus, investing in a mid-grade one made more sense for long-term utility. After acquiring the sword, he generously used 2 spirit stones to teleport to the steward's hall in the cave district, departing under the scrutinizing gaze of a steward who regarded him as a stranger. Clearly, this steward did not recognize him. This was largely attributable to Yang Xian's reclusive nature, which had been instilled in him from a young age, making it challenging to change his ways. He had been in Baiyun's sect for 4 to 5 months, knowing only one person, Xian, with whom he had only recently become acquainted. Upon returning to his cave, he began practicing sword flight in the training hall. Previously, while practicing sword techniques, he had not realized how small the hall was. Now, with the ability to fly, he found the confined space utterly unsatisfying, yet he dared not venture outside. Instead, he opted for a meditative posture, controlling his mid-grade magical artifact while practicing his sword drawing technique. In a flurry of sword energy, blue light danced through the hall. Before long, the flying sword returned to his palm. It was a blue sword, its hilt adorned with a heart symbol. Contemplating a name for it, he struggled for a while before simply deciding on Blue Heart. 5 days passed, and today marked the celebration of the new year. He intended to take a day of rest. Although practitioners of cultivation do not possess the concept of the new year, it is evident that he has yet to adapt to this mindset. He has stood at the entrance of his cave dwelling for quite some time, initially intending to rest for a day, but now he finds himself merely standing there in a daze. After a considerable while, he finally felt the urge to seek companionship and thought of Xiao. It was also time to fulfill his promise. Upon teleporting to the pill pavilion, he purchased 2 spirit-enhancing pills and 10 spirit-refining pills, spending a total of 200 spirit stones. Looking at the remaining 240 spirit stones in his storage bag, he couldn't help but exclaim, cultivation is indeed a money-consuming endeavor. After acquiring the pills, he considered the long distance to the servant courtyard. Though his surprise, he learned from the pill pavilion that there was indeed a teleportation array leading there, although it was rarely used except by the stewards. Having spent another 2 spirit stones, he arrived at the servant courtyard. After inquiring along the way, he finally found Xiaoan in a small stone house. The exterior of the house was dilapidated, but the interior was neatly divided into 2 rooms, indicating that Xian was quite particular about his living conditions. Upon seeing Yang Xian standing outside, he expressed some surprise. "What? Aren't you going to invite me in for a seat?" Yang Xian, rarely in a joking mood, replied, "Ah, what brings you here? Come in." Pleased as he spoke, he walked over to welcome Yang Xian inside. "It's the new year, and I have nowhere else to go, so I came to find you for a drink. Oh, by the way, I didn't bring any wine." Saying this, he handed the 2 bottles of pills he had prepared to Xian. "Consider this as payment for the drinks." This moment, Xiaoan had already reached the qi refining stage. He looked at the pill bottles before him and did not hastily take them but instead asked, "What is this?" "To ensure I won't be lonely on my cultivation journey, I plan to invest in you," he said casually, placing the pill bottles in Xiaoan's hands. Xian left to buy some wine, but he didn't keep Yang Xian waiting for long. When he returned, he was accompanied not only by a large woman from the dining hall, but also by 2 large jars of wine and a sizable food container. After introductions, Yang Xian formally met the woman, discovering she was Xian's aunt. It was no wonder she was so eager to find someone to teach him characters. As Yang Xian helped take the jars of wine, he joined Xian in addressing her as aunt. Upon seeing Yang Xian again, Xian's aunt, with tears glistening in her eyes, warmly invited him to sit. While placing the dishes from the food container on the table, she expressed her gratitude for his generosity, causing Yang Xian to feel somewhat awkward. Xian, observing the scene, had mixed feelings. To be honest, when he first went to teach Yang Xian characters, he had indeed approached it with the intention of seizing every opportunity for his own advancement. However, after spending a significant amount of time together, he genuinely considered Yang Xian a friend. Initially, he thought that given such a short time, even with Yang Xian's hard work, he would at most become familiar with the sect and complete some tasks. Thus, when Yang Xian gifted him the pills, he did not think much of it, assuming it was merely a polite gesture. However, when he asked his aunt to prepare a few dishes, she inquired whom she should attend to. He casually mentioned, "Attend to Yang Xian, the one I've been teaching characters. He came to mooch a meal today and even brought a gift." As he spoke, he casually raised the pill bottle in his hand. Thus, under his aunt's intense curiosity, He reluctantly revealed the pills inside the bottle for her inspection, but they were both instantly stunned. They had been in the Baiyun sect for many years, especially his aunt, who had been there for 2 or 3 decades. Their understanding of the sect far exceeded Yang Xian's, and they immediately recognized the 2 bottles' contents. Xian's emotions were complex. He understood that the value of these pills represented a significant fortune for the current Yang Xian, and acquiring them would require a substantial cost. Therefore, he genuinely felt unworthy of accepting them, yet at the same time, he longed to enter the outer sect as soon as possible. Despite being only 1 layer away from the 4th level of qi refining, the difference between the 3rd and 4th layers was substantial, marking a significant leap in cultivation. The servant courtyard was a wretched place devoid of any means to earn spirit stones, and even entering the sword tower required a disciple's token, which they, as servants, did not possess. Ultimately, he extended the pill bottle towards Yang Xian, saying, "Brother, this payment for drinks is too precious. I cannot accept it. Wait until your cultivation improves, and then help me. I cannot take this now." Yang Xian looked at him and smiled, genuinely happy, a heartfelt joy emanating from him. From Xian's recent decision to his current words, Yang Xian recognized this as the beginning of a lifelong friendship. Observing Yang Xian smile, Xian felt somewhat bewildered and asked, "What are you laughing at?" Yang Xian grabbed the wine jar, poured 3 bowls of wine, pushing one towards his aunt, one into Xian's hands, and holding one for himself, lightly stating, "I reached the 9th level of the sword tower." With a clang, Xian's wine bowl fell to the ground. He paid no mind to the fallen bowl. Instead, shock overtook him as he exclaimed, "The 9th level? The 9th level of the sword tower? What is your current cultivation level?" Upon finishing his question, he quickly stashed the pill bottle into his pocket. Yang Xian, unable to suppress his laughter, asked, "Weren't you going to return this to me? How can you justify putting it in your pocket now?" Xian felt entirely at ease, responding nonchalantly, "You are now a master among masters, rolling in wealth. If you don't eat, who will?" He then burst into laughter at this moment. Xian's aunt continued the conversation, asking, "Yang Xian, what level are you at in qi refining now?" Upon learning that Yang Xian had breached the 8th level of the sword tower while only at the 5th level of qi refining, Xian could only exclaim, "What a freak!" Ultimately, after a delightful evening filled with drinks and conversations, Xian entered the outer sect in the subsequent hours of drinking and chatting. Yang Xian learned that this year's outer sect competition was particularly thrilling, with 2 newly admitted disciples breaking into the top 10 among the outer sect disciples. Though only at the 7th level of qi refining, they hailed from prestigious cultivation families, wielding formidable magical instruments with which they rendered the elder disciples utterly defenseless. Additionally, several prodigies who had joined the sect without any spiritual perception had already reached the 5th level of qi refining by the time of the competition. Yang Xian also shared his recent experiences and reminded Xian that if he happened to be allocated to their area during the division of cave dwellings, he should discreetly slip some spirit stones to the steward. After saying this, he casually tossed him 50 spirit stones. Xian accepted them without pretense. As the conversation continued, Xian spoke about his spiritual roots. In truth, his roots were not subpar. He possessed the fire, thunder, and wind spiritual roots, but his fire root purity reached 70. The reason he had not made a breakthrough in half a year was that one night, under the particularly beautiful moonlight, he had sought a quiet place to admire the moon in the dead of night. Thinking there was no one around, he casually decided to relieve himself in a bush. As a result, that wretched Zhang Dapio had approached him, stating that with the increasing number of newcomers, housing was in short supply, and he had a rather honorable task for him, to construct 3 small courtyards. Consequently, even with shortcuts, it took him 4 months to complete the 3 small courtyards. His eagerness to enter the outer sect stemmed from his belief that once he reached the outer sect and had the opportunity to earn spirit stones, he would gradually make up for the time lost in cultivation. Upon hearing this, Yang Xian chuckled. "So the one Zhang Dapio mentioned who was punished to build courtyards was you? Ha ha ha." The conversation continued. Drinks flowed, but this time it was Xian who became intoxicated. Just before collapsing, he still made sure to tell Yang Xian, "Brother, with these pills you've given me, I am confident I can break through to the 5th level in a short time. When that happens, I will go learn alchemy and bring you pills as treats." Yang Xian was also half drunk. Upon returning to his cave dwelling, he collapsed onto his bed, falling into a deep slumber. It wasn't until the afternoon of the following day that he finally awoke. After freshening up, he headed to the mission hall, not to accept any tasks, but merely to find a crowded place to listen to others' conversations. Though he had initially intended to take a day off to relax, when he truly found himself idle, he felt disoriented and lonely in that moment. He suddenly yearned to return to his medicinal fields, to see his home, and to reconnect with the warmth brought by the old man who had once provided him shelter. He also wished to learn about the home he had never possessed. Thus, he thought of the mission hall, a place bustling with people, hoping to overhear something useful that, of course, if he stumbled upon a task that piqued his interest, he would not hesitate to accept it. However, after wandering for 2 hours, he found nothing of value. Subsequently, he made another trip to Xian's place, asking for assistance in finding a jar of good wine and no need for spirit wine. Anything suitable for mortals would suffice. Finally, he arrived at the sword tower, where the elder steward, upon seeing him, smiled and said, "It's only been a few days, and you are heading back to the 9th level already?" "No, I'm here to pay my respects for the new year," Yang Xian replied, pulling a jar of wine from his storage bag and extending it to the elder steward. Paying respects for the new year? What a familiar yet strange phrase. After a brief moment of reflection, the elder regained his composure. "You're thoughtful now. Tell me, besides paying respects, what else do you need from this old man?" Yang Xian felt a bit awkward but decided to speak frankly. "You've experienced much. I'd like to ask if you know of any families or clans nearby with the surname Xian, or any places bearing the character Xian. Anything with that character would suffice." Curious, the elder inquired, "What are you asking about? Is it of great importance to you?" "Yes, I found it by chance, and the only clue regarding my origins is a jade pendant with the character Xian." The elder pondered seriously for quite some time before stating, "I haven't heard of any, but the character Xian typically does not appear in surnames. However, those who use the character are usually not ordinary. Thus, the likelihood of you having the surname Xian is slim, leaving only the possibility of a place or family name containing that character, though even that is not very likely. Generally, clans or sects are reluctant to use this character as it carries significant weight. While it may not matter much when used in personal names, if a lesser sect adopted it, one could imagine the impression it would leave on others." Yang Xian pondered objectively and remarked, "It seems quite formidable, indeed. Yet you, a mere small sect, have inadvertently attracted the attention of some exceptionally powerful and malevolent individuals." The elder, somewhat emotionally stirred, continued, "Unfortunate luck may indeed lead to trouble." Engaging in conversation with the elder imparted some insights to him, insights that were not readily discernible from his youthful perspective. Upon returning to his cave abode, he resumed his relentless cultivation, emerging from his seclusion only half a month later when Xian came to find him. Having entered the outer sect, Xian, with a radiant smile, filled Yang Xian with genuine joy. He contemplated, somewhat lazily, that since he was not adept at socializing, he would entrust future diplomatic matters to Xian, and upon this reflection, he wondered if he might be a tad shameless. However, who could blame him when Xian was a friend he truly valued? And he would also have him inquire about which types of sect missions were most profitable. Xian observed Yang Xian's delight at his entry into the outer sect, and his heart swelled with happiness as well. He was eager to share his joy with a friend he held in high regard, which is why he had come immediately upon his promotion. Gradually, however, he discerned that his good friend's smile was somewhat lewd. Although his gaze was directed at him, it seemed somewhat unfocused. Feeling a hint of unease, he called out, "Brother, brother? Xia brother, you say?" "I said nothing," Yang Xian retorted. "I merely noticed your smile seemed a bit awkward." Xian replied, puzzled, "Haha, I was merely thinking that since you have also entered the outer sect, all future diplomatic matters shall fall to you. I am not skilled in such affairs. I shall simply contribute my efforts." "What do you think, brother? Your scope seems a bit vast. Could you narrow it down for me?" Xian requested. "For instance, if there are significant events occurring within the sect, I trust your character will ensure you learn of them before I do, thus sparing me the need to seek out such information myself. You can simply inform me. Additionally, if you come across a good mission that piques your interest, Just let me know. It's mostly these external matters. Upon hearing this, Xian found it amusing, isn't that quite a normal expectation? We often chat about such things, do we not? You seem to be concocting some grand scheme, scaring me with your devious grin. Indeed, while certain social interactions seemed quite ordinary to Xian, they posed challenges for Yang Xian. For instance, Xian might instinctively keep an ear to the ground for external news, whereas Yang Xian would not, a difference rooted in their respective temperaments and experiences. By the way, Xia brother, where is your cave abode? Not far. Number 17. You have any plans for the future? Will you be entering seclusion for a time? Or do you have something else in mind? After visiting the Baiyun Pavilion tomorrow, I plan to enter seclusion for a while. I wish to learn alchemy and see if I possess any talent in that regard. If so, it would become my means of survival in the future. Chapter 22. Gathering tasks. Yang Xian possessed a modicum of understanding regarding alchemy, though his knowledge was limited. Since childhood, he had cultivated herbs for the Baiyun sect, yet those were merely common medicinal plants used to concoct ordinary pills for the mortal realm. This served as a form of exchange, as the world of mortals also required certain items sought by cultivators. With a teasing tone, Yang Xian remarked, "But don't forget, during that drinking session, you promised to give me pills like they were candy. I have quite the penchant for sweets since childhood. You must have misheard. Am I so petty? I distinctly remember saying I would provide you with meals instead." Xian responded incredulously. Yang Xian, unable to believe it, sought to confirm when this fellow had been so self-indulgent in his boasts, asking, "Are you certain you can manage that? Didn't your aunt ever tell you that I can eat enough for several people in one sitting?" In return, Xian cast him a derisive glance, saying, "No matter how much you eat, it's worth merely a single pill of abstinence. Ha ha, ha ha ha." 3 days later, Yang Xian accepted a task to gather enhancement grass. This task had no time constraints or quantity requirements. Collecting a 10-year-old specimen could earn him 1 contribution point or 10 low-grade spirit stones. Though the sect's Spirit Herb Institute cultivated such herbs, it still could not meet the demand. This herb was a vital ingredient for crafting enhancement pills, serving as an auxiliary medicine as well as a primary ingredient for spirit pills. The destination for this task was a valley known as Mist Valley, located over 200 miles from the sect. The valley spanned approximately 10 miles in width and 60 to 70 miles in length, perpetually shrouded in thick fog. Various low-grade spirit herbs flourished within the valley, with enhancement grass being the most abundant. Although visibility was limited to about 2 yards, the valley was frequented by Qi refinement disciples due to the absence of formidable beasts. As a novice undertaking his first task, this location was among the most favored. He chose it also because he possessed spiritual awareness, granting him a significant innate advantage over the majority. On the second morning, he finally arrived at the entrance of Mist Valley. During his journey, he initially employed the Xintian step to hasten his pace, but ultimately succumbed to the explosive energy expenditure and had to pause to recuperate. Once restored, he decided to cultivate on the spot until darkness fell, at which point he took to the skies on his sword. This was his first experience of flying on a sword without restraint, filling his heart with immense satisfaction. Once his spiritual energy had waned sufficiently, he descended to the ground to recover before setting off again. By midnight, he reached a point 3 miles into Mist Valley, selecting a place to meditate until morning before finally arriving at the valley's entrance. In the morning, the fog was particularly thick. With the naked eye, one could barely discern anything beyond a yard. He released his spiritual awareness, extending it into the mist until it reached 7 yards, after which he could no longer proceed. Although he could envelop an area of 10 yards with his spiritual awareness, that was his limit and could not be maintained indefinitely amidst the mist. Yang Xian walked slowly, delving deeper. The areas close to the entrance had been largely stripped of herbs, so he opted to venture further into the depths, where those below the 7th level of Qi refinement feared getting lost and dared not tread. After traveling 5 or 6 miles, his spiritual awareness finally detected others, a fellow outer sect disciple at the 5th level of Qi refinement, moving in a direction that did not align with his own. Yang Xian had no intention of engaging in conversation and continued to press forward in a straight line. Half an hour later, he discovered a 30-year-old Huangjing herb beneath a withered tree, obscured by rubble and weeds on 3 sides. This herb was one of the essential ingredients for crafting foundational and restorative pills. Hastily, he retrieved the medicinal hoe provided along with the task token and carefully unearthed the herb, placing it into a jade box. During this outing, he had purchased several jade boxes of varying sizes from the task pavilion. While jade was considered a luxurious commodity in the mortal realm, it was quite commonplace in the realm of cultivation. In the following hours, aside from locating a few ordinary spirit herbs, he encountered no additional enhancement grass. Estimating that he had nearly reached the valley's center, he decided to alter his approach. Rather than proceeding in a straight line, he followed his instincts, veering left when it felt right and changing direction again when it did not. At last, his spiritual awareness spotted a small herb by a brook, faintly radiating a milky light. A surge of excitement welled within him. Enhancement grass at last, he had found one. He rushed over to collect it, placing it into his storage bag, then continued to search along the brook. After traversing only a few dozen yards, he spotted yet another specimen, located about 2 yards from the stream. He mused, could it be that these spirit herbs prefer to grow beside streams? Yet the task description made no mention of this. Nevertheless, he resolved to follow the stream's course. However, an hour passed without finding a third specimen of enhancement grass, though he did collect 2 additional spirit herbs. After another half hour, he ceased moving forward and began retracing his steps along the brook. Over the course of this hour, he gathered about 10 other spirit herbs along the water's edge. Puzzled, he wondered why the herbs near this brook were more abundant than those in the other areas he had traversed. Eventually, he arrived at a possible conclusion. Areas with water would attract animals to drink. In his youth, he had often seen animals near the brook by his herb fields, and the droppings of herbivores often gave rise to new plants. Thus, he resolved to return to the vicinity of the first enhancement grass he had found. If his hypothesis proved correct, he might discover more than one specimen. A quarter of an hour later, he returned to the spot where he had first gathered the enhancement grass, then proceeded downstream. After another quarter of an hour, he circled back and turned his back to the stream, silently calculating. Based on what I know of herbivores, the time it takes for them to digest grass and convert it into droppings is approximately 3 hours. However, it was unlikely that they would consume the seeds of enhancement grass and immediately dash here. Rather, they might eat their fill and rest a while, or perhaps graze while wandering nearby. Therefore, the time traveled along this path should not be too far. Ultimately, he decided to search within a half-hour's brisk walk in a straight line, extending 2 miles to the left and right. With this resolution in mind, he quickened his pace, diligently directing his spiritual awareness forward in a fan-shaped search pattern. Concentrating his awareness allowed him to perceive up to 16 or 17 yards. After attempting to compress the width of his spiritual awareness, he found he could extend its reach even further. When he finally focused all his dispersed awareness into a single beam directed at one point, he astonishingly achieved a range of about 50 yards, leaving him astounded at this distance. Thus, he continued to search for an hour until darkness enveloped the valley. As the hour grew late, it was customary for individuals to seek a secure refuge to rest until dawn. However, Yang Xian was preoccupied with thoughts of the elusive zungling grass he speculated might be nearby, and thus persisted in his search, long last. As his spiritual awareness swept over a segment of the mountainside, he beheld a cave. Within a radius of approximately 10 feet from the cave's entrance, he spotted 2 zingling grasses. Chapter 23. Striking it rich with exhilaration coursing through him, Yang Xian swiftly darted towards the first zungling grass, hastily uprooting it before racing towards the second. Once both specimens were securely stowed in his storage pouch, he expanded his spiritual awareness to survey the surroundings, realizing he had reached the foot of the valley's mountainside. Casting another glance at the cave, he found his spiritual perception could not penetrate its depths, leaving him uncertain of its extent. He was convinced that the zungling grass he sought lay within the cave. Though he suspected it harbored a ferocious beast, the level of which remained unknown to him. With the blue heart sword drawn from his pouch, he cautiously stepped into the cave. The air within was surprisingly clear, accompanied by a gentle breeze, suggesting an exit was not far off. This revelation was unexpected. He had not anticipated the cave to lead to another location. His spiritual awareness remained focused as he navigated through the winding tunnel for over 2 miles, until suddenly light appeared ahead. indicating he was nearing an exit. Carefully extending his spiritual perception beyond the exit, he first beheld a sloping terrain. This slope was gentle enough that a person rolling down from the cave's mouth would sustain no injury. After a stretch of over 3 yards, the incline leveled out, revealing a lush carpet of grass interspersed with a few wildflowers. To his astonishment, he discovered that there was no mist here. Could it be that he had escaped the fog valley? Retracting his spiritual awareness, he hastened out of the cave, for without the mist, his current spiritual perception lacked the clarity to see far ahead. Before him lay a small gorge, or perhaps a diminutive ravine. The ground was blanketed in verdant grass, dotted with scattered wildflowers. One side of the ravine was lined with hills of varying sizes, which gradually ascended in height. Small hills transitioned to larger mountains, culminating in the hazy outline of towering peaks. Behind him, the cave was situated at the base of a steep cliff, and when he glanced upward, he beheld a sheer mountain summit. Yet, standing at the foot of the mountain, he was too close to discern its true height. As he surveyed the area within a radius of 7 yards, his spiritual awareness enveloped him, guiding him into the enchanting meadow before him. Overwhelmed by a surge of euphoric bliss, he felt slightly dizzy, intoxicated by happiness. Scattered throughout the grassland were zungling grasses of various ages, from seedlings to those 10 years mature, chaotically thriving amid the greenery. Some were even half-eaten, their tops nibbled away. His joy was boundless. This was no mere ravine, but rather an unguarded herbal garden. So elated was he that he almost forgot to harvest the grasses immediately. Had it not been for a distant roar from a beast, he might have entirely lost sight of the fact that he was not in his own herbal field. The roar struck him like a bucket of cold water. Jolting him back to reality, an icy shiver of fear coursed through him as he realized the peril he was in, akin to courting death with reckless abandon. Not daring to delay further, he swiftly produced his herbal hoe and began to excavate. Although his previous observations revealed no nearby beasts, one could never know when danger might suddenly emerge. He began with the 10-year-old zungling grasses. Knowing that those over a decade old would yield a few seeds before withering away, their seeds carried by the wind to take root anew, at that moment, he had no time to count how many he had unearthed. He merely knew to quickly fill each hole after uprooting a grass before moving on to the next. As he worked, he noticed that the area surrounding him gradually became barren, and after 2 miles, he found no more. Thus, he turned back to excavate the ones that had been gnawed at or trampled. Finally, after collecting both the mature and damaged specimens, he gazed at the younger zungling grasses, which sparkled like stars scattered across the green expanse. Though he felt a pang of reluctance, he resolved not to take any more. He planned to return annually to harvest from this spot. Until it was discovered by others, this place belonged solely to him. It could remain undisturbed for now. Stowing away his hoe, he turned to glance back at the cave from whence he had come. Then at the surrounding hills and mountains, he decided to explore the vicinity. This would soon be his domain, and as its master, he ought to familiarize himself with the area. As he traversed over a mile of grassy terrain, small mounds began to emerge. Some of these mounds were crowned with robust trees, while others were overgrown with thorns. Beneath the canopy of a large, umbrella-like tree, he observed signs of animals having rested there, along with several disordered pits. The traces were fresh. As his spiritual awareness swept over the area, he noticed numerous tufts of fur embedded in the mud or soil. Such signs were not singular but encircled the great tree. Upon witnessing this, he dared not linger. He had initially intended to venture further, but the evidence of these markings led him to suspect that a herd of herbivorous animals or beasts dwelled nearby. For reasons unknown, they had seemingly vacated the area. Thus, he yearned solely to comprehend the situation nearby and make a hasty exit. Just then, a distant roar echoed once more, followed by several others, inducing a sense of unease within him. He sensed that something was amiss. Swiftly, he summoned his sword and soared into the air, gaining altitude that afforded him a panoramic view of the surrounding hills. It was from this height that he beheld a scene that sent chills down his spine. On the grassy expanse beneath several small hills, a group of colossal rhinoceroses were engaged in a fierce battle with a troop of gorillas. their roars reverberating as blood and flesh flew through the air. Summoning his courage, he glided closer, wishing to gain a clearer view, ready to flee at the first hint of danger. Eventually, he selected a small hill and perched atop it for a more discreet observation. He stowed his flying sword, seated himself upon a protruding oval stone, and was granted a clear view of the entire battlefield. In the distance, more than 20 rhinoceroses faced off against a mere 10 gorillas. Yet the clash was evenly matched. Observing the massive figures, he discerned that each exuded an aura corresponding to either second or third-tier beasts. Among them, the largest gorilla and a white rhinoceros emitted a presence so potent that even from afar, it left him breathless, undoubtedly a fourth-tier beast. Suddenly, amidst a resounding roar, one rhinoceros was lifted overhead by a gorilla and hurled with considerable force. The ensuing cacophony of frenzied roars caused him to feel the stone beneath him shift slightly. Then, it began to move. Alarmed, he quickly looked down, only to find that the stone had slowly sprouted 4 legs and was retreating, while a head emerged from the front. It was a turtle. A 6-foot behemoth. He had unknowingly perched upon the turtle's back, completely unaware of its presence. It had appeared no different than a mere rock, offering him no sense of danger. Even now, though fear gripped him, he dared not move, for the giant turtle was now turning its head to regard him, yet it displayed no inclination to attack. After a brief glance in his direction, the turtle continued its retreat, then turned to descend the hill. Throughout the turtle's movements, Yang Xian, inexplicably sensing no threat, remained seated upon its back, gripping the edge of the shell as it stealthily backed away, descending the hill, and then it began to run, swiftly galloping away. Chapter 24. The turtle. At that moment, the turtle resembled anything but a typical turtle. It was akin to a ferocious tiger in full flight. It paid no heed to the individual atop its back, continuing its rapid dash in the direction Yang Xian had come from. Seated upon the turtle's back, he soon recognized the direction in which it was fleeing. A sudden thought struck him as he gazed at the turtle's head. Was it you who traversed the cave and brought the seeds of the Zungling grass to the Fog Valley? Upon posing the question, he couldn't help but chuckle at the absurdity of addressing a beast. Yet to his astonishment, the giant turtle turned its head to glance back at him. Whether it understood or merely responded to the noise from its back, he could not tell. The turtle continued its flight until it reached the grassy expanse where the Zungling grasses thrived, as if sensing it was safe. Transitioning from a run to a crawl, it occasionally nibbled at the grass. Watching it consume a 7- or 8-year-old Zungling grass along with the surrounding greenery, Yang Xian felt a pang of regret and exclaimed, "Don't eat the Zungling grass. It's precious." After a brief feast, the turtle crawled to a flat area not far from the cave's entrance, where it retracted into a stone-like form, remaining utterly still. Yang Xian leapt from its back, circled around it, and scrutinized the giant turtle. In his understanding, beasts were typically fierce and would attack upon encountering humans. Yet this turtle not only refrained from aggression, but also seemed indifferent to the human upon its back. Devoid of any of the savage traits characteristic of its kind, he began to doubt whether this was merely an ordinary turtle, as aside from its size and speed, it bore little distinction from the turtles of the mortal realm. However, recalling its furtive demeanor while descending the hill, he found himself reconsidering. After a thorough examination and finding no anomalies, he climbed back onto the turtle's back. The giant turtle peered at him once more before withdrawing its head. At that moment, he truly regarded it as a common turtle. Apart from hesitating to touch its mouth for fear of being bitten, he felt emboldened to explore its other features. Settling onto the turtle's shell, he began to tally his recent harvest. As he ventured out this time, he initially believed that preparing 30 jade boxes would suffice, yet he was taken aback by the bountiful harvest he encountered. His spiritual awareness delved into his storage bag, discovering that the 3-foot space was crammed to the brim. The spirit-enhancing herbs, which were originally spread out and about the size of a palm, were now jumbled together, compressed to the point of flattening the ones at the bottom. The few items he had placed at the base were all coated in the soil that had fallen from the roots of the spirit herbs. Enveloping all the spirit-enhancing herbs with his spiritual awareness, he soon found himself grinning from ear to ear. The total count reached 2,014, among which 281 had been gnawed or trampled. He even dismissed a handful of ordinary spirit medicines, not even counting them. Although he was well aware of the abundance, he was nonetheless astonished by this staggering quantity once more. After tallying the spirit medicines, he resolved to rest for a while before returning to the sect to submit his task. With nearly 20,000 spirit stones, his mind began to wander, imagining how he might utilize them. Ultimately, he managed to regain his composure. Such a vast quantity would undoubtedly cause a stir if he were to hand it at that point, he might find himself with nowhere to hide, quietly falling prey to an unseen assassin. Realizing this, he broke into a cold sweat. The joy he had felt moments ago was now overshadowed by the dilemma of how to handle these spirit medicines. Xian had yet to embark on his alchemical studies and could not lend a hand. If only he could refine all these spirit medicines into pills for safekeeping, secretly cultivating would be the safest option. Selling them at the market was out of the question, as it would easily expose him and invite danger. Eventually, he thought of the elder at the sword tower. Perhaps it was worth a try. The man exuded an aura of expertise, undoubtedly beyond the foundation establishment stage, surely at least at the core formation level. If he were to offer just half, a mere 10,000 spirit stones shouldn't be too much for such a master, right? Or perhaps he could gamble, handing over everything in exchange for a substantial cache of resources, allowing him to seclude himself for several years in hopes of establishing his foundation sooner. Otherwise, with so many spirit herbs on hand, he could only watch them languish. Raising his cultivation level swiftly would enable him to accrue even more spirit stones. Having made up his mind, he decided to delay submitting his task and asked Xian to find a way to gather information about the elder. If the elder truly was a master and willing to assist, he would turn over everything. However, this meant he could no longer safeguard his current position. He was reluctant, yet he had no choice but to comply. Rather than hold on to them uselessly, it would be wiser to seize the opportunity for benefit. Once his plan was solidified, he retrieved a pill bottle and swallowed a single fasting pill. A fragrant aroma wafted from the still-open bottle. Gazing at the fasting pill within, he felt a wave of nostalgia. Ever since acquiring this item, he had forgotten about meals. 1 pill sufficed for an entire day, a great convenience. Suddenly, he noticed a large head appear before him. The great tortoise had, unbeknownst to him, extended its head once more. Its big eyes fixated on the bottle that remained uncapped. Yang Xian felt no fear. Instead, he inquired of the great tortoise, "Do you wish to eat?" As he spoke, he poured 5 pills into his palm and extended them toward the tortoise's mouth. After a moment's thought, he retracted his hand, fearing the tortoise might inadvertently take his hand along with the pills. Thus, he leaped down from the tortoise's back and placed the fasting pills on the ground. The tortoise promptly inhaled them in one swift motion. In that instant, Yang Xian became certain that it was indeed a magical beast. He sensed a surge of spiritual energy emanating from the tortoise's breath. Excited, he addressed the great tortoise. "Great tortoise, can you understand what I'm saying? From now on, I shall call you Great Tortoise." Afterward, he poured out 10 more fasting pills, saying, "Here are 10 more for you. Do not overindulge. Otherwise, you may suffer from overconsumption." He paid little mind to how much the tortoise comprehended. Whether it understood or not was irrelevant. After the tortoise inhaled the fasting pills again, he added, "I shall take my leave now. Do not wander off. I will return to check on you in due time." As Yang Xian departed, the great tortoise, having consumed the fasting pills, withdrew its head once more and remained quietly in place. Upon his return to Misty Valley, he felt no inclination to search for spirit herbs any longer but made a beeline for the exit. Although he was uncertain whether he could fly directly out of the valley, he decided that a little extra time was inconsequential. He resolved to simply walk out, even daring not to use the Shintian step. As he traversed the path, his spiritual awareness enveloped the surroundings, ignoring the occasional spirit herbs that appeared within his range. Suddenly, 2 figures emerged within his spiritual perception, and just as he contemplated evading them, their conversation caused him to halt abruptly. 20 meters ahead, on a stone, 2 outer disciples rested. One inquired, "How many have you found?" The other replied, "It's exceedingly difficult to locate them here." the view is so limited. Earlier, I managed to find a 10-year-old one with great difficulty, only for it to be snatched away by Zhao Shixiang and Ma Shixiang at the last moment. Sigh. I heard Zhao Shixiang and Ma Shixiang are looking for someone at the 5th level of Qi refinement? Indeed, I heard that Zhao Shixiang faced off against that fellow in a fair duel, only to be ambushed and have his arms severed. Dio, you actually believe that? You know well the rumors surrounding Zhao Shixiang and Ma Shixiang's frequent misdeeds. Shoo. Speak softly. Be careful not to be overheard. They are currently in the valley looking for that person. What if— All right, let us move on. We'll search elsewhere. I'll head this way. You do as you please. Upon hearing their words, a surge of fury ignited within him. These two despicable individuals were aware of his presence here, and their Tao he exuded confidence, even if a formidable opponent were to block the valley's entrance. As long as they were not at the foundational stage, they would remain oblivious to his spiritual awareness. Indeed, there was someone at the valley's mouth, and his spiritual sense detected a young man seated upon a piece of green stone. Approximately 100 meters away, at the valley's threshold. The location he had chosen was remarkably astute, as it was completely concealed from the direction from which one would exit the misty valley. One would only see him after traversing 40 zhang beyond the entrance. At this moment, however, he found himself positioned behind the enemy, an impeccable spot for an ambush. After confirming the young man's position, his spiritual awareness swept across other areas while he gradually shifted his stance, maintaining a distance of approximately 25 or 26 zhang from the youth. After observing for about a quarter of an hour and ensuring there were no others within a 200 zhang radius, he proceeded to approach the young man along a route he had meticulously plotted in his mind. Finally, he settled behind a large rock, 14 zhang away, leaning against it and quietly waiting in this position. He was confident that, with a single stroke of his sword, he could eliminate his foe. Now, he merely awaited confirmation of whether this individual intended to kill him, for he feared mistakenly targeting the wrong person in the absence of his two senior brothers. He waited for 3 days, during which the young man remained engrossed in his cultivation. Yang Xian, too, was not idle during these 3 days. He had chosen a hiding spot even closer to the valley's mouth than the young man's position. Throughout this time, his spiritual awareness maintained a fan shape, enveloping the direction of the valley and the young man. With such a limit to his spiritual awareness, he could sustain a range of approximately 27 or 28 zhang. And now, covering just 14 zhang posed no burden. Thus, he utilized the moments he spent retracting his spiritual awareness to maneuver the Lanxin sword from a depth of 1 foot underground, navigating around the hard stone to position it behind the young man. The sword was buried in the soil just 2 feet away from the seated figure. Initially, he had managed to place the Lanxin sword within 3 zhang of the young man in just half an hour. Yet he hesitated to advance further for fear of detection. Typically, a cultivator at the 7th level of Qi training would have a spiritual awareness extending 3 zhang, and he feared that encroaching upon this range would expose him. However, in pursuit of a decisive strike, he ultimately resolved to take a gamble, reasoning that a typical person would not casually inspect the ground with their spiritual awareness. Over the next 3 days, he adeptly utilized the sounds of the wind rustling through the grass and trees to mask his movements, finally relocating the Lanxin sword to its current position. Should this individual indeed come with the intent to kill him, he was confident he could decisively eliminate them with a single strike. At noon, individuals finally arrived from the valley. As they stepped into the range of his spiritual awareness, he recognized them as Zhao Ma and his 2 senior brothers. He rose slowly from behind the rock, observing as the 2 brothers approached the young man. The one with a severed arm, Zhao, said, "Elder brother, we did not find that brat inside. Then let us return. As long as he is within the Baiyun sect, we can strike at any time," replied the young man, preparing to rise. Just as he leaned forward, lifting his rear off the stone, a blue light erupted from behind him, piercing through the back of his skull and exiting through his brow, while simultaneously, another strike pierced his heart before Zhao could react in horror. The residual force of the attack surged towards Ma, but the latter narrowly evaded it. The flying sword, after leaving a flash of its trajectory, returned to Yang Xian's hand, who now stood beside Zhao's lifeless body, holding the Lanxin sword, and gazed calmly at the still dazed Ma. Chapter 26. Returning to the sect at this moment, Ma looked at Yang Xian in terror, trembling all over, his lips quivering as he struggled to articulate words. Yet fear rendered him mute, producing only guttural sounds from his throat. His limbs shook violently, as if they would give way beneath him at any moment, but the Lanxin sword swiftly pierced his throat. Once more grasping the returning Lanxin sword, Yang Xian addressed the now truly fallen Ma, saying, "I must commend your earlier performance. Despite your trembling hands, you still managed to reach for the sword's hilt. Truly impressive. To express my gratitude for allowing me to experience the cruel reality of the cultivation world, and in return for your relentless pursuit the other day, I have decided to bestow upon you one final strike, obliterating even the slightest chance of your survival." With that, he executed another horizontal sweep with the sword, sending Ma's head rolling in despair. After dispatching Ma, he swiftly removed their storage bags, particularly examining the young man's, which contained a considerable number of items within its 9-foot space. However, he did not linger over them. Transferring everything into another storage bag, with a flick of his hand, he collected the 3 corpses along with the bloodied earth beneath them, then utilized the Xintian step to make a hasty exit. He did not retrace his steps back to the sect, but instead headed toward the mountain range at the opposite end of the gorge. After delving several miles in one breath, he finally halted before a cave. His spiritual awareness swept through, detecting a third-tier demonic beast within. He discarded the 3 corpses into the cave, returned the contents of the young man's storage bag to their original place, and, before the beast could react, quickly tossed all 3 storage bags inside before departing swiftly for the items within the 3 storage bags. Though tempted, he dared not take them. He recalled having read in various texts on cultivation knowledge that such items often bore markings or seals. For safety's sake, he preferred to forego those belongings. Moreover, the young man was the elder brother of Zhao. He could not help but wonder if he had a formidable second brother or a powerful father. Upon returning to the sect a day later, his first course of action was to seek out Xian. Upon arriving at Xian's dwelling, he was taken aback by the sheer volume of books piled upon the desk. "Have you forsaken alchemy to embark on a second-hand book business?" Xian did not engage with the jest, instead teasing, "With that radiant glow about you, it seems you had a bountiful harvest this time. Quick, let us divide the spoils." Yang Xian waved his hand over the table, revealing more than 60 spiritual herbs. "Very well. Since you've discovered my secret, allow me to offer you a token of appreciation for your discretion." This time, Xian did not joke. He stared dumbfounded at the spiritual herbs before him, astonishment etched on his face. Initially, he had merely been jesting. How could there be so many? You didn't truly rob everyone gathering herbs in the Misty Valley, did you? Absurd. I discovered a hidden place abundant with spiritual herbs, albeit perilous. Though not pry further, in the meantime. Could you keep an ear out for that elder at the sword tower? See if he is indeed a master. Xian, coming to his senses, regarded Yang Xian with complexity. "You make me feel the chasm between us grow ever wider. It seems I must find a master to diligently learn alchemy." With a sigh, he continued, "I have seen the person you mentioned. On that day, a peak foundational cultivator approached the tower, and even he treated him with utmost respect. He is undoubtedly a master." Upon hearing this, Yang Xian felt elated. Grinning as he said, "Excellent! Then you shall accompany me to your aunt's place to ask him to prepare a few dishes. I must curry favor at the sword tower once more. Come now?" "You truly do not regard my aunt as an outsider, commanding her with such familiarity," Xian remarked as they headed out. "Rather than waste time on trivial chatter, it would be more prudent to become a master alchemist. Then I could genuinely offer her medicinal pills as meals to aid in her cultivation." This. The atmosphere turned somewhat somber, and Xian reflected, "Indeed, my aunt is not young anymore. Time is not on her side for cultivation. The further one progresses in cultivation, the fewer loved ones and friends remain." After departing from his aunt's, he borrowed Xian's storage bag and made his way toward the Elder's Hall. Meanwhile, Xian, clutching a hodgepodge of items, gazed speechlessly in the direction Yang Xian had departed. Judging by the several dozen spiritual herbs Yang Xian had tossed him, along with the forced borrowing of his storage bag, he surmised that Yang Xian's recent outing had indeed yielded significant gains. He suspected Yang Xian's visit to the Sword Tower Elder was likely related to task completion. However, Xian refrained from inquiring. Even among friends, everyone harbors their own secrets. Besides, it seemed Yang Xian had not entirely concealed his intentions from him. The sword tower remained as lively as ever that day, and Yang Xian's arrival went unnoticed. He approached the elder's window, where an elderly man dozed, for it was not an everyday occurrence for new disciples to come in search of rewards. Upon hearing someone approach, the elder opened his eyes, and upon seeing Yang Xian, remarked, "Fifth level, no significant progress, I see. You must not be here to challenge the tower, but rather to seek out this old man of mine?" Yang Xian replied respectfully, "Grandfather, I have brought wine and dishes for you to sample." As he spoke, he retrieved a food container and a jar of wine to place through the window. "Come inside." "Placing it like that makes it feel as if you're delivering prison food to me," the elder retorted. Yang Xian entered the elder's room through the side door, deftly arranging the wine and dishes on the table, and poured a cup for the elder. With an unabashed display of flattery, he said, "Grandfather, please do taste this." The elder lifted the cup and drained it in one gulp. Yang Xian refilled it, and after several cups, the elder finally inquired seriously, "Now, what brings you here this time?" "Just so you know, in cultivation, one must rely on their own efforts, understood?" Yang Xian grasped the elder's intent, recognizing it as a reminder to cultivate diligently and not to seek help at the slightest difficulty. Fearing the elder might misunderstand his purpose, he glanced out the window. The elder noticed his demeanor and smiled. "Speak freely. Even if someone is nearby, they cannot overhear our conversation. I have undertaken a task to gather spirit-enhancing grass, and I have completed it, but I am hesitant to submit my findings and wish to seek your advice." "Spirit-enhancing grass? Did you gather a substantial amount?" the elder inquired. "Indeed, quite a lot, around 2,000 stalks. I discovered a location abundant with spirit herb, from which I only harvested the mature specimens, leaving behind even more that were not yet ripe." He then recounted how he found 2 spirit herbs by the brook, shared his speculations, and narrated everything that transpired after locating that place. Upon hearing his tale, the elder gazed at him with admiration and remarked, "Young lad, you have done remarkably well, and you have indeed surprised this old man. I comprehend your intentions. You possess great cleverness, not foolishly rushing to complete your task, but choosing instead to seek my assistance. Otherwise, with the tendencies of your Baiyun sect, you might not even realize how perilously you could find yourself." He continued, "Now, hand over the items to me." Upon hearing the elder's willingness to assist, Yang Xian promptly emptied the contents of his storage bag onto the ground, then handed the elder a bag filled with spiritual herbs. The elder inspected it briefly and said, "Young one, after submitting this task, you shall be considered quite wealthy. Since you wish to remain inconspicuous, do share your desires, and I shall assist you accordingly." After placing the storage bag into his robes, he tossed Yang Xian a ring and added, "First, you must drop your blood upon it to acknowledge its ownership. It will merge with your body. You may choose a finger that you often use to handle items. In the future, keep your valuables within and simply acquire a regular storage bag to disguise it." Chapter 27. Elder Feng's assistant Yang Xian hurriedly accepted the ring, having heard of such precious storage rings before. He quickly bowed in gratitude, saying, "Thank you, esteemed elder." The elder casually replied, "Hurry and drop your blood. From now on, you may call me Elder Feng." Gazing at the storage ring in his palm, he joyfully donned it on the ring finger of his right hand. He bit the tip of his left finger, allowing a drop of blood to fall upon it. The storage ring absorbed the blood and gradually merged into his skin until it became invisible. At that moment, he felt his spiritual consciousness automatically connect to a vast space approximately 70 to 80 feet in size. Had the storage ring not acknowledged him, even with his current spiritual consciousness, he would have been unable to perceive the limits of this space. After withdrawing his consciousness, he waved towards the items on the ground, effortlessly collecting them into the storage ring. Elder Feng then spoke again. "This ring has been imbued with a restriction. No one below the nascent soul stage can detect it, so you may use it with confidence." Upon hearing this, Yang Xian was astounded. He had assumed Elder Feng to be a master of the Golden Core stage. Yet his casual mention of the nascent soul stage further elevated Elder Feng's stature in Yang Xian's eyes. Yang Xian expressed his gratitude once more. "Thank you, Elder Feng. With your remarkable abilities, You must have many disciples, right? Elder Feng chuckled. Indeed. I have a few. If you are willing to undergo trials after establishing your foundation and manage to return alive, I would not mind adding one more to my list. Upon hearing of the opportunity to become a disciple, Yang Xian replied excitedly, yes, then I humbly request Elder Feng's assistance in exchanging for some foundation establishment pills. I shall hasten my cultivation to seek you out. Aside from the foundation establishment pills, do you desire anything else? If your contributions suffice, I can procure a skill for concealing one's presence and a cultivation method. I already possess both sword techniques and body techniques. You have made significant contributions. The most valuable is not the spiritual herbs you submitted, but the location where they grew. I shall obtain the foundation establishment pills and the concealment method for you. But refrain from exchanging for a cultivation method. After your foundation establishment, take the time to study the 5 elements technique you possess. Now, you may return. Back in his cave, after lying in bed for 2 hours, Yang Xian was still pondering Elder Feng's words. Earlier, when he heard Elder Feng mention your Baiyun sect, he had not paid much attention, but now, reflecting upon it, he was puzzled. Could it be that Elder Feng was not a member of the Baiyun sect? If so, why was he stationed at the Baiyun sect's tower? Unable to comprehend, he shifted his thoughts to the imminent rewards he would receive. Lost in thought, he turned over. Suddenly, he noticed an additional figure in the room, startling him into an upright position. Upon recognizing Elder Feng, he quickly approached and bowed. Elder Feng waved his hand, signaling him not to be overly formal, and tossed him a storage bag. Your sect holds great esteem for the location where the spirit herbs flourish. Hence they have provided a considerable amount of spiritual stones, sufficient for you to cultivate until you establish your foundation and purchase a full set of items. Furthermore, no one knows it was you who completed the task. And I have kept 2 spirit herbs for you. Consider it a gesture. Without waiting for Yang Xian's response, Elder Feng turned and vanished from the room. As the elder's figure disappeared, his voice echoed, since you wish to remain hidden, do not seek me out until after your foundation establishment. Gazing at the spot where Elder Feng had just stood, Yang Xian found it now empty. He could not fathom how Elder Feng had departed. For the door remained shut. Looking at the storage bag in his hand, he was once again drawn back to the contents of the bag. Delving into it with his spiritual consciousness, he discovered a 9-foot space filled with spiritual stones, exactly 50,000 of them. On top of the pile of stones lay 3 pill vials and a beast skin book. He retrieved the 3 vials and found each contained a milky white pill, indeed the foundation establishment pills. Subsequently, he stored the spiritual stones and pills within the storage ring and began to examine the beast skin book. It contained a technique for concealing one's aura, simple to learn. Once mastered, it would render one nearly invisible to anyone below a significantly higher realm. During concealment, one's aura could blend with the surrounding environment, making detection exceedingly difficult, truly a skill suited for assassination. He did not rush to cultivate but instead made his way to Xian's cave. Upon seeing Yang Xian reappear, Xian curiously asked, so soon? Have you completed your task? As he spoke, he stepped aside to allow Yang Xian entry into the cave. Yang Xian did not enter. Instead, he tossed the 3-foot storage bag to Xian and said, I am preparing for an extended retreat. Though you have any matters that require my assistance, focus on elevating your cultivation. I too must head to the alchemy pavilion to learn about alchemy. I will rarely return to this cave in the future. After bidding farewell to Xian, he submitted his task at the mission hall, then purchased 10 bottles of Bigu pills at the alchemy pavilion, and finally arrived at the treasure pavilion. The same amiable young woman greeted him. Her memory was sharp, and she recognized him. Without waiting for her to inquire, Yang Xian directly stated, Senior sister, do you have maps? Please provide me with a detailed one. Junior brother, how detailed do you wish it to be? Are you seeking a specific area or a broader regional map? Please provide me with a detailed map of the Beast Forest, along with one for our larger region. In the end, the regional map cost him 700 spiritual stones, while the detailed map of the Beast Forest was even more exorbitant, totaling 3,000 stones. Upon returning to his cave, he eagerly examined the 3,000 stone map, wondering what justified such a price. The map was not recorded on beast skin, but rather on a jade slip, as the young woman explained. Only less significant techniques and miscellaneous notes were recorded on beast skin, or very ancient materials that had originally been preserved in such a manner. In this era, items recorded on beast skin were generally either very old or quite ordinary. The advantage of jade slips is that they can store vast amounts of information. For instance, as he scrutinized the map of the beast forest, upon delving into the jade slip, a three-dimensional topographical map materialized in his mind, illustrating every mountain range, river, and valley. Not only did it label place names, but it also delineated high-risk, medium-risk, and low-risk zones for each major realm. Further probing into the names revealed approximate beast levels, spiritual herbs, and mineral types within those areas. The wealth of information captivated Yang Xian, and he became so engrossed that he lost track of time, only realizing half a day had passed when he had grasped the contents of the jade slip. It took him another half-day to fully digest all the records contained within the slip. The more he understood about the beast forest, the more he perceived its vast dangers and expanse. He then retrieved the other regional jade slip, which also contained substantial information. As his spiritual consciousness entered the slip, the first thing he saw were the two golden characters for North Continent. Beyond those words lay a simple map composed solely of colors and lines. The three smaller golden characters for Baiyun sect appeared above a golden on the map, and from there, the entire map expanded outward from the Baiyun sect, with a dark area marking the blood-red characters for Beast Forest. Chapter 28. The Beast Forest. To the left of Baiyun sect lay the Jue Sword sect, while to the right was the Forging Hall, both marked in gold. The central family, the Zhao family, was also highlighted in gold. Besides these four prominent names, the rest of the map was dotted with names in white and purple. Finally, at the edges of the map, aside from the Beast Forest, all other areas were represented in shades of blue, symbolizing water. After surveying the entire map, Yang Xian truly realized the vastness of this world. The Baiyun sect was merely a tiny upon it point 10 days later, in the direction of the Beast Forest from Baiyun sect. Within the second-level beast area, a young man clad in a blue robe gazed at the second-level beast lying before him. After extracting a beast crystal from its skull with a single stroke of his sword, he calmly proceeded deeper into the forest. This was Yang Xian, who had informed Xian of his intention to enter a prolonged retreat. As for why he found himself here again, it was entirely due to Elder Feng's earlier words. After establishing his foundation, he was to visit a certain place, and if he returned alive, he would be accepted as a disciple. This indicated that this was a test bestowed upon him by Elder Feng, and the location of the trial was indeed perilous. Thus, he ultimately chose to venture into the Beast Forest, seeking to grow through combat and hone his survival skills in preparation for Elder Feng's test. He had already been in this area for 2 days, during which time he had slain every beast he encountered, collecting around 10 second-level demon crystals and gathering 2 medicinal herbs. After acclimating for 2 days, he resolved to delve deeper and engage in battle with third-level demon beasts, as the corresponding combat strength of such creatures aligned with the late stage of Qi refinement. At present, the mid-stage of Qi refinement posed no challenge for him, and he craved greater pressure. Half a day later, a third-level demon beast finally appeared within the range of his spiritual awareness, but the scene that unfolded filled him with immediate rage. A massive 7-foot-long mantis was gnawing on a severed human body beneath a large tree. The crunching sound sent shivers down his spine. In a fit of anger, the blue heart sword erupted with brilliance as he launched himself towards it without hesitation. The moment he summoned the blue heart sword, the mantis, which had been munching, swiftly struck out with its blade-like forelimbs. With a clang, the first strike halted the blue heart sword, and the second sent it flying. Following that, its 2-meter-long body transformed into a green blur. Appearing instantly before Yang Xian, it swung its sword-like forelimbs at Yang Xian with ferocious speed. Though the sequence of action sounds lengthy, from the moment Yang Xian drew his sword to the blade being deflected, and the mantis's counterattack, all transpired in the blink of an eye. Witnessing the blade descending upon him, he deftly executed the Xintian step, narrowly evading the mantis's successive strikes, and positioned himself 3 zhang away. Cautiously recalling the blue heart sword while observing the mantis, he had not anticipated the creature's speed to be so formidable. That moment, after the mantis's 2 strikes missed, it emitted a shrill, piercing cry before suddenly reappearing before him. Yang Xian, in a split second, unleashed a flurry of sword strikes. In an instant, blue and green lights intertwined, with the sounds of clashing reverberating through the air. The surrounding vegetation within a 3-zhang radius was shredded to pieces, with even the stout trees bearing numerous scars. As the blade light dissipated and the sword energy ceased, the mantis's 2-meter body crashed heavily where it had previously feasted. Its head nowhere to be found, and only 2 of its 6 legs remaining. The forelimbs, a mere 1 zhang from the mantis's corpse, Yang Xian found himself injured. His clothing tattered, with blood oozing from wounds on his chest, arms, and thighs. Despite having slain the mantis, a flicker of dread remained in his gaze. Truly, the mantis was aptly named for its speed. During their exchange, he had found himself at a disadvantage, and had it not been for his reliance on spiritual awareness to maneuver and ultimately seize the opportunity to eliminate it, he would have been compelled to flee. After retrieving healing ointment from his storage ring to tend to his wounds, he approached the mantis's corpse, extracting the demon crystal from its chest with his sword and severing its 2 forelimbs to collect. Only then did he glance at the half-eaten human corpse, its legs consumed, and its head missing. The storage bag at the waist remained intact. He pried it open with his sword, discovering a plethora of ordinary items within. There were over 500 spirit stones, numerous demon crystals, more than 50 second level and 7 third level, indicating the previous owner likely possessed a cultivation level above the 7th stage of Qi refinement. Alongside the spirit stones and demon crystals, he unearthed an assortment of miscellaneous items, healing potions, cooking utensils, and seasonings, suggesting this unfortunate soul had intended to reside in the beast forest for an extended period. Except for clothing, he promptly stored everything else in his ring, as its spaciousness would facilitate future convenience. After tidying up, he dug a pit beneath the tree and, having searched for any other parts of the corpse in vain, buried the half-eaten remains. As dusk approached, and feeling the toll of his injuries, he spent a quarter of an hour finding a cave and took refuge within. The cave was not large, likely once inhabited by a demon beast. Dry inside but with a faint, tolerable odor, he remained in the cave for 3 days, during which time his wounds scabbed over and were close to healing. On that early morning, he emerged from the cave, stretching his limbs and finding himself ready for combat once more. As he ventured deeper, he planned to delve approximately 10 more li inward and remain active within that area. As he traversed into the territory of 3rd-level demon beasts, the number of encounters decreased significantly compared to the 2nd-level area. After half a day, he had only seen 3, dispatching 2, while the last managed to escape. Now, he was concealing his presence, nestled within the canopy of a great tree, utilizing the foliage for cover as he observed a fierce battle transpiring 30 zhang ahead. 2 fellow disciples of Baiyun's sect, one at the 7th stage and the other at the 8th, were entangled with a 3-foot-tall humanoid spider. They circled the spider at a distance, relentlessly unleashing sword energy towards its vulnerable eyes and abdomen. Each time the spider attempted to flee, they would intercept it, continuing their assault. After a quarter of an hour, the spider could no longer produce silk. Its screeches grew weak, its 8 legs flailing in circles, its crimson eyes revealing the depths of its despair. At that moment, the 8th stage practitioner suddenly shouted, "Be cautious. It's about to make its final desperate move." Indeed, as the warning left his lips, the spider disregarded the attacks from the 8th stage practitioner, using its 4 hind legs to propel itself forcefully, lunging at the 7th stage disciple. Chapter 29. The shadowless snake. Yet, alerted by the cry, the 7th stage youth swiftly reached for his waist, producing a talisman that he hurled towards the charging spider. Upon leaving his hand, the talisman transformed into a chilling blue light, instantly encasing the spider in ice, which was subsequently shattered by the arriving 8th stage disciple's sword. At this moment, the 7th stage youth stepped forward, extracting a demon crystal from the shattered ice, remarking, "This accursed humanoid spider is truly troublesome, wasting my crack." His words were abruptly cut off by the sound of a sword slicing through wood from 100 meters away. They then beheld a blue figure drop from the treetops, wildly swinging its sword as it slashed through the air. The figure, they recognized, was Yang Xian. However, he was not merely hacking at the air. he was engaged in combat with a bizarre snake, measuring only 5 inches long and as thick as a pinky finger. Its diminutive size, coupled with the obfuscating sword light, rendered it invisible to onlookers from a distance. Just moments ago, he had been engrossed in watching the duel between the two disciples and the humanoid spider. Yet, without warning, he sensed a deathly aura approaching from behind, one that his spiritual awareness had failed to perceive. Instinctively, he pivoted and struck with his sword, simultaneously pushing off the tree trunk to catapult himself from the canopy. Plummeting towards the ground, a soft thud resonated where the blue heart sword struck, and he felt something elastic propelled away by his blow. As he landed, a new wave of danger surged from his left. This time, he was meticulously scanning his surroundings with his spiritual awareness, yet still failed to detect the source of the threat. Relinquishing his spiritual senses, he relied on instinct to thrust his sword again, successfully hitting the target, and in that fleeting moment, he finally glimpsed it was a 5-inch-long, gray snake. While he focused intently on the little creature, he swept his spiritual awareness around once more, only to find his mind met with emptiness. While battling the tiny snake, he pondered its identity, but his distraction nearly cost him as he narrowly evaded a strike aimed at his brow. Suddenly, a sense of chilling foreboding gripped him, compelling him to lock his gaze firmly upon the little creature. He shouted to the two youths, who were retreating less than 50 meters away, "Run! It's a shadowless snake. Ascend and flee." The two youths hesitated briefly, their expressions shifting to alarm as they hurriedly took to the air on their swords. Fleeing into the distance, though the shadowless snake possessed astonishing speed and resilience, it could not fly. It relied on nearby objects to propel itself. Yet, thanks to its incredible swiftness, innate ability to obscure spiritual awareness, and its diminutive size, any cultivator ensnared by it was virtually guaranteed a grim fate. Even those of a higher realm could fall prey to its ambush, once it succeeded in a sneak attack. The outcome was death or worse. Victims of the shadowless snake bore no visible wounds. It would seep into their dantian upon contact, consuming their spiritual energy, golden core, or nascent soul, or it might infiltrate their sea of consciousness to devour their soul. Moreover, the creature was notoriously difficult to kill. As its cultivation increased, so did its tenacity. Fortunately, the shadowless snake was so ferocious that upon hatching, it would consume any unhatched or recently hatched siblings in its vicinity, resulting in a situation where typically only one snake would emerge from a clutch of eggs. This has led to the near extinction of the shadowless snake lineage. Otherwise, if their numbers grew, they would pose a dire threat to other species. Confronted with the unpredictable assaults of this snake, Yang Xian found escape on his flying sword impossible. The moment he attempted to take flight, he would undoubtedly become vulnerable during the brief pause required to overcome air resistance. As a half-incense stick's worth of time passed, he still found no opportunity to flee, and as for slaying the shadowless snake, he could barely breach its defenses, let alone kill it. As he unleashed such a ferocious surge of spiritual energy through his sword, he found that his internal reserves had dwindled to less than 30%. In the fleeting moment when he cleaved the shadowless serpent aside with another strike, he summoned a low-grade magical artifact obtained from the remnants of a half-decayed corpse. Determined to make a desperate attempt, he prepared to take flight with this sword while simultaneously employing his blue heart sword for defense. As he once again sent the shadowless serpent flying, he stepped onto his flying sword, propelling himself into the air. However, before he could ascend 2 meters, the gray shadow struck once more. Anticipating the attack, he swept his sword horizontally, landing a direct hit on the serpent's head. Yet, he forgot that being airborne was vastly different from standing on solid ground. The recoil, compounded by the serpent's forceful charge, sent him tumbling from his flying sword to the ground. Before he could react, a sharp pain pierced his forehead, and he felt the soul-devouring pearl tremble violently. He swiftly crossed his legs and sat down, merging his spiritual consciousness with the pearl, only to find the shadowless serpent indeed manifesting within the pearl's domain. At that moment, its 5-inch-long body was ensnared by countless particles of soul-absorbing sand. Frantically attempting to escape, as it fled, an endless tide of sand rushed towards it from all directions. Witnessing this scene, Yang Xian could hardly suppress a laugh. He nearly forgot that the soul-devouring pearl could autonomously disintegrate any soul entity intruding upon its territory. The shadowless serpent was, at that moment, precisely such a soul entity, capable of shifting between the realms of reality and illusion at will. When it was ethereal, it could merge into its enemy's body, voraciously consuming their spiritual essence. However, utilizing this innate ability came with peril. Although they could devour souls, they were equally vulnerable to others' spiritual attacks. Conversely, when they materialized, their bodies were remarkably resilient, possessing few weaknesses. Observing the writhing little serpent, now reduced to a mere half-life, Yang Xian commanded the soul-absorbing sand to coalesce around it, forming a spherical barrier that trapped it within. The shadowless serpent, revealed within the heart of the sphere, struggled to revert to its tangible form, yet for reasons unknown, it remained trapped in this ethereal space. Its diminutive body quivered incessantly, and its small eyes, devoid of luster, gazed fearfully at the sandy barrier. Reluctant to move. At that moment, Yang Xian's voice echoed within the sphere. I am aware that you possess intelligence. If you can comprehend my words, then acknowledge me as your master. Otherwise, I shall have no choice but to eliminate you. After speaking, he scrutinized the little serpent, but it offered no response. Yet, he himself was uncertain of what kind of reaction he sought from it. After all, it could not speak. Even if the serpent understood, communication was impossible, and he had no knowledge of how to elicit recognition from a beast. After observing for a while, he dispatched a strand of spiritual consciousness to maintain the confinement of the serpent before withdrawing from the pearl's space. This did not hinder his combat prowess. When he opened his eyes after sitting cross-legged, he happened to see two young men hovering over 200 feet away, watching him intently. Only when he stood did they dare approach, stopping 30 feet away to bow in greeting. We greet you, senior brother. Both wore identical outer disciple robes, confirming their brotherhood. However, due to Yang Xian's display of power against the shadowless serpent and the effects of his concealment technique, they could not discern his true cultivation level, hence the respectful address. Chapter 30. The three travelers. Yang Xian clasped his hands in return. I am Yang Xian. May I inquire your names? The one at the 8th level of Qi refinement replied, You may call me Dongli. He then gestured towards the young man at the 7th level. This is Xiao Lu. Just call him Xiao Lu, as his name is difficult to pronounce. After a brief exchange, Dongli couldn't help but ask, Senior brother, what happened to the shadowless serpent? Did you slay it? Yang Xian smiled wryly. It is a miracle I managed to endure until it chose to cease its pursuit. I could hardly hope to kill it, let alone breach its defenses. Upon hearing Yang Xian's response, they felt a sense of normalcy return. Otherwise, they would have found it hard to believe that someone at the Qi refinement stage could vanquish a shadowless serpent. As their conversation unfolded, Dongli and Xiao Lu invited him to join them in hunting beasts, promising him 40% of the spoils, while they would share the remaining 60% equally. Initially, Yang Xian considered declining, but after some thought, he acquiesced. Observing their adeptness in slaying beasts, it was evident that they frequently hunted in this area for cultivation resources. It would be wise for him to learn some outdoor survival skills from them. Indeed, over the next 2 days, Dongli and Xiao Lu's seamless coordination and their techniques for tracking and evading beasts opened Yang Xian's eyes. He learned that they had been earning spirit stones in the beast forest since reaching the 4th level of Qi refinement, progressing from the territory of 1st-level beasts to the current 3rd-level area. Dongli explained that although the hierarchy among beasts was stringent and the law of the jungle prevailed, lower-level beasts generally did not dare to venture into the territory of higher-level beasts, as it was akin to seeking death. However, higher-level beasts occasionally strayed into lower-level areas, meaning that staying in these zones was not necessarily safe. Encountering a 4th-level beast would not be unusual, though the likelihood was low. As the trio chatted and searched for beasts, the atmosphere remained relaxed. Yang Xian, speaking little, listened intently. Sometimes, when the topic meandered, he would casually steer the conversation back to survival skills in the wild. Gradually, Dongli recognized Yang Xian's inexperience in this regard and willingly shared his knowledge, discussing the weaknesses of various beasts and what to watch out for. Suddenly, Yang Xian raised a hand in a gesture for silence, prompting them to focus and remain vigilant. Through their interactions over the past 2 days, they had come to know that Yang Xian possessed keen spiritual perception, able to sense beasts long before they did. At that moment, a Zhou Wu, a creature with the head of a leopard and the body of a horse, measuring 7 feet in length and sporting a similarly long tail, was cautiously observing their direction from 10 feet away. The Zhou Wu was known for its lightning-fast speed and its ability to launch water arrows from its mouth while trampling its targets with its powerful legs. After relaying the situation to Dong Li and Xiao Lu, Yang Xian looked at them, signaling for their tactical input. Xiao Lu, somewhat hesitant, replied, "This beast is too swift. We likely won't be able to strike it in time." Suddenly, an idea sparked in Yang Xian's mind. If we could capture this beast alive, it would serve as an unrivaled mount during the Qi refinement stage. With some training to elevate it to the 4th level, it would be invincible during the foundation establishment stage. Dong Li, upon hearing this, displayed a flicker of eagerness. Yang Xian continued, "Alas, this is my first outing, and I did not plan thoroughly. Otherwise, I would have truly considered a trial." "Senior brother, do you have a method to contain this beast?" Dong Li inquired urgently. "I have a 30% chance of stealthily approaching within 10 meters and launching a strike to injure one of its legs. How about you, Dong brother? Do you possess a secret technique to make it submit?" Dong Li's excitement was palpable. "To be honest, I do have a secret method for beast submission, but its success rate is only around 50%. If you help me capture this Zhou Wu, I shall express my gratitude with this technique, regardless of the outcome," Dong Li replied, barely containing his enthusiasm. Yang Xian felt elated internally, though he maintained an outward demeanor of modesty. "Dong brother, you flatter me. I had never considered capturing a beast. My instinctive reaction upon encountering one is to eliminate it. If you desire this Zhou Wu, I shall do my utmost." With that, he circled to approach the Zhou Wu from behind, carefully concealing his presence and suppressing his aura as he stealthily advanced. 7 feet, 10 feet, 3 feet. As he neared within 3 feet of the Zhou Wu without detection, he continued to inch closer, linking his spiritual consciousness to his blue heart sword. 2.5 feet, 2 feet. Just then, he noticed the Zhou Wu's ears perk up, realizing it had sensed him. Acting swiftly, he unleashed his blue heart sword, which transformed into a streak of luminous energy, striking the Zhou Wu's hind leg just as it lifted a foreleg to flee. He did not utilize the blade's edge, but instead delivered a horizontal blow with the sword's body. The Zhou Wu, caught off balance as its leg exerted force, toppled to the ground. At that moment, Dong Li and Xiao Lu arrived, but as they prepared to attack, the fallen Zhou Wu unleashed 2 water arrows from its mouth, shooting directly at them. Simultaneously, its tail lashed out like a whip towards Yang Xian, who evaded it using the Shintian step. As the Zhou Wu attempted to right itself, Yang Xian struck again, landing a blow on one of its forelegs at the joint, then swiftly moved to its front, channeling his spiritual energy into a powerful strike atop its head. Thus, the Zhou Wu, weakened and dazed from the assault, was subdued by the combined efforts of Dong Li and Xiao Lu after dodging the water arrows. As for the method of taming the Zhou Wu, Yang Xian acquired it. It involved forming a complex spiritual imprint with his consciousness and implanting it into the beast's soul. If the beast did not resist, the success rate was 100%. However, if it fought back, the likelihood of success against a beast of equal rank dropped to less than 10%, while success against weaker beasts was between 30 to 50%. Fortunately, the Zhou had a docile temperament and typically did not attack humans, allowing Dong Li to successfully tame it. After being subdued, the Zhou Wu obediently stood beside Dong Li, occasionally nudging him with its head as a sign of affection, though it regarded Yang Xian with a mixture of fear and wariness. In the following half-month, their trio evolved into a group of 3+1 beast. The Zhou Wu's leg, having undergone a month of recuperation, was fully healed. As Dong and Lu contemplated their return, having spent 2 months away with considerable gains. They decided to retreat for further cultivation. After bidding farewell to the two, he sought refuge in a secluded cave. Delving into the spatial essence of the pearl, he once again beheld the shadowless serpent, whose spirit had notably rejuvenated. Sensing his presence, the serpent exhibited an overwhelming fear, as though haunted by memories of being ensnared by the soul-absorbing sand, its body involuntarily twitching. its beady eyes fixated with intensity in the direction of his spiritual essence. Now shimmering with a newfound vitality, devoid of the relentless madness it had displayed while pursuing Yang Xian. Yang Xian regarded the shadowless serpent and conveyed telepathically, "Do you wish to live or perish? If you desire life, acknowledge me as your master. If death is your choice, I shall end you now." Following this proclamation, he observed the serpent's fear intensify upon hearing his voice. After a brief pause, he continued, "Regardless of your comprehension of my words, I shall soon implant a spiritual mark upon you. Should you resist, your demise will be inevitable. Should you choose to follow me without resistance, I will expedite your ascension in power, provided, of course, that you can comprehend my intentions." With no further hesitation, he swiftly crafted a complex spiritual seal, and indeed, after days of practice, he succeeded with remarkable ease. Guiding the mark gently towards the serpent's forehead, it instinctively recoiled in trepidation. However, he constricted the sphere formed by the soul-absorbing sand, diminishing the serpent's available space for movement. Witnessing the encroaching confinement, the serpent remained utterly still, as Yang Xian drew the mark closer to its forehead. He declared loudly, "You would do well not to resist. You should be aware of the rapid cultivation speed of humans. Align with me, and you will gain strength swiftly. But should you dare to defy me, I will have no choice but to eliminate you." Uncertain whether it was his words or the looming threat of the surrounding soul-absorbing sand that instilled compliance, the shadowless serpent remained motionless until the mark fully integrated into its soul, sprouting tendril-like roots that entwined with its essence. Only upon the completion of the imprint did Yang Xian feel a connection surge into his mind, releasing a breath of relief and excitement. With the addition of this serpent, he would gain a formidable ally. Perhaps sensing his exhilaration, the serpent transmitted a wave of emotions: closeness, confusion, and helplessness, yearning to approach him yet held back by fear. As he perceived this sentiment, it dawned on him that, despite the serpent's fierce and bloodthirsty demeanor, it was still young and possessed a fundamentally innocent spirit. Its ferocity was merely a primal instinct inherent to its nature. Dispelling the soul-absorbing sand, he felt a sense of ease through their newfound connection. Using his mind, he offered gentle reassurances to the serpent, conveying his goodwill. Before long, the serpent's fear dissipated. He then returned his consciousness to himself while enveloping the serpent in his spiritual essence. In that fleeting moment of contact, he sensed a brief flicker of fear from the serpent, but as their souls intertwined, tranquility swiftly returned. Outside, Yang Xian opened his eyes, his spiritual essence guiding the serpent out of the pearl's space. Upon exiting, the serpent immediately transformed into a physical form, and he could distinctly sense its newfound comfort. Now cradling the serpent in his palm, he spoke, "From this day forth, you shall be known as Wu Ying. Does that please you?" Communicating this thought to Wu Ying, he felt a clear understanding in return, a wave of joy and the weariness of past injuries. Producing a spirit stone from his storage ring, he placed it in his palm, which Wu Ying promptly devoured. Its small belly absorbed the stone, showing no signs of swelling, leaving Yang Xian to wonder where it had vanished. He then retrieved several second-tier demon crystals, noticing Wu Ying's preference for these, as it consumed 3 in succession before stopping. After a brief moment of support, the serpent burrowed into his embrace and succumbed to slumber, presumably to recuperate and enhance its cultivation through rest. A month later, Wu Ying awoke, displaying an even greater affection towards Yang Xian, and their communication became increasingly fluid. From then on, he roamed the realm of third-tier demon beasts alongside Wu Ying for an extended period. 2 years later, having just turned 18 and achieved the 7th layer of Qi refinement, he returned to the Baiyun sect to visit Xianlan, bestowing upon him numerous spirit herbs and demon cores. He jestingly urged Xianlan to hasten in refining foundational pills, so he could bring along a hefty supply during his trials. After bidding farewell to Xianlan, he made a detour to the 9th level of the Sword Tower, effortlessly dispatching 6 9th-layer mist men with a single strike, earning accolades from Elder Foam. Meanwhile, Zhao Shixiang's third brother, who had just learned of Yang Xian's presence in the sect, suddenly found that the young man had vanished once more. If Yang Xian were aware that, while Zhao Shixiang lacked a formidable second brother to seek him out, he indeed had a third brother who harbored suspicions, he might find the situation rather amusing. At that moment, having evaded Zhao Shixiang's third brother, Yang Xian emerged at a marketplace located at the intersection of Baiyun sect and the Nine-Leaf Sword sect. Over the past 2 years, he and Wu Ying had swept through the territory of third-tier demon beasts, encountering no worthy adversaries. In his arrogance, he decided to explore the realm of fourth-tier foundational demon beasts. However, upon merely stepping into the fringes, he was overwhelmed by a ferocious fourth-tier ironhide bull, which nearly rendered him bloodied and battered. Had he not bravely diverted the creature's attention, ultimately allowing Wu Ying to launch a successful ambush, he might have met his demise at the edge of the fourth-tier territory. Nonetheless, despite his injuries, he was rewarded with his first fourth-tier demon crystal, a significant achievement given his previous reliance on third-tier crystals. His visit to a place called Xinjifeng Market aimed to liquidate the demon crystals and materials he had amassed over 2 years. In total, he had collected approximately 1,000 third-tier demon crystals, having given second-tier ones to Xian, knowing he had no use for them with his current alchemical prowess, as for the demon beast materials. He had gathered even more, using 4 storage bags over 9 feet in size to accommodate his haul, 1 bag for the crystals and 3 filled to the brim with materials. Throughout these 2 years, he had diligently cultivated using spirit stones, and now he still possessed around 45,000 lower-grade spirit stones. Before long, he arrived at a store named Jueb Baibao Pavilion, clearly a property of the Nine-Leaf Sword sect. As the name almost completed their sect's title, such a name instilled confidence, for major sects are typically wary of their reputation, and they would be unlikely to entertain any dishonest dealings over transactions involving tens of thousands of lower-grade spirit stones. As Yang Xian entered the hall, donning a straw hat, a young woman greeted him, her voice sweet as she inquired, "What do you seek, young master? Would you like me to guide you?" Although he wore a hat, he made no effort to conceal his aura, which, at the 7th layer of qi refinement, was hardly remarkable for his age. Thus, he was not surprised by her address. "I wish to sell some items. Could you direct me to a quieter place?" he requested. The young woman promptly led him to the 2nd floor and into a private room. Inside, a middle-aged man sat at a tea table, sipping tea. Upon noticing Yang Xian's entrance, he cordially gestured, "Please, take a seat. Young friend, try my homegrown green tea." With that, he poured a cup for Yang Xian. Removing his hat and stowing it away, Yang Xian took a sip of the tea and remarked, "While I am no connoisseur, it is indeed quite delightful." The middle-aged man chuckled heartily. "You are quite forthright. May I ask what you wish to sell? Feel free to show me. I can provide an estimate. If it suits your needs, you can sell it to my establishment. If not, that is perfectly acceptable as well." Yang Xian produced a storage bag and handed it to him, saying, "Please assess the contents and determine their worth in spirit stones. And then we can negotiate." The man accepted the bag, scanned it with his spirit stones, and after a moment of contemplation, offered, "For the items within, I would estimate a total of 6,000 lower-grade spirit stones. What do you think?" Yang Xian remained silent, handing over the remaining 3 storage bags in one go. "Take a look at these as well. I hope you won't disappoint me on the price. If it is too low, I'll find it difficult to justify to my companions." His words subtly indicated the substantial quantity of demon beast materials he possessed, implying that their origin was not from plunder. As Yang Xian exited the Jueb Baibao Pavilion, he found his storage ring enriched with 700 middle-grade spirit stones. The conversion rate for spirit stones stands at 1 upper grade for 100 middle grade, and 1 middle grade for 100 lower grade. He was quite satisfied with the price, as he intended to amass spirit stones, saving them for the future when he would cultivate exceptional equipment to face the unknown challenges ahead. Thus, he completed the transaction without purchasing any of the items the middle-aged man enthusiastically recommended. As the saying goes, wealth in one's pocket allows one to walk with their head held high. Now, his pockets brimmed not only with wealth, but also with over 110,000 spirit stones. Although it did not grant him the imposing demeanor of looking down his nose and standing tall, it did provide him with a sense of assurance as he strolled through the market. At least now, when something truly captivating caught his eye, he had the confidence to inquire about its price. For instance, before him lay a stall displaying a vial of elixir meant for feeding spirit beasts. Just moments ago, while feigning an examination of its quality, he had confirmed its efficacy through the hidden wooing concealed within his robe, prompting him to ask the price point 30 low-grade spirit stones for a vial containing 10 pills, effective for third-tier spirit beasts. Tio distinguished the intelligent and docile beasts that engage amicably with humans from the ferocious ones. The former are referred to as spirit beasts, while the latter are known as demon beasts. Of course, demon beasts that have been tamed by humans are also classified among spirit beasts, as it is believed that once they acknowledge a human as their master, they begin to inhabit the human realm, and their intelligence will gradually surpass their inherent savagery through interaction with humans. Thus, people are willing to accept these demon beasts as spirit beasts. After paying 30 low-grade spirit stones, Yang Xian stored the vial away. He then inquired again, "Do you have more of this elixir? Or perhaps something even better?" The stall owner, a lively girl of about 15 or 16, with charming dimples that appeared when she smiled, looked delighted at his question. "Senior brother," she replied, "I cannot yet refine a higher grade, but I do have more of the kind you just purchased, though I didn't bring it with me. If you can wait a moment, I can fetch it for you. It won't take long, just half an hour." After speaking, she gazed at Yang Xian with anticipation, and in her clear eyes, he saw his own reflection along with a glimmer of hope. She was evidently eager to make this sale. Without hesitation, he replied, "All right, go retrieve it, and bring back as many as you can. I will wander nearby and wait for you here." Upon hearing his response, the girl beamed with joy, reminding him as she departed, "Just keep going straight ahead, and you'll find a lazy man's refinery. As long as you provide the materials, he will gladly accept them and produce exquisite items." Following her directions, he soon arrived at a dilapidated shop. The sight before him was chaotic, with the entrance resembling a junkyard, littered with scrap metal and debris. He was taken aback. This truly lived up to its name as a lazy man's refinery. Cautiously avoiding the clutter on the ground, he stepped inside, only to find it empty. After calling out several times with no response, he noticed a back door ajar. Through it, he glimpsed a small courtyard where a middle-aged man lay sleeping in a rocking chair. He called out to the man, yet the middle-aged individual remained in slumber, and had it not been for the visible rise and fall of his chest, Yang Xian might have thought him dead. Resolutely, he approached the rocking chair and, regardless of whether the man could hear him, stated, "I possess a pair of demon beast fangs capable of devouring souls. Could you assist me in forging them into a sword?" After observing the man for several breaths without a reaction, he turned to leave. However, just a few steps away, he heard a voice call out from behind, "Let me see them." Turning around, he saw the middle-aged man, now sitting upright and regarding him intently. Without hesitation, Yang Xian reached into his storage pouch, retrieving the fangs he had obtained along with the soul-devouring pearl, and presented them to the man. The middle-aged man's eyes glimmered with interest as he examined the fangs, then said, "Kid, these fangs are beyond your current level. Even if you force their use, it would be a waste. Best to put them away." He then tossed the fangs back to Yang Xian, who inspected them closely but found nothing particularly remarkable, so he stored them once more. "May I ask what level these are?" he inquired, but the middle-aged man paid him no mind. Leaving Yang Xian to depart empty-handed, save for the fangs, he had no other worthwhile materials, having grown weary of the ordinary second- and third-tier demon beast materials he had encountered. Nevertheless, this excursion was not without its rewards. At the very least, he had confirmed that this lazy man's refinery was not trying to swindle him. Should he acquire suitable materials in the future, it would be worth returning to investigate further. After leaving the refinery, he meandered through the market for a while, purchasing various everyday items, particularly clothing, as constant battles with demon beasts had worn out his garments. Upon returning to their agreed meeting place, he found the girl waiting for him, visibly relieved at his arrival, as if she had been concerned he might not show. Seeing her expression, Yang Xian chuckled, "You arrived so early, fearing I might leave you behind?" "Indeed," she replied, "if you had truly run off, I would have lost a significant customer." Her sweet smile prompted him to steal another glance at her adorable dimples. That moment, she asked, "Senior brother, how many vials of the spirit beast elixir do you wish to purchase?" "This time, I brought plenty. There are definitely enough." Yang Xian observed her exuberance and almost mistook her offer as a gift. I'll take them all, and if you have any good healing potions, throw in a few vials of those as well. Ultimately, he cleared out her entire stock, which amounted to over 30 vials, and he purchased a dozen or so healing potions suitable for practitioners at the 8th and 9th levels of Qi refinement. Curiosity piqued, he pondered how a girl so young could possess such remarkable talent if she had indeed concocted all these elixirs. This led him to think of Xian, who was likely only able to barely refine mid-level Qi refinement potions at this stage. After paying with spirit stones, he asked with interest, "Did you refine all of these yourself?" The girl blushed slightly as she replied, "These were refined by my brother. I can only make mid-level Qi refinement potions at the moment." "That is still quite impressive. Keep it up and aim to surpass your brother," he encouraged. Observing her bemusement at his not-so-hilarious jest, he turned to leave, and it was only after he had walked a considerable distance that he heard a peal of laughter behind him, likely the girl imagining herself playfully striking her brother on the back of his head, toppling him onto the beach. Chapter 33. Ambushed after parting ways with the young girl selling elixirs. Yang Xian followed the crowd out of the market, making his way toward the demon beast forest. Along the way, he encountered many others, predominantly young practitioners on their journeys, some adorned in the attire of the Jui sword sect, others in that of the Baiyun sect, yet the majority, like him, donned casual clothing. Upon entering the lower-tier demon beast territory, the throng began to disperse. By the time he reached the mid-tier zone, he could no longer see anyone ahead of him. Everyone had set off in search of their own suitable targets. After about half an hour, he noticed 4 individuals trailing him from a distance. If his memory served him correctly, he had seen these individuals in front of the Jui Baibao Pavilion. They had cast him several curious glances while he wore a bamboo hat, but he had chosen not to wear it when the middle-aged shopkeeper invited him for tea. Now that he spotted them again, he felt compelled to remain vigilant. Changing his course, he walked for another quarter of an hour only to discover that they were still following him. Quickening their pace, he decided to stop. Among the 4, 2 were at the 8th level and 2 at the 7th. Even if he couldn't defeat them, he was confident he could escape. As the 4 approached within a few meters, 2 of them suddenly circled behind him, effectively surrounding him. One called out, "Hand over your storage pouch, and spare us the trouble of using force." As anticipated, he was faced with a robbery. Yang Xian wasted no words. The blue heart sword vanished in a flash, and 2 blood arrows soared forth, one striking the 8th level practitioner and the other the 7th, both collapsing instantly. The remaining 2, witnessing his decisive attack and the swift elimination of their companions, wasted no time in unleashing their flying swords to assail him. In the face of their assault, Yang Xian employed the Shintian steps to evade, while the blue heart sword surged forth once more, targeting one of their hearts. A clang echoed as the sword was halted by an ice shield, embedding itself half an inch into the barrier before he swiftly recalled it, redirecting his strike toward the other assailant. At that moment, the individual who had conjured the ice shield produced 4 talismans, flinging them towards him with force. 4 fireballs, each the size of a head, hurtled in his direction. He hurriedly activated the Shintian steps to evade, narrowly escaping the 4 fireballs, but before he could catch his breath, he looked up to find a multitude of fireballs, ice spikes, and lightning spells descending upon him from above, encompassing a radius of 6 or 7 meters. Without hesitation, he executed the Shintian steps again, confident that he could evade this onslaught. Yet, just then, the ground beneath him transformed into a quagmire. As he pressed down forcefully, his footing faltered, nearly causing him to stumble. That moment, the other attacker, who had sidestepped the blue heart sword, was already soaring toward him on a flying sword. With little time to recall the blue heart sword, he swiftly summoned another low-grade flying sword, gripping the hilt and unleashing a barrage of dozens of strikes against the descending fireballs, ice spikes, and lightning. The resulting cacophony filled the air as explosions erupted from the fireballs, ice spikes, and lightning, engulfing the surrounding area in a cloud of smoke. Amidst the chaos, a pained scream pierced through, followed by an eerie silence. As the gentle breeze swept in, clearing the smoke, the ground within a 10-meter radius was left riddled with craters. In the center of the depression, Yang Xian knelt on one knee, his disheveled hair cascading around him, blood incessantly flowing from his mouth. Beneath his tattered garments, his body was charred black, horrific wounds rolling outward but, due to being burnt, not bleeding, though his left, 10 zhang away, lay the body of a cultivator at the 8th level of qi refinement, his skull pierced by a broken sword. This was the result of Yang Xian severing all spells, causing the sword's body to snap after striking down the flying sword of the 8th level cultivator. Ahead, the 7th level cultivator, who had been tossing talismans, was now encased within a golden energy bell, standing over a dozen zhang away, his face betraying sheer terror as he gazed at Yang Xian, who had survived despite being bombarded by dozens of talismans. In truth, had his sword qi not struck the spells when they were merely 2 meters away, he would have been reduced to ashes long ago. The severity of his injuries was a consequence of the chain reactions caused by the explosions of the spells he had struck. Now gravely wounded, he looked at the 7th level cultivator adorned with a Vajra talisman, summoned the blue heart sword that had fallen to the side, and rose, intent on eliminating that individual. However, upon seeing the other's hands filled once more with 2 or 3 dozen talismans, he was nearly paralyzed with fear, retreating instantly 10 zhang. Fixating on his opponent, he smiled after several breaths. He once again darted to a distance of 10 zhang from the 7th level cultivator and remarked, "I was almost frightened by you. Your spiritual sense is not that formidable. I estimate that you can only control your talismans effectively for about 5 zhang before you lose grip, am I right?" As he spoke, he cautiously moved forward until he was about 7 zhang away, at which point he ceased his probing and directly launched an attack with his sword. Seeing that Yang Xian had halted his advance, the 7th level cultivator, bolstered by the Vajra talisman, quickly approached him. Yet, having been psychologically scarred by the previous explosions, Yang Xian was unwilling to allow the other to close the distance, employing the Xintian step to maintain a distance of 7 to 8 zhang while relentlessly attacking with his sword. Each strike against the golden bell produced a resounding clang, as though he were truly assaulting an actual bell. The 7th level cultivator, realizing that Yang Xian remained 7 to 8 zhang away, understood that there was no chance to approach. He then chose to sit on the ground, allowing Yang Xian to continue his onslaught. Clang, clang, clang. After more than 10 strikes, the color of the golden bell began to fade, and with 3 more strikes, the bell shattered. However, before Yang Xian could launch his next attack, the 7th level cultivator produced another Vajra talisman, slapping it against himself, conjuring yet another great bell. Observing the newly formed bell, Yang Xian chose to sheath his sword and glared fiercely at the 7th level cultivator. With a smile, the 7th level cultivator addressed him, "Brother, I still have over 20 of these Vajra talismans. Even while bearing them, I can make my way into the new gathering market. You seem heavily injured. It would be wise to find a place to recuperate." Yang Xian was rendered speechless. He could not help but respond, "Let me see them. You brought so many talismans for your training? Did you acquire them for free?" The 7th level cultivator looked at him with an expression of someone who simply did not understand the plight of the impoverished, pulling from his storage bag a handful of Vajra talismans, over 20 in total, and then producing a large number of other talismans, waving them to indicate, "See, I have plenty more." Unable to endure any longer, Yang Xian swiftly executed a few flashes, collecting the storage bags of the 3 fallen individuals, and vanished into the depths of the forest. He needed to find a place to heal. Fortunately, this area was inhabited by mid-level demon beasts, posing little threat to him. Though he feared encountering other cultivators, he flew on his sword, maximizing his spiritual sense. Wary of the possibility of that individual pursuing him, after flying over 10 li, he finally spotted a cave concealed by a tangle of vines on a rocky wall. The cave was 6 or 7 zhang above the ground. He soared to its entrance, brushed aside the vines, and found a mouth roughly a zhang wide, leading to a depth of less than 2 zhang, with several small passages too narrow for a person to enter. The cave was damp, but he had no time to be particular. After slipping inside, he restored the vines to their original state and sought a somewhat drier spot to begin his healing. During his recuperation, Yang Xian reflected on the events of the battle. To be honest, it was the first time he had encountered such a money-driven combat scenario, where he nearly met his demise before even summoning the Shadowless. Thinking of Shadowless, he quickly released it from hiding in his bosom. Its superior defense ensured that it suffered no harm. After instructing it to roam nearby, he focused on his healing. Half a month passed, and fully recovered, he set forth once more with Shadowless, advancing towards the third-level demon beast territory. Over the next 2 months, he gradually deviated from the area where the GUS Sword Sect intersected with the Bayun Sect. Hunting demon beasts while moving closer to the Bayun Sect, he aimed to approach the third-level demon beast territory near the confluence of fourth-level beasts, seeking to slay the strongest among them. Even in the event of an encounter with a fourth-level demon beast, he was familiar with the area, allowing for a swift escape point. One day, traversing a small ravine, he unexpectedly stumbled upon a group of individuals not wearing distinctive clothing, making it difficult to ascertain whether they belonged to the Bayun Sect. The terrain of the ravine was flat, and with no vegetation for dozens of li around, when his spiritual sense swept over the group. They noticed him too. He paid them little mind. Encountering others was a commonplace occurrence. However, with nearly a dozen individuals obstructing his path, he could only advance by passing through their midst or relying on their goodwill to let him pass. Yet, upon realizing he was but a solitary figure, they seemingly disregarded him, engaging in idle chatter or resting with eyes closed. Faced with this, he had 2 options: retreat or trust in their benevolence in such a place where random killings went unnoticed. To traverse through their encirclement. Thus, he rationally chose to retreat. Among that group, 3 were at the 9th level of Qi refinement, and 1 he could not discern at all. The others were all above the 6th level, far beyond his capacity to contend with. However, someone was unwilling to let him retreat, calling out to him. A 9th level cultivator shouted from a distance, "Wait a moment." He politely turned to the individual and inquired, "Is there something you need, senior brother?" The 9th level cultivator replied, "Those training in this area must all be from the Bayun Sect, right? We are also from the Bayun Sect, having accepted a mission to hunt a 4th level demon beast. My name is Zhan Peng." Upon hearing that they were on a sect mission, he felt somewhat relieved, yet he remained cautious. Nevertheless, since it was a fellow disciple initiating conversation, he courteously responded, "Indeed, I am an outer disciple. Yang Xian.it is a pleasure to meet you, senior brothers." Just then, a loud voice pierced the air, startling everyone. Yang Xian turned to see a 6th level cultivator excitedly pointing at him, exclaiming, "That's him, the one who severed the young master's arm." Young master? In an instant, Yang Xian's mind raced back to those he had encountered since his cultivation began, recalling the sole individual whose arm he had severed but left alive, Zhao Shixiang. The one he had robbed at So Zhao Shixiang was a young master? It seemed these individuals belonged to a cultivation family. They must have found Zhao Shixiang's corpse. Furthermore, after such an extensive search, they had suspected him. With this realization, he did not hesitate to employ the Xintian step, vanishing from the ravine in the blink of an eye. Most of those in the ravine had only just begun to rise or had not even reacted in time when Yang Xian escaped. Disappearing from their sight, only one individual acted in tandem with Yang Xian, pursuing him closely on a sword. Sensing the pressure from behind, Yang Xian glanced back to find that it was the person whose cultivation he could not gauge. At that moment, the individual exuded a foundational-level aura that made Yang Xian's body tremble involuntarily, though he quickly forced himself to regain composure. Having practiced the Xintian step, he rarely flew on his sword. Over time, this had become his norm. Additionally, when fully utilizing the Xintian step, he surpassed the speed of sword flight, albeit at a greater energy cost, which was still within his limits. Currently, as he executed the Xintian step, covering 10 zhong with each stride, he managed to match the speed of the foundational cultivator pursuing him, maintaining a distance of around 70 zhong. He could not shake off his pursuer, yet the other was also unable to close in. Seeing Yang Xian's speed was on par with his own, the foundational cultivator called out, "Junior brother, I mean you no harm. Though you severed my family's young master's arm, it was a normal competition. Accidents happen. Please stop. I have matters to discuss with you." Yang Xian had no intention of believing his deceitful words. A normal competition? He had not only been robbed but had also nearly lost his life. How could it be considered normal? Though he could not be certain whether the other party was aware that it was murder, he understood that if he were to fall into their clutches, They would have the power to crush him at will. Thus, he fled with even greater urgency, responding, "Senior brother, to avoid further misunderstandings, please ask me directly. I assure you, as your junior, I will speak candidly." Observing that his speed had not diminished but rather increased slightly, the Foundation establishment cultivator, in a state of desperation, exclaimed, "Junior brother, I truly harbor no ill intentions. We merely learned that the young master has been training alongside someone with the surname Ma, and we suspect that he may have been silenced after acquiring something of value. We wish to inquire about their usual activities within the sect." Yet, this time, Yang Xian had no inclination to engage in idle chatter. He buried his head in his escape, seeing that he could not be deceived. The pursuer abandoned pretense and coldly declared, "Brat, with your mere 7th layer of qi cultivation, I doubt you can sustain this pace for long. Having already allowed you an extra 2 years of life after killing my family's young master, you now wish to flee? If I catch you, I shall first sever your limbs and then bring you back to my clan for some proper torment." After a quarter of an hour, Yang Xian had expended a third of his spiritual energy. Ahead, an expansive and towering forest appeared, and he felt a surge of joy. If he could enter, he could utilize the branches and vines to obscure his flight, granting him a chance to escape. The Foundation establishment cultivator, evidently having come to the same conclusion, realized that once they entered the forest, it would severely hinder his ability to fly in a moment of desperation. He struck his chest with his palm, expelling a mouthful of essence blood, which transformed into a crimson light that infused his flying sword. The sword's speed suddenly increased, and the surrounding red light ignited fiercely. As the sword accelerated, the flames burned even more intensely. At that moment, Yang Xian, who was less than 30 zhang from the forest, suddenly sensed a wave of danger approaching from behind. He turned to see the Foundation establishment cultivator riding a blazing flying sword, instantly closing the gap from approximately 70 zhang to 50 zhang. He quickly gathered his scattered spiritual awareness, locking onto the pursuing cultivator. Just as he was about to reach the forest with only 16 or 17 zhang to spare, the cultivator raised his hand, producing a flying sword, and unleashed several strikes toward him, a multitude of sword lights enveloping him from all directions. Chapter 35. An endless pursuit faced with the overwhelming onslaught of sword lights. Yang Xian gripped the blue heart sword, frantically circulating his spiritual energy, merging his essence and spirit into the blade as he drew it. Slashing upward in rapid succession, he drew his sword multiple times. Several beams of sword light surged forth to counter the barrage, though few in number. Each one that pierced through the enemy's sword light cluster annihilated dozens of the adversary's strikes, akin to wolves breaking into a flock of sheep. In an instant, all the sword lights vanished, and Yang Xian darted into the forest. By a stream. Yang Xian was now washing the wound on his shoulder. Half an hour prior, after enduring the strikes of the Foundation establishment cultivator, his essence and spirit had been severely depleted, leaving him dizzy. After employing the Xintian step repeatedly, he finally managed to escape the pursuit. After aimless running for another half hour, he could no longer sustain himself and collapsed by the stream. It was then he realized he had indeed sustained an injury. There was a shallow wound on his shoulder, yet a peculiar force lingered, refusing to dissipate. This force was not destructive, but it clung strangely to his flesh, not impeding the wound's healing. Thus, with no other options, he chose to ignore it for the moment, retrieving a mid-grade spirit stone from his storage ring. Activating his spirit-devouring ability, he began to recover his spiritual energy. He was plagued by an unshakable sense of crisis, compelling him to maintain his peak condition at all times. After approximately an hour and a half, the mid-grade spirit stone had been reduced to dust, and his spiritual energy had only returned to 90%. This meant that while he possessed 5 times the spiritual energy of others, his recovery time had also quintupled. Had it not been for his spirit-devouring talent, achieving this level of recovery would have taken at least 5 or 6 hours. With an hour and a half gone by, that slight sense of crisis had not dissipated. Rather, it intensified. He was certain of his intuition. Having validated it on numerous occasions over the past 2 years without fail, he suspected that this extraordinary ability stemmed from devouring the soul of that monkey, as it resembled the instinct of beasts to sense impending danger. Thus, he dared not linger any longer. Rising to his feet, he circulated spiritual energy to his shoulder, having previously been unable to address that peculiar force due to his depleted energy. Now that he had restored some power, he wished to try once more. However, in the next moment, his expression froze. The strange force on his shoulder had vanished, leaving him uncertain whether it had dissipated on its own over the past few hours or had merged into his body during his energy recovery. Unable to ascertain the truth, he once again circulated his spiritual energy, meticulously scanning his entire body and even integrating his spiritual awareness into the examination, yet he found nothing amiss. Ultimately, he could only console himself with the belief that it had indeed vanished. But his consolation was soon shattered as he detected a familiar fluctuation of spiritual energy more than 100 zhang away. Though obscured by the trees, he recognized it was the Foundation Establishment cultivator closing in on him. Without hesitation, he fled again. He was still no match for his pursuer. If he could reach the 9th layer of Qi cultivation and acquire a superior sword, he believed he could contend with the adversary. For now, his only option was to run. Utilizing the Xintian step, he was slightly faster than the Foundation Establishment cultivator in this unfavorable environment for sword flight. Meanwhile, the Foundation Establishment cultivator, having lost sight of his target, was weakened from burning his essence blood and needed to find a place to recuperate. Once he had recovered, he followed the unique familial mark left on Yang Xian to locate his position. However, as soon as he caught sight of Yang Xian, the latter was already fleeing again. Infuriated and gritting his teeth, he believed that with the mark guiding him, he could outlast Yang Xian, who he was certain could not sustain the energy consumption. Yang Xian's escape continued until his spiritual energy dwindled to 1/10. He paused once more to recover, but just as he regained a significant portion of his energy, his pursuer closed in again. Reluctantly, he fled anew. Each time he stopped to regain his strength, the interval before the Foundation Establishment cultivator caught up grew shorter. He estimated that at this rate, he would have only 2 more chances before either being exhausted to death or captured. As he fled, he contemplated whether to escape to the territory of 4th-tier beasts, hoping to leverage them for a glimmer of hope. Yet, he quickly dismissed the idea. He was not at the end of his rope just yet. Perhaps there were still other opportunities. Relying on 4th-tier beasts could very well lead to his own demise while leaving his pursuer unharmed. Ultimately, he was compelled to take out 2 mid-grade spirit stones. Clutching one in each hand in a reckless gamble, he attempted to absorb their energy while fleeing. Initially, he hesitated to use spirit devouring in tandem, carefully employing the 5-element Qi cultivation technique. As he grew more adept, his absorption quickened without any adverse effects, feeling no signs of impending energy backlash. Thus, he activated spirit devouring to accelerate his absorption. 1 time, 2 times, 3 times. As the speed reached 3 times, the dual pressures of consumption and absorption caused a faint sensation of distension in his meridians. He had no choice but to limit spirit devouring to double its speed, combining it with the 5-element Qi cultivation technique for absorption. Although the consumption still outpaced recovery, he was able to restore his energy to around 80% just as his pursuer arrived. And so, 3 days passed. During this time, there was one occasion when he fully restored his spiritual energy without encountering his pursuer's presence at all. He could not help but wonder if the Foundation Establishment cultivator had truly given up on him, or was merely resting as well. Compelled by an instinct he could not ignore, he directed his spiritual awareness outward, and upon doing so, he nearly choked on his own saliva. The Foundation Establishment cultivator was lurking just ahead along the path he intended to escape. Concealed among the grass and trees, less than 45 zhang away. With the experience of being hunted over the past few days, he knew that the Foundation Establishment cultivator's range of spiritual awareness while flying on his sword was approximately 40 zhang. Without hesitation, he fled again before the cultivator could unleash his sword. From that moment on, whenever he recovered, he maintained his spiritual awareness at its fullest, continuously scanning his surroundings. On this day, as he restored his spiritual energy to 80%, a group of individuals appeared within the range of his spiritual awareness. Though he had encountered similar groups several times over the past 10 days, this one was different. Among them was a familiar face. the seventh-layer cultivator known for carelessly tossing talismans. Spotting him, Yang Xian swiftly moved to stand 30 meters ahead of them, addressing the seventh-layer cultivator. "What a coincidence to see you again." The seventh-layer cultivator, startled by his sudden appearance, instinctively applied a diamond talisman to himself, encasing himself in a protective barrier before responding. "How did you find me?" "I said, brother. We've fought before. There's no need to hold a grudge, is there?" Yang Xian, lacking the time for idle chatter, replied directly, "I bear no grudge. This truly is a chance encounter, and I have a lucrative proposition for you. If you join forces with me, success is guaranteed. I swear on my heart's devil that I shall not seek vengeance against you again." With that, he turned and fled, adding, "If you are willing, I would be honored to call you a friend. Wait for me right here. I shall return shortly." Chapter 36. Joining forces to slay the Foundation establishment. The suddenness of Yang Xian's actions, both his hasty arrival and departure, left them in a state of bewilderment. Just as someone was about to inquire, still shrouded in the protective aura of the diamond talisman, an overwhelming aura surged from the distance, sweeping past them in an instant without even sparing them a glance. One of them remarked, "That must be a Foundation establishment cultivator, pursuing the person who just left?" No one answered this query, yet all eyes turned towards the now dazed cultivator who had forgotten to remove his diamond talisman. When Yang Xian circled back unexpectedly, he found that the seven-layered cultivator was indeed waiting for him. While the others had vanished, he had initially intended to take a gamble, but to his surprise, this fellow had such audacity. Given that this individual chose to remain in place, Yang Xian found it hard to believe that he hadn't noticed the Foundation establishment cultivator pursuing him. Curiously, he asked, "You're really waiting here? Are you not aware that a Foundation establishment cultivator is after me? By the way, what is your name?" The other replied, "Of course I know you. It would be unthinkable for me to miss out on the thrill of hunting a Foundation establishment cultivator. I am Zhang Wei." Upon hearing this, Yang Xian felt somewhat bewildered. If he understood correctly, this guy stayed because he knew Yang Xian intended to invite him to slay a Foundation establishment cultivator. Hesitantly, he inquired, "You know what I'm inviting you for?" Zhang Wei responded, "I'm not foolish. However, if I assist you this time, what will you offer me in return?" Zhang Wei's question came as no surprise to Yang Xian, who replied, "Everything from the Foundation establishment cultivator shall belong to you. Furthermore, as long as I remain in the Beast Forest, if you encounter any troubles, seek me out, and I will do my utmost to assist you." When Zhang Wei heard that the spoils of the Foundation establishment cultivator would be his, he showed little reaction until he heard the latter promise. Then he grinned, "All right, it's settled. But how shall we go about the killing? We won't just recklessly clash, will we?" When it came to the crux of the matter, Yang Xian spoke clearly. "I will hold him for 10 breaths. You have so many talismans, surely you possess an invisibility talisman? Will 10 breaths be sufficient for you to unleash a plethora of talismans to restrain him for 2 breaths? I only require him to remain immobile for 2 breaths. However, I cannot guarantee your safety during this time." Zhang Wei laughed, "Rest assured, I have no fear of the Foundation establishment cultivator killing me. It's just that your confidence in being able to slay one caught me somewhat off guard. I had already thought highly of you, but I never expected you to possess such self-assurance." In truth, Yang Xian himself could not be entirely certain that he could kill the Foundation establishment cultivator while he was immobilized. But with the intent to expend 80% of his vitality in a single strike, he believed he could at least inflict severe damage. Once their plan for the ambush was set, Yang Xian declared, "Then it's settled. Let us swear an oath now, vowing never to turn against each other." Zhang Wei also wished for this mutual pledge, feeling reassured only then. The need for an oath stemmed from the swiftness of Yang Xian's sword. Even with his life-saving talismans, he worried that Yang Xian might launch a surprise attack, leaving him with no certainty of using his talismans effectively. With everything prepared, Zhang Wei moved towards the direction from which the Foundation establishment cultivator was most likely to pursue. Halting 46 Zhang away from Yang Xian. After applying an invisibility talisman to himself, he vanished without a trace. Yang Xian scanned the area with his spiritual sense several times, unable to detect his presence, which further eased his mind. Meanwhile, he sat cross-legged in place, diligently recovering his energy with mid-grade spirit stones. Their strategy was to lure the Foundation Establishment Cultivator into attacking him within 40 zhang, ensuring that all of the Cultivator's attention was focused solely on him, allowing Zhang Wei, who would be positioned 6 zhang behind the Cultivator, to unleash his talismans. However, what Yang Xian did not anticipate was that after becoming invisible, Zhang Wei returned to the area where the Foundation Establishment Cultivator was likely to appear, pulling out a series of swamp talismans and binding talismans, wrapping them in spiritual energy and burying them underground before returning to his concealed position. Before long, faint ripples of spiritual energy emanated from the distance. This time, upon sensing Yang Xian's location, the Foundation Establishment Cultivator chose to retreat rather than approach. Yang Xian finally felt a sense of relief. The fellow could no longer endure it. In truth, he too had been quite exhausted over the past few days, scarcely affording himself any time to recuperate, relying heavily on medicinal pills to sustain him. As he was 100 zhang away, he restrained his aura, utilizing every available tree for cover while gradually approaching Yang Xian. He recalled that this young man could detect him from 50 zhang away. Thus, he planned to ignite his blood at 53 zhang, instantly unleashing the full power of his blood to propel himself to 40 zhang before launching his attack, ensuring that he left no opportunity for escape for Yang Xian. In the blink of an eye, he arrived at the designated spot to burn his blood, decisively expelling a mouthful of blood to commence the burning process. Instantly, his body was enveloped in a crimson light, propelling him forward to the 40 zhang mark. Unfortunately, he failed to realize that the very spot where he landed was the center of Zhang Wei's buried talismans. Just as he was about to draw his sword, Yang Xian swiftly rose to prepare for the imminent 10 breaths of assault. With a resounding explosion, several talismans detonated above the Foundation Establishment Cultivator's head, sending him reeling and causing him to spit blood. While beneath his feet, vast swathes of swamp emerged, and dozens of vines rapidly coiled around his legs, racing toward his arms and head. Seeing this unfold, Yang Xian would not let such a prime opportunity slip away. He summoned the Blue Heart Sword, not wielding it in flight but rather formally gripping the sheathed sword with his left hand. Employing the Xintian step, he instantly closed in on the Foundation Establishment Cultivator. 10 zhang away, and with a swift draw, thrust the sword forward, expending 80% of his energy in a surge. A blade, no thicker than a finger, imbued with a rich black sword aura, seemed to breach the confines of space itself. Appearing directly at the cultivator's brow, piercing through his skull. Observing the Foundation Establishment Cultivator, still ensnared by the vines and unable to collapse, Yang Xian waited until he confirmed that the cultivator had lost all signs of life before his body succumbed to weakness, collapsing onto the ground. Meanwhile, Zhang Wei stood 6 or 7 zhang behind the corpse, his back turned to it. Clutching a few strands of hair, his gaze was filled with astonishment as he stared at a tree nearby. Similarly pierced by the sword energy, its trunk as thick as 3 men embracing. After a moment, he turned to Yang Xian and shouted, "Are you out of your mind? Do you realize you almost killed me just now? It was a hair's breadth away." As he yelled, he raised the strands of hair in his hand and pointed at his own head, exclaiming again, "If I hadn't been a bit shorter than that guy, your sword would have pierced my skull directly, do you understand?" Yang Xian looked at him apologetically. "I'm sorry. I just instinctively unleashed my strongest sword strike. I didn't expect it to be so powerful. I also didn't realize you were standing so upright." As he spoke, even he found it hard to continue. Ultimately, it was Zhang Wei who chose not to press the matter further, directly beginning to scour the corpse for spoils. Chapter 37. Eliminating Hidden Dangers. Yang Xian gazed at Zhang Wei, who was rummaging through the corpse, feeling a sense of admiration. He was unsure of this fellow's actual combat prowess, but his talent for bombarding enemies with talismans was undeniably impressive. Yet, what was his background? To casually unleash hundreds or even thousands of spirit stones in a single skirmish seemed excessively wealthy. Moreover, his mode of combat exceeded Yang Xian's previous understanding. He had always thought possessing good equipment was sufficient. It was only now that he realized enemies could also be crushed with wealth. Just like earlier, he had originally calculated that after withstanding 10 breaths of attacks, he would unleash the Shadowless. allowing it to assist him in killing the Foundation establishment cultivator once he was ensnared. However, it was rather ironic that the recent encounters with Shadowless had not been particularly helpful. Once Zhang Wei had finished looting, he came to Yang Xian's side and plopped down on the ground, tilting his head to say, "You're truly impressive." After saying this, he lay back on the ground. Yang Xian imitated him and replied, "You re quite wealthy. If you have so much wealth, why still resort to robbery?" Zhang Wei retorted, "Robbery? I'm merely following along with my teammates for FU and you think the spoils from a single Qi refining stage cultivator are worth as much as the talismans I expend?" Yang Xian pondered for a moment. Each time this fellow tossed out so many talismans, unless he always encountered individuals with thousands of spirit stones, it would undoubtedly be a losing venture for him with every heist. He inquired, "Are you a talisman master? Why bother learning such a tedious craft? It's a hassle and a distraction from cultivation." Zhang Wei casually replied, "My grandfather has a large number of disciples and granddisciples. If any of them were to give me a handful, it would be enough for me to toss around freely. Why would I need to toil over crafting them myself?" Zhang Wei's nonchalance made Yang Xian truly experience the feeling of envy that arises when comparing oneself to others. After a moment of silence, he finally asked, "Since you have such a strong background, do you know how to remove a tracking mark? I've been pursued by this fellow for over 10 days. Now that he is dead, will the mark disappear?" He gestured toward the corpse lying on the ground. Zhang Wei, who had been staring blankly at the sky, snapped back to attention, astonished. "Are you saying you've been hunted for over 10 days prior to this?" Yang Xian corrected him, "It's not just about the days. The key issue lies with the tracking mark. Your extensive background and knowledge are invaluable. Please devise a plan for me." Subsequently, in a question-and-answer format, he recounted the entire process from the moment he encountered a group of foundational cultivation practitioners to the ensuing events. After listening, Zhang Wei summarized, "In other words, since you were pursued, you have not encountered any of the Zhao family members in the span of over 10 days. This forest is not particularly vast, and although you Haven-T deliberately chosen a direction during these days, you still dared not venture out of it given your speed. While I cannot assert that you traversed the entire forest, you must have certainly covered more than half of it. If you Haven-T encountered them at all, there are only 3 possibilities. First, they have remained stationary, waiting for the foundational practitioners to kill you before regrouping. Second, they too have pursued you, trailing closely behind, which is why you have not come across them. Or third, it is merely a coincidence that you have not encountered them in these 10 days. At this point, he paused, seemingly allowing Yang Xian to ponder the crux of the matter. He then continued, "The first scenario suggests they are unable to perceive the tracking mark on you, thus unable to ascertain whether they could rendezvous with their foundational practitioners, which is why they have been waiting even after all this time. The second scenario implies they can sense the mark on you, but their speed is insufficient to catch up, leaving them perpetually behind. As for the third, I find it hard to believe such a coincidence exists. This forest spans merely a few hundred miles. If one were to run deliberately, one could traverse it twice over in 10 days, akin to weaving a spider's web." Yang Xian responded, "So, the first scenario indicates a personal mark placed by the foundational practitioners, while the second is a family mark. Let us go and verify this." He called out and directly headed towards the location where he had encountered the Zhao family. Zhang Wei, seeing him depart so abruptly, reluctantly affixed 2 lightweight talismans to his legs, barely managing to follow suit. Within about an hour, they exited the forest, assessed their direction, and soared through the air on their swords for nearly half an hour. Finally arriving near the mountain gorge, retracting their flying swords, they cautiously approached a high vantage point, and upon spotting the group still within the gorge, he could not help but exhale in relief. At that moment, the group had erected a large tent in the gorge. However, it was peculiar that despite their numbers, they had only set up a single tent, and the 3 most powerful cultivators at the 9th level of Qi training were meditating outside, while those at the 6th level merely entered the tent. Logically speaking, shouldn't those of higher cultivation be afforded the best treatment? Yang Xian's first instinct was that something was amiss. He glanced at Zhang Wei, who, as a young master, immediately recognized the anomaly. However, the distance was too great, and his spiritual sense could not penetrate the tent to discern its interior conditions. He quickly produced 2 concealment talismans and handed one to Yang Xian as he caught his gaze. Yang Xian accepted it and affixed it to himself. Zhang Wei whispered, "Inject a bit of spiritual sense into the talisman, and it will activate automatically. Though you see that Qi training 6th level practitioner who just sped away?" Yang Xian turned to look, observing a Qi training 6th level cultivator racing towards the forest's edge. At first glance, there seemed to be nothing unusual, but he soon noticed that the individual was adorned with 7 or 8 storage bags at their waist, which struck him as somewhat odd. He nodded, indicating he had seen. Zhang Wei stated, "That fellow seems suspicious. I will go capture him for interrogation while you sneak into the gorge to ascertain the specific situation." Yang Xian nodded in agreement, releasing Wu Ying and instructing it to eliminate the 3 Qi training 9th level practitioners first, then activated his concealment talisman, vanishing from sight, effortlessly evading the 3 Qi training 9th level practitioners. He slipped into the tent, where he found nothing but a freshly dug pit aside from the empty space within. Treasure, the first thought that sparked in his mind. He immediately desired to delve inside to discover what valuables lay within. However, the entrance was too narrow, allowing only one person to enter by bending down. He was concerned that once inside, he might be discovered, and if someone were to block his exit from the outside, he would be doomed. Consequently, he exited the tent and sensed Wu Ying hiding behind one of the Qi training 9th level practitioners, prompting him to take action. Reassured that these individuals belonged to the Zhao family and that he bore no psychological burden in eliminating them. With his decision made, he hesitated no longer, mentally instructing Wu Ying to strike. A Qi training 9th level practitioner was abruptly pierced through the skull by a sword light and was subsequently caught by Yang Xian, who then turned to slay the second Qi training 9th level practitioner. At that moment, Wu Ying also dispatched another 9th level practitioner, and both advanced towards the last remaining Qi training 9th level practitioner simultaneously. The individual, suddenly overwhelmed by a fierce surge of murderous intent, opened his eyes from meditation to witness the instantaneous demise of 2 fellow clan members. In an instant, he produced a protective talisman. But before he could activate it, Yang Xian severed his arm with a sword, positioning the blade at his brow. Meanwhile, Wu Ying appeared at his dantian, but Yang Xian timely called it back, preventing it from breaching the interior. Observing the still meditating practitioner, Yang Xian inquired, "What are you excavating? Are the others inside the pit?" At that moment, the 9th level practitioner finally recognized his assailant and exclaimed, "It's you? Where is my uncle? Why hasn't he captured you?" Yang Xian pressed the sword forward slightly, the tip piercing the flesh of his brow as he coldly demanded, "You would do well to answer my questions quietly. If your response alerts those within the pit, I shall instantly pierce your skull." Feeling the sword tip embedded in his brow, the 9th level practitioner, gripped by fear and unable to scream, rasped, "We stumbled upon a small spirit stone mine here. The others are all inside excavating spirit stones." Upon hearing that there was a spirit stone mine within the pit, Yang Xian's excitement became readily apparent. He pressed further. "You claim this spirit stone mine was an accidental discovery. What was your original purpose for coming here? Furthermore, can you sense the mark on me at present? Do not attempt to deceive me. We have another individual who ventured out and has been captured. If your account does not align with his, you shall perish. I shall not concern myself with who lies." Faced with this ultimatum, the 9th level practitioner dared not fabricate a story. His greatest hope now rested on his kin not lying and thus condemning him. Once Yang Xian had gleaned the information he sought, he instructed Wu Ying to cripple the practitioner's dantian, swiftly knocking him unconscious before he could emit a scream. Observing the 9th level practitioner lying on the ground, unconscious but still twitching slightly, he could not help but think, "It seems the mark on me is indeed a personal mark from a foundational practitioner. Otherwise, my arrival would have long since been detected, thwarting any notion of a stealthy strike." The more he contemplated, the more he realized how foolish he had been. Chapter 38. Annihilation. It turned out that the Zhao family had indeed come to capture him. Upon learning that their family member had been severely injured while attempting to rob him, they were filled with rage. They sought out Brother Zhao, obtained a description of Yang Xian's appearance, and through connections within their sect, confirmed his identity, continually seeking opportunities to eliminate him. However, Yang Xian had not ventured outside the sect, and they dared not act recklessly, thus prolonging their pursuit. Finally, after Yang Xian accepted a herb-gathering task, someone informed them of his whereabouts. Yet, the subsequent news was that their young master and the individuals dispatched to kill Yang Xian were all dead, leaving behind only bones upon the discovery of their remains through the family's secret techniques. Nevertheless, they discerned from the sword wounds on the bones that they had been slain by an exceptionally skilled swordsman. Although they could not ascertain whether Yang Xian himself had dealt the blows given his cultivation level at the time, they were certain he was implicated. Hence, they were determined to capture Yang Xian to identify the true culprit. However, they had not anticipated that their search would last for 2 years without any sign of him. Had it not been for a recent sighting of him in the Monster Beast Forest by a family member who relayed the information back, they might still be in the dark. Just as he concluded his interrogation, Zhang Wei appeared in the gorge, dragging someone along as he approached the scene. After tossing the individual to the ground, he chuckled. This fellow was specifically tasked with disposing of the excavated soil into a distant lake using storage bags. This is my first encounter with someone who does such a thing. Where are the others? Still inside, excavating spirit stones? It seems we may have made a mistake this time. Had we known there was a spirit stone mine, we should have hidden and waited for them to finish their work first. Yang Xian pointed towards the tent and continued, "What shall we do now? Should we eliminate them all and excavate ourselves? Or do you have a method to compel them to continue digging?" The smile on Zhang Wei's face abruptly faltered, clearly realizing the implications of Yang Xian's words regarding the subsequent excavation of spirit stones. He opened his mouth, ultimately expressing his frustration. "I have no means of control. If you lack contrasting information, then let us proceed with the killings. We shall excavate for ourselves." Following this, they exchanged the information they had gleaned from their interrogations. Finding that their accounts were largely consistent, after dispatching the 2 individuals still in a state of unconsciousness, they positioned themselves at the entrance of the cave, awaiting the emergence of the occupants within. One by one, to present their heads. Indeed, within a mere quarter of an hour, perhaps the storage bags inside had filled with soil once more, and there was still no sign of the person in charge to retrieve them. Suddenly, a practitioner at the 8th level of Qi refinement emerged from the cave, and as his head broke the surface, Zhang Wei swiftly severed it with a single stroke of his sword. Yang Xian quickly advanced to clear the scene, while simultaneously advising, "Do not sever the heads. The excessive bloodshed may alert those inside and prevent their emergence, so make the wound smaller." Zhang Wei expressed that such a technical task was beyond his capabilities, and Yang Xian could not guarantee the absence of bloodshed after a kill. Ultimately, this angler-like task fell to Wu Ying. Each person that emerged was effortlessly integrated into Wu Ying's grasp, with their demise occurring silently and without a sound. Yang Xian then proceeded to remove the corpses, diligently comparing the number of slain against the number of individuals present when he first encountered them. When only 3 remained inside the cave, no further individuals appeared. Observing the prolonged silence at the cave's entrance, Zhang Wei inquired, "Is there no one left?" Yang Xian replied, "There should still be 3. However, their exact location within the cave remains uncertain. My spiritual perception is hindered, allowing me to probe only 7 or 8 zhang." After considering this, Zhang Wei suggested, "Then continue to wait. If it becomes necessary, send your serpent inside. I will step outside to gather the bodies. And once they are dealt with, we can use this tent as a cover." After a considerable time, Zhang Wei returned, yet the cave's occupants had still not emerged. He cast a worried glance at Yang Xian, questioning, "Do you think they might be digging a tunnel to escape from another location?" At his words, Yang Xian suddenly realized that, with a cultivation level between 7 and 8 in Qi refinement, if they were merely attempting to dig a passage underground without concern for collapses, they could do so rather swiftly. He immediately unleashed Wu Ying, instructing it to enter and eliminate any encountered individuals. He then said to Zhang Wei, "Hand me a Vajra talisman. You go outside and soar into the air on your sword to keep watch while I follow Wu Ying into the depths." Without hesitation, Zhang Wei tossed him a Vajra talisman and swiftly exited the tent. Meanwhile, Yang Xian donned a resplendent golden bell and plunged into the cave behind Wu Ying. The passage sloped downward, and as he ventured deeper, the range of his spiritual perception diminished. After delving 10 zhang, he could only sense 5 zhang ahead of him. At that moment, he detected a fork in the path 15 meters ahead. One route turned slightly before leveling out and leading to a distant tunnel, while the other continued straight downwards towards the ground. The tunnel was freshly excavated, and Wu Ying was already traversing this very path. He hastened to follow, finding the passage littered with mounds of displaced soil and debris. Numerous areas were blocked by loose earth and stone, and progress necessitated further excavation. With no alternative, he removed the Vajra talisman to facilitate movement, commencing to dig through the obstructions. After laboring over 30 zhang, his own excavated tunnel reached nearly 20 zhang, at which point he sensed Wu Ying engaged in combat just 10 zhang ahead. However, upon arriving through a combination of digging and crawling, he found two lifeless bodies sprawled within the tunnel. The battle had already concluded. A mere 1 zhang in front of the corpses lay an exit leading to the surface, where sunlight cascaded down, illuminating his dirt-encrusted form, eliciting a sense of irony. Having toiled tirelessly in pursuit, navigating through digging and crawling, he found himself at the exit only to witness two corpses, with no sight of the fleeing figures. Emerging from the cave, his eyes first landed on Wu Ying, followed by Zhang Wei's somewhat disdainful grin and a pile of ice shards at his feet. Without needing further explanation, he understood that the individual who had escaped the cave had met their end at Zhang Wei's icy talisman. Upon seeing Yang Xian emerge, resembling a figure molded from mud, Zhang Wei was unable to contain his laughter, only to be interrupted by a voice tinged with embarrassment and ire. "If you dare laugh, you'll receive a lesser share of the spirit stones." His chuckle was abruptly halted, stifled by a fit of coughing that left his face flushed. The Zhao family members had all been eliminated. Their storage bags collected before returning to the tent to divide the spoils. As for the spirit stone mine below, it would not be swiftly exhausted, so they were not in haste, opting to conclude matters above ground first. With a dozen individuals collecting approximately 40 storage bags, it was apparent that these families came well prepared for their excursions into the monster beast forest. They not only gathered numerous monster crystals and spirit stones, but also collected various beast corpses and spirit herb ores. Anything of value found within the monster beast forest was meticulously collected. This perhaps exemplified the distinction between family teams and individual forays into the wilderness. During the process, they unearthed a dozen storage bags filled with mud and stone, which Zhang Wei disdainfully discarded aside. Once all valuables were accounted for, Yang Xian beamed with delight, while Zhang Wei maintained a more composed demeanor. Observing Yang Xian's tranquil countenance, he refrained from contesting. After all, wealth and background were not something he could compare to, as doing so would only lead to disappointment. Ultimately, they tally their findings: 45,000 low-grade spirit stones, 17 mid-grade spirit stones, 41 second-tier monster crystals, 370 third-tier monster crystals, and the spirit herb ores remained uncounted, divided into two heaps. As for the monster corpses and assorted miscellaneous items, they were stored in two large storage bags, left untouched as the tent's space was limited. Surveying the assorted piles of items on the ground, Yang Xian raised a hand, channeling his spiritual energy to promptly divide them into two equal portions. Addressing Zhang Wei, "You take the first half." Zhang Wei, ever polite, swept his hand across the amassed items, causing half to vanish entirely. Yang Xian realized he too possessed a storage ring, and the storage bag hanging from his waist served a similar purpose, merely as a disguise. He made no attempt to conceal his actions, casually sweeping his hand to store the remaining items. Chapter 39. The Spirit Stone Mine. Subsequently, Yang Xian remarked, "You may keep the monster corpses. They are of no use to me. You can utilize them for talisman crafting." Zhang Wei, however, chuckled and tossed the corpses back to him, saying, "Do not think I am showing off. My family's talisman crafting relies on materials from no lower than 4th-tier monsters. I have no use for those trifles. You might as well take them." Yang Xian accepted the discarded storage bag, stowing it within his ring, and subsequently gathered the bag of miscellaneous items, intending to sort through them later. Storage bags could be stowed within storage rings without causing spatial chaos, unlike placing one storage bag inside another. The stability of a storage ring's space allowed for such small items without issue. He then jested, "I somewhat regret making that vow. I suddenly feel you should be worth more than the spirit stone mine below. Alas, I cannot rob you. With that, he chose not to observe Zhang Wei's reaction and boldly descended into the cave. Meanwhile, Zhang Wei, frozen for a moment, muttered to himself, "Damn it, that guy startled me. Without that vow, he might truly have attempted to rob me." He shook his head and followed suit into the depths of the cave. Upon reaching the fork in the path, Yang Xian halted, waiting for Zhang Wei to catch up before pointing towards the winding passage, declaring this should lead to the Spirit Stone Mine. Without hesitation, he stepped inside. Immediately assaulted by a rich aura of spiritual energy, he retreated a couple of steps, only for the dense energy to vanish abruptly. Zhang Wei, trailing behind, witnessed Yang Xian's sudden retreat and swiftly affixed a Vajra talisman to himself, simultaneously grasping a handful of attack talismans, numbering perhaps 20 or 30. Sensing the fluctuations of spiritual energy behind him, Yang Xian turned to see Zhang Wei, cloaked in the golden bell, appearing ready to unleash his talismans and flee. Remembering his own retreat, he could not help but burst into laughter. Zhang Wei, bewildered by the laughter, found himself at a loss, but Yang Xian offered no explanation. Once his mirth subsided, he pressed forward. Upon Zhang Wei reaching the point where the spiritual energy had initially enveloped Yang Xian, he instinctively stepped back, intent on discerning why such dense energy failed to disperse. At that moment, he realized his reaction mirrored Yang Xian's earlier, and his face flushed crimson as he cursed inwardly. "Damn it, what an embarrassing situation. That rascal." Entering the passage laden with rich spiritual energy, they discovered that the cave walls were no longer composed of earth but of stone. As they ventured deeper, the tunnel widened, culminating in a spacious chamber. The stone walls of the chamber were riddled with various sized pits, some radiating a soft glow from embedded or scattered throughout. Utilizing the ambient luminescence, they could discern the chamber's layout, revealing that within the excavated pits lay numerous milky white spirit stones embedded within the rock, entirely low-grade spirit stones, with not a single mid-grade one in sight. Faced with this revelation, Yang Xian felt a twinge of dismay. As it was his first encounter with the actual process of spirit stone excavation, realizing it involved mining from within the rock. Zhang Wei shared a similar realization, although affluent in spirit stones. He had never comprehended the method of their extraction. This wealthy young master had never faced hardship, and witnessing such a scene, his expression soured instantly. Yang Xian retrieved the storage bag filled with miscellaneous items, sifting through its contents until he finally unearthed a few mining picks. He was aware of this from a young age. He had heard that those mining for the Baiyun sect needed to wield a mining pick. He himself also used a medicinal hoe to dig for herbs. He tossed a mining pick to Zhang Wei, who was still struggling with how to extract spirit stones. Holding one for himself, he approached a pit where spirit stones were exposed. After probing with his spiritual sense, he was delighted to find he could extend his perception over 2 meters into the stone, which suggested that his efforts would not be in vain. Unlike his previous aimless digging, based on his spiritual senses findings, he began to excavate. The stones were remarkably hard, requiring strength equivalent to that of a third-level Qi refinement practitioner to break through. When Zhang Wei saw Yang Xian had started digging, he too grabbed a mining pick and joined Ayanda. An hour later, Yang Xian was still energetically digging, while Zhang Wei had reached his limit and sat down to rest on a pile of disordered stones. A day later, when Yang Xian finally unearthed his first middle-grade spirit stone, Zhang Wei exclaimed, "No more digging. This is utterly beyond human endurance. It's exhausting. Just keep whatever you dig, while I, after a day's toil, have yet to earn even a fraction of what my grandfather's disciples would gift me." After his outburst, he prepared to retreat to the tent for rest. Yang Xian called out to him, "I found a middle-grade stone. Won't you try to persevere a bit longer?" Zhang Wei scoffed. "In such a small spirit stone mine, even if you were to unearth 100 middle-grade stones, that would be the absolute limit. It dawns on me now that even if we deplete this mine, at most it will yield a mere 100,000 low-grade spirit stones. What a disappointment!" After a day's labor, the yield of spirit stones was not as splendid as he had envisioned. Leaving him somewhat disgruntled, his words laced with resentment, Yang Xian chuckled, "Very well, since you've decided to stop, how about helping me carry out these excavated stones? I have plenty of storage pouches." Just run errands for me every 2 or 3 days. In return, I shall ensure to prepare meals for you during our travels together." Zhang Wei retorted, "Do I really need food? Are Baigu pills so scarce that I must rely on your cooking?" Yang Xian replied, "Do you intend to subsist solely on Baigu pills? Don't you ever desire to savor a delicious meal?" Ultimately, Zhang Wei relented, agreeing to help transport the excavated stones every 3 days before heading out to rest, eager to leave this place behind. Once Zhang Wei departed, Yang Xian resumed his mining endeavors. He dug while circulating his cultivation technique to recover. Since he had been fleeing from pursuers, he had been absorbing spiritual energy while on the run. Now, with no adverse effects, he felt no hesitation in simultaneously excavating and absorbing spiritual energy. He even activated his spirit-devouring technique, and as he dug, the rich spiritual energy around him swirled like a gentle breeze. Rushing into his body, he only paused to circulate his body refinement technique once fatigue set in. After half a month of astonishing efficiency, he finally finished excavating the entire small spirit stone mine. He had garnered an incredible over 90,000 low-grade spirit stones and more than 120 middle-grade spirit stones, unexpectedly elevating his cultivation to the pinnacle of the 7th level of Qi refinement. Nearing a breakthrough to the 8th level, while also significantly advancing his body refinement. All of this was thanks to the abundant spiritual energy in this area. Initially, he had planned to cultivate here for a while after finishing the spirit stones. But once he depleted the mine, the spiritual energy was nearly exhausted as well. Upon concluding his mining, he calculated his haul, and the total left him astounded. When combining the low and middle grade spirit stones, all counted as low grade, he realized he had amassed over 120,000. Adding in the monster cores and various odds and ends, he estimated nearly 14,000, with his pre-existing wealth of over 11,000. He now possessed a staggering total of 250,000. Chapter 40. An invitation for assistance. When Yang Xian emerged from the mine, the moon hung high in the sky. Zhang Wei, who had been sleeping in the tent, awoke to the commotion, opened his eyes, and lazily rose, asking, "You must have had a good haul. Your mood seems rather cheerful. I have a proposition." Yang Xian was indeed in high spirits and replied readily, "Speak, what assistance do you require? As long as it doesn't involve needless slaughter or a death sentence for me, I am open to negotiation." Zhang Wei disregarded the latter part of his statement and directly said, "Tomorrow, accompany me to a location to find a certain item. However, it is guarded by a peak-level 3rd-grade thunder leopard. That creature's speed is astonishing, and its strength is considerable. Even with the highest-grade defensive talisman, I can only withstand its blows without breaking, but I would still be sent flying along with the shield. The real danger lay in its terrifying speed and lethal lightning attacks, making escape impossible. Using a concealment talisman was futile as well. An unknown method had rendered the spiritual energy around that beast violently chaotic, causing concealment talismans to fail upon entering its vicinity." Zhang Wei swallowed hard. A flicker of fear in his expression. He was evidently recalling a painful experience of being toyed with by the thunder leopard. Otherwise, mere reminiscence wouldn't evoke such a reaction from him. After a moment, he continued, "That beast seems to possess a higher intelligence than typical monsters. It relishes tormenting those it perceives as no threat. Last time, it batted me around like a ball for over an hour. And although its lightning couldn't breach my defenses, some still seeped through, causing excruciating pain." Listening to his description sent chills down Yang Xian's spine. He could hardly bear to imagine being tossed around like that for 1 or 2 hours. He stared blankly at Zhang Wei, incredulous as he asked, "You can't possibly be asking me to confront that thunder leopard, can you?" Zhang Wei replied somewhat sheepishly, "I believe you could hold it off. Just buy me 30 breaths of time." Yang Xian was furious, glaring at Zhang Wei with a fierce intensity. 30 breaths? After 30 breaths, you'll be gallivanting away with the spoils. What about me, if I'm not mistaken? Even a foundational level practitioner would find it a headache to deal with that creature. Are you sending me to my death? He had no intention of deceiving Yang Xian. Otherwise, he wouldn't have divulged the thunder leopard's strengths. He simply subconsciously overlooked the peril Yang Xian would face after he secured the item. Faced with the blunt truth, Zhang Wei felt awkward and at a loss for words. His face shifted from pale to red. then red to pale again, until he seemed to reach a decision. Brother Yang, I'll speak candidly. The item guarded by that thunder leopard is called a thunder refining fruit. Have you heard of the 3 grades of foundational cultivation? Yang Xian had never encountered this concept and asked, 3 grades of foundational cultivation? How does that relate to the thunder refining fruit? Upon seeing Yang Xian's reaction, Zhang Wei's earlier embarrassment vanished, replaced by a lazy, wealthy demeanor as he smiled and regarded Yang Xian with a condescending gaze, saying, "Then listen closely." Through Zhang Wei's animated explanation, Yang Xian learned that foundational cultivation was indeed divided into 3 grades: heaven, earth, and human, with the latter being the common grade. Human-grade foundational cultivation referred to practitioners who succeeded in establishing their foundation through the consumption of foundational pills, while human-grade practitioners were those who broke through solely through their own efforts. Earth and heaven-grade practitioners distinguished themselves by utilizing rare treasures during their breakthroughs, with the difference between them lying in the rarity of the treasures used. The thunder refining fruit was a treasure used for establishing heaven-grade foundations. It contained not only the purifying essence of lightning that cleanses spiritual energy and the physical body, but also a trace of exceedingly rare natural power. Swallowing it during a breakthrough would not only enhance one's cultivation aptitude, but also strengthen and refine the soul, laying a perfect foundation for future cultivation. The higher the grade of the foundation, the further one could progress on the path of cultivation. Once he finished his explanation, he looked at Yang Xian expectantly and asked, "So, what do you say? Are you willing to take this risk? Let us aim for a heaven-grade foundation and enjoy the wonders of the cultivation world together." After hearing his explanation, Yang Xian resolved to take the risk, his only concern being whether there was just a single thunder refining fruit. If there were indeed only one, he would not agree and would seek it out alone at a later time. Thus, he inquired, "How many thunder refining fruits are there?" Zhang Wei had anticipated this question, knowing that anyone with sense would desire such a precious treasure. He responded, "I spotted 2. We can each take one." Ensuring neither of us loses out, in truth, Zhang Wei initially intended to reserve the second fruit for his younger sister, who was 2 years his junior yet possessed greater talent, having reached the 9th level of qi refinement. Although everyone in the sect fawned over him, he understood that only his sister genuinely cared for him. Initially, he had planned to seek help from others after discovering the thunder refining fruit. However, after considering everyone he trusted, he sadly realized that the only person he could rely on was his sister, and he did not wish to put her in danger. He had to find an alternative way to obtain it and surprise her. Since he didn't even want to inform his sister, he certainly couldn't divulge the matter to anyone else. Yet, after inviting Yang Xian due to their oath, he regretted his decision. The oath might bind Yang Xian from harming him, but it could not prevent him from going off on his own. What if he inadvertently stumbled upon it? Thus, he could only agree to go together, and if they obtained the thunder refining fruits, he would simply forego his share for his sister. 5 days later, they arrived at a marshy area, observing the occasional lightning bolts cascading from the sky, silently tracing long arcs of electricity across the swamp. Standing there, Yang Xian felt every hair on his body stand on end. Without turning his head, he inquired of Zhang Wei beside him, "Is it inside there? How do we get in?" "Follow me," Zhang Wei replied. Turning to navigate around the edge of the swamp, in a short while, they arrived at a small mound of earth, measuring a few feet in size. Zhang Wei gestured towards the various mounds scattered throughout the swamp, saying, "In a moment, you will follow my lead, and we will leap across these mounds." Strangely enough, wherever there are mounds, lightning is scarce. After they had been hopping across the mounds for a quarter of an hour, they finally spotted a small piece of solid ground ahead, roughly the size of a square. It appeared devoid of any vegetation, similarly dotted with mounds of varying sizes. Upon reaching this point, Zhang Wei handed him 5 concealment talismans and 10 indestructible talismans, stating, "If you happen to be unfortunate enough to be used as a paddle by that beast, I believe these 10 indestructible talismans will provide you with a chance to escape." Chapter 41. Thunder Leopard. Yang Xian accepted the talismans, a heavy weight settling in his heart as the phrase being used as a paddle echoed incessantly in his mind. He could not help but contemplate that what he was about to do might indeed lead him to become a plaything for the Thunder Leopard. Yet, before he could truly be used as a ball, he would strive to turn the tables and see if he could use that thunder leopard as a ball in return. He affixed one concealment talisman to himself, stowing the others away in his ring before asking, "Is the thunder leopard located in the center of that piece of land?" Zhang Wei nodded and replied, "Once you reach the surface, I will circle around to the back. You will set out a quarter of an hour later. If I manage to obtain the item, I will wait for you at the spot where we had barbecue 3 days ago." After speaking, he, fearing that Yang Xian might worry about him fleeing after obtaining the thunder refining fruit, took an oath of loyalty before vanishing into concealment. Watching the empty space around him, Yang Xian sighed. He had initially intended to delay the thunder leopard while seizing the opportunity to personally procure the thunder refining fruit. Should Zhang Wei have the chance to obtain it, he would allow the thunder leopard to pass. This was not born from any ill intentions toward Zhang Wei, but rather from a desire to ensure his own safety and avoid fruitless labor, especially since the thunder leopard could not kill him. However, now that Zhang Wei had sworn an oath, he resolved to give it his all. Contemplating the thunder leopard's ability to unleash lightning and the bolts striking above the swamp, he recalled his body refinement technique. For a long time, he had sought an appropriate environment for cultivation, and upon arriving here, he had been eager for the opportunity. His only concern now was whether the thunder leopard and the accompanying lightning would be too formidable. A quarter of an hour later, he activated the concealment talisman, circulating his breath concealment technique as he cautiously approached the small piece of land. After covering a distance of 100 yards, he crouched behind a small mound and finally caught sight of the thunder leopard's true form. It was 7 feet long and approximately 4 feet tall, lounging on the only stone in the area, fast asleep. Its fur was black, shimmering with a blue glow, and it bore 2 pairs of elongated fangs glinting with a chilling light. It exuded an aura of danger at first glance. He dared not observe further. Fearing that the beast's keen senses might detect him, at that moment, through the concealment talisman, he vanished from sight, his presence and temperature withdrawing like an invisible stone. Another quarter of an hour passed. And while Zhang Wei, hiding 40 yards away from the fruit tree, began to grow anxious, Yang Xian had circled around and was now 100 meters from the fruit tree, with only 20 yards separating him from the thunder leopard. At that moment, he sensed a strange force disrupting the concealment talisman, causing it to waver. "Not good. I have been exposed." Before he could react, a furious roar erupted, and the thunder leopard appeared just 10 meters away from him. He swiftly pressed a talisman to his body, activating it. Just as the golden shield enveloped him, a tremendous force struck, sending him crashing a yard away. Almost simultaneously with his impact, the thunder leopard, enraged, turned its attention to his companion, who had impulsively dashed toward the fruit tree. As the thunder leopard readied to strike Yang Xian again, it noticed the shadow of his companion and, abandoning its initial target, charged towards it, unleashing a bolt of lightning, which narrowly missed. Seizing the opportunity, Yang Xian unsheathed his sword, using the scabbard to launch an attack aimed at the thunder leopard's rear. The scabbard was batted away by the furious beast, but he swiftly followed up, launching a series of strikes to obstruct the thunder leopard. In the brief moment that the thunder leopard was momentarily stalled, Zhang Wei arrived just 7 yards from the fruit tree, attempting to seize the 3 thunder refining fruits with his telekinetic technique. To his dismay, it failed to grasp anything. His attempt was thwarted by an inexplicable force, dissipating just 6 feet from the tree. Meanwhile, the shadow, having surpassed him, ascended to the tree's top, its small form suddenly elongating to a foot. Snatching the fruit from the apex of the tree, at that instant, a bolt of lightning struck the shadow, while Zhang Wei appeared beside the tree, swiftly collecting the remaining 2 fruits before leaping away a distance of 10 yards. After evading Yang Xian, the thunder leopard unleashed a bolt of lightning that obliterated the small snake that had attempted to steal its treasures. It then noticed the remaining 2 fruits were being pilfered by another individual and, enraged, surged forward, its speed once again increasing. Yet suddenly, it noticed the snake, which should have been slain, reappearing behind it, hastening towards the sword-wielding intruder who had delayed it. Realizing the earlier strike had merely struck the snake's afterimage, it seethed with fury, deciding to eliminate the audacious little snake before pursuing the human thief. Yang Xian, witnessing the shadow grow larger and then shatter, felt a surge of excitement as it reappeared a dozen yards ahead. He hurriedly closed the distance, channeling his energy into his sword as he aimed a strike at the thunder leopard, which was now pursuing the shadow. With a thunderous crash, his blade struck the thunder leopard, pushing it back a yard, while the shadow swiftly returned to his embrace, regurgitating the fruit before shrinking down and falling unconscious. Sensing the shadow's faintness, he pocketed the thunder-refining fruits and turned to flee. However, before he could escape 20 yards, the thunder leopard, unscathed from his strike, closed in on him, unleashing a bolt of lightning the size of his arm aimed at his back. Having just retrieved the shadow, he had removed the indestructible talisman and now faced the incoming lightning with no choice but to evade, narrowly avoiding it before activating another talisman. Chapter 42. The ball breakthrough. It was in that fleeting moment of evasion that Yang Xian found himself instantly pursued by the thunder leopard, which struck him with a powerful blow. While the force did not shatter his golden shield, the impact left him reeling, his head spinning and nausea rising as he steadied himself. Another tremendous force struck the shield, sending him flying once more. This time, the force was even greater, and he saw stars as his shield began to die in a rush. He produced another indestructible talisman, clutching it tightly in preparation for the moment when the shield might shatter. Indeed, after enduring 3 more strikes, the golden shield finally broke, replaced by the next talisman. After a brief moment, Yang Xian, now bloodied from the relentless impacts, began to feel fear. He had but one indestructible talisman remaining. While the thunder leopard's strength showed no signs of waning, in the time it took for that incense stick to burn, he had attempted to flee multiple times, only to be instantly caught and struck away. He had tried to counterattack many times, yet when the thunder leopard focused solely on him, he could not land a blow. Its speed was simply too overwhelming. This cannot continue. Without the indestructible talismans, I will be toyed with to death. Seeing the thunder leopard's almost human, mocking gaze, he shouted defiantly as he was once more sent flying, suppressing the blood that threatened to spill from his lips. You've been pursuing me relentlessly. Do you not care for your other 2 fruits? In response, a bolt of lightning struck him, sending him flying once again, his body convulsing as electricity surged through his clothes, penetrating his protective barrier. This is bad. Throughout this incense stick's duration, I've been battered and completely forgotten about that beast's lightning. In a profound state of despair, he lay motionless on the ground, his body paralyzed, unable to summon the strength to move. Witnessing this pitiable sight, Lei Bao was astonished by the efficacy of his lightning, prompting him to unleash another bolt upon the golden bell. As he regained a fleeting sense of sensation, he was once again struck, accompanied by an agonizing pain that pierced through the numbness, eliciting a groan of suffering from his lips, though his body remained immobile. His mind was alert, and he observed that the hue of the golden bell had dulled further. Helplessly, he calculated the time he had left, factoring in the remaining golden talisman, aware that he must devise a strategy within this interval, lest he succumb to his fate. At that moment, another surge of lightning coursed through him, inflicting a myriad of minute wounds as the current invaded his flesh. Yet, spurred by sufficient stimulation, the body refinement technique began to operate autonomously. Initiating the repair of his injuries, elated by this change, he consciously activated the technique to hasten the healing process. However, the relentless currents continued their destructive work, and amid the cycle of restoration and devastation, his flesh and blood cells gradually grew stronger, vitality surging within him, as the potency of the lightning appeared to wane. During yet another assault, the golden bell finally shattered. Instead of invoking his last golden talisman, he suddenly let out a wretched scream, striving to convey a semblance of half-alive despair through his cries. Indeed, Lei Bao refrained from attacking him as if he were a ball, evidently wary of dispatching him too swiftly, and chose to temper the ferocity of the lightning aimed at him. Thus, as the minutes passed, his cries waned, only to crescendo once more. He discerned that as his wailing diminished, so too did the intensity of Lei Bao's lightning. However, as time wore on, the now feeble lightning sufficed for his body refinement needs. Consequently, he opted to raise his volume slightly, And predictably, Lei Bao, perceiving this nearly lifeless creature suddenly regaining a hint of vigor, instinctively intensified the power of the lightning. As another quarter of an hour elapsed, he sensed that Lei Bao had begun to lose interest, reluctant to continue the game. Just as he was reveling in the moment, a sense of imminent peril washed over him. In a panic, he ceased his cries, sprang to his feet, and unleashed a torrent of vitriol upon Lei Bao. "You beast! You may possess brute strength, but your lightning is merely a tickle to me. Beyond your physical prowess, you are utterly worthless. Look at this pathetic lightning you spit. It inflicts no harm upon me," he gambled, recalling Zhang Wei's assertion that this creature was highly intelligent. He aimed to provoke the self-important beast, betting that it could comprehend his meaning. Indeed, upon witnessing Yang Xian's sudden resurgence, Lei Bao staggered back, momentarily forgetting to unleash its lightning. Although it did not fully grasp Yang Xian's words, the essence of his message resonated within it. Infuriated by the audacity of the human to belittle its lightning, Lei Bao resolved to strike him down with renewed fervor, intending to savor the moment of his demise. Thus, it amplified its power, unleashing a bolt of lightning as thick as an infant's arm, which struck Yang Xian and sent him hurtling several feet away. His chest charred and riddled with deep gashes radiating from the center. He coughed up blood, fervently channeling the body refinement technique while activating the soul-devouring skill, summoning 2 mid-grade spirit stones to absorb their energy frantically. After a few breaths, as he staggered back to his feet, Lei Bao retaliated with another bolt of lightning. Thus, half a stick of incense later, Yang Xian ascended to the mid-stage of the body refinement technique. Another half-stick passed, and he reached the pinnacle of the mid-stage, yet remained on the cusp of breakthrough to the late stage. Once more, he stood, feigning a struggle as he coughed up blood, all the while taunting Lei Bao. "Ha, a beast is but a beast. You can only act as a wild animal, for apart from your brute strength, you are utterly devoid of merit, especially in your lightning." The furious Lei Bao, incensed, unleashed a relentless barrage of lightning, each bolt as thick as a man's arm. Yang Xian was mercilessly battered, blood and flesh scattering. He produced 6 mid-grade spirit stones, absorbing their essence with fervor. After enduring 2 bolts of lightning, he finally broke through to the late stage of the body refinement technique, significantly enhancing the rate at which his body absorbed lightning and spiritual energy. At this juncture, exhilaration filled his heart. He believed he could withstand Lei Bao's strikes without injury. However, he refused to squander such a prime opportunity for body refinement. Thus, he resumed his cries of torment. Ultimately, just as he neared his breakthrough to the second level of nirvana, the lightning emitted by Lei Bao proved insufficient to facilitate his ascent. Nevertheless, he had a plan. While howling, he staggered towards the swamp. At this time, Lei Bao was nearing exhaustion, yet it reveled in the knowledge that this infernal human could no longer hold out and was attempting to flee. Despite its fatigue, it felt an overwhelming sense of pride, believing it was on the verge of obliterating this human with its lightning, thus proving its might. Thus, it leisurely pursued Yang Xian, continually expelling the remaining stored lightning within its body. Finally, as Yang Xian stepped into the swamp, the blue heart sword materialized beneath him. The metallic sword immediately attracted 2 bolts of lightning, which struck him simultaneously, accompanied by Lei Bao's own assault. Chapter 43. Finally, a player empowered by the dual lightning strikes. He instantly transcended to the second level of nirvana. He felt the reorganization of his blood and flesh, the rebirth of his shattered bones, and the transformation of his marrow. Yet he also endured excruciating pain that threatened to render him unconscious. At this moment, his physical form underwent yet another metamorphosis, a rebirth from the outside in and then from the inside out. His soul accelerated in strength, and the surrounding spiritual energy and lightning converged frantically towards him, forming a vortex of spiritual energy interwoven with lightning. The vortex gradually expanded, 1 foot, 1 yard, 3 yards, until it reached 9 yards and ceased its growth. At the vortex's center, he endured torturous suffering, yet found a peculiar joy within the pain, reveling in the burgeoning strength of his body, which continued to amplify. Gradually, he noticed the surrounding spiritual energy waning, prompting him to unhesitatingly produce another 7 or 8 mid-grade spirit stones, clutching them tightly as he absorbed their energy voraciously. Meanwhile, Lei Bao, arriving at the swamp's edge, was taken aback by the sight before it, and no longer daring to advance. It sensed a palpable threat emanating from the vortex and the human within it, a threat to its very existence. Thus, when the imminent danger extinguished its fury, it resolved to flee, seeking distance from the human. Yet at that moment, the vortex in the sky dissipated, revealing Yang Xian, with his eyes tightly shut, standing upon the flying sword. His tattered clothing flapped wildly, hair standing on end like a startled hedgehog, and not a scratch marred his body. The lightning, still striking down from the blue heart sword, left no mark upon him. It merely scorched and shredded his already tattered garments. Having transcended to the second level of nirvana, he reveled in his newfound strength. At this stage, even if he stood idle, devoid of any spiritual power, he could withstand attacks from early-stage Foundation establishment cultivators wielding low-grade spiritual weapons without sustaining damage. This enhancement affected not only his body but also fortified his soul, expanding the range of his spiritual consciousness beyond the 30 zhang limit of the qi refinement stage, reaching 40 zhang. Simultaneously, the augmentation of his physical form enhanced his explosive power, and the Xintian step also advanced, though its exact extent of improvement remained untested. Detecting Lei Bao's intent to flee, he burst into laughter. You wish to escape? After having toyed with you for so long, the tables have finally turned. With a single step, he appeared beside the startled Lei Bao, whose body had barely begun to turn. The punch landed, sending Lei Bao flying. Before it could even utter a cry of distress, he followed up with another blow, propelling it over a yard away before it struck the ground. This time, he refrained from pursuit, having just experienced the might of his physical form and explosive power. He now sought to test the speed of the Xintian step. As Lei Bao regained its footing, it held no will to counterattack. Positioned on one side of the swamp, it could only flee deeper into the small landmass. After it had sprinted over 30 zhang, Yang Xian, fueled by his explosive state, closed the gap in just 2 strides. With a single punch, one that bore no formal training, merely the raw power of an unrefined punch, he struck again and again. The sight of a 7-foot-long, 4-foot-tall black panther being repeatedly sent flying by a human barely over 5 feet tall was astonishing. Before the panther could hit the ground, another punch struck it once more, sending it careening through the air. Accompanying this spectacle were sounds of vindictive laughter and the panther's anguished cries. How dare you treat me like a racket? Bam! Ah! You relish tormenting others? Bam! Ah! Now it's my turn to send you flying. Ha ha! Bam! Ah! I shall strike you down. After a quarter of an hour, a refreshed Yang Xian sat on the ground, panting. Beside him lay the thunder leopard, battered and bloodied, its fur disheveled and unconscious. This retaliatory beating had finally extinguished the lingering anger that had turned it into a mere plaything. He then retrieved Wu Ying from his bosom, enveloping it with his spiritual sense for a meticulous inspection. Finding it merely weakened from the aftermath of its earlier outburst, he felt a considerable relief. Gently, he placed Wu Ying upon the ground, changed its tattered garments, and returned it to his embrace. This time, Wu Ying had indeed rendered significant service, and he resolved to treat it well henceforth. After contemplating the thunder leopard beside him, he produced a storage bag meant for miscellaneous items, discarding all the useless contents before rummaging through it. Yet finding nothing of interest, he casually stowed it away again. He then retrieved the bag designated for holding the corpses of magical beasts, emptied it of 2 elongated bodies, and began to extract tendons. Ultimately, he twisted the 2 tendons together, forming a rope more than 2 zhang long. Securing one end around the thunder leopard's neck, he held the other end firmly in his grasp. After waiting for approximately an hour, the thunder leopard finally regained consciousness. Upon opening its eyes, it immediately spotted Yang Xian and, with a fierce snarl, attempted to unleash a bolt of lightning. However, despite its wide-open jaws, only a few sparks danced within. Its energy reserves had been utterly depleted, leaving it capable of little more than relying on its corporeal strength. Yang Xian couldn't help but find the sight of the thunder leopard's futile attempt at intimidation amusing. He raised a hand and placed it upon its head, the other hand forming a fist to deliver yet another round of punishment. After regaining consciousness for what felt like the umpteenth time, the thunder leopard finally ceased its resistance, obediently lying on the ground. Satisfied with its submission, Yang Xian stood, leading it toward the rendezvous point agreed upon with Zhang Wei. As he traversed the path. The presence of a magical beast in tow, particularly one as uncooperative as the thunder leopard, rendered him unable to utilize the Xintian step or ride the wind with his sword, forcing him to rely solely on his legs. Fortunately, his physical prowess was formidable, and after a mere 10 days filled with 6 beatings delivered to the thunder leopard, he arrived at the meeting point. This location was nestled at the foot of a mountain beside a babbling brook, where a small cave resided. At this moment, Zhang Wei was busy fishing in the stream, and upon noticing Yang Xian approaching, leading the fearsome thunder leopard as though it were a mere dog, he was so astonished that he dropped the branch with the large fish strung upon it into the water. His mouth agape, he struggled to find words, finally managing to utter, "Pervert." Yang Xian, observing Zhang Wei's constipated expression, retorted, "If you wish to roast fish, do hurry up. I find myself quite hungry." After speaking, he led the thunder leopard to a large tree behind a pile of dead branches, casually tying the rope to the tree trunk. The thunder leopard, having been thoroughly cowed by the beatings it had endured, despite nearing full recovery, dared not entertain thoughts of escape. It simply lay beneath the tree, eyes closed in slumber. Zhang Wei, witnessing this, found himself momentarily stunned. He questioned whether this was truly the proud, bloodthirsty thunder leopard he had once known. Hesitantly, he inquired, "Is this really the thunder leopard? Why does it now behave like a docile dog?" Before Yang Xian could respond, the thunder leopard suddenly opened its eyes, rising to glare at him with a furious roar, preparing to unleash its lightning. Though it feared Yang Xian, it did not harbor the same trepidation toward Zhang Wei. Chapter 44. Dividing spoils, transactions. Yang Xian had indeed subdued it, but to the thunder leopard, Zhang Wei was merely a target for its lightning or a swipe of its claws. However, after receiving a fierce glare from Yang Xian, the lightning it had begun to summon fizzled out as it hurriedly closed its mouth, 2 streams of smoke escaping from its nostrils. It looked up at Yang Xian with a pitiful expression, tears streaming down its face. At that moment, Zhang Wei, having jumped back a couple of zhang in fright, observed the thunder leopard's smoke-spewing nostrils and its tearful demeanor. Feeling a pang of sympathy, he said, "Brother Yang, can't you be a little kinder to it? This is a magical beast on the verge of breaking through to the 4th tier. Look at how terrified it is of you. A mere glare sends it into tears." Yang Xian replied, somewhat exasperated, "Have you forgotten how it tormented you? Besides, it isn't crying out of fear. It's choking on its own repressed lightning." This scenario of the thunder leopard shedding tears due to its own lightning was not a first for Yang Xian. The initial time it had happened, he had thought it was merely a display of sorrow when, after recovering a bit, it attempted to unleash a bolt of electricity but was thwarted when he swiftly clamped its mouth shut. In that instance, the thunder leopard had indeed shed tears, leading Yang Xian to mistakenly believe it was crying out of anguish. Now, having witnessed a similar occurrence, he finally comprehended that it was choking on its own power. Upon learning the truth, Zhang Wei nearly choked in sympathy for the creature. He sat beside Yang Xian, his expression somewhat awkward, as he gathered a few pieces of wood he had collected earlier. Igniting them with a snap of his fingers, he gestured toward the fish in the stream, saying, "You might as well do it. You're better at cooking." After a lengthy half-hour of roasting fish, Zhang Wei, now pleasantly stuffed, patted his belly and addressed Yang Xian. "Logically speaking, you put in the most effort this time. The extra lightning refining fruit should rightfully belong to you. However, I wish to request that you let me have it. Of course, I will offer compensation. Although this may seem unfair to you, I genuinely need that fruit. If you are unwilling, I will not press the matter." With that, he produced a lightning refining fruit and extended it toward Yang Xian. Yang Xian did not reach out to take it. At that moment, Wu Ying had awakened, drawn by the mysterious aura emitted by the lightning refining fruit. Through their mental connection, he learned that the fruit he had acquired was the finest among the three. Possessing a far more potent essence than the other two, it was nearly double that of Zhang Wei's unproduced fruit, and 2 to 3 times more than the other one he had yet to reveal. Unbeknownst to them, the lightning refining fruit always appeared in sets of 3, governed by the laws of heaven and earth. The earth fruit grew at the roots, embodying a single strand of earthly power. The human fruit resided in the center, containing 2 strands, while the heaven fruit encompassed 3 strands of heavenly power. Although all 3 fruits could forge a heavenly-grade foundation, there were distinctions in strength among them. Evidently, Yang Xian's fruit was the most superior. Thus, Wu Ying had instinctively chosen it first. The moment of mental communication concluded swiftly, and Zhang Wei's hand remained suspended in front of Yang Xian. He looked at Zhang Wei and smiled. Inquiring, "Could you share your reasoning?" Zhang Wei retracted his hand, holding the fruit in his palm. Clearly, he would not stow it away in his storage ring until Yang Xian had agreed to relinquish it. To avoid any misunderstandings, he glanced down at the fruit and said, "I am the grandson of the supreme elder of the Nine-Leaf Sword sect, having grown up surrounded by flattery. However, as I matured and the number of sycophants increased, I discovered it increasingly difficult to find someone who truly cared for me. Fortunately, I have a younger sister who possesses exceptional talent. At just 15, she has already reached the 9th level of qi refining. Due to her giftedness, she receives ample resources from the sect, yet she has selflessly allocated most of them for my cultivation. Otherwise, I would still be stuck at the 7th level." Upon reaching this point, he emitted a bitter chuckle and continued, "Despite appearing wealthy, casually tossing talismans like refuse, I yearn to exchange them for items that can genuinely enhance my cultivation. However, that's not feasible. If I sell or trade these possessions and it comes to light, it would bring disgrace upon my grandfather. He is the mightiest cultivator in the sect, and his grandson should not lack resources for cultivation. Those who flatter us, whether intentionally or not, only bestow upon us these superficial tools for attack and defense. Little do they know, my grandfather has been in seclusion for 20 years and is entirely unaware of our existence. We reside upon a mountain peak that belongs solely to him, and no one dares approach. As everyone assumes he simply prefers solitude, my venture out this time was to seek items that could bolster my cultivation, yet I never anticipated encountering such treasures on my first outing. Thus, I wish to gift this fruit to my sister. I had initially thought there were only 2 fruits. I had planned to give her the one I would receive. Who would have thought there would be a delightful surprise?" After listening to this, Yang Xian remarked, "In that case, what can you offer in exchange?" Zhang Wei's face brightened. "I have several spiritual artifacts. I possess clothing, trousers, and shoes." He gestured to his attire, then produced a purple sword and a bag resembling a storage pouch, stating, "This is a top-tier spiritual artifact, the Voidbreaker Sword. This is a spiritual beast pouch, perfect for accommodating your Thunder Leopard. He elaborated. He pointed at the purple sword and the pouch. Upon hearing top-tier spiritual artifact, Yang Xian's eyes gleamed, and he eagerly seized the Voidbreaker Sword to examine it. The sword measured 3 feet 3 inches in length and 2 fingers in width. Adhering to standard dimensions, the blade shimmered a pale purple, while the hilt was a deep violet, inscribed with the words Voidbreaker. Before Zhang Wei could present additional items, Yang Xian had already stowed the Voidbreaker Sword and the spiritual beast pouch into his storage ring, declaring, "These 2 will suffice." Zhang Wei, momentarily taken aback, awkwardly said, "I have more. Perhaps you might choose a few additional items." As he reached for more, Yang Xian halted his hand, saying, "Let it be as it is. It is rare to encounter a friend whose worth I appreciate. There is no need to be overly calculating. Moreover, I can only use one of the lightning refining fruits. Even if I were to take a second, it would merely be for sale, mere external possessions." In truth, as he spoke these words, he felt a twinge of awkwardness within, for his fruit was indeed far more valuable than the combined worth of Zhang Wei's 2. This item cannot be consumed again. Its value transcends mere sums. Imbued with an essence of the ephemeral, in this endeavor, he indeed exerted the most effort, and thus, in comparison to the rare treasure known as the Thunderfire fruit, his acquisition of 2 additional spiritual artifacts, while slightly awkward, felt entirely justified. Zhang Wei, however, was deeply moved, especially upon hearing the word friend. although he had often heard it spoken by others within the sect. Yang Xian's utterance carried a sincerity that resonated with him. At that moment, he realized he had genuinely made his first true friend, one he wholeheartedly acknowledged. Without further words, he stowed away his belongings and, his face flushed with emotion, looked earnestly at Yang Xian, declaring, "Brother Yang, from this day forth, you shall be my brother, not merely due to the Thunderfire fruit, but because of your words on friendship." Chapter 45. An unfortunate encounter the following day. Zhang Wei departed hastily, eager to return and deliver the Thunderfire fruit to his sister. He feared she might break through the Foundation establishment stage before he could reach her. To expedite his journey, he resorted to employing lightness talismans and wind talismans, layering every speed-enhancing charm he could muster. Yang Xian, however, remained unconcerned for his safety, for Zhang Wei had informed him of possessing a spiritual artifact-level jade talisman capable of withstanding half an hour of attacks from a peak Foundation establishment cultivator. As he pondered the jade talisman, Yang Xian retrieved his own Xin character jade pendant, gently wiping away the non-existent dust upon it. Zhang Wei had a sister who treated him well, yet he was left to wonder if he had any family left at all. Lost in thought while gazing at the pendant, he eventually found a bundle of silk within his storage bag, from which he wove a portion into a cord to hang the jade pendant around his neck. He patted his chest where the pendant now rested, deciding to regard it as a family heirloom that would accompany him always. A month later, by the small lake at the edge of the level 4 beast region, Yang Xian was diligently cleaning the paw of a bear, a bounty he had claimed after 3 days of skirmishes. Without the aid of the ephemeral, he had faced a mighty bear thrice. And during the third encounter, compelled to draw his blue heart sword, he found it shattered. Ultimately, it was through the sheer sharpness of the Voidpiercer sword that he succeeded in slaying the ferocious beast. As he was unable to wield high-level spiritual artifacts, he resorted to employing the same force as a powerful mortal wielding an axe to chop wood. Suddenly, as he continued to wash the bear's paw, he heard a cacophony of heavy footfalls approaching from the woods behind him. He rose to face the direction of the noise, refraining from releasing his spiritual senses, and simply observed calmly. The sound suggested that the individual approaching was either excessively drained and fatigued or gravely injured, unable to maintain perfect control over their body. Such a condition posed no immediate threat to him, even at the edge of the level 4 region. Before long, a disheveled figure, filthy and ragged, emerged from the underbrush. The person's slight frame and muddied countenance made it difficult to ascertain their gender. However, the chaotic aura surrounding them indicated they had undoubtedly suffered internal injuries. As the newcomer stumbled within mere meters of him, they finally perceived his presence. Initially, fear gripped them, causing them to recoil, but then their expression shifted to one of surprise, followed by elation, before they collapsed to the ground. Yang Xian was momentarily taken aback by this series of reactions. Recalling the look in their eyes upon recognizing him, he surmised that this individual had been pursued, likely for an extended duration, as evidenced by their mental exhaustion, relying solely on instinct to flee, an experience he himself had endured. Furthermore, it was evident that this person recognized him and felt a degree of trust, for they would not have relaxed to the point of fainting upon spotting him with this thought in mind. He swiftly appeared by the individual's side, yet upon closer inspection, he found no one in his memory that matched their appearance. Dismissing further contemplation, he bent down to lift the person, his first impression being their surprising lightness. They felt weightless in his arms. His second realization was the overwhelming stench emanating from them. Yet, he soon understood. In a life-or-death situation, who had the luxury to concern themselves with scent? Carrying the individual to the tree hollow where he resided. He was about to bend down to enter when 3 men and a woman emerged through the foliage where he had found the unconscious figure. 3 of them were at the 9th level of Qi refinement, while one was at the 8th level. Even at the periphery of the level 4 beast region, the sudden appearance of multiple Qi refinement cultivators suggested they were likely the pursuers. Meeting their gaze filled with murderous intent, he nonchalantly summoned the 6-inch-long shadow from his embrace and tossed it towards them with a single word. Kill. He then slipped into the tree hollow. Once inside, he laid the person down on the beast skin he had been resting on. examined their injuries, and placed 2 healing pills in their mouth. Afterward, he scrutinized them anew. Hair disheveled, eyes shut tight, brows furrowed, face filthy, yet with a robust chest, they bore a striking resemblance to a woman. A woman? Instinctively, he considered reaching out to ascertain their gender, but was immediately startled by the thought. It was not that he was concerned about any inappropriate intentions. Even if this person were female, their current state of filth and odor rendered any notion of attraction utterly irrelevant. His primary concern was the potential embarrassment of discovering they were indeed a woman. Consequently, he turned and exited the tree hollow. Upon stepping outside, he was met by the shadow, which had completed its task. The corpses of 4 individuals lay on the ground. He tossed 2 third-level beast crystals to the shadow, and after it consumed them, he instructed, in the future, remember to retrieve the storage bags of those you kill. They contain wealth and resources, which are vital for acquiring the materials necessary for our advancement. Afterward, he bid the shadow to play nearby while remaining vigilant of any approaching threats. He then approached the corpses, retrieving over a dozen storage bags, and buried the bodies where they lay, as a token of gratitude for the resources they had left behind. Subsequently, he returned to the small lake, continuing to clean the bear's paw. He had often heard tales of its delectable nature and felt a tinge of anticipation, albeit the preparation was rather arduous. Half an incense stick later, he kindled a small fire before the tree hollow. Suspending the cleaned bear paw on a rudimentary wooden rack above the flames, as the fat dripped onto the fire, it sizzled, sending forth a mouth-watering aroma that invaded his senses as time passed. And the rack turned slowly, the enticing scent permeated his consciousness, compelling him to swallow in anticipation. Finally, the bear paw was ready. He tore off a piece with savage enthusiasm, chewed a few times, then gazed in disappointment at the golden, oil-dripping delicacy still exuding its alluring fragrance, before lowering his head to continue his feast. Despite the substantial portion weighing nearly 20 pounds, he barely consumed a third before discarding the remainder into his spiritual beast bag for the thunder leopard. Wiping his mouth, he couldn't help but reflect that legends are often enchanting, allowing one to indulge in the most beautiful fantasies. For instance, regarding the bear paw, before commencing his meal, the enticing aroma had led him to believe that a 20-pound portion would suffice for his appetite. Should he perhaps roast another? After all, he still had 3 more in reserve. Yet, upon taking that first bite, he realized it was not as delightful as he had imagined, leaving him uncertain whether it was his culinary skills at fault or if legends were merely that, legends. Only through personal experience does one truly grasp that what sounds good, smells delightful, and appears beautiful may not necessarily taste as splendid or align with one's preferences. Some flavors are best appreciated through scent alone, rather than hastily sampled. Chapter 46. Alchemist Luo Feng. 5 days later, as Yang Xian sat meditating in front of the tree hollow, he was startled awake by a sudden exclamation. Turning to glance at the tree hollow, he chose not to enter but instead walked towards the distance. As he walked, he sent a message using his spiritual energy. Over the past few days, I have checked on your injuries. Your recovery is progressing well. Once you awaken, please wash yourself in the small lake ahead. I will be taking a stroll, so do not worry. The ones pursuing you have been dealt with. If you need anything, just call out. I will be within 500 meters. After several days of administering healing pills and monitoring her injuries, he had come to realize that the individual was a woman. To spare her any embarrassment, he made a conscious effort to avoid her presence, particularly given her current state of disarray. Inside the tree hollow, the recently awakened woman found her thoughts still ensnared in memories of her pursuit. Upon opening her eyes, she was initially startled, instinctively checking her clothes, only to discover she lay upon a beast skin. Once she oriented herself to her surroundings, Yang Xian's voice reached her ears. She examined her injuries. Her spiritual energy had returned to 70%. The 3 fractured ribs began to mend, yet full recovery would likely take another 10 days. The break in her left shoulder was also healing, but the internal injuries to her organs would require at least half a month, while other minor wounds had already healed. Stepping outside through the doorless entrance, she realized she was in a tree hollow, with a clear lake not far ahead. Approaching the water's edge, she finally caught a glimpse of her current state. her face smeared with mud concealing her embarrassment and shyness. After thoroughly surveying her surroundings, she stepped into the lake, clad in her tattered garments. Though that senior brother had already walked far away, she still felt uneasy bathing in the open light of day, especially in such a strange wilderness. An hour later, Yang Xian returned with the thunder leopard. Taking advantage of the brief time, he had let the thunder leopard out to forage for food, but once released, the creature stubbornly refused to return to its spirit beast pouch. He could not fathom why this beast, terrified of him and unwilling to defy his commands, would resist the idea of returning to the pouch, even trembling on the ground in fear, with no other choice. He decided to let it be. Upon returning to the campsite, he spotted a woman in a sky-blue long dress sitting on a rock by a small lake. Facing the water, her long, jet-black hair cascaded down to her slender waist. Flowing over the stone beneath her, hearing his footsteps, she rose to face Yang Xian. Recognizing that familiar face, Yang Xian exclaimed in surprise, "Is it really you?" He could hardly believe that this pure and beautiful woman was the same dirty girl he had encountered before. Resembling a mud monkey, he recognized her as the young girl who had purchased spirit beast pills for him at the new collection market. The woman slightly bowed her head and said, "Thank you, senior brother, for saving me. Last time you left in such a hurry that I didn't even get to ask for your name." Yang Xian waved his hand dismissively, replying, "It's merely a small matter. My name is Yang Xian, and what about you? With your alchemy skills, you could thrive in any marketplace. How did you end up here, being hunted down?" At the mention of this, the sorrow etched on the woman's face deepened. And she spoke softly, "You can call me Luo Fong, my brother, and I originally lived in the new collection market where we last met. Both of us are alchemists, often helping others with their concoctions or purchasing spiritual herbs to refine into pills for sale, which sufficed for our cultivation. However, as my brother was on the brink of foundation establishment, despite our ability to refine other pills suitable for that stage, we could not obtain the formula for the foundation establishment pill. As those formulas are strictly prohibited from being disseminated outside their sects, my brother's aptitude is average, and he lacks hope for successful foundation establishment. To acquire the foundation establishment pill, we could only purchase the required spiritual herbs at exorbitant prices from the market, hoping to trade them for the pills, but those herbs are typically kept by others for their own trades. With no other option, we set out to search for them in the beast forest. We initially had 6 people in our party, all of us being loose cultivators who often interacted with one another, one of whom was my brother's future partner. They had agreed that once they successfully established their foundations, they would formally become partners. Thus, we teamed up. Unfortunately, after we painstakingly found a location rich in spiritual herbs, collected them, and combined them with what we had previously gathered, finally managing to gather enough to exchange for 4 foundation establishment pills. Just as my brother joyfully suggested we push on to find enough herbs for 2 more pills, we were ambushed. The first to strike was actually my brother's future partner. Hearing this, Yang Xian could not help but interject. "What happened next? How is your brother?" Luo Fong replied with pain in her voice. "I don't know. My brother was gravely injured while trying to escape with me, but we encountered a 4th-tier beast. We thought that as long as we stayed within the territory of 3rd-tier beasts, we would be safe." Upon mentioning the 4th-tier beast, she could not help but weep. Yang Xian, at a loss for how to comfort her, foolishly pulled out several storage bags, grasped the small strings attached, twisted them together, and handed them to the weeping Luo Fong. Luo Fong was momentarily taken aback by his gesture, unable to comprehend its significance, and forgot to cry, staring at him with tear-filled eyes. Yang Xian filled her hands with the storage bags, saying, "The other 4 must be the ones pursuing you. I have killed them. Consider it vengeance for your ambush. Please stop crying. These items belong to you, and I am returning them now." Luo Fong had heard of comforting women with gifts of food or handkerchiefs to wipe away tears, but this was the first time she had seen someone offer storage bags taken from the bodies of the slain. For a moment, she forgot to return them. Just then, she heard Yang Xian ask, "What happened afterwards? Your brother?" Luo Fong had ceased crying, though her voice remained forlorn, with silent tears falling. She said, "My brother left me in the branches of a large tree and ran off to fend off the beast. When the 4 who were chasing us saw my brother being pursued by the 4th-tier beast, They chose not to follow him and continued to chase after me. Finally, Yang Xian found a way to comfort her. He called over the thunder leopard, gently patting its head. Once he saw it obediently lying on the ground, he said, "Rest assured, your brother is likely safe. You are injured. You should ride on it. We will go find your brother now." Initially, Luo Fong had noticed him leading a black leopard as if it were a dog, but preoccupied with thoughts of her brother, she had not given it much attention. Now, seeing the thunder leopard up close, she sensed a hint of ferocity emanating from it, realizing it was no ordinary beast. However, her joy soon distracted her from scrutinizing the leopard further, and she exclaimed happily, "Thank you, Brother Yang. Thank you." Yang Xian felt inexplicably cheerful, unsure whether it was simply overflowing sympathy or something else. Seeing the girl who had just been in tears now smiling made him feel a sense of warmth. Chapter 47. Searching for Fame in the Forest. Yang Xian raced forward with the thunder leopard, carrying Luo Fong on its back. As they ran, Luo Fong asked, "Brother Yang, why do you keep the black leopard tethered like a dog? Such a powerful beast. Why not let it recognize you as its master?" Upon hearing Luo Fong's words, Wu Ying poked its small head out from Yang Xian's embrace, staring at her with cold, piercing eyes. Yang Xian casually shoved it back, saying, "It's a fine creature, but I already have Wu Ying. Wu Ying has greater potential, and besides, we've formed a bond over a long period." Luo Fong caressed the thunder leopard's smooth fur, her eyes filled with affection, and said, "What a pity. Little Black is so well behaved. You won't just keep it tethered forever, will you, Little Black?" The thunder leopard nearly stumbled from its run. Yang Xian found it amusing. If it weren't for its own restraint, this girl would surely be terrified by its ferocity. He chuckled, saying, "If you like it, I'll give it to you, that I've been at a loss for how to deal with it. Killing it would be a waste, yet releasing it seems unwise. Considering I've suffered significant losses before it." Upon hearing Yang Xian had even considered killing it, the thunder leopard turned back in horror, nearly colliding with a large tree, prompting Luo Fong to let out a startled cry. This cry seemed to awaken the fearful thunder leopard, which turned its head toward Luo Fong, its eyes full of hope, as if pleading, "Kind master, please take me." When Luo Fong heard Yang Xian propose to gift her the thunder leopard, she was momentarily stunned. To be honest, she and Yang Xian were not particularly close. Aside from this life-saving favor, they had only interacted during a previous transaction involving pills. Although she had a good impression of him due to his encouraging words during that encounter, she had since forgotten. Now, with Yang Xian offering her such a valuable gift, she was taken aback and didn't know how to respond. If she refused, she feared he might misinterpret her intentions. If she accepted, she worried he might think she was merely a woman seeking to take advantage of him. Thus, she stood there, dazed, while the thunder leopard ceased its running, gazing at her with pleading eyes. After a while, she came to her senses and realized the thunder leopard was no longer moving, looking at her in a way that tugged at her heartstrings. Ultimately, she turned to Yang Xian, asking with confusion, "Brother Yang, are you this kind to everyone? You have me feeling quite overwhelmed." Yang Xian had not thought it through so deeply. He genuinely did not know how to handle the thunder leopard. Selling it would surely fetch a good price, but he was not inclined to part with it just yet. Seeing that Luo Fong seemed fond of the thunder leopard, he made a snap decision to give it to her without a second thought. Upon hearing her hint of refusal, he said, "I treat all friends whom I recognize with sincerity. If you truly don't want it, I suppose I could just kill it instead. Keeping it would only waste time looking for food." The thunder leopard, frightened, immediately lay down on the ground. Seeing it like this pained Luo Fong's heart, and she ultimately accepted the thunder leopard with immense gratitude. A day later, having successfully mastered the recognition imprint, she managed to leave her mark on the thunder leopard's soul. As they continued on their journey, both of them could sense a noticeable change in the thunder leopard's spirit. It even began to show less fear of Yang Xian, perhaps realizing that with its new master, Yang Xian would not harm it, thus growing bolder. At one point, it even attempted to unleash lightning at Yang Xian, only to receive a sound thrashing, after which it dared not act recklessly again. On this day, they arrived at the place where Luo Fong had last parted with her brother, following the direction in which he had fled. They searched for over 10 days, and although her injuries had healed, They continued their quest. Yet her complexion grew increasingly worse, and no amount of consolation seemed to alleviate her suffering. Nevertheless, in consideration of Yang Xian's feelings, she often made a deliberate effort to display a faint smile. Though Yang Xian could no longer sense any vivacity from her charming dimples, only profound sorrow. Gradually, her forced smiles faded away, leaving her to simply utter apologies and express gratitude to Yang Xian for his companionship in searching for her brother. For over 2 months, they scoured the area, centered around the last place she had parted with her brother, covering a radius of 500 or 600 miles. Whenever they encountered someone, they would inquire, but to no avail. Consequently, they found themselves embroiled in numerous altercations, facing several robbery attempts, all of which Yang Xian thwarted with lethal force. As a result, their notoriety grew significantly within the vicinity of Baiyun sect and near Jai Sword sect. Those who frequented the area had inevitably heard whispers of their exploits. Upon realizing this, Yang Xian became even more emboldened in his confrontations, directly challenging anyone he met. Victories brought no spoils, merely requests for assistance in locating a man named Roger, urging anyone who encountered him to inform him that his sister awaited him at their home in Xinjifang City. When faced with opponents beyond their capabilities, Yang Xian would pull Luo Feng away to escape. Thus, 2 more months passed, and they had effectively battled their way through the region, repeatedly crossing paths with many that at last, their reputation became widespread. Even those in the sect who had not ventured into the monster beast woods were aware of a couple named Yang Xian and Luo Feng, who, in their quest to find Roger, would challenge anyone they met, with many early-stage Foundation establishment cultivators falling to Yang Xian's prowess. It was said that once, when escape seemed impossible, he had sustained injuries yet managed to defeat a mid-stage Foundation establishment cultivator from the Jaya Sword sect. The frenzy of their search for Roger became the talk of the town. On this day, having healed from his injuries, Yang Xian stepped out of the cave and looked at Luo Feng, who was barbecuing before the entrance. It's been half a year. Let us return to Xinjifang City tomorrow, he said. They had recently encountered a peak Foundation establishment cultivator and an early-stage one, mistaking the former's well-concealed aura for that of 2 early-stage cultivators, resulting in a severe beating. In their flight, even the Thunder Leopard carrying Luo Feng could not match the opponent's speed, and it was only due to Yang Xian's prompt reminder to stow the Thunder Leopard into the Spirit Beast pouch and carry her on his back that they managed to escape. However, this led to his own injuries worsening, requiring over 20 days to fully recuperate. This past half-year, due to their frequent skirmishes, his body refinement technique had advanced to mid-second layer, and his cultivation had reached the pinnacle of the 8th layer of qi refinement. Upon hearing Yang Xian's voice, she turned around, smiled sweetly, and softly inquired, "Brother Yang, are you well now?" After 6 months of trials, she had gradually come to accept the reality of her brother's disappearance and was beginning to smile again. The term disappearance was one she clung to as a last shred of hope, for she believed that perhaps her brother was waiting at their home in Xinjifang City. Yang Xian flexed his body and smiled. That was quite a close call. We nearly became tragic lovers. Taking his jest lightly, Luo Feng blushed and replied, "I always thought you were rather serious, yet here you are making such jokes." Yang Xian laughed heartily, approached, seized a piece of roasted meat, and began to bite into it while praising, "Your culinary skills have improved tremendously, Feng. I feel like I've gained a few pounds these past 6 months." Luo Feng's cheeks flushed again. Throughout their shared experiences, they had been mistaken for a couple. Particularly, Yang Xian's fervent challenges to relay news of her brother had deeply moved her. How wonderful it would have been if her brother were present, allowing the 3 of them to face challenges together. The next day, Luo Feng rode ahead on the Thunder Leopard, with Yang Xian leisurely following behind, both making their way towards Xinjifang City. As they neared their destination, Luo Feng felt a surge of anxiety. She dreaded the possibility that her last glimmer of hope might be ruthlessly extinguished. Thus, when they traversed the bustling streets and arrived at an ordinary courtyard, her body trembled slightly. As she dismounted from the Thunder Leopard, she nearly stumbled, only to be steadied by Yang Xian. Yet, as she regained her balance, she hesitated to push open the door. Observing her trepidation, Yang Xian gently tightened his grip on her arm. She turned back to him, her eyes filled with worry and fear. "Yang Xian, meeting her gaze, offered a resolute smile of encouragement, nodding before releasing her arm. Taking a deep breath, she stepped forward slowly and gently pushed open the courtyard door. In that instant, a sudden explosion echoed from within the courtyard, leaving Luo Feng momentarily stunned. Then, exhilaration flooded her as she turned to Yang Xian, exclaiming, "It's my brother!" That was the sound of an alchemy furnace exploding. "He has returned." At that moment, it seemed the occupants inside heard the familiar voices from outside, and after a cacophony of crashing sounds, hurried footsteps rushed toward the door. The door swung open, revealing a soot-covered head with smoke wafting from disheveled hair. Upon seeing Luo Feng, the door swung wide, and a figure clad in tattered outer garments and a silver breastplate appeared before them. Luo Feng exclaimed in excitement, "Brother, you're alive! This is wonderful!" She immediately leaped into his embrace, tears streaming down her face. Meanwhile, Yang Xian observed with a peculiar expression. While he rejoiced for Luo Feng, he mused to himself, "Truly, they are siblings. They share strikingly similar appearances and experiences of reuniting, both in tattered clothes and soot-covered faces. Ha ha!" Not long after, seated at a stone table in the courtyard, a cleaned-up Roger expressed his sincere gratitude to Yang Xian after hearing about his sister's experiences over the past 6 months. Although he had heard some rumors in the market, they were only snippets of their challenges against others, and the specifics had eluded him. Listening to their heartfelt exchange, Yang Xian learned of Roger's recent tribulations. He had been pursued by a 4th-tier demonic beast, sustaining severe injuries before fortuitously finding a narrow mountain crack. In a moment of desperation, he had squeezed inside, while the beast, too large to follow, waited outside for 2 days before departing. Once the beast vacated the area, he had lost consciousness. Upon awakening, he realized that even if he ventured out to find his sister, he would be powerless, as his injuries were too severe. Thus, he spent another 10 days recuperating, managing to recover most of his strength before setting out to search for her. However, after half a month of fruitless searching, he returned home, convinced that if his sister were alive, she would certainly come back to check if he had returned. If she had perished, then after such a long time, even searching for her remains would be futile. After their polite exchanges, Luo Feng inquired about the explosion of the alchemy furnace. Roger explained, "I had some materials for Foundation establishment pills on hand. Though I was unaware of the exact recipe, I thought I'd experiment." As their conversation continued, night fell swiftly. Yang Xian rose to bid farewell to the siblings, but Roger insisted that he stay. Luo Feng, realizing her brother had returned, was confronted with the harsh reality that they would need to part ways. The past 6 months spent together had become a comforting routine, and she had nearly forgotten that separation was a possibility. Faced with this sudden reality, her complexion paled, and her hands clenched her clothing tightly. A sense of panic and confusion washed over her, and she failed to notice as Yang Xian was led away to the guest room by her brother. At tea that moment, Yang Xian sat on the edge of the bed, his thoughts swirling in a haze, contemplating yet not truly focusing on anything. In truth, he had always maintained a clear vision for the road ahead. For instance, accompanying Luo Feng back home had been part of his plan. Should he find her brother, he intended to settle down and devote himself to cultivation, striving for a breakthrough in Foundation establishment. If he did not locate Roger, he would continue to wait or search alongside Luo Feng. Although he had never considered what might come next. Yet, as the moment of parting approached, he realized the depth of his reluctance and the emotions tied to memories. Typically, he was not one to engage in lengthy conversations. But perhaps it was the weight of his feelings that compelled him to linger a little longer. However, every conversation must come to a close, and so he rose, struggling to articulate his farewells. Even in Roger's insistence to stay, Yang Xian might not have recognized that his own heart was eager and delighted at the prospect. That night, he remained seated at the edge of the bed until dawn broke. Meanwhile, Luo Feng sat at the stone table in the courtyard, waiting for the dawn to arrive. Simultaneously, Roger quietly observed them throughout the night. He refrained from calling his sister back to sleep at midnight. And as daybreak arrived, he made no pretense of waking Yang Xian in the morning. Yang Xian opened the door to his room and engaged in a brief conversation with Roger. Smiling, He inquired about the local housing prices and cave dwellings. Roger warmly insisted once more that he stay, mentioning that while his courtyard was small, it housed 6 rooms, and accommodating an extra person would not pose a problem. Yang Xian graciously declined, not mentioning his earlier intent to depart, instead claiming he was simply too fatigued and needed more rest to recuperate. Subsequently, after a quarter of an hour, the cheerful Luo Fong, resembling a village maiden, joyfully carried a basket of vegetables and skipped out the door, oblivious to her destination as she set out to gather ingredients for her cooking. At this moment, Yang Xian was genuinely asleep, not awakening until dusk, when Luo Fong's loud calls from outside finally roused him. Stretching lazily and letting out a satisfied sigh, he realized he could no longer recall the last time he had enjoyed a good night's sleep. Ever since he began his cultivation journey, he had replaced sleep with practice, and today he had finally indulged in a truly restful slumber. Chapter 49. The Pinnacle of Qi Training, 9th Layer. When Yang Xian finished his morning routine and stepped into the courtyard, he found the Roger siblings already seated at the stone table, eagerly awaiting him. The table was laden with an array of dishes, while 2 jars of wine had been relegated to the ground. Feeling somewhat neglected, upon seeing him arrive, Luo Fong exclaimed with delight, "Big brother Yang, we've been waiting for you. Come and sit down." After he took his seat, she continued, "For the past 6 months, every time we've had barbecue, I longed to prepare a feast for you. Now that the opportunity has finally presented itself, please enjoy." As she spoke, she diligently served dishes into Yang Xian's bowl. Meanwhile, Roger, holding his own bowl, looked at his sister with longing and feigned displeasure, saying, "All right, enough. Don't serve him everything. What am I supposed to eat? Save something for me." At this remark, both of their faces flushed slightly. Luo Fong quickly defended herself. "Big brother Yang is a guest. It would be remiss of us not to treat him well. How can you complain about food?" Yang Xian merely chuckled and focused on his meal. Roger then picked up the wine jar and poured a bowl for Yang Xian, saying, "Brother Yang, I won't say too much in gratitude." "Cheers!" Yang Xian raised his bowl and downed its contents in one go, then smiled. "You'd best not be too polite, or I may find it hard to stay in your home. Haha, I'm not one for formalities either. Now that you mention it, I feel much more at ease. Friends should be casual. From now on, this little courtyard is your home." Roger grinned widely. Through his sister's accounts, he had developed a great admiration for Yang Xian's character and was eager to befriend him. Moreover, following last night's events, he sincerely hoped this little courtyard truly belonged to Yang Xian. Luo Fong, upon hearing Yang Xian's words, felt elated, as it meant she would no longer have to fret over goodbyes for the time being. As for Yang Xian himself, he was equally pleased. After a night of contemplation, he had come to terms with certain feelings. Luo Fong was the first woman he had spent such an extended period with, and he was uncertain about the nature of his feelings for her. Since clarity eluded him, he decided to let things unfold naturally and follow his heart. If he wished to leave, he would. If he preferred to stay, he would remain. Such was the simplicity of the matter. Thus, the meal was enjoyable, though none became intoxicated. It was not until midnight that Yang Xian returned to his room. The following day, he awoke to the sun already high in the sky. After freshening up, he discovered yet another sumptuous spread awaiting him in the courtyard. He chuckled and remarked to Luo Fong, "Are you planning to make up for all the dishes we missed over the past 6 months? This is quite the feast." Roger joked, "I'm reaping the benefits of your presence." She never cooked with such dedication before. "Haha," Luo Fong, beaming, urged, "Hurry and eat. What do you want for the next meal? I'll prepare it shortly." Yang Xian swallowed his food and replied, "I intend to enter seclusion for a while. I feel I am close to breaking through to the 9th layer. So, save those delicious dishes for after my breakthrough." He then took a few more bites and playfully added, "While I'm away, you must and prepare such delectable meals. They're only for me. Don't let your brother enjoy them." "Haha." Luo Fong's cheeks flushed a deep red at his words as she responded, "All right, once you break through to the 9th layer, I'll prepare a grand feast to celebrate. I also plan to advance to a higher level in alchemy soon." Yang Xian turned to Roger and inquired, "What about you? Do you still plan to break through to the foundation establishment stage on your own? Or do you have no idea how? Aren't you considering trying to break through without the foundation establishment pills?" Roger sighed. I have no hope. My aptitude is too poor. I've reached the pinnacle of the 9th layer of Qi training solely through the use of pills. Aside from taking foundation establishment pills, I see no chance of breaking through on my own. Hearing this, Yang Xian took out 2 small jade bottles from his ring and handed them to him, saying, "Here are 2 foundation establishment pills. Since you've made your decision, take them. If you can't break through with these, I still have more when I finish my seclusion." Roger's mouth fell open in shock as he stared at the 2 pill bottles. Swallowing hard but feeling parched, he struggled to refuse. "This is too much, Brother Yang. These are far too precious. You're about to reach the 9th layer too. Keep them for yourself." Luo Feng, moved to tears, felt more touched than when Yang Xian had gifted her something. She understood that this generous gift to her brother was all because of her. She wanted to refuse but knew her brother truly needed the foundation establishment pills, rendering her speechless except for her emotions. Yang Xian, chuckling, teased Roger, "Are you cursing me, Brother Roger? I plan to make an effort to break through myself." Seeing his resolve, Roger said nothing more and accepted the foundation establishment pills. Since Yang Xian treated him as family, it would be impolite to continue being overly courteous. Realizing this, he felt a sense of satisfaction, thinking, "It seems I will have to call him my brother-in-law in the future. We are family, no need for formalities." That, of course, Yang Xian was unaware of Roger's inner thoughts. Soon, Roger laughed heartily. "Brother Yang's talents are such that you one need foundation establishment pills. I was the one being presumptuous. In that case, I thank you, my younger brother." Upon hearing someone praise his talent, Yang Xian couldn't help but smile wryly. He felt that Roger's words had somewhat wounded him. He had merely decided to take a chance after obtaining the thunder refining fruit. Otherwise, he would not have prepared 3 foundation establishment pills in advance. However, with this grand opportunity at hand, he was willing to invest 10 or 20 years accumulating potential in Qi training at the 9th layer to strive for an even brighter future. That day, he chose to enter seclusion. After Roger led him to an underground training chamber, he departed. The training chamber contained nothing but a simple meditation mat. However, since he was in seclusion, other comforts were unnecessary. He promptly sat cross-legged on the mat and took out a pile of mid-grade spirit stones, commencing his cultivation. As he consumed the spirit stones, he felt himself drawing ever closer to the brink of breakthrough. Though the number of stones consumed increased as well, he noticed that ever since his physical body advanced to the 2nd layer of nirvana, he had been slowly absorbing spiritual energy from the outside. Particularly while practicing the 5 elements Qi training technique, a small portion of the spiritual energy would be absorbed autonomously by his body. This was beneficial, as his body refinement technique was constantly improving, but it simultaneously hindered his Qi training progress. Reluctantly, he continued to use mid-grade spirit stones to activate his devouring spirit training. After more than 20 days, a surge of spiritual energy shook the training chamber. He felt the energy from the 2 mid-grade spirit stones in his hands being rapidly absorbed, soon turning to ash. Having broken through to the 9th layer of Qi training, he opened his eyes and exhaled a breath of impure air. Feeling the surging spiritual energy within him, he estimated that compared to other cultivators at the 9th layer, the density of spiritual energy in his body was more than 3 times that of those elite 9th layer cultivators, and 8 to 10 times that of ordinary cultivators. It seemed that even if he reached the pinnacle of the 9th layer, he would only be slightly more than 4 times that of those elites, falling short of the 5 times described in the 5 elements Qi training technique. Chapter 50. Roger's Foundation Establishment, Heavenly City. Thus, if he wished to self-break through without relying on foundation establishment pills, he would need to accumulate spiritual energy in his body to 5 times that of those elites or even higher to have a solid chance. He then continued his seclusion to stabilize his cultivation. After more than 2 months, having secluded himself for over 3 months in total, he emerged from the underground training chamber. This bout of cultivation had not only solidified his cultivation at the 9th layer of Qi training, but had not yielded much other progress. His spiritual awareness had increased by more than 3 zhang, allowing him to cover a radius of approximately 46 zhang. His body refinement had seen little advancement. Initially, he had intended to cultivate for a while longer, but he was startled awake by a sudden surge of spiritual energy flowing nearby. Upon stepping outside, he saw Luo Feng standing in the courtyard, her expression serious as she gazed at a small room, Roger's room. At that moment, the small room was enveloped in a transparent barrier, likely a defensive formation. He had heard of such formations, but had never used one. The dense spiritual energy gathering around them was flowing into Roger's room through the formation. Simultaneously, he sensed several curious spiritual presences observing their little courtyard, though they bore no malicious intent, so he paid them no mind. Noticing her grave demeanor, Yang Xian approached her and said, "Rest assured, your brother will definitely break through. There's no need to be so tense." Luo Fong, realizing he had arrived, exclaimed in surprise, "You've emerged. How was your experience?" Yang Xian smiled and replied, "Not bad. I've stabilized at the 9th layer, but I'm still far from foundation establishment. What about you? Did you advance in your alchemy level?" Just as Luo Fong was about to respond, she felt the surrounding spiritual energy cease its gathering and gradually return to calm. Noting that the energy was no longer accumulating but not dissipating, Yang Xian could not help but exclaim with delight, "He succeeded. He broke through." Indeed, moments later, the defensive barrier around the small room vanished, and Roger joyfully opened the door and stepped out, upon seeing the two individuals in the courtyard. He chuckled heartily, "Thank you, Brother Yang, for allowing me to gain a century's worth of lifespan." Yang Xian replied with a smile, "With such a tone, one might think you are already in your 70s. If I am not mistaken, you have yet to reach 30, correct?" "Ha! Surrounded by a youthful sister every day, I instinctively feel as if I have aged. However, your reminder has made me realize that I am indeed still quite young." "Ha ha!" Having successfully broken through to the foundation establishment stage, it was evident that Roger was genuinely elated. His laughter emanated from the depths of his heart. Naturally, such joyous occasions warranted a celebration. Thus, a sumptuous feast was laid out before them, with the two men indulging heartily, while Luo Fong happily nibbled at her food, pouring wine for them. After the meal, the excitement began to wane. Roger produced a small vial and handed it to Yang Xian. It contained a remaining foundation establishment pill. Yang Xian declined, stating it should be kept for Luo Fong. In truth, given Luo Fong's aptitude, she could easily break through on her own. Nevertheless, he returned the vial to his storage bag, intending to give it to his sister later. Noticing this, Yang Xian inquired, "Brother Luo, what are your plans moving forward? Will you continue this current lifestyle, or?" He understood that Yang Xian was subtly probing whether they intended to remain independent cultivators or join a sect. Aware that Yang Xian belonged to the Baiyun sect, Luo Fong had never contemplated such life plans. She simply followed whatever her brother decided. Thus, she looked to Roger for guidance. Roger took a moment before answering, "To be honest, I had considered bringing my sister into a sect, but I ultimately dismissed that idea. While joining a sect has its merits, it also involves intricate power struggles. Tio enjoy the freedom akin to that of independent cultivators. One must either remain at the bottom, holding the title of a disciple without anyone remembering you, thereby avoiding restrictions, or possess exceptional talent and receive preferential treatment from the sect, rapidly elevating one's cultivation level and minimizing the number of overseers." Continuing with a wry smile, he remarked, "Given my aptitude, achieving success in foundation establishment now places me in a precarious position should I join a sect. It would be more fulfilling to remain an independent cultivator. I have decided that after some time, we shall retreat to Tianyi City for quiet cultivation." Tianyi City, as noted on Yang Xian's map, is a free city established at the nexus of the four great powers. It does not fall under the jurisdiction of any single force, but is mutually supervised by all four to ensure it remains impartial. Tianyi City boasts a flourishing commerce, with nearly 60% of major transactions across the northern continent conducted there. Within a 10-mile radius of Tianyi City, coercive buying and fighting are strictly prohibited, punishable by immediate execution. This decree jointly issued by Tianyi City and the four great powers has made it a coveted haven for independent cultivators. Upon hearing that Roger and his sister planned to venture to Tianyi City, Yang Xian expressed his approval, saying, "It is indeed wise to go to Tianyi City. There, you can cultivate in peace, untroubled by the fear of being captured and forced to concoct pills for a lifetime." Roger and Luo Fong had long harbored concerns about this very issue. Previously, they could only refine pills suitable for the qi refinement stage without much risk. In this marketplace, the mid-tier powers overlooked them, while the smaller factions dared not act against them. However, as their abilities to refine higher-tier pills grew, The mid-sized powers would likely take notice. At this moment, Luo Feng gazed at Yang Xian with hopeful eyes and gently asked, "Young brother, will you accompany us?" She could not bear the thought of being separated from her brother, nor did she wish to part ways with Yang Xian. She understood that although he was a disciple of the Baiyun sect, he seemed to fit the description of someone easily forgotten. Throughout the 6 months they had spent together, Yang Xian had mentioned that only 2 or 3 people in the entire sect would remember him. Beyond that, no one knew of his existence within the sect. Thus, she looked at him with eager anticipation. Yang Xian was also pondering the same question. The more he reflected, the more he recognized that he resembled an independent cultivator. Counting the acquaintances he had in the sect, he could only recall Xian, Xian's aunt, and Elder Feng. Emotionally, he felt a sense of guilt. If not for those 3, he realized he had little sense of belonging to the sect. Yet, morally speaking, the Baiyun sect was his initial point of entry into the world of cultivation, and his Shintian step and body refinement technique were both learned from there. Although they were merely low-level techniques for disciples, the body refinement technique had evolved into his unique skill after encountering the devouring spirit. Resolved, he decided to leave the matter of his identity as a Baiyun sect disciple for Elder Feng to determine. He would handle any opportunity to repay the sect himself. However, he had no intention of accepting sect missions. The spirit grass he had submitted to the open-air herb garden was equivalent to decades' worth of contributions. And he had only claimed the 3 low-grade spirit stones he was allocated once. He felt comfortable not undertaking any missions for at least the next 15 years. He lifted his head, his gaze resolute as he addressed Luo Feng. "Let's find an opportunity to purchase a few communication talismans. I have yet to see one of those. You 2 should head to Tianyi City first." Using the teleportation array for safety, "Surely, there is a teleportation array that leads directly to Tianyi City?" Roger replied, "Indeed. It costs 2,000 low-grade spirit stones per person." Yang Xian said, "That works. You go ahead. I need to return to the sect to handle some matters. I will come find you afterward." He then handed Luo Feng a storage bag filled with spirit stones, stating, "Here are 200,000 spirit stones. Use them to arrange for my room when renting a cave dwelling." Luo Feng did not accept the storage bag but instead smiled at him playfully, saying, "Young brother, have you forgotten what we siblings do? We are, after all, alchemists, albeit of a lowly rank. Combined, we should hardly be poorer than a purely sword-wielding cultivator like yourself." After saying this, she pushed back the storage bag he was holding, generously adding, "You need not worry about spirit stones. The higher our rank, the quicker we earn money in the future. I can support you." The moment she spoke, her cheeks flushed crimson, and she felt the urge to find a place to hide. Meanwhile, Roger chuckled and teased, "Little sister, are you suggesting you wish to marry young brother?" Luo Feng nearly burst into tears. Her intention was merely to express that she could supply the pills needed for Yang Xian's cultivation. But her words had slipped out. Wishing to explain only made her more flustered. She turned and dashed toward her room, exclaiming, "I meant the pills he needs for cultivation." Roger continued to laugh. "Isn't that essentially the same?" While Yang Xian felt a sense of comfort from the exchange, he remained composed. He did not genuinely believe that Luo Feng was contemplating marriage at this moment. Even he had never considered such matters. Though they shared mutual feelings and a budding awareness, they were far from the idea of marriage. Observing Roger beside him, Yang Xian felt a surge of gratitude. He recognized that Roger's playful teasing aimed to encourage their relationship, helping to shatter the final barrier between them. However, Yang Xian believed it was best to maintain their current state. He had not yet contemplated anything beyond that. Thus, he turned to Roger and said, "Brother Luo, I have heard that the demon crystals in Tianyi City are more expensive than those here." Roger suppressed his laughter and replied, "Indeed, I have heard they are somewhat pricier. Not just demon crystals, but all materials from demon beasts tend to be more costly." Yang Xian acknowledged this, then inquired, "Have you considered exchanging some spirit stones for demon beast materials while you were there? After all, it's on the way." "Exactly," Roger exclaimed, slapping his thigh. "Not only that, but I could also boldly refine pills for a time. Anyone seeking our services could directly pay with demon crystals. In the following 2 months, Roger and Luo Feng devoted themselves tirelessly to alchemy. One day, he visited the Baibauge of the Jai Sword sect, selling off various miscellaneous magical artifacts acquired from the Zhao family and some items gained from a counterattack after being ambushed, leaving him with only a peak-quality magical sword. After settling accounts and deducting the cost of 5 communication talismans, he astonishingly retained 20 mid-grade spirit stones. Through this period of cultivation, his earlier dwindling stock of mid-grade spirit stones, which had dropped below 800, had been replenished to over 800 in TE, and, as he departed, he entrusted one of the communication talismans to the shopkeeper who had purchased his items, asking him to deliver it to Zhang Wei, informing him that he would be heading to Tiandi City. The shopkeeper, upon realizing Yang Xian was a brother of the elder of their sect, immediately became much more cordial, assuring Yang Xian that the talisman would be personally delivered to Zhang Wei. The communication talismans he purchased were of lower grade, sold in sets. The shopkeeper explained that they contained a formation ensuring that only talismans from the same set could communicate with one another. With a range of 50 miles, he had heard that even higher-grade talismans required the imprint of one's soul to communicate over greater distances. After leaving Baibouge, unable to think of anything else to buy, he returned to the small courtyard. Just then, Luo Fong emerged, having finished refining her pills, and greeted him with a bright smile. "Young brother, did you go shopping? Did you get something for me?" Yang Xian handed her 2 communication talismans made of jade, resembling exquisite jade pendants, and joked, "These are rare treasures. Do not forget to keep them close." Luo Fong accepted the communication talismans, albeit with a hint of confusion. At that moment, a voice echoed behind her. "This is a transmission talisman. Do not place it in your storage bag, or you will be unable to receive messages. When using it, first infuse it with spiritual energy to activate the formation within. There are corresponding points inside. For instance, the one you have now is purple, so you should leave your spiritual aura on the purple light point inside. Alternatively, if the other party knows the color of your transmission talisman, they can directly locate the purple light point within the formation and communicate using their spiritual energy." Upon hearing the voice behind her, Luo Fong did not turn her head, for she already knew that her brother had finished refining the pills. Following Luo Jie's instructions, she infused the talisman with her spiritual energy and, indeed, discovered 5 light points within. She looked up at Yang Xian and inquired, "Brother Yang, what color is yours?" Yang Xian pulled out the remaining 2 transmission talismans, selecting a green one, and said, "Let us go with this one. Remember, this set consists of 5 talismans. When you whisper to me in the future, be sure not to mix them up." Although Luo Fong's face flushed slightly upon hearing this, her prolonged interactions had rendered her somewhat immune to such teasing. After locating the green light point on her transmission talisman, she infused it with her spiritual energy, raised the talisman to her lips, and shouted exuberantly, "Brother Yang, can you hear me? Can you hear what I'm saying?" "Ha ha, ha ha ha." Yang Xian and Luo Jie burst into laughter, with Luo Jie managing to say between fits of laughter, "Little sister, we can hear you just fine. Even if we were separated by an entire street, we would still be able to hear you without the talisman." After half a stick of incense had burned, Yang Xian, who had accompanied Luo Fong in testing the talisman's use, departed amidst her reluctant gaze. As he left, he recalled the spirit herb, fairy hair flower, which he had acquired long ago. For the past 2 years, he had not settled in one place, thus he had not planted it. He had merely nurtured it occasionally with his spiritual sense to sustain its life. Consequently, he entrusted the jade box to Luo Fong, instructing her to plant it once she found a place to settle down. As for Luo Fong and the others, they would remain for a few more days until they sold the small courtyard before heading to Tiandi City. In the new collection square, there was a shop belonging to the Baiyun sect. He sought out the shopkeeper, presented his disciple token, and requested to use the sect's teleportation array to return to the sect. After the shopkeeper verified his identity and collected 100 low-grade spirit stones, he vanished into the teleportation array. At the Baiyun sect, on the Mountain Gate's teleportation array, a flash of white light heralded Yang Xian's arrival. He surveyed his surroundings, the familiar scenery and locale evoking a sense of strangeness, as if he had been away for an eternity. He did not linger at the mountain gate, but teleported again. Arriving at the cave dwelling area, returning to the entrance of his cave dwelling, he stared blankly at the characters 97 for a moment, then produced his key, inserting it into the slot on the door frame. Only to receive no response, he removed the key, tried again, but still, the door remained locked. Puzzled, he wondered if the cave dwelling's formation had malfunctioned. Chapter 52. The shocking news of being expelled just as Yang Xian was about to turn and inquire at the Elders' Hall. A young female disciple with a few freckles approached him, bearing a curious yet vigilant expression. She asked, "Who are you? What are you sneaking around in front of my cave dwelling for? What did you say? You claim this is your cave dwelling?" Yang Xian was taken aback, unable to comprehend how his cave dwelling had suddenly become someone else's. The female disciple took a couple of steps back, slightly frightened, but then, with flushed cheeks, stepped forward again, looking defiantly at him and declaring, "This is indeed my cave dwelling. What were you scheming in front of my door? Just moments ago, I saw you fiddling with the lock slot. Don't you think you can deny it?" Noticing her retreat, Yang Xian realized that, due to his earlier surprise, he had unconsciously stepped forward and raised his voice, scaring the young woman. Yet, despite her initial fright, she returned with an unyielding demeanor, clearly a person of character. Now, hearing her reaffirm the ownership of the cave dwelling, he was even more perplexed and softened his tone, saying, "Junior sister, this cave dwelling was indeed mine previously, but I have been away for nearly 3 years without returning. How has it come to be yours? Could you enlighten me on this matter?" Upon hearing Yang Xian's explanation, the young woman responded with equal perplexity. "I don't know. A little while ago, when I was assigned a cave dwelling along with some senior brothers and sisters, I found myself, well, assigned here." Yang Xian understood that her vague reference was to the steward discreetly assigning cave dwellings with spirit stones. However, what puzzled him was why the steward would reallocate his cave dwelling to another person. Although he had not entered his cave when he returned nearly a year ago, he had exited from the steward's teleportation array. Why had the steward not informed him of anything at that time? Unable to fathom this, he bid farewell to the young woman and approached Xian's cave dwelling, knocking on the door. After a brief wait, the door finally opened, but the person who appeared was not Xian, but rather a boy disciple around 16 or 17 years old. Seeing the unfamiliar Yang Xian, he asked, "May I ask who you are?" Having just experienced the earlier incident, Yang Xian was no longer surprised to see a stranger at Xian's cave dwelling. He smiled and asked, "Hello, junior brother. Do you happen to know where the previous owner of this cave dwelling is now residing?" The young disciple's eyes lit up as he exclaimed, "You must be Brother Yang. Brother Xie specifically instructed me to let you know that if you come looking for him, you should head directly to the Alchemy Pavilion." "I am Yang Xian, thank you, junior brother." Having expressed his gratitude to the boy disciple, he turned and swiftly departed. Not long after, Yang Xian arrived at the Alchemy Pavilion, where a female disciple led him to Xian's new residence. Upon seeing Xian, he was somewhat astonished. Xian had already reached the 8th layer of qi refining, a remarkable speed of advancement. Xian delighted in Yang Xian's astonishment, sporting a smug expression that only friends would witness, and said, "So, what do you think? Is it not astonishing to see how much my cultivation has progressed in just about a year since we last met?" Yang Xian scoffed, "What are you boasting about? Did you not see that I am at the 9th layer? What is so impressive about being a mere 8th layer cultivator?" Xian retorted defiantly, "Is being at the 9th layer such a big deal? You re still just at the 9th layer, being chased by others. You act all high and mighty, challenging everyone you meet. It's a miracle you haven't been killed yet." Yang Xian was genuinely taken aback this time, asking curiously, "Aren't you always in the alchemy room refining pills? How do you know so much?" Xian, this time, did not feign ignorance, responding with genuine curiosity. "Many outer sect disciples of Baiyun sect know about a certain Yang Xian, who, in an attempt to help his beloved find her brother, challenges everyone he meets, regardless of whether they are in the qi refining or foundation establishment stages. It is said that he not only defeated cultivators at the early and mid-foundation stages, but also dared to challenge those at the peak of the foundation establishment stage, ultimately attracting a pursuit that left him missing. Brother, you truly are remarkable. Tell me the details. Your experiences have me feeling all fired up." In the following time, Yang Xian recounted the events of his recent experiences in detail, while Xian listened with rapt admiration. From him, Yang Xian also learned of the cave-dwelling situation. It turned out that during the years he had been absent, He had not participated in any sect tasks and had thus lost his status as an outer sect disciple. Being demoted to a servant disciple, in essence, he had been expelled from the sect. Servant disciples, strictly speaking, were not considered disciples of the sect. Upon receiving this news, he was left dumbfounded, momentarily immobilized. He found it difficult to articulate his feelings, experiencing a sense of emptiness, as if something was amiss. In any case, he found it challenging to accept. Although he held no particular affection for Baiyun's sect, he had never imagined he would face expulsion. It was a deeply distressing thought. Xian gazed at him with a complex expression, and after a long while, he finally regained his composure and asked the last lingering question in confusion. Didn't Ti hand over a substantial spirit herb garden to the sect? Surely this task alone could equate to decades of work for an outer sect disciple. Xian replied impatiently. What spirit garden did you hand over? Does the sect have any record of it? Aside from me and Old Feng, does anyone else know? According to sect rules, we can't just keep you without any contributions. Right? And your task record shows you Haven T completed a single task in these years. Xian's words jolted him back to reality. Due to the poor atmosphere within the sect, fearing assassination, he had asked Old Feng to help submit the task. Since he had wished to keep it hidden, Old Feng had not revealed his identity when submitting the spirit herbs, leading to the current predicament. However, he had never considered this angle. He had always believed that with his contribution of several thousand spirit herbs and an entire garden, he could forego tasks for decades. Yet, the most critical issue was that while the sect acknowledged the significant contributions made by disciples, they had no idea it was he who had made them. Realizing this, he bitterly laughed and cursed, "Damn it!" Then, with confusion, he remarked, "My disciple token is still functional. Just now, I used it to teleport directly from the new collection square." Xian showed no surprise, saying, "In the sect's records, you are merely a disciple with a mixed spiritual root. Who has the time to modify your information? It only gets updated every few years or during a major revision. Otherwise, with so many outer sect disciples dying daily, the ones responsible for registration would be overwhelmed." Subsequently, he remarked, "Wait a moment, I shall assist you in slightly altering your appearance. Otherwise, should you venture out and encounter an adversary by misfortune, you might find yourself fatally harmed. Among us brothers, I am aware that you harbor little affection for the sect, and since your initiation, your existence has closely resembled that of a wandering cultivator. Given this circumstance, why not seize this opportunity to become a truly free individual?" Chapter 53. A free man, Yang Xian felt a peculiar discomfort in his heart, yet upon hearing the possibility of being killed, he curiously inquired, "What is the matter? Do I have enemies within the sect?" Xian, somewhat exasperated, responded, "Were you not exceptionally arrogant during your 6 months of reckless challenges? Those you have defeated hardly possess the qualifications to be remembered by you." Yang Xian awkwardly replied, "There were simply too many. Yet I recall that I did not challenge anyone clad in the attire of the Baiyun sect. Indeed, those you defeated were not wearing sect robes, and they are not numerous. I have only heard of 4 or 5 practitioners of Qi, and perhaps 3 or 4 at the Foundation establishment stage. It is conceivable that there are more than 3 or 4 at Foundation establishment. After all, being vanquished by someone at the Qi refinement stage is hardly a point of pride, so it is only natural for some to conceal their defeats." At this moment, Yang Xian felt a chill creeping down his back. He was merely a disciple of the sect. After conversing with Xian for a while longer, he prepared to take his leave. Before departing, Xian made minor adjustments to his appearance and insisted on handing him a storage bag filled with elixirs. Yang Xian declined, but Xian persistently attempted to thrust it into his arms. Just as Xian was on the verge of losing his temper, Yang Xian shamelessly declared, "My future wife will be a high-level alchemist, and my future brother-in-law will be a second-tier alchemist, currently boasting a success rate of 50% in crafting initial foundation establishment elixirs." Having said this, he tossed a communication talisman to Xian and bid farewell, stating, "Brother Xia, I am departing. Should you have the opportunity to send me a message in Tiandi City, I expect to remain there for quite some time." Upon exiting the alchemy pavilion, Yang Xian grew cautious and vigilant towards everyone around him, fearful of encountering anyone he had previously challenged. Fortunately, he reached the teleportation array without drawing any attention. In a flash of white light, He arrived at the Sword Tower, where Old Feng was once again dozing behind the window. Upon hearing Yang Xian's voice, he lifted his head and remarked, "You have arrived. Come in and speak." Yang Xian entered the small room, saluted, and then said, "Old Feng, I have been expelled from the outer sect." Old Feng exhibited no surprise and did not inquire about the reasons, merely asking, "What are your plans moving forward?" Yang Xian shared his thoughts about heading to Tiandi City and added, however, before going to Tiandi City, "I wish to spend some time in the 4th level area of the Monster Beast Forest." After listening, Old Feng offered no objections, for Yang Xian's cultivation and physique held no secrets from him. He simply asked, "Are you well versed in the foundation establishment stage? What are your thoughts?" In response to this inquiry, Yang Xian eagerly presented a thunder fruit contained within a jade box, saying, "Old Feng, look at this. It was discovered by me and a friend. To obtain it, I had to endure being batted around by the thunder leopard, which guarded it." He then recounted his experience of acquiring the thunder fruit and being treated like a ball by the thunder leopard, only to retaliate after his breakthrough. Old Feng laughed, not at Yang Xian's transformation from the ball to the player, but rather in joy for the fortunate opportunity that had befallen him. For a cultivator, luck often outweighs innate talent. Even the most gifted can meet an untimely end if they encounter a malevolent adversary before they have matured. Conversely, those with modest potential can surpass prodigies if they possess good fortune and acquire treasures that can alter their fate. At his level of cultivation, the most crucial factor is indeed luck, and Yang Xian appears to possess a fair share. Discarding the original jade box, he retrieved a colorful one to store the thunder fruit and handed it back to Yang Xian, saying, "Once a heavenly treasure leaves its place of growth, it loses its protective field. Storing it in an ordinary jade box will make it detectable to experts. In the future, you should use this for any precious items you acquire." "Thank you, Old Feng." Yang Xian accepted the jade box and placed it in his ring, then proceeded to inquire about various cultivation matters. Finally, he asked, "Are you suggesting that I no longer need to return to the Baiyun sect?" "Yes, I too shall be departing soon. While it is commendable to enhance the total amount of spiritual energy, the purity is even more vital. Refine your spiritual energy thoroughly and aim for a 5-fold increase before you attempt to break through. 5-fold is the limit." Subsequently, he tossed a jade talisman to Yang Xian, instructing, "After your breakthrough, stabilize your cultivation, and then imprint your blood to acknowledge your mastery over it. Furthermore, do you recall the 5 elements technique I mentioned? You should study that book thoroughly after you achieve foundation establishment. Now, off you go." When Yang Xian left the Baiyun sect, no unforeseen events occurred. He flew on his sword, returning to the Monster Beast Forest, traversing through the 1st, 2nd, and landing in the 3rd level area before walking into the 4th level area, once again embarking on his trials within the forest. A year later, at the age of 20, he stood at a height of 5 feet 5 inches. Having practiced body refinement techniques, his physique was well proportioned, presenting the image of a dashing young gentleman. It was hard to imagine that beneath his azure garments lay muscles of explosive power, perfectly sculpted. During this year, he underwent numerous life and death trials, sustaining serious injuries on several occasions. Fortunately, his speed enabled him to escape time and again. He had now reached the pinnacle of the 9th layer of Qi refinement, and his Xian Tian step had increased by 5 meters, reaching a total of 28 zhong. However, his body refinement remained stagnant at the mid-2nd layer, unable to break through. Yet, the spiritual energy within him had grown significantly purer through repeated life and death struggles. Today, after exerting every ounce of his strength to finally slay a foundation establishment stage cultivator who had ambushed him, he resolved to set off for Tiandi City. Throughout the year, he had been on a relentless rampage, averaging the slaughter of 1 4th level monster per day. During this time, he had inexplicably endured 7 ambushes, and with today's incident, it marked the 8th. On the first occasion, he sustained minor injuries. On the 3rd, he was gravely wounded. Each ambusher had been no more than at the mid-foundation establishment stage, which puzzled him for a considerable time. Since the 3rd ambush, he had suspected the Zhao family was behind it. Yet he had been unable to capture any of them alive. Each assailant had chosen to take their own life upon realizing their escape was impossible. After several instances, he began to contemplate the unfamiliar term, assassin. It was only today that he finally recognized these were not mere ambushes, but assassination attempts. One of the assailants had uttered a final message before dying. You won't live long, since we have accepted the mission. Unless you perish, there will always be someone hunting you. Perhaps this assassin was the youngest among the 8 sent to kill him, which drove him to utter those words in his dying moments, confirming Yang Xian's suspicions. Now that he knew he was being pursued by an assassin organization, he resolved to head to Tiny City. After all, his cultivation had not progressed a single step since last month. Initially, he had planned to leave next month. Now, he would simply depart a bit earlier. 8 Foundation establishment assassins, each with a storage bag spanning 9 feet. Yet combined, the spiritual stones they possessed amounted to a mere 50,000 low-grade spiritual stones. Perhaps every assassin, once acquiring spiritual stones, would prioritize enhancing their combat power. While each storage bag contained few spiritual stones, they were rich in resources. Chapter 54. Assassin Zhang Daipio. The 8 assassins had 13 spiritual artifacts, including swords, knives, and defensive inner armor. However, none possessed defensive masks, as most had succumbed to Yang Xian's sword strikes to the head. Thus, wearing inner armor proved futile. Among the 13 artifacts, 2 were of intermediate grade, a sword and a piece of inner armor. The remaining 11 were all of initial grade. There were several swords he could use immediately, so without hesitation, he shifted his affections, discarding his current magical tool. The other spiritual artifacts were stored in his storage ring, alongside some Foundation establishment talismans, elixirs, and dozens of 4th-level monster crystals. The items belonging to these assassins bore striking similarities. Apart from offensive tools, they were primarily focused on defense and healing. It seemed that any other gains they might have had were exchanged for these items meant for taking lives and preserving their own. After organizing his spoils, he exited the 4th-level area and flew towards the newly established market. Just as he was about to soar beyond the 1st-level area, he suddenly felt an unsettling sensation from Wu Ying within his mind. This was the first time Wu Ying had conveyed such a warning, and he immediately expanded his spiritual sense to its maximum, scanning below. However, he found nothing. The urgency of the danger communicated by Wu Ying intensified. Yet he could not pinpoint the enemy's location. The most likely scenario was that they lurked somewhere in the forest below, and unable to formulate a specific defensive strategy, he could only envelop himself in spiritual energy and ascend to a greater height. As he suspected, an ambush was at his feet. At that moment, a lethal pressure bore down upon him from above. He barely had time to tilt his head to evade the full brunt, only to feel his left shoulder's spiritual defense shatter as something pierced through, embedding itself within his skin. Simultaneously, a primary spiritual artifact sword appeared in his hand from within his storage ring. Just as the attack struck his shoulder, yet before he could find a target to draw his sword against, a blade pierced his chest, delivering a force akin to that of a colossal boulder striking him. In an instant, he was sent crashing down from midair, shattering a sapling the thickness of a bowl, and he fell heavily to the ground. At the moment of his descent, he finally caught sight of his assailant directly above him. A weapon, ethereal as a wisp of cloud, had just been retracted by a figure wearing a mask that bore an expression of sheer terror. Without hesitation, the masked individual lunged forward once more with their sword, aiming at the still falling Yang Xian. Yang Xian's body slammed into the ground. The second strike came swiftly, targeting his brow. In a flash, he propelled one foot against a nearby tree stump, unleashing a terrifying force that splintered the stump into fragments. While he harnessed the recoil to unleash the Xintian step, he shot forward like an arrow released from its bow, covering more than 3 zhang in the blink of an eye, then rising to draw his sword and slash forward. The third sword strike from the masked figure, which followed the missed second strike, collided with Yang Xian's sword aura, dissipating into nothingness. At this juncture, Yang Xian managed to spare a sliver of his consciousness to assess his own condition. Although a blade had struck his chest, he found only a white mark. A needle was embedded in his left shoulder, its tip lodged in his skin, with a slightly numb area the size of an egg surrounding it. Fear gripped his heart. Poison. Without hesitation, he swung his sword toward his shoulder, severing a substantial chunk of flesh in an instant, exposing grim white bone. Just then, the masked figure, having failed with 3 strikes, attempted to retreat. But Yang Xian was quick to notice. He hurled his sword with precision, retrieving another blade that had fallen to the side, and pursued his foe. The masked individual, having retreated less than 3 zhang, faced the sudden approach of Yang Xian's flying sword and was compelled to halt, raising his sword to block. Having deflected one strike, Yang Xian closed the distance to within 6 feet, thrusting his sword directly at the masked figure's brow. This strike was unavoidable for the masked assailant. With a soft clang, the sword was deflected, the mask shattered, revealing a face frozen in terror beneath in that moment. Yang Xian's first thought was that he had indeed encountered someone wearing a spirit tool mask. His second reaction was a startled exclamation. Zhang Dabiao? How could it be you? With his identity exposed upon the mask's shattering, coupled with Yang Xian's astonishing speed, Zhang Dabiao realized escape was futile. He opted instead to regard Yang Xian without uttering a word. Yang Xian, equally surprised, found himself momentarily speechless. After a while, he finally inquired, "Did you know the target was me when you accepted this mission?" Zhang Dabiao answered without hesitation, "Yes, I conducted a thorough investigation, but the information was evidently flawed." Yang Xian felt a pang of sorrow as he continued, "Is this how the disciples of Baiyun's sect conduct themselves? Is there no sense of camaraderie among fellow cultivators?" Zhang Dabiao had anticipated inquiries related to assassins or employers, but was taken aback by this line of questioning, prompting a chuckle, "Of course not." While Baiyun's sect encourages its disciples to challenge one another, leading some to become ruthless and unscrupulous, the majority still exercise a degree of restraint. But I am different. I am an assassin. Upon hearing this, Yang Xian felt somewhat reassured and remarked, "You are quite the unconventional assassin. The 8 individuals who perished at my hands chose to take their own lives upon mission failure, yet you strike me as one who is desperately seeking to survive. Can you provide me with a compelling reason not to kill you? I already know who commissioned the task, and I have a modicum of wealth in my storage bag." Zhang Dabiao, sensing the gravity of the situation, locked eyes with Yang Xian. "I could offer you a place in the outer circle of the Ghost Spirit Hall. Only by becoming one of them can you ensure you won't be targeted again." Yet Yang Xian remained impassive. With a resigned sigh, he replied, "It seems I have nothing that would sway you. Why don't you reveal something about me that I do not even know?" After a moment of contemplation, Yang Xian concluded that eliminating Zhang Dabiao would yield little benefit, as the Ghost Spirit Hall would simply send another assassin. Thus, he decided to maximize the potential for mutual benefit. "You shall make a vow of the Heart Demon, pledging to kill 10 cultivators of the Zhao family who are at least at the 7th level of Qi refinement, as well as 2 at the Foundation establishment stage, all within 3 months. Failing to do so will result in you being plagued by heart demons during your cultivation, leading to your demise." Zhang Dabiao opened his mouth, offering a bitter smile. "You truly know it was the Zhao family who issued the task. But are you aware of their circumstances? Apart from a Golden Core ancestor, they possess only 4 Foundation establishment cultivators, and fewer than 20 at the Qi refinement stages 7 to 9. You are demanding the elimination of half their strength." Excluding the ancestor, Yang Xian revealed a chilling smile. "I believe you can accomplish this. If it proves impossible, you could always issue a mission through your Ghost Spirit Hall." With no other option, Zhang Dabiao complied and recited the vow. "You should leave at once. I can only delay for half a day. Once the Ghost Spirit Hall learns of my failure, they will dispatch more formidable assassins to hunt you down. However, the Ghost Spirit Hall's rule dictates they will only send assassins with strength 1 tier above your own. Your current combat power is assessed as peak early Foundation establishment, but following my failure, your assessment will elevate to peak mid-Foundation establishment. Thus, the next assassin will be at peak Foundation establishment." Hearing this, Yang Xian felt a wave of apprehension wash over him. Does this mean that once my strength is evaluated as peak Foundation establishment, they will send a Golden Core cultivator to assassinate me? Zhang Dabiao responded, "Not quite. The gap between Golden Core and Foundation establishment is not merely a small tier. It represents a vast realm. However, they will deploy multiple assassins to confront you." Yang Xian breathed a sigh of relief. As long as it was not a Golden Core cultivator, he felt he could still contend. Finally, he asked, "Is there still any residue of the poison from the needle in my body?" Zhang Dabiao affirmed, "Absolutely none remains. That poison only induces paralysis, and the Zhao family requires you to be captured alive." Yet your physical constitution is so robust that the toxin failed to spread. Yang Xian chose to trust Zhang Dabiao's words. After all, for an assassin who had failed a mission yet still sought to survive, there was little incentive to deceive him. He had no personal vendetta against Yang Xian. Even if he bore residual poison, it would only benefit the next assassin, offering him no advantage. Thus, he released Zhang Dabiao. Afterward, he employed the Xintian step to distance himself from the site of the attack. Once he had bandaged the wound on his shoulder, he continued his journey towards the new city market. A short while later, in the grand expanse of Tiandi City, the enormous plaza before the city gates was adorned with dozens of teleportation arrays of varying sizes. People flowed in an orderly manner, with teleportation arrays gleaming with light at almost every moment, painting a picture of prosperity. Amidst the hustle and bustle, Yang Xian emerged from a medium-sized teleportation array as the light faded. Before he could recover from the disorientation caused by the teleportation, he was urged by a staff member to exit the array and move to an open area. As the slight dizziness subsided, he surveyed his surroundings. He found himself in a vast plaza, filled with numerous neatly arranged teleportation arrays, standing between two of them. Exiting the plaza through the passage between the arrays led to a broader pathway, which extended several miles to a colossal city. This city was constructed upon an endless plain. Its walls were not particularly high, measuring only 5 or 6 zhong. From the teleportation plaza, one could easily glimpse the seemingly endless structures within the city. At this moment, the pathway leading to the city gates was lined with individuals waiting to enter, forming 4 long queues. Yang Xian casually positioned himself at the back of one line and began to move forward with the crowd. During the wait, he took out a communication talisman to contact Luo Fong. Upon hearing his voice, Luo Fong appeared visibly excited. Learning that he was in line to enter the city, she practically dashed to where Luo Jia was concocting elixirs, dragging him along as she urged him to hurry to the city gates to meet Yang Xian. Initially irritated at being interrupted during his alchemical work, Luo Jia, upon realizing Yang Xian's arrival, dismissed any concerns about his elixirs. The two hurried towards the city gates together. After about half an incense stick's time, those in front of Yang Xian had completed their registration to enter the city. As the last 2 individuals were processed, he spotted Luo Jia rushing out from the city gate, presenting something to the registrar. After a brief inspection, the registrar nodded, and Luo Jia quickly rejoined Yang Xian. Pulling him into the city. As they walked, Luo Jia explained, to enter Tiandi City, one must obtain a residence permit, which can be for 3 days, a month, or long-term. The 3-day permit is free and allows a stay of 3 days. After that, if one wishes to remain, a fee of 100 low-grade spirit stones is required each month. Long-term permits are for those who own property or rent accommodations in the city, exempting them from such fees. As Luo Jia elaborated, they swiftly made their way into Tiandi City. Amidst the thrumming crowd, a striking figure captured Yang Xian's attention, rendering him unable to look away. Clad in a white outer garment, with a full bosom and raven-black hair casually styled in a loose bun, her slightly shy smile and charming dimples infused her ethereal beauty with a playful allure. Upon the sudden appearance of such a captivating beauty, the throng around him faded from his vision, and the cacophony of voices ceased to reach his ears. In that moment, the world was reduced to the singular figure of the enchanting maiden approaching him. Young Dage, why are you in a daze? She teased playfully. It's only been a year since we last met. You haven't gone and challenged someone again, have you? Gotten hurt in the process? Awakened by the familiar voice, he finally snapped back to reality, brushing away the hand that swayed before his eyes. He gazed at Luo Fong, who had grown to nearly 5 feet tall, and smiled. I was simply mesmerized by your ethereal beauty. It's hard to believe that after just a year, you have become so enchanting. I suppose I shall have to keep a closer watch on you to ensure you aren't whisked away by someone else. At that moment, Luo Jia clapped him on the shoulder and suggested, let us head back. It's rather obstructive here. The unexpected touch landed right on his injury, causing him to wince involuntarily, still lost in the joy of reuniting with Luo Fong. Both Luo Jia and Luo Fong were startled by his reaction, with Luo Fong anxiously grasping his arm, asking, Young Dage, what's wrong? Are you hurt? How serious is it? Yang Xian cursed himself for overreacting. He gently patted her arm and replied, "It's just a minor injury. Nothing to worry about. Let us discuss it back home." Luo Jie, regaining his composure, chimed in, "Yes, let us return. Come on." With that, he led the way as Yang Xian and Luo Feng followed behind, making their way back to the city. Along the journey, Luo Feng shared tales of his past year, and her concern for his shoulder injury dissipated. Excitedly, she recounted the wonders of the city, which left him in awe of the bustling splendor of Tiandi City, while simultaneously feeling a sense of his own insignificance. Suddenly, a beast-drawn cart whirled past them like a whirlwind. Luo Feng elaborated, "In Tiandi City, flying is prohibited. No one knows when you might inadvertently soar over someone's head and be struck down in a fit of rage. Hence the regulation." Their journey back, which only took half a stick of incense when they arrived, now took an entire hour as she elaborated on the city's intricacies. They arrived at a quaint two-entry, three-room courtyard, a two-story abode, designed as a charming little garden. It was enveloped in a protective formation, situated on the city's outskirts, not far from the center. Given the property prices in Tiandi City, such a small residence was not within reach for everyone. Thus, when Luo Jie mentioned that they spent nearly 20,000 low-grade spirit stones annually on this place, Yang Xian was not the least bit surprised. The first floor contained 3 rooms, a living room in the center flanked by 2 bedrooms, which also served as training spaces. Luo Jie occupied one room, while the other was reserved for Yang Xian. In the corner of the small garden adjacent to his room, a small patch of land had been left for him to cultivate his celestial herbs. Chapter 56, A Tranquil Life. Additionally, there were 2 basements designated for alchemy and artifact forging, equipped with a geothermal fire connected to the furnace. Upon entering his room, he was greeted by a screen adorned with an ink-wash landscape painting. Dividing the space in 2, in front of the window stood a writing desk with 3 chairs, atop which rested a potted plant exuding a delightful fragrance. Beyond the screen lay a pristine single bed, along with a wardrobe and a chest, everything one could desire. The entire bedroom was a harmonious blend of green, white, and blue, evoking the essence of spring. After surveying his room, Yang Xian couldn't help but murmur to himself, "This girl has truly put thought into it." The following day, feeling refreshed, he strolled through Tiandi City in the company of the Luo siblings. As they wandered down a bustling street, Yang Xian's attention was suddenly drawn to a throng of people, all seemingly headed in the same direction. He followed the crowd for several hundred meters, only to discover they were entering an immense structure. This building, though only a single story, spanned hundreds of interconnected rooms and boasted 8 grand entrances. The dense flow of people filtered through 6 of these doors into the structure. Atop the edifice, the words "Blood Refining Hall" loomed in 3 giant crimson characters, imparting an oppressive ambience. Noticing Yang Xian's interest in the building, Luo Jie explained, "This is the Blood Refining Hall, one of the few places in Tiandi City where one can engage in combat. Essentially, it's an arena." He gestured toward the crowd, continuing, "Those people are entering to watch the fights." With Luo Jie's explanation, Yang Xian grasped the concept. It became clear that this was a venue where the life and death battles of others served as a source of gambling entertainment. Those wagering on the fates of others could either emerge with fortunes or lose everything. The combatants, risking their own lives, could gain fame and fortune or pay the ultimate price. The arena was divided into 3 tiers: Qi Refining, Foundation Establishment, and Golden Core. Combatants in the Qi Refining stage earned 1,000 low-grade spirit stones for each victory, with successive wins yielding increasing rewards. Achieving a streak of 10, 30, 50, or even 70 wins not only granted additional bonuses but also conferred the title of Winning Streak, which brought numerous benefits throughout Tiandi City, such as discounts while shopping and opportunities for recruitment by powerful factions. Having understood the basics of the Blood Refining Hall, Yang Xian felt a surge of interest in the events occurring within. He turned to Luo Feng and inquired, "Shall we go inside for a look?" Luo Feng rolled her eyes slightly, responding with mild annoyance, "If I say we shouldn't go, will you be satisfied not to?" With that, she strode toward one of the entrances to the Blood Refining Hall. Yang Xian exchanged a glance with Luo Jie before following her. Entry required 2 spirit stones per person, a surprisingly reasonable price. Upon stepping inside, a cacophony of cheers and screams erupted around them, mingled with the inevitable shouts of frustration. This was the daily spectacle of the blood refining hall. The three of them found the raucous atmosphere somewhat overwhelming. As alchemists, the Luo siblings rarely encountered combat, spending most of their time in the tranquility of their alchemy rooms. Yang Xian had grown up in the serenity of the mountains, far removed from such chaos. Even after experiencing the roars of beasts and the bloodshed of battles, he found it difficult to acclimate to the frenzy of excitement around him. After some time, he exhaled the tension within him, sealing his ears with spiritual energy, and the world around him fell silent. Only then did he take a moment to survey his surroundings. The first thing that caught his eye was a vast depression, the bottom of which formed a flat arena, measuring several hundred meters across. Surrounding the arena were ascending tiers of seating, filled to near capacity. A glance around revealed an enormous bowl-like structure, with the combat area at the bottom and spectators encircling it. Their current position was at the rim of this bowl, allowing them a clear view of the combatants engaged in a fierce struggle on the arena floor. Blood from today's fighters stained the ground. Before long, one combatant was brutally torn in two by the other, blood splattering everywhere. The victorious fighter raised his arms in triumph, gesturing to the audience as he spun around. Yang Xian could read his lips, noting he was shouting jubilantly. Among the spectators, some were flushed with excitement, while others appeared pale and distressed. Yet, none showed a hint of compassion for the dismembered body lying on the ground. In truth, Yang Xian felt little sympathy himself, but he found it hard to comprehend the morbid thrill experienced by the crowd. He turned back to Luo Fong, only to find her face ashen, clearly struggling to cope with the scene. He quickly grasped her hand and turned to leave. Once outside the arena, Luo Fong suddenly felt relieved to be back in the world outside, where she could choose the quietude of alchemy or accompany Yang Xian on leisurely strolls. Luo Jia, though slightly better off, also wore a troubled expression. He had intended to say something, but upon seeing Yang Xian still holding onto his sister's hand, he wisely chose to remain silent, discreetly creating some distance before returning to their courtyard alone. Yang Xian led Luo Fong away from the blood-refining hall. He remained oblivious to the fact that he was still holding her hand. His primary concern was her well-being, and when he noticed her color gradually returning, he felt a weight lift from his heart. However, he soon saw her face flush with an intense crimson, the speed of which alarmed him. He was puzzled by her sudden change, initially attributing it to lingering discomfort from the earlier gruesome spectacle, unaware that Luo Fong was merely shy. Just as he was about to speak to distract her from the bloody images, he felt his own face grow warm. It dawned on him that he had been holding her hand for quite some time. In that moment, the world around them fell silent, since Luo Fong hadn't pulled away upon exiting the blood-refining hall. It was evident that she had no intention of doing so now. Recognizing that she hadn't resisted his grasp, he too chose to continue holding on. In that instant, neither of them uttered a word, silently agreeing to forget about Luo Jia entirely. Amidst the gentle cadence of their own heartbeats, they strolled aimlessly down the bustling streets, savoring the warmth that emanated from each other's palms. Chapter 57. A Promise of Affection. The destination was of little consequence. What truly mattered was the companionship they shared. Neither pondered how long their journey would last. Immersed in their blissful reverie, neither had the leisure to contemplate such trivialities. In the silence, everything felt so natural, so exquisite. Hand in hand, they required no grandiloquent words or lofty promises of love. Everything resided within their hearts, understood implicitly between them. After an indeterminate span of time, it was Yang Xian who broke the silence, inadvertently finding themselves before a small stall selling trinkets. The vendor, a woman in her 40s, held a phoenix hairpin, fervently attempting to promote it to him. While Yang Xian inwardly lamented the interruption, he turned to Luo Fong and inquired, "Do you like it? I've never gifted you anything. Choose one for yourself." Luo Fong, still feeling bashful, shyly averted her gaze and softly replied, "You choose. As long as it's your selection, I shall adore it." Understanding her reticence, Yang Xian refrained from pressing further and began to peruse the stall himself. The piece the middle-aged woman recommended did not appeal to him. While it was indeed beautiful, it exuded an air of excessive maturity. After considerable deliberation, He settled on a hairpin adorned with 3 ice blossoms and inquired, "How much for this one?" The vendor, seeing his choice, enthusiastically praised, "You have exquisite taste, young man. This is a mid-grade spiritual artifact, featuring an automatic ice shield for protection. It is one of the finest pieces I possess. For 20,000 spirit stones, it will surely convey your heartfelt intentions to this lovely young lady." As for the price of the gift for Luo Fong, as long as the woman did not treat him like a fool, he would gladly part with any sum. After paying the spirit stones, he picked up the hairpin and presented it to Luo Fong with a smile, saying, "I took the liberty of choosing this for you. I hope you like it." Finally lifting her gaze to meet his, Luo Fong's face lit up with joy as she exclaimed, "It's beautiful. I absolutely love it. Thank you, Brother Yang." Although her face radiated happiness and she cherished the hairpin, she hesitated to reach out for it. At that moment, Yang Xian, realizing her shyness, gently leaned closer and tenderly inserted the pin into her hair. At last, Luo Fong lifted her hand, softly caressing the hairpin atop her head, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, not of sorrow, but of delight, like ripples stirred upon a tranquil lake by a gentle spring breeze. Unable to contain himself, Yang Xian grasped her hand once more and affectionately declared, "Fong Fong, you are truly beautiful that day." The streets and alleys near the heart of Tiandi City witnessed a couple, hand in hand, blissfully wandering until the late hours of the night. From then on, the gossipy vendors and attentive flower-selling children would occasionally spot their familiar figures. The flower-selling child, who had sold them fresh blooms on several occasions, held the keenest interest in the couple's evolving relationship. He recalled how, at first, the lovely sister had been quite shy, but now, she frequently smiled at her companion. At times, they would engage in playful banter and laughter. Whenever such moments occurred, he hesitated to approach them with his flowers, unwilling to disturb their happiness. Time, as it often does, slipped by all too quickly, and in the blink of an eye, 3 years had passed. A year prior, Luo Fong, through her own efforts, had finally rejected Yang Xian's offer of a thunder-refining fruit and, without the aid of a foundation establishment pill, had managed to break through to the foundation establishment stage. That time, Yang Xian remained at the pinnacle of the qi refinement stage, his total spiritual energy not yet reaching 5 times the norm. While he had not directly compared himself to the elite practitioners, he could distinctly sense that any breakthrough at this juncture would feel somewhat insufficiently perfect. Thus, for the past few years, he had been diligently refining the purity of his spiritual energy. However, for the past 2 months, his cultivation had yielded no discernible progress, which began to stir a sense of urgency within him. Yet, he was reluctant to reveal this to Luo Fong. It was only today that he confided in her about his need to enter seclusion for a time. In truth, the perceptive Luo Fong had already sensed Yang Xian's anxiety. Yet, apart from offering him support and understanding, she was uncertain how else to assist him. Upon hearing his decision to retreat into seclusion, she readily expressed her full support. That day, Yang Xian seized the opportunity to elude Luo Fong, purchasing a few Earth Escape talismans, and later that night, he locked all the doors and windows of his room before utilizing the talismans to exit. Noticing no signs of activity from Luo Fong's quarters, he cautiously opened a portal in the defensive array, vanishing into the night. Shortly after, Yang Xian's silhouette melted away into the streets. On the second floor of a small courtyard, the door to Luo Jia's room creaked open. He and Luo Fong stepped onto the balcony, silently watching the direction in which Yang Xian had disappeared. After a long pause, Luo Jia finally spoke. "He is a true swordsman. His cultivation must grow through battle. Let him go." Luo Fong voiced her concern. "I worry for him. He will undoubtedly head to the Blood Refinement Hall, a place where one either survives or perishes." What if Luo Jia reassured her, "Trust in him. While it is indeed perilous, I believe no one at the qi refinement stage could possibly defeat him. Let us pretend to know nothing, as if he were merely secluded in his room." When Yang Xian arrived at the Blood Refinement Hall, it was already the following morning. Clad in black and donning a high-quality spiritual artifact mask, which could be maintained with minimal input of spiritual energy even at the qi refinement stage, he found himself seated in a small waiting room, not one designated for qi refinement battles, but for those in the foundation establishment stage. Just an hour prior, he had approached the hall's overseer, showcasing a portion of his prowess, and subsequently signed a contract with the Blood Refinement Hall. The contract stipulated that he could freely participate in battles at the Foundation Establishment Arena, allowing the hall to profit from his fights, while he would receive 30% of the earnings generated from his victories, foregoing the rewards for consecutive wins. Furthermore, he retained the right to choose his opponents, prohibiting the hall from imposing matchups upon him. When it came time to sign and imprint his soul's essence onto the contract, he hesitated, uncertain whether to use his real name. The overseer informed him he could employ a pseudonym or code name, leading him to whimsically select the moniker Bloodstab. As he awaited his opponent in the waiting room, an announcement reverberated throughout the arena, amplified by the array. "Ladies and gentlemen, please settle down as I present the information regarding the two cultivators entering the arena. Point 1 is the early Foundation Establishment practitioner, Lu Jiao, who has achieved 3 consecutive victories. The other is the newcomer, Bloodstab, a 9th-layer Qi refinement cultivator participating in his first battle. It was unclear whether Yang Xian's audacity stemmed from confidence in his combat prowess or from the naivety of an inexperienced newcomer. He dared to challenge a Foundation Establishment practitioner. Regardless of the circumstances, this would not dampen the enthusiasm of the gamblers. The odds were set at 5-1, given the uncertainty surrounding the new contender's abilities. It was a gamble devoid of insight, relying solely on luck. The audience was invited to place their bets in the waiting room. Yang Xian sat in quiet contemplation. The Blood Refinement Hall had preemptively shared his opponent's information, so he felt no trepidation regarding the upcoming battle. His decision to participate was motivated by a desire to refine his skills through combat, seeking that final touch of perfection while also earning some spirit stones, an endeavor that would serve both purposes. Given his current combat strength, he could easily overwhelm a practitioner at the early Foundation Establishment stage using just his physical prowess. His aim was to seek out later-stage practitioners, drawing out his potential through life-and-death encounters. As the hour of waiting drew to a close, a servant finally knocked on his door, guiding him to a passageway. He was instructed to proceed straight ahead to reach the arena. Following the servant's directions, he traversed more than 30 zhang before arriving at an open iron gate, granting him a glimpse of the arena beyond. With a single step, the fight would officially commence. Without hesitation, he stepped forward onto the combat platform, the iron door slamming shut behind him. Before him stood his opponent, a lean young man exuding an air of scholarly refinement reminiscent of Xiaopan. At first glance, Yang Xian sensed that this individual lacked a murderous intent. However, in a place like the Blood Refinement Hall, he would not foolishly extend any pleasantries. Upon noticing him, the young man wasted no time and unleashed a swift strike with his blade. Yang Xian discerned that this initial attack was merely a test. Lacking full force, he intended to prolong the engagement, creating an illusion for the onlookers. After all, who would refuse the opportunity to earn a bit more spirit stones? A low-grade spiritual artifact materialized in his grasp as he raised his sword in response. The clash of sword and blade met in a dazzling display, both forces neutralizing one another. Following the probing strike, the young man escalated his assault, launching a relentless flurry of strikes, each aimed with lethal precision, transforming from a scholarly demeanor into that of a merciless butcher. Faced with the onslaught, Yang Xian executed the foundational techniques of the sword-drawing art, opting for an aggressive defense, fully engaging in the brutal skirmish. He did not rely on the strength of his physical body. Instead, with his profound spiritual energy, he was equally matched against his opponent. In an instant, the combat arena was filled with the glint of blades and the clash of weapons, creating an atmosphere of intense ferocity. The spectators who had placed their bets were shouting incessantly. After both sides had fought fiercely for a quarter of an hour, and as Yang Xian had become accustomed to the rhythm of the battle, the young man, while frantically slashing with his weapon, suddenly unleashed 3 fine needles from his sleeve, aimed directly at Yang Xian's brow, heart, and dantian. However, Yang Xian had long been on guard against any potential underhanded tactics from his opponent. As soon as the needles were launched, his spiritual awareness picked them up. He stepped aside, evading the flying needles, and with another swift step, he appeared right in front of the young man, thrusting his sword forward. Yet, the young man was not slow either. As the sword tip was still a foot away from him, He leaned back and, in a flash, crossed a distance of 3 feet, landing a kick squarely on Yang Xian's heart. This kick could have been deflected by Yang Xian, but in a bid to feign vulnerability, he chose to absorb the blow. The young man's kick was not enough to truly harm his physical body, so he spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying backward. Yet, at the same moment, the flying sword he had gripped in his hand vanished abruptly, only to reappear just in time to pierce through the young man's body, transitioning from his left chest to exit through his back. This was the sword-throwing technique that had become ineffective against cultivators at the 7th layer of Qi refining. However, the speed of this sword throw was astonishingly swift, even surpassing the usual speed of sword manipulation. As Yang Xian's body crashed to the ground, the young man slowly fell as well. He did not die immediately, but even if he survived this encounter, the rules of the Blood Refinement Hall dictated that only one could leave the arena. Thus, before Yang Xian could rise, he commanded his sword through his spiritual awareness, bringing the fight to a decisive conclusion. Subsequently, he feigned a stagger as he approached to collect the young man's storage bag, ensuring that the Blood Refinement Hall would not benefit from his victory. At that moment, the iron doors opened, and he slowly exited the combat arena. Upon returning to his resting chamber, he wiped away the blood that had been forced from his mouth and began to inspect his spoils. Inside the storage bag, he found over 20 low-grade spirit stones, a dozen medium-grade spirit stones, and several spirit artifacts. In addition, there were some foundation-building elixirs and a few manuals, which he did not have the time to study. As for the miscellaneous items, he did not take the time to examine them closely. When he found an opportunity, he would discard clothing and similar items, keeping only what was useful, while selling off anything unnecessary for spirit stones. After he had meticulously counted his gains, the head of the Blood Refinement Hall arrived, likely having intentionally allowed him some time to prepare. He stood up to bow, but was stopped. The head chuckled and said, "Young friend, your contributions to our hall have been acknowledged. Allow me to introduce myself. My surname is Liu, and you may call me Manager Liu from now on." As Manager Liu spoke, he seated himself opposite Yang Xian and continued, "You disguised yourself exceedingly well in this match. Had it not been for your previous display of strength, I might have been led to believe you were truly injured. From now on, this room shall serve as your exclusive resting chamber. If you prefer not to venture outside, you may remain here undisturbed." Yang Xian was preoccupied with thoughts of how many spirit stones he would receive and had not yet inquired when Manager Liu preemptively stated, "There is no need for you to worry about the spirit stones. Once the tally is complete, someone will deliver them to you. Now, let us discuss the upcoming match." After deliberation, he listened to Manager Liu's arrangements. He was to achieve 10 consecutive victories, with little expectation of substantial earnings in the first 10 matches. Following this, he would face a mid-foundation cultivator, at which point he would have the opportunity to earn significant spirit stones. He found this plan quite reasonable, as it would not consume too much of his time. Moreover, he could build his momentum through a series of victories, and when his spirit and energy reached a level where he could confidently assert that his sword alone sufficed against any myriad of techniques, that would be the moment to challenge a late foundation opponent. As anticipated, in the afternoon, a servant knocked on his door, delivering over 300 medium-grade spirit stones to him. Due to the relative weakness of his opponents and the prevailing belief that he, a peak Qi refining cultivator, had the audacity to challenge foundation cultivators, many placed bets on his victory. Consequently, the earnings were modest. For the next 9 days, he appeared in the arena once each day, achieving the rare feat of securing 10 consecutive victories as a Qi refining cultivator in a foundation combat arena. As a result, those who frequently wagered at this combat arena became acquainted with him, referring to him as the Bloodstab, a peak Qi refining cultivator. After his 10 victories, Manager Liu once again approached him. This time, Manager Liu came to discuss the arrangements for his future battles. Through their exchange, they outlined the general schedule for the upcoming matches. Finally, Manager Liu inquired, "Once our plan is executed, would you be willing to deliberately lose a match? The Blood Refinement Hall will ensure that you will not be killed, allowing for greater profit." After the distribution of spirit stones, he could leave the Blood Refinement Hall. Once his mask was off, no one would recognize him, and he would have no concerns about feigning defeat. However, Yang Xian declined the offer. he was not willing to place his life in the hands of others. For people like them, as long as the final match ended in his defeat, it was uncertain whether the Blood Refinement Hall would care about his life or death. If they truly decided to kill him, it would be an unjust demise. He was not prepared to gamble his life for a handful of spirit stones. However, as he uttered his refusal, a faint aura of killing intent was transmitted to him from Wu Ying, who had always regarded him as home. It was Manager Lu's murderous intent. Startled, yet maintaining his composure, Yang Xian addressed Manager Lu. Manager Lu, my refusal is based on the fact that your arrangement does not offer sufficient profit. To be frank, my goal is to reach the late foundation stage, and I aspire to be formidable. At this point, he chuckled and jested, but you want me to feign defeat against a mid-foundation opponent. That would result in a significant loss for me. After challenging a late foundation opponent, I also intend to break through to the foundation stage. By then, with my combat prowess, I will be capable of sweeping through the late foundation ranks. At that moment, I can assume a different identity, and we can strategize anew, for there are ample spirit stones to be earned. His eyes sparkled with ambition as he feigned greed, bowing deeply to Manager Lu and expressing, the resources for my breakthrough to the Golden Core stage will depend on your strategy. Originally, Manager Lu had intended that if Yang Xian declined to feign defeat, he would arrange for a mid-foundation cultivator trained by the Blood Refinement Hall to battle Yang Xian. At that point, they could adjust the odds and poison Yang Xian right before he entered the arena, ensuring his demise would take everyone by surprise, leading to significant profits. However, upon hearing Yang Xian's words, Manager Lu was taken aback. If everything he said was true, Yang Xian's future value was immense. He could not allow him to die so soon. If he were to perish, it should only be after his value had been fully exploited. Moreover, even in death, he could still be of use. He hastily asked, "Are you serious? How confident are you against a late foundation opponent?" Yang Xian replied, "As long as they are not a monstrous genius. I am over 70% confident." In truth, he did not possess such confidence. During his last encounter with Roger, he had nearly been killed by a peak foundation cultivator. He said this to reassure Manager Lu, as he indeed felt he had a fighting chance against a late foundation opponent. While he could not guarantee victory, he was at least 40% certain. If things did not go as planned, he would summon Wu Ying, who had now grown over a foot long and had broken through to the 4th-level beast. Manager Lu, astonished, inquired, "Are you certain? What makes you think you can contend with a late foundation cultivator? Don't give me any nonsense about possessing powerful external items. Others may have those as well." Realizing he could not easily brush this off, Yang Xian thought, "It seems I must reveal the strength of my physical body. Otherwise Manager Lu will not believe me and may plot against me later." He extended his arm, rolled up his sleeve, and pretended to retrieve a storage bag from within his robes. He produced a medium-grade spirit artifact and, with a decisive swing, slashed it across his arm, fully unleashing the strength of a mid-foundation cultivator. However, the blade did not leave a single mark on his skin. He retracted the sword and offered it to Manager Lu, saying, "Would you like to give it a try? My physical body is on the verge of breaking through to the late foundation stage. Coupled with my spiritual energy, I have a fair chance against an average late foundation opponent." Manager Lu did not reach for the sword. He was already deep in thought about how to arrange Yang Xian's future appearances. He chuckled, feigning warmth, and replied, "You young man, you have hidden depths. Excellent, your approach will yield greater profits. I shall heed your advice. Rest assured, with proper maneuvering, acquiring the resources for your breakthrough to the Golden Core stage will be quite manageable." As Manager Lu departed, Yang Xian felt a weight in his heart. He had underestimated the process of honing himself through the combat arena. Fortunately, Wu Ying had sensed that faint killing intent. Otherwise, he would have been unaware of the danger he faced. He resolved that once he found the opportunity to break through, he would leave and never return to this place. The following day, his opponent was a mid-foundation cultivator, a gambler specifically trained for duels. He was the one who had issued the challenge to Yang Xian. This time, not only were the Blood Refinement Hall and the gambler placing their bets, but others could also wager as usual. Regarding this challenge, it was said that the Blood Refinement Hall had declined several times. But ultimately, it was unclear what conditions the gambler had proposed that led the hall to reluctantly accept. However, they had adjusted the odds for the mid-foundation cultivator to be quite low, at 2-1. While the odds for blood stab were set at 10-1, as long as blood emerges victorious, those who wager on its triumph shall receive tenfold compensation. This very fact has led to a significant increase in the number of bettors compared to previous matches. Yet the majority are placing their bets on the mid-stage of foundation establishment, with only a scant few betting on blood's victory. When Yang Xian once again stepped into the fighting arena and heard the iron gate close behind him, he beheld a strikingly beautiful woman in her early 20s emerge from the opposite iron gate, her demeanor chillingly aloof. Surprised to find that his opponent was a woman, he did not harbor any disdain. It was simply that, among the few women he had encountered, none had given him the impression of being inclined towards combat. The woman did not underestimate him. Upon noticing his momentary distraction, she seized the opportunity to swiftly close the distance between them with a ghostly grace. Her flying sword traced erratic patterns in the air, akin to a butterfly flitting through the void, and in mere moments, it was poised before him. The instant Yang Xian witnessed her strike, he promptly reacted, unleashing the Xintian step to evade her flying sword in the blink of an eye, while simultaneously executing the first strike of the sword-drawing technique, channeling two portions of his essence into a direct thrust towards her. In an instant, his figure vanished, reappearing at the woman's side, the tip of his sword mere inches from her brow. Unfazed, the woman had already begun to retreat as Yang Xian's figure disappeared. Just as the sword tip approached her forehead, a great bell, one that Yang Xian recognized, manifested around her, effectively blocking his strike. His sword collided with the bell, producing a sound not of clanging metal, but a sibilant hiss as it pierced through the bell's surface. Seizing that fleeting moment, the woman donned a set of earthy yellow armor that enveloped her entirely, even obscuring her eyes behind a translucent shield. Seeing her armor, Yang Xian was reminded of an advanced talisman known as the Earth Armor, a formidable earth elemental defensive talisman revered during the Foundation establishment phase. Before he could strike again, the flying sword that he had narrowly evaded returned with ferocity. Aimed directly at his back, he sidestepped it effortlessly, watching as it flew back to the woman's gloved hand. This time, the woman did not rush to attack. Instead, she regarded him coldly, releasing her flying sword to hover above her head. In an instant, she canceled her defensive armor, only to reactivate it in the blink of an eye, adorning herself once more. At that moment, a sense of unease washed over Yang Xian. He realized that this woman was no ordinary opponent. She posed a potential threat to his life. He recalled a vividly etched scene in his memory. The woman's flying sword hovered above her head, one hand now clutching a storage bag while the other brandished several talismans. A curse escaped his lips. Damn it, that accursed talisman rained from Zhang Wei. He dared not linger, darting to and fro, seeking an opportunity to strike. The woman, undeterred, relentlessly pursued him, her flying sword targeting his vital points with uncanny precision, occasionally unleashing talismans without regard for his counterattacks. Several of Yang Xian's strikes met her earth armor, leaving no mark. His attempts to penetrate her defenses felt utterly futile. Ultimately, he abandoned the offensive, focusing solely on evading her flying sword and talismans. Thus, Yang Xian danced between attacks, while the woman pursued him relentlessly. After 2 minutes, her fury erupted. She produced dozens of talismans, no longer targeting Yang Xian, but instead unleashing them to blanket the entire arena in a storm of explosive energy. The arena was engulfed in a cacophony of thunderous booms. Faced with such indiscriminate onslaughts, Yang Xian found it impossible to evade. He was struck by several spells, an ice sword talisman impacting his shoulder, freezing him in place with an overwhelming chill. A fire serpent talisman crashed down upon him, grazing his back, igniting a searing pain. A massive stone struck his chest, causing him to cough up blood. At that moment, as 2 lightning snakes struck him, he felt the refining effect of the body refinement technique absorbing the unleashed lightning energy. Though some of his essence was depleted, the remaining energy became more refined. A thought sparked within him. He stifled the urge to allow the body refinement technique to operate fully, choosing instead to channel all his essence throughout his body to counter the lightning. Indeed, his essence was passively refined by the lightning. Thus, He endured the relentless assault while simultaneously fleeing. Whenever lightning struck him, he absorbed it with sheer determination. However, the woman's lightning talisman was merely one among many she possessed. It could not suffice to fully refine his essence, yet it had opened a new door. Now, he contemplated finding an opportunity to eliminate the woman, seize his share, and leave the blood as time passed. When the woman's talismans were finally exhausted, he found himself with less than 30% of his essence remaining, severely wounded. Another flash of sword light sliced through, finally breaching his defenses and leaving a shallow wound on his thigh, from which droplets of blood flew into the air. At this juncture, the woman retained approximately 70% of her essence, yet her spiritual awareness was waning from prolonged sword manipulation, rendering her less agile in battle. After another 2 minutes, her earth armor dissipated, prompting her to finally engage Yang Xian in close combat. Now, Yang Xian was riddled with wounds. Although superficial, to an observer, he appeared bloodied and on the verge of death. In truth, his injuries were grave, stemming from internal damage caused by the talisman's explosions. After such an intense skirmish, his internal injuries intensified, and his essence was nearly depleted. He was now fighting solely with his physical strength. As he observed the woman, still vigorous and unyielding, despair began to creep into his heart. This sensation was all too familiar. He recalled the first time he was ambushed by Zhao Shixiang and his companion, and the second when he was mercilessly defeated by the Thunder Leopard. Now, he found himself ensnared in yet another dire predicament. He contemplated unleashing Wu Ying, yet restrained himself, knowing that it would render his training meaningless unless absolutely necessary. At that moment, the woman lunged forward with another sword strike. Faced with the lightning-fast thrust aimed at his chest, a flicker of determination crossed Yang Xian's eyes as he slightly angled his body. A mere few inches, in a subtle maneuver that went unnoticed by the woman. Just as her sword was a foot away from him, he thrust his sword forward, aiming directly at her brow in a reckless gambit for mutual destruction. At this juncture, neither party had the time to evade. The woman, however, merely tilted her head slightly, allowing Yang Xian's sword to graze past her face, while her blade pierced through his chest. Yet before the victorious glint could manifest in her eyes, a resounding boom echoed in her mind, and darkness enveloped her vision. She had no time to register the pain before she met her demise. As her sword penetrated his body, Yang Xian surged forward. Slipping past the blade that had pierced him, he stood before the woman, channeling all his strength into a single punch that shattered her skull. He watched the woman, still clutching her flying sword. Supported by the blade lodged within him, he felt no triumph. Though he had skillfully avoided lethal damage, he was far from unscathed. He could not help but lament, "This woman is truly formidable." Simultaneously, he found the situation rather ironic. As a sword cultivator, he had killed his enemy with his bare fists. He pried her fingers away from the sword, allowing her body to slump to the ground. Gritting his teeth against the pain, he painstakingly withdrew the sword from his body inch by inch. When the blade was finally removed, he nearly collapsed. Summoning his remaining strength, he used his sword to lift the woman's storage bag and secured her weapon alongside it. He retrieved a handful of healing pills, swallowing them all at once. As the medicinal effects took hold, he began to circulate his energy to heal his wounds while making his way to the Iron Gate. At this point, his mind was becoming somewhat hazy, and the sounds of the crowd had long faded from his awareness. One came to his aid. This was the Blood, a heartless and brutal arena. He understood that he did not wish for assistance, as he could not withstand any ulterior motives. Therefore, he preferred to move slowly and steadily on his own. Finally, after immense effort, he returned to his resting chamber, sitting cross-legged on the ground to commence his healing. Should circumstances allow, he would leave at the earliest opportunity, but he was utterly spent. All he could do was entrust his fate to Lu Guanshi. Relying on the grand vision he had sketched for him, his healing lasted 5 days. It was only after this period that he awakened. His injuries had stabilized, and he could manage to walk, albeit with considerable effort. However, full recovery would require a significant amount of time. Upon awakening, he first checked the door. It remained closed. Aside from the first day when his consciousness was somewhat muddled, he had been lucid in the following days and had not noticed anyone coming by. 2 more days passed, and he finally opened his eyes once more after healing further. His condition had improved, allowing him to move freely as long as he avoided vigorous activity. Just then, Lu Guanshi knocked on the door, making him suspect that this resting chamber was likely under some form of surveillance. Of course, it was unlikely that it was specifically monitoring him. Rather, it seemed to be a general monitoring system for anyone resting within. Upon entering, Lu Guanshi greeted him with a smile, saying, "You, young man, truly possess remarkable resilience. Be resolute in your pursuits, even to the extent that you exhaust yourself during the mid-stage of Foundation establishment." Yang Xian chuckled wryly and remarked, "If I do not strive, I shall perish. I have overestimated my own capabilities and underestimated the Foundation establishment cultivators. I arrogantly set my sights on the late Foundation stage as my goal. And in retrospect, I find it rather amusing." However, Lu Guanshi disagreed with his assessment and countered, "You are mistaken in your reasoning. The adversary you faced was a death warrior nurtured by a prominent figure from another major faction, specifically trained to wager against our blood refinement hall." Yang Xian laughed lightly. "Nonetheless, this battle has imparted valuable lessons. In future confrontations, I shall procure several hundred talismans. If I cannot prevail, I shall simply discard them. I could hurl dozens or even hundreds to obliterate them." Lu Guanshi guffawed. "Indeed, that method has merit. I have come not only to deliver your share of the profits, but also to discuss a matter with you. Refrain from breaking through your cultivation for the time being. Instead, invest in some rare materials to enhance your physical body, elevating yourself to the pinnacle of Foundation establishment while superficially appearing as a 9th-layer Qi refining cultivator. Wouldn't that be an unexpected surprise for everyone?" "Ha ha!" Yang Xian had already planned to depart, and with Lu Guanshi presenting him with such an opportunity, he certainly would not let it slip away. He feigned contemplation and excitedly replied, "That sounds splendid. But I would appreciate it if you could keep an eye out for materials that strengthen the physical body. Please inform me if any suitable options arise, as I am preparing to acquire several hundred talismans." By the heavens, I have truly been traumatized by those things. Upon hearing his words, Lu Guanshi empathized. He had witnessed the battle where high-ranking figures wagered against their blood refinement hall. The sight of countless talismans exploding in every direction, despite it being a skirmish between low-ranking disciples, had shocked him greatly. He concurred, "Preparation is indeed essential. You shall procure these items on your own. We will not engage in another battle in the near term. This time we shall strategize meticulously and orchestrate a grand affair." After discussing matters of substance, they exchanged casual conversation for a while before Lu Guanshi departed, leaving Yang Xian with his share of the profits. Now aware of the surveillance array in his room, Yang Xian could hardly contain his eagerness to assess his recent gains. A total of 5,500 medium-grade spirit stones, when converted to low-grade, amounted to 550,000. This single occasion had yielded more than all his previous arduous endeavors combined. Previously, he had gathered merely around 400,000, and with the addition of this sum and his original 20,000, he now possessed over 120,000. If he were to factor in the demon crystals and miscellaneous items, Yang Xian appeared like a miser in ecstasy within the lounge. While he aimed to project an image of avarice, the true extent of his wealth calculation left him uncertain about how much was feigned. A day later, Yang Xian departed from the blood refinement hall. Before leaving, he made a point to seek out Lu Guanshi once more, requesting him to keep an eye out for materials that could enhance his physical body and to assist in purchasing any suitable items. He intended to be away for a few days and would return with spirit stones for Lu Guanshi. Lu Guanshi harbored no suspicions regarding Yang Xian's temporary departure, finding it entirely unsurprising. After all, no one could remain perpetually within that modest lounge. Once again, in the dead of night, Yang Xian stealthily returned to his small courtyard and his own room. He fancied that his actions had gone unnoticed, yet he failed to notice the slight closing of the gap in Luo Feng's window as he entered. Since Yang Xian's departure, she had quietly visited the blood refinement hall several times, but had gleaned no news of him. Consequently, each night, she would open her window a crack and sit quietly behind it, gazing outside in anticipation of Yang Xian's return. At long last, during yet another midnight hour. He indeed returned, safe and sound. It was only upon witnessing him utilize a soil escape talisman to enter his room and unlock the previously secured door that her heart finally settled. She knew that since he had opened the door from within, it signified he would not be venturing out again. Luo Jia also breathed a sigh of relief. He happened to be awake that night, not because he was waiting for Yang Xian, but because he had been refining pills until the wee hours. He had intended to step outside for some fresh air, but just as he approached the door, he sensed a slight fluctuation in the main control token of the formation surrounding their courtyard. Ultimately, he observed everything regarding Yang Xian's stealthy return. He felt a sense of reassurance. He was aware of his sister's clandestine visits to the blood refinement hall. It was truly commendable of her to endure such discomfort for Yang Xian, venturing into a place that unsettled her immensely on multiple occasions. The following day, Yang Xian opened the door to find Luo Fong and Luo Jia enjoying tea in the courtyard. Luo Fong seemed to casually glance up just as she spotted him emerging from his seclusion, joyfully exclaiming, "Brother Yang, you have emerged from your retreat. You must have had a bountiful harvest." Yang Xian took a seat beside Luo Fong, in high spirits, and replied, "Indeed, this time I have reaped substantial rewards. Within a month at most, I shall be preparing for a breakthrough." He genuinely felt elated. He had acquired the spirit stones and discovered that elusive perfection. All that remained was to await the healing of his injuries before commencing earnest preparations for foundation establishment. Confirming that he could indeed break through, Luo Fong was filled with joy, her dimples radiating bliss. After engaging in light-hearted conversation for some time, Yang Xian turned to her and suggested, Fong, would you like to go out for a stroll?" To all of Yang Xian's requests, she would readily agree, and this was no exception, as it served as a veiled invitation for her to accompany him on a shopping spree. Consequently, the two set out, hands intertwined naturally, no longer burdened by the initial shyness, but instead enveloped in a sweet and warm intimacy. This outing served not only as an opportunity to spend quality time with Luo Fong, whom he had not accompanied in a while, but also as a chance to procure various items. He was determined to purchase talismans this time. While he wished to avoid excessive reliance on external aids in combat, acquiring a few for self-preservation was prudent. Furthermore, he intended to ensure that those who dared to recklessly hurl talismans at him would experience the consequences of a talisman rain themselves. The materials to enhance his physical body were indeed necessities. Yet he did not dare to request Lu Guancher's assistance in this regard, if feasible, elevating his physical body to the pinnacle of the second layer, equivalent to the peak of foundation establishment, while maintaining the appearance of a cultivator in the early stages of foundation establishment, would place him among the elite ranks of foundation establishment cultivators. Additionally, he recognized the need to prioritize the enhancement of his soul. Although the effect of the immortal herb was commendable, it did not preclude him from beginning to seek out relevant materials in this domain. As they strolled and shopped, the day passed by unnoticed. True to its reputation as the most prosperous place in the northern continent, Tiandi City had provided Yang Xian with nearly all the items he sought. However, the expenditure of spirit stones pained him, as he had squandered nearly 500,000 in a single day. Presently, he was left with only a little over 8,000 medium-grade spirit stones after depleting all his low-grade stones. Chapter 62. Before foundation establishment throughout his journey, he had scarcely utilized any elixirs to bolster his cultivation. It was not due to a lack of desire, but rather the understanding that as one approached the final stages, breakthroughs became increasingly arduous, rendering him hesitant to rely on them. Thus, he had consistently cultivated with spirit stones. While 8,000 medium-grade stones appeared substantial, the consumption escalated with each advancement. Following foundation establishment, the demands would only increase further. Upon returning to the small courtyard, he found Luo Jia engrossed in a scroll made of beast hide. Upon noticing their return, he set the scroll aside and jested, "Yang Xian, you return only to whisk my sister away for an outing without even inquiring whether I wish to join? Leaving me all alone at home seems rather inconsiderate." Yang Xian recognized his humor but still felt somewhat awkward. In truth, he had noticed that throughout their acquaintance, Luo Jia always seemed to remain at home, never truly venturing out for leisure. Luo Fong was similarly inclined. Was this the norm for alchemists? At that moment, Luo Feng retorted, "What would you do joining us? If you wish to go out, you should hurry and find yourself a sister-in-law to accompany you." Yang Xian chuckled awkwardly, observing the playful banter between the siblings. Finally, he inquired, "Luo Jia, since you arrived early, do you know if there are any places in Tiandi City that are abundant in thunder and lightning? Or perhaps locations suitable for cultivating lightning?" Upon addressing the matter at hand, Luo Jia ceased his jesting demeanor and pondered briefly before responding, "I have not heard of any natural locations filled with thunder and lightning. However, in the city center, there is a property owned by the Guo family. They have a range of caverns available for rent, reportedly offering various attributes." Luo Jia had learned of the Guo family during his initial arrival in Tiandi City. As he sought accommodations, this family was recognized as the second most prominent in the northern continent, second only to the Zhao family, specializing in the rental of caves. 6 out of 10 rental caves in the northern continent were reportedly managed by them. Aware of such a place, Yang Xian planned to visit once his injuries healed. Although he had purchased numerous lightning talismans to refine his spiritual power, the inconsistency and fleeting nature of their lightning made him contemplate finding a more suitable location. 10 days later, the three of them boarded a beast cart and arrived at the site managed by the Guo family. It was a small area of low-lying hills adorned with numerous pavilions of varying sizes. Each pavilion was connected by a pathway leading to an artificially excavated cavern, which served as the rental space. Upon witnessing this landscape, Yang Xian gained a tangible understanding of the Guo family's influence. Having perused the map of Tiandi City over the past few days, he noted that this was the only hill within the city, yet it belonged to the Guo family rather than the first-ranked Zhao family. A testament to the Guo family's significance, the beast cart brought them to a stop at the foot of the hill. After disembarking, Yang Xian and the others beheld a grand hall a few hundred meters ahead. The driver informed them that they could complete the rental procedures for the caves inside. Entering the hall, they were greeted by a young woman who would assist them. With a sweet smile, the woman addressed her companions, "Esteemed friends, what kind of cave dwelling are you seeking? Would you like me to introduce the various types of cave dwellings along with their functions and prices?" Yang Xian inquired directly, "Is there a cave dwelling infused with the power of lightning?" The woman replied, "Indeed, we have cave dwellings with lightning attributes available at low, medium, and high levels. The low-level dwelling corresponds to the limits that can be endured during the Qi refinement stage, priced at 1,000 low-grade spirit stones per month. The medium-level dwelling costs 200 middle-grade spirit stones per month, wherein the lightning power has reached the limits that a foundation establishment cultivator can withstand." She refrained from elaborating on the high-level options and continued, "All special-type cave dwellings here are rented on a monthly basis. If you vacate before a month is up, the fee will still be charged as if for a full month." Upon hearing the price, Yang Xian was taken aback. 200 middle-grade spirit stones for merely a month equated to 20,000 low-grade spirit stones, which was nearly the annual rent for their modest courtyard. The woman, noticing his expression, smiled knowingly. It seems this friend may not be well acquainted with the special-type cave dwellings. The power of these single-attribute caves is derived from our utilization of special crystal stones combined with formations, and they are only available as individual units. Unlike ordinary caves, which merely require sufficient spiritual energy, our standard cave dwellings are priced at several thousand to tens of thousands of spirit stones per year. Yang Xian pondered this and ultimately opted for a medium-level dwelling. After paying 3 months' rent, he was led to a cave nestled halfway up a mountain. The stone door closed automatically behind him. The illumination formation within the cave activated. The space was roughly 2 zhang in circumference, and aside from a prominent meditation mat at the center, there was only a control switch on the ground before the mat to regulate the intensity of the lightning. After calming his emotions, he sat cross-legged on the mat, extending his hand just far enough to reach the control switch. Grasping the switch, he gently twisted it. Instantly, threads of lightning surged forth from the surrounding stone walls, enveloping the entire space, gradually converging towards the mat. The closer the lightning approached the mat, the more densely it gathered, exhibiting a tendency to coalesce into a luminous cocoon. Seeing this, he did not dare to be complacent. He first activated his body-refining technique to withstand the torrent of electric energy flowing towards him. Due to the formation's alterations, the electric energy did not flicker away like a bolt of lightning, but instead connected to him continuously. resembling curling hair. Amidst the crackling sounds, he felt a tingling sensation coursing through every cell in his body. Through introspection, he observed lightning elements traversing within him. He directed the spiritual energy from his dantian to gradually approach these lightning particles. Enveloping them, as his spiritual energy wrapped around the lightning particles, they began to exhibit violent behavior, engaging in a fierce struggle. When his spiritual energy collided with the lightning, it was utterly powerless, beginning to dissipate. However, due to the sheer volume of spiritual energy, it quickly reassembled, swiftly extinguishing the lightning particles. At this moment, although his spiritual energy had been partially depleted from the confrontation, what remained was even more refined. As time passed, the amplitude of his hand's movement towards the lightning control switch increased. Through repeated adjustments, the intensity of the lightning within the cave had been heightened to a level that even a mid-foundation establishment cultivator would find difficult to endure. By this time, his spiritual energy had achieved 80% refinement, yet its total amount had decreased, remaining less than 4 times that of an elite chi refinement pinnacle cultivator. Thus, he had no choice but to draw upon spirit stones. Multitasking to refine while replenishing his spiritual energy, as he consumed middle-grade spirit stones, the spiritual energy in his dantian began to grow again after undergoing repeated refinement. Engrossed in his cultivation, he lost all sense of time. Unbeknownst to him, after an indeterminate duration had passed, when his dantian's spiritual energy was merely a thread away from reaching 5 times its original amount, he finally opened his eyes. Chapter 63. Heavenly Grade Foundation Establishment. When the spiritual energy in his dantian was but a hair's breadth away from perfection, no further refinement could increase it. Not only that, but he also felt a faint, stinging pain in his meridians while circulating his spiritual energy. This slight pain compelled him to cease his futile attempts at further refinement. Although he firmly believed that the method of refining spiritual energy with lightning would ultimately succeed, the lingering thread of incompletion left him momentarily perplexed. However, at that moment, the sting in his meridians jolted him to realization. He understood that it was not the method that was flawed, but rather that his total spiritual energy was too dense. Now, after being refined by the lightning, it was akin to transforming a barrel of water into molten iron. When his spiritual energy was still in its watery state, the meridians could endure its flow, but now that it had become iron water, the increased quality and weight rendered the meridians incapable of bearing it. To allow the iron water to flow normally, he would need to transform his meridians into steel pipes capable of withstanding it. The only way to achieve such a transformation was to utilize the body refining technique to push his physical form to the later stages of foundation establishment. With this thought in mind, and in such a conducive environment, he resolutely turned the lightning control switch to its maximum. A torrent of electric threads instantly enveloped him, forming a cocoon of light around his figure. At this moment, within the cocoon, his body was riddled with tiny cracks, resembling a fragile porcelain vase on the verge of shattering. Yet, he remained unperturbed, merely viewing it as a minor breakthrough, devoid of any real danger. He operated the body refining technique to its utmost limit while simultaneously activating the soul-devouring technique, voraciously absorbing spiritual energy while repairing the damaged flesh and meridians. Additionally, he retrieved some prepared materials from his storage ring, spiritual liquids for application and spiritual fruits and herbs for consumption, and began to absorb them. With the addition of these spiritual materials, the damage and repair of his body intensified. The meridians fractured, then reformed and strengthened. He attempted to guide the forces to expedite the reconstruction and destruction of the meridians. But the results were less than satisfactory. The power for reinforcement and repair was relatively docile, and he found it relatively easy to manipulate using his spiritual consciousness. However, the destructive force was far too wild. Even with all his effort, he could only guide a fraction of it. Nonetheless, he persevered, striving to direct more. After numerous failures, he gradually managed to guide a portion of it, but it was already at his limit. On this day, Luo Feng arrived once more before the cave dwelling rented by Yang Xian, gazing at the still-closed stone door with a hint of concern in her eyes. 2 months prior. On the last day of Yang Xian's rental period, she had come here to await his emergence. Yet, until the cave's management personnel informed her that her friend had not yet emerged despite the expiration of his rental, She remained there. They confirmed through the formation, sensing that he was still absorbing the power of the lightning, and asked if she wished to extend his rental. Upon hearing this, she finally felt relieved and unhesitatingly renewed Yang Xian's rental for another 2 months. However, now standing before the cave, she was exceedingly anxious. If he did not emerge in another 2 days, she would have to renew the rental again. Although the management personnel continually assured her that he was still cultivating without incident, her worries only grew. Tio keep a constant watch on Yang Xian. She even rented a cave dwelling adjacent to his, allowing her to remain vigilantly at his side each day. Just as she thought today would be another day of waiting in vain, she suddenly noticed a surge in the surrounding spiritual energy. At that moment, the cave's management personnel approached her, informing her that they had just detected that the lightning conversion formation in Yang Xian's cave had ceased to function. Sensing the increasingly dense spiritual energy around her, she swiftly made her way towards Yang Xian's cave. Coupled with the management personnel's words, she realized that Yang Xian was likely undergoing a breakthrough at that moment. As time passed, the influx of spiritual energy gathered here increased, eventually forming a vortex above the cave, roughly a zhang in diameter. The formation of the vortex accelerated the absorption of spiritual energy from the surroundings, causing it to flow towards this point from a radius of hundreds of zhang. Moreover, this range continued to expand, and the vortex above the cave simultaneously grew larger. Meanwhile, within the cave, Yang Xian had begun his breakthrough into foundation establishment. At the very instant his physical form reached the later stages of foundation establishment, his cultivation level immediately attained perfection, rendering the barriers of the foundation establishment stage imperceptible, allowing him to naturally break through alongside his physical form. In the moment of simultaneous dual breakthroughs, he swiftly deactivated the lightning. Without the hindrance of the conversion formation, external spiritual energy surged into the cave, flooding into his body. After being purified and refined by the exceptionally pure spiritual energy and blood essence, half rapidly integrated into every cell of his physical form, while the other half flowed into the qi mass in his dantian. As the influx of spiritual energy increased, the qi mass gradually expanded, soon filling the entire dantian. Subsequently, the dantian swelled with dense spiritual energy, enlarging and broadening. However, he gradually sensed that the external spiritual energy could no longer satisfy his breakthrough. Both his body and spirit experienced a sense of hunger. He hastily communicated with his storage ring, summoning dozens of middle-grade spirit stones with a mere wave of his hand. With the addition of these spirit stones, the feeling of hunger gradually dissipated. Thus, every so often, he would produce dozens of middle-grade spirit stones to absorb alongside his cultivation. Uncertain of how much time had elapsed, his dantian had reached its maximum expansion, and no further swelling of spiritual energy could occur. He realized that it was time to consume the lightning refinement fruit. If he delayed any longer, the incoming spiritual energy would crash against the fixed walls of his dantian, resulting in a backlash. In the chaos between the receding and surging currents, a vortex would form under the influence of his cultivation technique. At this juncture, he successfully established his foundation. Thus, he took out the thunder refining fruit, chewed it a few times, and swallowed it. Immediately, he felt a continuous surge of power flowing through his stomach, washing over his internal organs and meridians like waves eroding sand. This energy surged into his dantian, cleansing the spiritual energy within and propelling the dantian to expand wildly. Simultaneously, 3 inexplicable forces flowed into his brain, nourishing each of his brain cells, permeating into mysterious realms he did not comprehend, altering his innate qualities and more aspects he could not fathom. The enigmatic power continued to infiltrate, seeping into his skull and every minuscule ion throughout his body. At that moment, he felt as though he were cradled in his mother's embrace. Enveloped in warmth and comfort, he wished to remain in this state indefinitely, forgetting his troubles, his pains, and everything else, quietly savoring this warmth. Uncertain how much time had passed, a resonant roar erupted from within, startling him and causing him to frown. He soon regained his senses, realizing he was not in his mother's comforting arms but still within the cave. The surrounding spiritual energy had ceased to flow in. The ground was littered with the remnants of spiritual stones, their energies completely drained, leaving only gray ash, Chapter 64. Emergence from seclusion. He then recalled his breakthrough and instinctively closed his eyes to introspect. His first focus was on his dantian, which had now transcended the term field, as that was too limiting for a cultivator's aspirations towards longevity. Thus, upon reaching the foundation establishment stage, it was no longer referred to as dantian, but rather as qi. The spiritual energy was also no longer termed spiritual power, but was now called spiritual qi. Upon introspection, he found his qi to be extraordinarily vast, although not as expansive as the ocean. It resembled a serene little lake at its center with a slowly swirling vortex. The rotation of the vortex not only drew away a portion of the lake's water, but also generated a continuous pulling force, perpetually absorbing spiritual qi from the outside. Through the refinement of his techniques and vital energy, mist accumulated above the lake surface, eventually condensing into droplets that merged back into the water. Curiosity piqued. His spiritual awareness ventured toward the vortex. As it approached, he felt all his thoughts dissipate in an instant, being drawn into the vortex by an irresistible force. When he regained his bearings, he found himself in a mysterious space. This was an ethereal realm. As his spiritual awareness probed the surroundings, it vanished into the void after a short distance, only to return inexplicably, bringing no other images. He extended his awareness upward and beheld a minuscule point of pure white. Condensed from exceedingly refined spiritual Q identity this point, he sensed a purity of power far surpassing that of the lake. As he extended his awareness further, he soon saw the lake once more. Simultaneously, he realized he had established a connection between the lake and the small point. The lake represented his body, the small point his heart, and his spiritual awareness was akin to his mind. He comprehended that this small point was the seed of his future golden core. Although it was merely a small dot now, with time and the absorption of the lake's condensed spiritual qi, it would gradually enlarge. Ultimately, it would form into an object akin to a pearl, the golden core. His cultivation had officially achieved foundation establishment, and remarkably, it was of the highest quality. The exhilaration within him was indescribable. Though he longed to experience what set this quality apart, just as he concluded his introspection of the qi, his awareness inadvertently expanded, catching sight of Luo Fong outside the cave, leaving him puzzled as to her presence there. He quickly rose, channeling his spiritual energy to shake off the remnants of dead skin left from his physical breakthrough. Instantly, a wave of energy radiated outward, and he felt the vastness and resilience of his meridians, with spiritual qi flowing within them seamlessly. The physical body of someone in the latter stage of foundation establishment was filled with explosive power, giving him the illusion that a single punch could shatter the cave. Outside the cave, Luo Fong awaited with a cheerful demeanor. Having experienced foundation establishment herself, she understood that Brother Yang had succeeded, and moreover, at the highest quality. She could imagine his joy, having toiled for so long for this breakthrough. Now, at last, he had triumphed. She fantasized about how, upon emerging from the cave, he would joyfully rush towards her, taking her hand and laughing, or perhaps enveloping her in a warm embrace. As the stone door swung open, he emerged, invigorated, and before Luo Fong could utter a word, he hastened to her side, concern etched on his face. Fong, what brings you here? Has something happened? Perhaps due to Yang Xian's unexpected appearance. The sweet scene she had envisioned upon their reunion was disrupted, leaving her momentarily stunned. It was the cave management personnel nearby who broke the silence with a smile. Congratulations, friend, on your successful foundation establishment. You may not be aware, but your cave expired 2 months ago. This young lady helped extend your time and, out of concern, rented a cave nearby, vigilantly waiting by your door every day. The management personnel had keenly observed Luo Fong's unwavering vigil over the past 2 months. She could not bear to see her affections overlooked by Yang Xian. After delivering her message, she turned and departed. Yang Xian had not anticipated that he had been in seclusion for 5 months. Causing Luo Fong such worry, he took her hand, forgoing sweet nothings, simply squeezing it gently. Let us return home. This time, I shall prepare a barbecue for you, guaranteeing it tastes just like the one from the beastly forest. To others, this might seem like an ordinary statement, yet it caused her lips to curve into a smile, her eyes nearly narrowing to slits, her dimples brimming with happiness. She nodded softly, following Yang Xian towards the small courtyard. Strangely, although her personality was lively, each time Yang Xian held her hand, she would instantly become shy, resembling a docile kitten. She spoke less, and it was unclear whether she was too bashful to say much or simply wished to quietly revel in this warmth. As they walked, they chose not to ride in the beast cart, opting instead for a tranquil stroll. Upon returning to the small courtyard, they were fortunate not to find Luo Jia at home. While Yang Xian silently rejoiced that no one had interrupted their moment, Wu Ying suddenly emerged from his embrace, protesting vehemently, having gone nearly half a year without food. After Wu Ying's reminder, he realized he often neglected this little creature. Even during battles, he frequently forgot to let it out to assist him. It was not that Wu Ying lacked combat prowess. It had evolved into a formidable fourth-tier beast, indeed quite fearsome. After feeding Wu Ying several fourth-tier beast crystals, he turned to Luo Fong with a smile. By the way, why have I never seen that leopard? You haven't roasted it, have you? Luo Fong, no longer restrained by his hand, perked up, shooting him a playful glare as she retorted. That useless creature is terrified of you. When you're around, it refuses to come out. Honestly, how could you have beaten it so mercilessly before? He had little interest in discussing the thunder leopard further. It was merely a conversational filler. Subsequently, undeterred, he opted to barbecue bear paws. Learning from past experiences, he refrained from roasting them whole this time, instead cutting them into several pieces and scoring each one to allow the seasoning to seep in. Fearing that Luo Jia might return before they had enough to eat, he roasted all 3 bear paws simultaneously. Before long, the small courtyard was filled with an enticing aroma. The scent was reminiscent of a previous occasion when the air had been equally fragrant. Seeing Luo Fong nearly salivating, he chuckled nervously. Just wait a moment. Let me see if it's cooked through. Don't mask his lack of confidence in this barbecue endeavor. He naturally grabbed a piece and brought it to his mouth, hesitating for a moment before taking a bite. Instantly, his eyes narrowed and his cheeks puffed out. Holding his own roasted meat in one hand, he extended another piece toward Luo Fong. With his mouth still full, he proudly proclaimed, "Come and taste my barbecue skills. Few can rival them." Although Luo Fong recalled someone once mentioning a failed attempt at barbecuing bear paws, seeing his confident expression now led her to believe in him. Without hesitation, she took the piece and bit into it. Immediately, her mouth was filled with a delightful flavor, indescribably refreshing, and she began to eat heartily, disregarding all decorum. Chapter 65. The quintessence of the 5 elements after enjoying the barbecue. It was already evening. Yang Xian suppressed his urge to visit Luo Fong's room. Back in his own chamber, however, he found it difficult to quell the chaotic thoughts swirling in his mind. He fantasized about her room, envisioned her figure, and even indulged in more lascivious daydreams about her bed. Feeling hot all over, he rose and opened the door, making his way to the well in the backyard, where he poured several buckets of icy water over his head. Feeling slightly more comfortable, after a few more buckets, his heated heart finally began to calm. Returning indoors, he changed out of his damp clothes and sat cross-legged on the bed, commencing the stabilization of his cultivation. Having just achieved a breakthrough, he had not yet had the chance to test how much his spiritual awareness had improved. At this moment, he released his spiritual awareness, deliberately avoiding Luo Fong's room, and began to expand outward. 70 zhang, 100 zhang. Subsequently, he astonishingly broke through 170 zhang with ease, ultimately managing to reach 1.5 li. The range of 1.5 li enveloped him, leaving him somewhat astonished. He had a natural sense that the limit of 2 li minus 1 zhang during the foundation establishment stage would certainly be broken in the mid-foundation establishment phase. It was an instinctive, certain feeling, though he could not articulate its origin. Ultimately, he attributed it all to his exceptional foundation establishment. In truth, it was indeed due to this quality. The thunder refining fruit not only shattered certain shackles within him, but also aided him in a complete metamorphosis. The 3 forces of heaven and earth, while nourishing his spiritual roots, have also opened the luminous gateway to his future comprehension of the heavenly principles. Everything awaits his cultivation to reach a level where he can, with greater ease than the ordinary, grasped the essence of the heavenly way. As his suddenly surging spiritual consciousness settled, he recalled Elder Feng's words, urging him to study the 5 elements Qi cultivation method. Thus, he retrieved the tome that had accompanied him through many years. Gazing at the 5 striking characters on the cover, he could not help but reminisce about the old man. After a moment of silence, he perused the contents from the first page to the last, finding no peculiarities. Subsequently, he meticulously dissected each character and every incantation, yet still uncovered nothing of note. However, considering that Elder Feng had at least reached the late stage of the nascent soul, he became even more patient in his examination. He toiled until midnight, having scrutinized not only the strokes of every character, but also the intricate patterns on the beast's skin that housed the method. Eventually, he even attempted to acknowledge the tome with a drop of his blood, yet to no avail. Staring at the large blood stain on the cover, he gritted his teeth and channeled the spiritual energy within him into the book. If no revelations emerged, he would have to contemplate other methods. As his spiritual energy flowed into the tome, he was thrilled to witness the 5 characters of the 5 elements Qi cultivation method gradually begin to glow. Having finally discovered a method, he poured his energy into the book with all his might, and the brilliance of the characters intensified. After the passage of half an incense stick's worth of time, when his internal spiritual energy dwindled to merely 20%, the 5 characters on the cover suddenly radiated a blinding light, which instantaneously entered his body. At that moment, the energy he had just infused into the tome not only replenished itself in an instant, but surged to the peak level of the initial stage of foundation establishment. As long as he practiced the techniques of the foundation establishment stage, his cultivation would naturally ascend to that pinnacle. The light dimmed significantly, effortlessly passing through the pearl space and merging into his soul. In that instant, a wealth of information inscribed itself within his spirit. This was a cultivation method, named the 5 Elements Transformation Technique. The cultivation method for the Qi refining stage was indeed the original 5 Elements Qi cultivation method, while the method for the foundation establishment stage served as the foundation for refining Qi, separating the 5 elemental attributes within the spiritual energy and cultivating them simultaneously. The subsequent techniques for the golden core stage, including the 5 elements transformation of yin and yang, as well as further content, were currently beyond his use, and thus he did not delve into them. Once he obtained the follow-up techniques, he eagerly commenced his cultivation. In this endeavor, he lost track of time. By the moment he transformed the small lake within his Qi Sea into 5 even smaller ones. 3 months had elapsed. At this juncture, his Qi Sea had undergone a dramatic transformation. The formerly colorless small lake had vanished. In its place were 5 smaller lakes of varying hues, positioned at 5 distinct points, encircling a vortex of spiritual energy at their center. Threads of differing colors of spiritual energy were drawn into the central vortex. Having successfully transformed the properties of the spiritual energy within his Qi Sea, he ceased his cultivation and noticed the scattered ashes of spirit stones on his bed. Upon inspecting his storage ring, he felt a twinge of helplessness regarding future expenditures. This bout of cultivation, coupled with the consumption incurred during his breakthrough to foundation establishment, had cost him nearly 1,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Then, he observed the 5 elements Qi cultivation method lying on the bed, noting that the 5 characters on the cover had vanished. Recalling that flash of light, he couldn't help but feel a flicker of doubt towards the old man. The old man had claimed to have found this tome, which he had retrieved from the corpse of an ordinary disciple. At that time, as a mere mortal, he had no thoughts beyond joy. Even when Elder Feng remarked that the book was extraordinary, he had given it little thought. However, now that he had personally experienced the tome's marvels, he found himself subtly questioning the old man's words. Reflecting on the years they had spent together, he realized he knew nothing of the old man's past. Previously, he had not cared to ponder this, but the more he thought about it now, the more peculiar it felt. After a while, he shook his head. The old man was no longer alive, and further contemplation was futile. He picked up the book and flipped through its pages, finding them devoid of any inscriptions. Perhaps he had flipped the pages too forcefully. After turning just 2 pages, the entire tome disintegrated into ashes. He stared dumbfounded at the white ash in his hand, feeling a profound sense of loss. Now, the last remnant he possessed that was connected to the old man had vanished. After a lengthy pause, he rose from the bed and, with a wave of his hand, summoned a gust of wind that formed a small whirlwind. Gathering all the dust into a clump and casting it out into the garden beyond the window. As he opened the window, he spotted Luo Fong and Luo Jia preparing to head out, prompting him to call out, "What are you two planning to do?" Luo Fong turned around immediately, her face lighting up with joy as she replied, "Brother has been invited to an auction. Are you going?" Yang Xian, though her words inquired about Yang Xian's attendance, her eyes bore no trace of uncertainty. Yang Xian smiled and replied, "Of course, I've never attended an auction before." Their destination was at the heart of the city, to an auction house known as Tianxin Pavilion, specifically organized for cultivators of the Foundation establishment stage and above. Tianxin Pavilion is an enterprise directly affiliated with the City Lord's mansion of Tiandi City. From what Yang Xian knew, Tiandi City was a formidable force composed of rogue cultivators. Despite being under the influence of various factions, the current Tiandi City was still under the control of that rogue cultivator, and no one dared defy his orders. However, major factions also held their own interests within the city, wielding considerable influence. In the span of a meal, they arrived in front of a grand building towering over 10 stories high. This was Tianxin Pavilion. After Luo Jia presented their invitation, they were ushered into a private room. Chapter 66. The auction. Within the small private room, Yang Xian sat beside Luo Fong, curiously observing the environment of the auction hall. It resembled a design akin to a combat arena, now filled to capacity with attendees. In the center of the hall stood a low auction platform, currently empty. Surrounding the hall, apart from the entrance, were private rooms elevated about 4 meters above the auction platform. At this moment, many of these private rooms emitted a faint glow, a protective array designed to shield against prying eyes and spiritual senses. Clearly, individuals were already inside, having activated the array. After half an hour had passed, a sudden burst of light erupted from the auction platform in the center of the hall. Subsequently, 2 figures materialized upon it. It turned out that the platform was not merely an auction stage, but also a teleportation array. As the light dissipated, a middle-aged man and a young woman appeared on the platform. Before them, an octagonal table had mysteriously manifested. The same table was present in their private room, and it was likely that others had similar arrangements. The young woman held a box in her hands and took a step back. Meanwhile, the middle-aged man leaned slightly forward towards the octagonal table, showcasing his role as the auctioneer. He did not commence with an overly elaborate opening statement, but rather asserted directly, "Welcome, everyone. The first item up for auction is a peak spiritual weapon. A blade named Spirit Slayer. As the name suggests, its characteristic is its unique efficacy against all forms of defenses composed of spiritual energy. For instance, the earth armor of the late Foundation establishment stage can be effortlessly sliced open with just a gentle stroke." As he introduced the item, the young woman opened the box and revealed a curved blade approximately 2 feet in length. She held it at chest level, gracefully parading around the auction platform, allowing everyone to observe. When she returned to stand behind the middle-aged man, he declared in a loud voice, "The Spirit Slayer blade begins at a base price of 50,000 low-grade spirit stones, with each increment not to be less than 1,000. Let the bidding commence. 55,000, 61,000 low-grade spirit stones." Yang Xian and the others in the private room watched as bidders in the hall fervently competed for the Spirit Slayer blade, quickly driving the price up to 80,000 spirit stones. Ultimately, it was purchased by a private room for 130,000. As various items were auctioned off, Yang Xian witnessed what true wealth looked like. The few spirit stones in his storage ring could only afford him a handful of slightly better items. By noon, aside from Luo Jia acquiring a Dan furnace, neither he nor Luo Fong had encountered anything of interest. Just as they were about to meditate and cultivate out of boredom, the middle-aged auctioneer's announcement finally captured Yang Xian's attention. He beheld the young woman holding a high-grade magical tool, presenting a hanger crafted as a high-grade magical item, upon which hung a plain white dress. The middle-aged auctioneer began, "This is a high-grade spiritual weapon capable of autonomously defending against 3 full-force attacks from the late Foundation establishment stage. Additionally, it is impervious to water and fire." remaining warm in winter and cool in summer. Most importantly for women, it possesses the ability to remain dust-free. Once donned, one can sit anywhere without fear of accumulating dust, thus preserving one's beauty. Yang Xian glanced at the beautiful woman beside him, noticing that she was entirely captivated by the dress, her eyes sparkling with desire. At that moment, the middle-aged man finally announced the starting bid. 60,000 low-grade spirit stones. Each increment must not be less than 1,000. The first bid came from a young man in the hall, who called out 65,000. However, as soon as the price was called out, it was drowned by the rising tide of bids. 66,000, 80,000. At this moment, a voice from the private room rang out. 100,000. Yang Xian's voice followed suit. 110,000. Luo Fong, who had initially intended to bid, couldn't help but smile sweetly upon hearing his offer and chose to remain silent. When the price reached 130,000, the hall was devoid of competitors. Save for 2 private rooms and Yang Xian, the 3 of them engaged in a bidding war. For this garment, had it been a men's attire, the maximum price would have hovered around 110,000. Aside from its ability to withstand 3 strikes from a foundation-building cultivator, its other features such as dust resistance and temperature regulation were rather commonplace, as most magical garments possessed such functionalities. At this juncture, a man's voice emerged from one of the private rooms. 150,000. The woman in the other room remained silent for a long time, presumably having conceded. Just as the auctioneer was about to commence the countdown, Yang Xian once again raised the bid to 170,000, increasing the amount by 20,000, showcasing his determination to acquire the garment without concern for expense. After a brief silence, the man added 5,000, bringing his bid to 175,000. Yang Xian calculated in his mind and upped the bid to 180,000. Should the opponent raise the price again, he would directly bid 200,000 to try and overwhelm him. Otherwise, continuing with small increments could potentially inflate the price even higher. However, after the middle-aged auctioneer counted down 3 times, the opposing bidder remained silent. Ultimately, the nameless garment was secured by him. Within the private room, Yang Xian produced 1,800 mid-grade spirit stones, placing them in a storage bag which then vanished in a flash of light. Reappearing at the auction stage, only upon receiving the spirit stones did the auctioneer deliver the garment to their room. He picked up the exquisite small box containing the garment and handed it to Luo Fong, who received it with a beaming smile, showing no hesitation. In her heart, she felt there was no need for formality when her man gifted her something. Instead, she would repay him with even more warmth. Luo Jie, observing from the side, chuckled with satisfaction. After spending considerable time together, he felt assured and content in matters of affection. Yang Xian treated his sister exceptionally well, genuinely enamored with her, as a man himself. Luo Jie understood this aspect deeply. In terms of women, Yang Xian, if one were to phrase it kindly, had little interaction with other women and was not lecherous. However, if one were to be blunt, he was simply a country bumpkin, entirely oblivious to the allure of femininity. After the acquisition of the garment, it was not until the auction was nearing its conclusion that Yang Xian set his sights on a piece of otherworldly crystal. Clear as water, about the size of 3 fists, he spent 310 mid-grade spirit stones to secure it. As the auction progressed, the items became increasingly precious. Regrettably, apart from the crystal he intended to use for forging a sword, he found little utility in the other items presented. In his subconscious, he only required a robust physical form, a commendable agility technique, and a superior sword. He felt satisfied with his physique and agility. Yet he had long desired a sword that could grow alongside him, but luck had not favored him thus far. Upon exiting the auction hall, the day was already waning. They chose not to linger but headed straight back to their small courtyard. Upon reaching the entrance, they spotted a middle-aged man standing there, seemingly awaiting their arrival. Upon noticing an individual standing before their courtyard, Luo Jie was somewhat surprised, his first instinct being that the man had come seeking his alchemical expertise. However, he quickly recalled that since arriving in Tiandi City, he had not assisted anyone in alchemy but had instead procured spirit herbs to refine and sell. Luo Fong and Yang Xian looked at Luo Jie, clearly unperturbed and unaware that the visitor was there for them. Luo Jie hastened forward to inquire who the man was looking for, but the individual bypassed him and approached Yang Xian. In Yang Xian's puzzled expression, the man clasped his fists in salute and spoke. "You must be Yang Xian, right? I am one of the stewards of the Guo family in Tiandi City." Guo de Yang Xian, still in a daze, returned the gesture and asked, "Steward Guo, what brings you to me? Is there something you require?" To be honest, he felt quite bewildered, as he had no prior dealings with the Guo family. The only connection being the rental of their cave dwelling, but thousands rented from them, leaving him perplexed as to why Guo de sought him out. Seeing his bewildered expression, Guo de, recalling the instructions from above, felt somewhat perplexed himself. Nevertheless, he politely explained, "Yang Daoyu, it is this way. Our family, in appreciation of the support from various friends in the cultivation world, has recently initiated a gratitude event, selecting one fortunate person from each cave-dwelling base. You have been chosen as the lucky individual in Tiandi City, allowing you to reside in any level of our cave-dwelling free of charge indefinitely." After delivering this news, he swiftly placed a token into Yang Xian's hand and turned to leave, vanishing around the corner of the street before Yang Xian could fully comprehend the situation. Staring at the deserted street corner, the three of them remained in a state of disbelief. After a moment, Luo Jie asked, "When did they start this event?" "I never heard about it." Luo Fong, carefree, responded, "Who cares? Let's just accept this good fortune. Such a powerful entity wouldn't want to harm us, mere loose cultivators. Would they?" Yang Xian, despite pondering deeply, could not decipher the intentions of the Guo family. It could be interpreted as an attempt to recruit him, yet they had not mentioned it if it was a gesture of goodwill. He found the idea amusing. Perhaps even the Yuanying stage cultivators of the Guo family had no need to curry favor with him, let alone a mere foundation cultivator like himself. Unable to make sense of it, he decided not to dwell further, storing the token in his ring and remarking, "Fong Fong is right. Whatever purpose the Guo family has is beyond our speculation. If they wish to win me over, we shall observe their subsequent actions. If they intend to harm me, there is little we can do to escape. Moreover, I sense no malice from them, so there is no need to worry." Upon entering the small courtyard, Luo Fong eagerly rushed to try on her new garment, while Luo Jie busied himself with his alchemy furnace, leaving Yang Xian alone in the yard. He chuckled wryly, shaking his head as he walked toward his room. Thoughts of the Guo family clouded his mind, rendering him disinterested in cultivation. Lying on his bed, he mulled over his thoughts, skeptical that there exists such a thing as unprovoked goodwill. Although he assured Luo Fong and Luo Jie not to worry, he remained perplexed about the true motives of the Guo family. And the following 2 days, he meandered through the city's taverns and tea houses, seeking out bustling locales to indulge in some drinks, savor tea, and catch wind of gossip, steering conversations whenever possible. After 2 days, he had gathered a bit more information about the Guo family, but it was still scant. Firstly, the Guo family had a stellar reputation, with no reports of their offspring engaging in any inappropriate behavior, nor were they known for deceitful conduct. Secondly, it was rumored that the Guo family possessed ancestors beyond the Yuanying stage, i.e. the northern continent. The highest known cultivation level was Yuanying. This was also the reason the Guo family occupied the only mountain range within Tiandi City, with no opposition from the Zhao family or the city lord's estate. Thirdly, it was said that the Guo family had arrived in Tiandi City a century ago, although no one knew their origin. Aside from these insights, he found no other information. While these 3 pieces did not clarify why the Guo family offered him a cave dwelling, they did suggest that the family had a commendable lineage. With this newfound knowledge, he no longer ventured out alone but resolved to spend quality time with Luo Fong. After some time, he intended to revisit the medicinal fields outside of Baiyun Sect. Recently, he often reminisced about that place, particularly after the 5 elements Qi cultivation method transformed into the 5 elements transformation technique. He felt an inexplicable longing. It is said that emotional ties can hinder cultivation, though he was unsure of its validity. Nonetheless, he deemed it appropriate to return for a proper farewell, as the teleportation was swift and would not take much time. 10 days later, he bid farewell to the Luo siblings and embarked alone onto the teleportation array. Upon his arrival at Xinji Fengshi, stepping out of the array, he beheld the familiar streets, memories flooding his mind. There was little sentimentality, as his absence had not been long, however, being there rekindled thoughts of the renowned artifact crafting shop. Thus, a quarter of an hour later, he entered the same bustling shop where he had previously struggled to find footing. This time, fortune favored him, for the slumbering master was surprisingly awake. Upon seeing Yang Xian enter, he merely lifted his gaze for a moment before returning to his drink. Yang Xian paid no heed, considering it the demeanor of a master. After stepping into the back courtyard, he clasped his fists in greeting to the middle-aged man and said, "Master, I visited last time. You may not recall I am here to request your assistance with crafting an artifact." The middle-aged man took a sip of his drink and replied, "That beast tooth of yours is still a waste at your current cultivation level." Perhaps the effects of alcohol had made him somewhat loquacious, as he continued after another sip. "That is a beast tooth suitable for the god transformation stage. It is only appropriate for those at the Yuanying stage, or at least the Jindan stage." Yang Xian was astonished that the middle-aged master remembered him, and upon hearing that the beast tooth was of the god transformation stage, he was taken aback. Did this not imply that the ghost monkey was a beast of the god transformation stage? Beasts below the 4th level were quite weak, correlating with the Qi refinement stage of cultivators. However, once they advanced beyond the 4th level, each promotion corresponded to a significant realm of human cultivation. The 5th level corresponds to the golden core, while the 6th level aligns with the nascent soul. Thus, the ghost monkey, upon reaching the 6th level, chooses not to take on a human form but continues to evolve as a beast. To my astonishment, I have encountered such extraordinary fortune. Not only have I consumed its soul, but I have also acquired its fangs. Taking a deep breath, I once again bowed respectfully to the middle-aged man and said, "Esteemed senior, I have recently obtained a piece of celestial crystal. If it pleases you, I would like to request your assistance in forging a sword primarily crafted from beast fangs." I thought to myself, it is a waste if it must be, for in this realm of cultivation, who knows if one can survive until tomorrow, let alone reach the nascent soul stage. With that, I presented the beast fangs along with the celestial crystal, eagerly gazing at the middle-aged master. The middle-aged man had already seen the beast fangs. He shifted his gaze to the celestial crystal, but did not reach out to take it. Instead, he inquired, "What is your name? What is your background?" Yang Xian was momentarily taken aback. He found the question rather peculiar. "Nonetheless," he replied, "I am called Yang Xian, a herb farmer from 80 miles outside of Baiyun sect. Taken in by others, I suppose I am now considered a loose cultivator." The senior's inquiry about this was, Chapter 68. The soul-breaking sword. Yang, you say? 80 miles outside Baiyun sect? The middle-aged man muttered to himself for a moment before accepting the materials and stating, "Find a place to cultivate. I need to ponder this thoroughly. With this celestial crystal, though not exceedingly rare, its compatibility might allow me to design a growth-type sword for you." Yang Xian felt immense joy upon hearing this, but he still inquired about the matter of compensation. He was not concerned about his ability to pay with spirit stones. Instead, he was apprehensive that the middle-aged master might demand some peculiar materials. If it were spirit stones, however, he still had 5,800 medium-grade spirit stones stored in his ring. Among foundation-building cultivators, he was not the wealthiest, yet he certainly ranked above average. The middle-aged man turned and entered a room. Disregarding him, just before closing the door, he remarked, "It would be wise not to wander too far. Your blood essence may be needed at any moment." In the brief time spent with the middle-aged master, which totaled less than half an hour, Yang Xian felt he had already grown accustomed to the man's demeanor. He ceased to ponder further, settling into the middle-aged master's reclining chair, mimicking his previous posture. Surprisingly, sitting upright felt rather uncomfortable. It was far more pleasant to recline. In truth, he rather enjoyed the atmosphere of the middle-aged master's abode. There was no need to adhere to formalities. Everything was relaxed. One could lie down if desired or simply plop down on the ground. It reminded him of when he tended to his herbs. When fatigued, he would lie down in the mud, rolling and turning as he pleased, knowing he would just wash himself off in the creek after a good rest. Thus, within this utterly casual environment, he gradually drifted into slumber upon the comfortable chair. When he awoke, the sun had already set. Rising to his feet, he stretched luxuriously, only to find the middle-aged master seated on the ground, gazing at him with a peculiar expression. Meeting the middle-aged man's eyes, Yang Xian awkwardly forgot to lower his hands, which were still raised, he had taken possession of the master's chair, leaving him to sit on the floor. For a moment, Yang Xian was at a loss for words. After a brief pause, he sheepishly chuckled, "Good evening, esteemed senior." The middle-aged man nodded and stated plainly, "Release your spiritual energy for me to observe." Without hesitation, Yang Xian gathered a sphere of spiritual energy in his palm. Upon seeing the formed sphere, he failed to notice the astonished expression on the middle-aged man's face, as he was taken aback by the colors of his own spiritual energy. Previously, his spiritual energy had always appeared white. Since establishing his foundation, he had not engaged in battle and had never witnessed the vibrant hues of his spiritual energy, which were now a spectrum of colors. Just as he marveled at the colors, the middle-aged man's voice broke through. "You are indeed a practitioner of the 5 elements. It seems the purity of your spiritual roots is rather unusual." Yang Xian was not surprised that the other could discern his spiritual roots. Generally, the color of one's spiritual energy corresponds to the attribute of their roots, unless one intentionally concealed it through specific techniques. "It would be evident upon release," he replied. "Yes, when I entered Baiyun sect, I was tested and found to possess mixed spiritual roots of the 5 elements, with a purity level of 70. The middle-aged man remarked in curiosity. "I have only heard of those with a total purity exceeding 100. I never expected it to be true, let alone with balanced 5-element purity at 70. Although astonished, he quickly regained his composure. As if nothing could hold his attention for long, he spoke calmly. "I had already devised a plan, but since you are a practitioner of the 5 elements, we must revise the previous proposal." Pausing momentarily, as if organizing his thoughts, he continued, "Young one, I do not seek to pry into your cultivation methods. Simply tell me whether your elemental attributes will change in the future. If they will not, I shall forge you a 5-element sword. If they will, then we shall create a formless growth-type weapon." Yang Xian desired a sword that was uniquely his own, so after a brief contemplation, he stated, "They will change. They will vary across different realms." Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man nodded, seemingly unfazed. "Now, give me a drop of your blood essence, and I shall forge a growth-type treasure that you can barely wield during your foundation-building phase." Yang Xian was taken aback by the mention of a growth-type treasure. Even though the middle-aged man had taken his blood essence and retreated into the room for quite some time, he remained stunned. He found it hard to comprehend how a foundation-building cultivator could use a treasure. Simultaneously, he felt a sense of anticipation, eager for a treasure that would be invaluable even to those in the early stages of the Golden Core. In eager anticipation, he waited for 9 days. On the 10th morning, as the first rays of sunlight streamed into the courtyard, the door of the middle-aged man's forging chamber finally swung open. The man emerged, holding a long sword sheathed in pale white, almost transparent, looking somewhat weary. Casually, he tossed the sword into Yang Xian's hands, saying, "This is a low-grade growth-type treasure, characterized by its sharpness and the ability to induce soul paralysis. After you recognize it with your blood again, it can be stored within you for continual nurturing. A simple drop of ordinary blood will suffice." As Yang Xian grasped the sheathed sword, even before recognizing it with his blood, he felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Drawing the sword, a sharp aura surged forth, and the air around the blade seemed to tear apart. He was captivated, playing with the sword for a moment, eager to see just how barely usable it truly was for a foundation-building cultivator. However, no matter how he infused spiritual energy into the sword, it remained unresponsive. At this moment, the middle-aged man interjected. "To wield it during the foundation-building phase, you must burn your vital essence. I sense your vitality is robust. You should have practiced body-refining techniques. Given your current vitality level, you should be able to unleash 5 strikes before succumbing." Yang Xian had initially thought that barely usable implied a significant consumption of spiritual energy. Hearing that it required burning his vital essence, he hesitated to experiment further. With only enough vitality to perform 5 strikes, it meant that each strike would cost him 2/5 of his vitality. It seemed this sword would need to be reserved as a trump card for dire situations. Sheathing the sword, he dripped 2 drops of blood onto the hilt and blade. Instantly, the blood was absorbed, and he felt a profound connection, as though the sword were an extension of his own flesh. It felt as if the sword were part of him, akin to an arm or leg, albeit one that was currently too heavy for him to control with a thought. The entire sword transformed into a streak of light and was drawn into his chi, where it began to hover cautiously above a swirling vortex, seemingly savoring the elemental spiritual energy flowing into the vortex. After quietly attuning to the situation within his chi, Yang Xian declared, "From now on, it shall be called the soul-breaking sword." The middle-aged man contemplated for a moment before responding. "That is quite fitting. With the sharpness of this sword, once it breaches an enemy's defenses and leaves even a minor wound, their soul will experience a brief paralysis, rendering their body uncontrollable at that moment. Dispatching them will be as easy as a single stroke." Though the soul-breaking sword had been absorbed into his body, Yang Xian did not forget about the matter of compensation. He bowed deeply to the middle-aged master and expressed, "Thank you, esteemed senior. May I inquire what sort of compensation is required?" The middle-aged man waved his hand dismissively. "Forget the compensation. If you ever find the Zhao family to be killable, do me a favor and eliminate a few." Chapter 69. The Five Continents Zhao family? Yang Xian felt a pang of sensitivity at the mention of those two words, uncertainly asking, "Do you mean the Zhao family affiliated with Baiyun sect? Or the central Zhao family of the northern continent?" "I have indeed eliminated quite a few from Baiyun sect's Zhao family." The middle-aged man chuckled. "Well, my young friend, you may have landed yourself in trouble. Baiyun sect's Zhao family is a branch of the foremost family. The Zhao family. It is said they were once expelled for certain reasons, yet it appears they have recently rekindled some connections." As he spoke, he produced a gourd of wine, taking several hearty swigs before continuing. "The Zhao family I refer to is the one in the central continent. I wonder if there is any relation between them and the Zhao family of the northern continent." Finally hearing about places beyond the northern continent, Yang Xian could not help but inquire, "Esteemed senior, just how vast is this world? And where lies the central continent?" Noticing the middle-aged man indulging in more wine, his eyes lit up, and he swiftly retrieved his barbecue equipment from his storage ring. Setting up in the courtyard, he prepared to grill meat, as he still had ample supplies of beast meat. He selected a fruit-scented beast, a level 4 creature known for its fondness for wild fruits. Its tender flesh, imbued with a subtle fruit aroma, was a rare delicacy. Seeing his actions, the middle-aged man understood the intent behind them. It seemed that without some snacks to accompany his drinks, simply drinking would not suffice. With a decisive gesture, he tucked away the wine flask and settled down to wait quietly. After the passage of a considerable time, amidst the fragrant air that enveloped the courtyard, Yang Xian respectfully invited the middle-aged master to the grill as they indulged in roasted meat. He took the opportunity to introduce him to the intricacies of this world. This realm was known as the Hanpa continent, predominantly water, with only a fraction of land left, which was further divided into 5 great continents and countless islands, perilous terrains, and forests teeming with monstrous beasts. The 5 continents were named the North, South, West, East, and Central continents. The 4 outer continents surrounded the central continent like vigilant guardians. The Zhao family mentioned by the middle-aged master was a second-rate family within the central continent. However, in the north, they wielded considerable power. The North Continent, due to its proximity to the beast forest, had once engaged in a cataclysmic war with the beasts many years ago, resulting in a devastating defeat that left them ravaged. That battle decimated the North's elite, shattering their spiritual veins. Once nearly equal in strength to the central continent, they became the weakest of the 5. The beast forest, too, suffered grievously in that conflict, retreating deep into the woods to fortify their position. After the feast of barbecue delights and the master having nearly finished his wine, he waved at Yang Xian, saying, "You may leave now, though not burden yourself with thoughts of rewards or the task of eliminating members of the Zhao family. Follow your heart. If you believe they deserve death, then take a few lives." With a respectful bow, Yang Xian replied, "Senior, I cannot predict if I shall one day reach the central continent, but should that day come, I will not forget your words." The middle-aged master affirmed, "You will go." Upon departing from the lazy man's forging shop, no longer a disciple of the Baiyun sect, he chose not to seek the teleportation array to return to Baiyun sect, but instead employed the Xintian steps to travel. This also afforded him an opportunity to refine his Xintian steps, as since breaking through in his cultivation, he had not found the chance to practice this technique in the city. Thus, amidst the wilderness, Yang Xian's figure darted like lightning, at times halting to ponder quietly. Occasionally fatigued, he would simply rest where he stood. He first approached the entrance of the Jui sword sect, intending to pay a visit to Zhang Wei, but was informed by the gatekeeper that the peak where Zhang Wei resided was off-limits. Even the sect leader required permission to ascend, as for notifying him, while that could be done elsewhere. It was forbidden in the residence of the esteemed elder. He attempted to reach out using a sound transmission talisman, but after a lengthy wait, received no response. Perhaps the distance was too great. With no recourse, he turned to leave. After departing the Jui sword sect, he stealthily approached the entrance of the Baiyun sect, sending a message to Xian after waiting a considerable time with no reply. He had no choice but to turn away once more. After a short while, 80 li from the Baiyun sect, he stood quietly on a small hillock, gazing at the familiar medicinal fields not far off. At that moment, he observed a middle-aged man and a young woman tending to the earth. That should be Gao Shu's eldest son. Who would have thought that after acquiring his own medicinal fields, he had also taken a wife? Yet, in the mere span of a decade, he had begun to show signs of aging. It made him wonder how Gao Shu, who had already appeared aged back then, must look now. Since Gao Shu had bestowed his medicinal fields upon the eldest son, the original fields must have been given to the second. He recalled leaving at the tender age of 14 and now returning nearly 12 years later. Time indeed passed swiftly in the realm of cultivation. Perhaps Gao Shu and the others had come to believe he was deceased. After all, in the life of a mortal, a decade is no trifling matter. He made no attempt to disrupt their work, moving swiftly to appear before the thatched cottage. In this journey, he had enhanced his Xintian steps to the limit of what his foundation-level body could endure. Covering 33 zhang with each stride, 33 zhang was a threshold. To surpass it would require a breakthrough to the golden core stage and profound comprehension. Standing before the cottage, he refrained from entering. Extending his spiritual sense, he discerned the scene within. The cottage's exterior, as he had instructed before leaving, remained unchanged. However, the interior had undergone a significant transformation. His bed was no longer there, presumably having deteriorated. Instead, it had been replaced by a small new bed, upon which lay a child of 6 or 7 years. The elder's bed was also altered, likely accommodating 2 adults. The small wooden chest beneath the bed was nowhere to be found, and his spiritual sense scoured the premises to no avail, leaving him with a pang of disappointment. Once filled with the belongings he could not take with him, that chest now held no remnants of connection. With nothing to find, he stepped over to the elder's grave. Observing the meticulously tended grass and foliage around the mound, his expression brightened. It appeared that Gao Shu, despite being a pragmatic individual, had upheld his principles and not forgotten his promises. As for the wooden chest, perhaps it had been discarded as refuse, simply due to the lack of explicit instructions regarding its fate. On this return, he had specifically prepared 2 jars of spiritual wine as offerings to the elder. Approaching the gravestone, he noted the crooked characters inscribed upon it and felt a flush of embarrassment. How had he not recognized his own handwriting's ugliness back then? He set 1 jar atop the grave, opened another, and seated himself before the gravestone, producing 2 wine cups. After filling 1 cup and pouring a portion onto the ground, he began to prepare for his own drink, intending to share a toast with the elder. Suddenly, his countenance shifted dramatically, as if he had seen a ghost. Chapter 70. The empty grave. The elder has vanished before the gravestone. Yang Xian's eyes were reddened, glistening with unshed tears, his expression a tumult of sorrow and anger, which soon gave way to a complex mix of emotions. In that moment, while contemplating a toast with the elder, he inexplicably scanned the grave with his spiritual sense. The coffin, crafted from the spiritual wood they had hewn in the mountains, was impervious to decay, remaining intact for centuries. Therefore, when his spiritual sense detected the coffin as pristine as ever, he felt no surprise. After all, only a decade had passed. It would undoubtedly remain unharmed. However, as he probed within the coffin, he was struck with disbelief to find it utterly empty, devoid of even a single bone or scrap of cloth. It was as if it had been washed clean. The elder was gone, vanished without a trace. After years of trials and tribulations, he was no longer the naive and ignorant youth he once was. He did not entertain the notion that the elder had transformed into heir upon death. It was clear. The elder had feigned death and abandoned him. Thus, upon realizing he had been forsaken, a profound sense of abandonment washed over him. His heart ached, tears threatened to spill, yet he fought to suppress them. He wrestled with the question of why. Why had not only his family cast him aside, but even the kind-hearted elder who had taken him and had ultimately chosen to abandon him? He believed himself to have been a dutiful child, always striving to contribute since he could remember. Every morning he fetched water for the elder's face. In the evenings he would prepare footbaths for him. Especially after realizing he was an adopted child, he worked even harder. By the age of 6 or 7, he was already cooking and helping in the fields, taking on most household chores to repay the elder's kindness. Yet, he could not comprehend why, if they did not want him, they had not discarded him when he was powerless. Why had they taken him in, nurtured him for a few years, only to cast him away? Why? By the time he was 8, he could have supported the elder. He no longer required care. Why choose to abandon him then? The more he pondered, the more his thoughts spiraled into confusion, and the spiritual energy within him began to surge uncontrollably. Yet, he remained oblivious to it. Perhaps even if he were aware, he would not have cared. He departed the site in haste, employing the Shintian steps to race through the wilderness. Time seemed to blur as he ran, until the tumultuous energy within him finally erupted. He coughed up blood and collapsed to the ground. That moment, his eyes were bloodshot, veins bulging, blood streaming from his ori. His gaze, once clouded with confusion, was abruptly pierced by an overwhelming connection to Wu Ying, jolting him into clarity. He realized he was hunched over, lying on the ground, as fragmented memories flooded his mind. After a considerable time, the recollection of nearly succumbing to madness sent a shiver of cold sweat down his spine, leaving him in a state of dread as for the inexplicable fact that not only had his injuries healed, but his meridians had also nearly doubled in strength. Wu Ying's mind was a blank canvas. Utterly unaware of the events that had transpired, it only knew that since Yang Xian collapsed, it had remained by his side, noticing nothing amiss. The glowing jade pendant was a memory it could not fathom. After silently assessing his body, he rose to his feet, stretching his limbs, while Wu Ying seized the opportunity to burrow into his embrace. At that moment, his mind was clear, free from the previous convolutions of thought. Although he remained unaware of the old man's reasons for leaving him, he was certain there must be a rationale, certainly not disdain or abandonment. He felt unequivocally that the old man was no ordinary individual. Yet he chose to masquerade as an ordinary person, nurturing him until he could fend for himself, which spoke volumes of his concern. He was left pondering what calamity had compelled the old man to part ways with him so resolutely. Since further contemplation yielded nothing, he resolved to cast his thoughts aside. He understood that his path to strength was paramount, a strength potent enough to sweep aside all obstacles. In time, many truths would unveil themselves before him. His immediate priority was to ascertain his whereabouts. He extended his spiritual awareness and soon discerned several corpses of fourth-tier demon beasts nearby, freshly deceased. Their demise was peculiar, seemingly wrought by sheer terror. Yet, the fact that he had remained unscathed in such proximity puzzled him. After extracting the demon crystals from the carcasses, he soared into the sky on his sword, quickly realizing he was in a region he recognized. Teeming with fourth-tier demon beasts, his interest in slaying them had waned, and he was ill-equipped to confront fifth-tier golden core demon beasts. Thus, he refrained from wasting time and set his course towards the direction of the new gathering market. As for the medicinal fields, the thatched hut, and the empty grave, he no longer felt any attachment to those places. With the old man still alive, he found no reason to reminisce, even if the old man were to return and discover his absence. He believed that if he wished to find him, he would, this time. He opted not to traverse with the Shintian steps, but rather indulged in the rare pleasure of flying on his sword. Indeed, the sensation of soaring through the air was quite delightful. Far more comfortable than running on the ground, though it lacked the swiftness of his Shintian steps. Unbeknownst to him, he had flown over the stream where he once spent time with Zhang Wei. Recognizing the familiar scenery, he descended beside the stream, sheathing his sword before plunging into the cool water, cleansing himself of the bloodstains from his previous madness. Once he emerged, drying off and retrieving clothes from his storage ring, he inadvertently caught sight of the jade pendant entrusted to him by Elder Feng. Instantly, he recalled the elder's words, urging him to stabilize his foundation before blood binding to the pendant. Chapter 71. Ascending Immortal Island. The Land of Death gazing at the jade pendant in his hand, Yang Xian couldn't help but speculate whether it was the high-level communication talisman he had heard about. Elder Feng had instructed him to solidify his foundation before blood binding, suggesting it was related to some form of trial. Without hesitation, he pricked his fingertip, allowing a droplet of blood to fall onto the pendant. The blood was swiftly absorbed by the jade, and as he pondered whether Elder Feng would manifest in voice or presence, the pendant erupted in a burst of colorful light, enveloping him instantaneously. Caught in this radiant embrace, he instinctively attempted to evade, only to discover he was immobilized, unable to even blink. Meanwhile, the spiritual energy around him began to coalesce rapidly, forming a swirling vortex above his head. In the midst of his growing trepidation regarding the unknown, he was abruptly drawn into the vortex and vanished without a trace. Once he had disappeared, the vortex dissipated, and the spiritual energy settled into tranquility. Aside from a shattered jade pendant left on the ground, it was as if nothing had occurred here moments before. On an endless ocean, a solitary island was shrouded beneath a transparent barrier. The island, irregularly circular, spanned approximately 500 miles, adorned with lush greenery. This island bore a beautiful name, Immortal Ascension Island. Yet, in the hearts of some, it was referred to as Hell Island. That moment, within the solitary cluster of buildings at the heart of the island, Yang Xian lay unconscious in the center of a spacious room. Beneath a teleportation array recently cleared of dust by a surge of energy, time elapsed before Yang Xian slowly awakened from his stupor. He rubbed his throbbing head, recollecting the moments before his teleportation. As he was drawn into the vortex, the force restraining him had begun to wane. He glimpsed the swirling phenomenon. Upon being fully pulled in, the binding energy dissipated, but by then, the exit of the vortex had vanished. Leaving him powerless to escape, he soon realized he was enveloped by a vibrant aura, hurtling through a dark passageway. A wave of nausea and dizziness overtook him, and just before losing consciousness, he contemplated the concept of long-distance teleportation arrays. Rising to his feet, he surveyed his surroundings. The spacious room, aside from the dust and the teleportation array beneath him, was devoid of any occupants. There were no windows, and a slightly ajar door led to an unknown desolation beyond. It seemed this place had not seen visitors in quite some time. Shaking his head, he took a few faltering steps and slowly exited the door. Before him lay a circular corridor with a single exit leading into a small building. It was then he noticed there were 4 other similar rooms, making a total of 5, forming a circular arrangement. Following the exit, he ventured into the small building, where he finally encountered a middle-aged man seated leisurely in a chair, sipping tea from a table before him. Upon noticing Yang Xian's arrival, the middle-aged man looked up with a glimmer of interest and inquired with a smile, "From whence do you come? What brings you here at this time?" Seeing another person eased Yang Xian's anxiety, however, he found the middle-aged man's cultivation unfathomable. After performing a respectful bow, he replied, "Greetings, Senior. I hail from the Demon Beast Forest and am unaware of my current location." The middle-aged man took a moment to process Yang Xian's words, momentarily caught off guard. Then, as if recalling the location of the Demon Beast Forest, he asked in surprise, "Are you saying you traveled here from the Demon Beast Forest in the northern continent? And you don't know where this place is? How did you arrive here?" Upon hearing the mention of the northern continent, an ominous premonition washed over Yang Xian. He recounted the series of events that led him to this place and pressed, "May I ask, Senior, where exactly is this?" After listening to Yang Xian's tale, the middle-aged man regarded the individual who had sent him the teleportation talisman with apprehension. Such long-distance cross-continental teleportation symbols were not possessions of ordinary cultivators. Thus, he patiently elucidated Yang Xian's query. This place is known as Immortal Ascension Island, a trial ground for Foundation establishment cultivators across the entire Hampa continent. Every 30 years, the powers from the 5 continents and numerous islands send their elite Foundation establishment cultivators here for trials. However, it has been many years since anyone from the northern continent has come. Each of these powers, in addition to their elite disciples, often recruits numerous loose cultivators to represent them. Consequently, at the commencement of each trial, tens of thousands enter this island. Yet, fewer than 1 in 10 manage to leave alive. Thus, this place was clandestinely referred to by some as Hell Island. Those who survive contribute significantly to the factions they represent, receiving focused training and boundless prospects, akin to a direct ascent to immortality. Conversely, those who perish here truly descend into hell, a step towards immortality, a step into the abyss. Upon hearing the middle-aged man's exposition, Yang Xian comprehended Elder Feng's earlier stipulation that he must return alive to be accepted as a disciple. But what kind of trial was this? It was tantamount to a death sentence. With tens of thousands entering, the survival rate was less than 1 in 10. He did not possess the overconfidence to believe he was destined to be among the survivors. After all, those who dared to enter were confident in their abilities. Most likely elite-level cultivators. With a dry throat, he inquired, "Senior, how many years have passed since the current group entered? Is there any chance for me to return?" The middle-aged man replied calmly, "Only 3 years have elapsed. Once you enter this place, it is impossible to leave. Aside from the 5 long-distance teleportation arrays, there are no other means of transport. The entire island is enveloped in a formation designed to prevent anyone from escaping." At this point, the middle-aged man tossed him a token and continued, "After blood binding to this token, you will have 3 days to recuperate. After 3 days, your slaughter begins. Each time you kill a Foundation establishment cultivator in the early stage, you earn 1 slaughter point, 5 for the mid-stage, 10 for the late stage, and 20 for the peak stage. You will receive all the slaughter points of those you have slain. Remember, keep the token on you. Do not place it in your storage space, and do not lose IT records your slaughter points, and if lost, you will be executed upon leaving the island. Do not think to hide. When the trial concludes, many nascent soul experts will come alongside the next group of trial participants." Realizing there was no escape, he followed the middle-aged man's gesture and entered a small room. "Since escape is not an option, I shall seize these 3 days to meticulously organize my belongings and devise a thoughtful plan. The thought of spending 27 years on this island fills me with anguish, especially considering that Luo Feng awaits my return in Tiandi City. Yet, here I am, ensnared in such a precarious location. I silently vow to Wu Ying. I must survive and find a way out of here." However, Wu Ying's spirit is not as resilient as mine and remains in a state of unconsciousness. My heart aches for Luo Feng. Once she realizes my absence, she will undoubtedly be distressed and heartbroken. Chapter 72. The onset of carnage. 3 days later, Yang Xian emerged from his chamber. The middle-aged man informed him that he could return for respite every 5 years. But during the intervening time, anyone daring to approach within 100 paces would face merciless retribution. 18 noon. Within the dense forest of the ascending immortal island, an eerie silence prevailed, devoid of the sounds of insects and birds. And not a single animal could be seen. This oppressive stillness starkly contrasted with the vibrant trees surrounding it, making it difficult to breathe. At that moment, he cautiously extended his spiritual awareness to survey the surroundings while diligently employing his concealment technique to suppress his presence. Slowly integrating into the environment, he sought a suitable hiding place to cultivate for a time. Aiming to elevate his cultivation as much as possible, if feasible, he could remain hidden until the very end. Feng Lao's only requirement was for him to survive. There was no mandate for him to take lives. Furthermore, others entered his factions. In such a perilous locale, he doubted those individuals would separate and allow others the chance to hunt them down. It was likely that no one else was as solitary as he was. Even if there were, they would be few. Thus, he believed he was the person most likely to lose his life on the entire ascending immortal island. An hour passed, and he had barely advanced 5 miles. Yet, he remained unhurried, wielding a late-stage spiritual weapon, searching diligently for a place to conceal himself. Suddenly, his spiritual awareness detected a subtle fluctuation of spiritual energy emanating from a stone 2 paces ahead. Alarmed, he realized that his spiritual awareness typically encompassed a radius of 1 mile. The anomaly of that stone had escaped his notice until now, prompting him to retreat without hesitation. However, a sharp force surged from behind him, and he evaded once more, narrowly avoiding the attack from behind while also dodging a sword strike that came from the direction of the stone. That moment, he noticed the surrounding environment flicker momentarily before returning to normal. To his astonishment, he found himself encircled by a dozen individuals. Yang Xian had been careless, forgetting about Wu Ying. These individuals had likely concealed themselves within a hidden array that evaded spiritual detection, explaining why he had not noticed them beforehand. Had he allowed Wu Ying to scout ahead, this predicament could have been avoided. Recognizing his oversight, Wu Ying had already stealthily slipped from his clothing and hidden among the fallen leaves on the ground. Just as Wu Ying found its hiding spot, a flurry of attacks descended simultaneously. With no option for evasion, he reluctantly stowed away his spiritual sword and affixed a ground armor talisman to himself. In the ensuing cacophony, he braved the onslaught and swiftly executed the Xin Tian step to flee in a designated direction. After a round of attacks, he found himself face-to-face with a late-stage Foundation establishment cultivator. Just as his ground armor shattered in the astonished gaze of the late-stage cultivator, he collided into the individual's embrace, the sound of shattering bones echoing as the cultivator was sent flying. In a flash, propelled by inertia, they both vanished deep into the woods. Yang Xian thus fled with a corpse, having traversed 2 to 3 miles, only to discover that no one had pursued him. He soon realized the danger. They would not dare chase him openly for fear of attracting attention and becoming ambushed themselves. With no one in pursuit, he ceased his flight, rifling through the deceased's belongings before discarding them on the ground. At this moment, he was not far from the group and, through Wu Ying, observed them hastily relocating, likely due to the commotion they had just caused. With only a dozen individuals in their midst, they too feared that others might be drawn to their presence. After contemplating for a few breaths, he decided to follow them, letting them pave the way. He would seize the opportunity to ambush 1 or 2 to procure some resources. Otherwise, his supplies would surely dwindle during the decades he was to remain here. In his haste to escape, he had overlooked any changes to his token. After all, he had effectively caused a death and should have accrued some points for the kill. He retrieved the token from his pocket and noticed a new cross etched into the faint golden surface, indicative of 10 points for the kill. Securing the token, he dared not extend his spiritual awareness beyond 1 mile, for his adversaries were all late-stage Foundation establishment cultivators, with the majority being at their peak. Those with formidable spiritual awareness would easily detect him. Thus, he could only rely on Wu Ying to pinpoint their locations as he gradually closed the distance. After several hours had passed, the group moved cautiously, stopping intermittently, and he had yet to find an opportunity to strike. Just then, they began to disperse, creating a distance of several paces between them as they navigated through a thicket. Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream pierced the air. One individual was ensnared by a vine that pierced through their body, dragging them into the depths of the underbrush. This was followed by 2 more agonizing cries. Yang Xian, who had been following behind, could no longer afford to remain hidden. He swiftly extended his spiritual awareness. What he witnessed was a scene of sheer horror. Countless vines lashed out, piercing, whipping, and entangling the group, ensnaring them within their grasp, and no matter how they wielded their blades, talismans, or formations in resistance, their efforts seemed feeble. For every vine they severed, another would emerge from the thicket to replace it, and escape proved impossible. The relentless screams served as a grim reminder that here, one must contend not only with the threat of human slaughter, but also remain ever vigilant against the surrounding flora. At that moment, he regarded the vegetation around him with newfound wariness. Sensing that Wu Ying had ventured into the area ensnared by the vines yet suffered no attack, he mentally instructed it to refrain from killing and to retrieve the storage bags or rings of the fallen. He soon perceived Wu Ying darting swiftly between the vines, and he too edged closer, concealing himself in a spot where the vines could not reach. Before long, Wu Ying returned, its small mouth clenching the strings of 4 storage bags. Upon reaching him, It dropped the bags at his feet and nuzzled against his calf before retreating back into the vines. After a brief moment, it appeared that only one individual managed to escape using the blood shield technique, while the rest had perished at the hands of the vines. All their storage bags had been pilfered by Wu Ying, miraculously without a single attack being directed at it. Perhaps its diminutive size and focus on stealing storage bags, rather than corpses, had spared it from harm. After all, to the vines, storage bags held no value. They desired the bodies to absorb as sustenance. 15 storage bags, and not a single storage ring to be found. Nonetheless, these bags were of the highest quality, each containing a space of 10 paces in diameter. The contents were singularly focused: spirit stones, elixirs, and spiritual weapons, all items pertinent to combat, with little else to be found. It seemed they were all too aware of their lengthy stay here and were unwilling to waste space on items deemed unnecessary for this trial. After collecting the storage bags, he directed Wu Ying to lead the way as they departed in another direction. Chapter 73. The hunt that night marked the 10th day of Yang Xian's quest for a hiding place. He lay quietly atop a stone, gazing at a barren hill a mile ahead, awaiting Wu Ying's reconnaissance report. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, he intended to dig a hole within that hill to conceal himself for a time. Over the past few days, he had attempted to tunnel downward but had only managed to reach a depth of about 10 feet before an inexplicable force thwarted him. Each time he attempted elsewhere, he encountered the same resistance. Thus, he finally set his sights on this small hill. Since burrowing underground had proven ineffective, he resolved to experiment with surface excavations. Should that fail as well? He could scarcely fathom how he would endure the days ahead, devoid of any refuge. An hour later, Wu Ying returned with news. It had discovered 2 locations on the hill where individuals were present. One was approximately 5 paces from the summit, where a hole the size of an arm connected to a chamber deep within the mountain. It had crawled through the opening and sensed the presence of 3 individuals within. The other location was at the base of the hill, where a direct tunnel into the mountain had been brazenly excavated, its entrance merely covered by a stone. When it approached the entrance, it felt an overwhelming sense of danger and refrained from venturing inside. Analyzing the information relayed by Wu Ying, it was evident that the 3 at the summit had employed an earth escape talisman to burrow into the mountain, subsequently excavating a space akin to a cave for shelter. What puzzled him, however, was how they had managed to create such a small ventilation hole from within. Did they possess a small, tunneling spirit beast? Moreover, why were these 2 groups so close together yet coexisting peacefully? Had they failed to notice one another, or had they recognized each other but chose to feign ignorance for some other reason? The multitude of uncertainties filled him with hesitation. Should he take the risk to eliminate the 3 atop the hill and claim their lair, or would it be wiser to depart in search of another hiding place? As for the other location at the base of the hill, even Wu Ying sensed danger, and he dared not walk into certain doom. After all, his premonition of danger was not as keen as Wu Ying's. Yet it had already helped him avoid several perilous encounters. Either they were so confident that they disdainfully chose not to conceal their presence, or perhaps it was a combination of both. In the end, he resolved to ascend the mountain personally to ascertain the reason why these 2 factions coexisted so closely without conflict. If all else failed, he would seek alternative means. He instructed Wu Ying to wait at the small cave entrance while he circumvented the inhabited area at the mountain's base. Braving the risk of discovery, he cautiously approached the small hill. After a brief interval, he finally reached the summit. Carefully extending his spiritual awareness, he began to probe the mountain's interior. However, upon contact with the rocky terrain, his awareness became ensnared as if caught in a quagmire, able to penetrate only a few inches. Conversely, the earth posed no such obstruction. It dawned upon him that the stones possessed the capacity to hinder spiritual exploration, and this mountain was predominantly composed of stone. Thus, if the weaker party arrived first, they could feign ignorance while the later arrivals excavated passageways, allowing for a peaceful coexistence. Having unraveled this mystery, he swiftly made his way to the mountain's peak to rendezvous with Wu Ying. Gazing at the cave entrance, which was as thick as his arm, he resolved to take the risk of launching a surprise attack on the 3 individuals within. Yet, minimizing noise so as not to alert those at the mountain's base proved to be a daunting challenge. After a moment of contemplation, he distanced himself from the cave entrance, managing to conceal his form within the crevices of several boulders. Retrieving the storage pouch pilfered from Wu Ying, he rummaged through its contents. He carefully stored all the spiritual stones and weaponry within his ring, focusing on locating the talismans. He recalled a particular talisman that might mitigate excessive noise. Indeed, among the thousands of talismans contained within a dozen storage pouches, he discovered several silence talismans. His plan was to have Wu Ying enter through the ventilation shaft while he utilized a soil escape talisman to gain entry, simultaneously deploying the silence talismans to muffle sound before launching their surprise assault. As for the vibrations resulting from the ensuing conflict, he could do nothing about them. He would leave everything to fate. Within a cavern measuring 2 zhong, 2 cultivators at the late stage of foundation establishment and one at the peak stage were immersed in tranquil meditation. The late-stage cultivator appeared injured, his complexion pale. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, scanning his surroundings warily. Moments later, he shut his eyes once more to continue his healing. Just then, an inexplicable sense of foreboding washed over him. However, upon glancing at the other 2, who exhibited no reaction, he dismissed the feeling from his mind. Out of nowhere, a figure emerged from the stone wall behind him. In an instant, a talisman was hurled while a sword lunged toward his heart. Having narrowly escaped a devastating battle days prior, where only the 3 of them survived from a multitude of fellow disciples, he had sustained injuries from employing a blood sacrifice technique that had harmed his essence. Leaving him in a state of disrepair as he gazed at the sword aimed at his heart, he found himself with no opportunity to evade, and was pierced through with a single thrust. Surprised by how easily he had dispatched the strongest O with a smile, he gently patted its head and said, "You are the newcomer, while Wu Ying has been nestled in my embrace for many years. It is entirely understandable that it would not permit you to enter. From now on, I shall call you Xiao Bai. You may rest temporarily upon my shoulder. In the future, do your best to coax it. For I can see that you possess greater intelligence than it does. I believe you will find a way to win its affection." Xiao Bai chirped confidently, immediately conveying to Yang Xian that it was hungry. Uncertain of what the mouse spirit beast typically consumed, he pulled out both a demon crystal and a spirit stone, placing them in his palm, allowing it to choose. Without hesitation, Xiao Bai climbed from his shoulder to his hand and swiftly snatched a spirit stone, holding it in both paws before crunching down on it with several satisfying bites, consuming it entirely. After devouring 3 mid-grade spirit stones, it patted its belly in contentment and climbed back onto his shoulder. Ready to sleep. Observing this remarkably human-like scene, Yang Xian was once again taken aback. This little creature exhibited a high degree of intelligence, comparable to that of a 6- or 7-year-old child. Through their mental connection, they could communicate almost normally. However, Wu Ying lagged behind. It could only manage rudimentary communication, still falling short of true dialogue. This perhaps illustrated the difference between consuming spirit stones and demon crystals. Spirit stones were filled with spiritual energy, and eating them posed no detriment to one's intelligence, only serving to enhance it. In contrast, demon crystals contain not only spiritual energy but also bloodlust and malice. Perhaps this explained why demon beasts awaken their intelligence later than true spirit beasts. Their constant consumption of demon crystals eroded their intellect with negative energies, rendering them more bloodthirsty and prone to rage. As he watched the sleeping Xiao Bai, he contemplated whether he should allow Wu Ying to consume spirit stones in the future. Yet, he was concerned that doing so might weaken Wu Ying. Just like Xiao Bai, which was at the initial stage of foundation establishment, Wu Ying was only a slight level beneath it, yet their combat capabilities were worlds apart. Chapter 75. The hunt resumes. 5 days passed, and Wu Ying, too cautious to venture far, had not encountered anyone. Conversely, Xiao Bai, who had awakened 2 days prior and was meandering on the mountain, discovered a suspicious location halfway up the slope. Yang Xian utilized a soil escape talisman to emerge from the cave and, upon reaching Xiao Bai's side, observed the area it indicated. Seemingly ordinary, comprised of mere dirt and stones, lacking any distinguishing features. However, Xiao Bai insisted that it had detected the scent of treasures in that direction. Given Xiao Bai's unwavering certainty, he surmised that there must be something enticing within someone's storage device. He also recalled that during his initial ambush, His assailant had employed a concealment and transformation array. With this thought, he mentally summoned Wu Ying, urging it to hurry and join him. In less than half a teacup's time, Wu Ying finally arrived. Yang Xian then released his spiritual sense, gently probing the area Xiaobai had indicated. His spiritual sense now extended beyond 2 miles, transcending mere spiritual awareness. It had undergone a qualitative transformation. He was confident that very few Foundation establishment cultivators would be able to detect his probing. Indeed, as his spiritual sense permeated the area, he felt as though he had passed through a barrier. Soon after, he beheld a passageway, about a person's height and 2 feet wide. He was astonished. How many people could be concealed within this small mountain? It appeared that a thorough investigation was necessary. Extending his spiritual sense along the passage for over 10 yards, he discovered a cavern measuring 5 or 6 yards across, occupied by 11 individuals. 3 were at the pinnacle of Foundation establishment, 7 in the later stages, and astonishingly, 1 in the middle stage. It seemed they were a minor faction, for it was unlikely that an individual in the middle stage would join such a gathering otherwise. Yet, he was perplexed as to their purpose for being there. Were they truly here for self-training? 11 people would be a formidable challenge to confront directly. Suddenly, a thought sparked in his mind, and a smirk involuntarily graced his lips as he recalled Zhang Wei's reign of talismans. He currently possessed nearly 2,000 of them and noticed that anyone arriving here seemed to be carrying a similar cache. Perhaps talismans were the most straightforward means to enhance one's combat power without expending spiritual energy. Taking a deep breath, he unsheathed a spirit energy sword of the late stage and retrieved around 100 attack talismans. He was convinced that if these talismans detonated in such a confined space, the ensuing chain reaction would surely injure or even kill several individuals. As for the noise it would create, he was unconcerned. He realized this small mountain was too conspicuous, and he had no idea how many others might be hiding nearby. He intended to create a commotion to draw them out. He allocated himself 10 breaths of time. Whether he succeeded in eliminating them or not, he would make his escape. After luring the inhabitants out, he planned to retreat far away and use his spiritual sense to return and observe. Clutching Xiaobai tightly in his embrace, he suddenly took a small step, appearing directly in the midst of the 11 individuals' cavern. After discarding a multitude of talismans, he activated them in an instant under their astonished gazes before swiftly vacating the cavern. Boom boom amidst the earth-shattering tremors, as the most potent explosion subsided. He relied on his formidable physique to withstand the residual shockwaves, quickly re-entering. Drawing his sword in a flurry of movements, he unleashed 10 strikes in rapid succession. Regardless of whether they were among the deceased or the living, 10 individuals fell in an instant, with 1 more being slain by Wu Ying. His spiritual sense enveloped the area, swiftly collecting all the storage bags, and he even discovered a storage ring. Grasping Wu Ying, he flashed out of the cave, continuing to move swiftly until he was 3 miles away from the small mountain, where he finally halted. This experience allowed him to genuinely savor the thrill of unleashing numerous talismans simultaneously. Everything unfolded seamlessly, from the ambush to the escape, all within a mere 6 breaths. This moment, he still held Wu Ying in his grasp, tucking it back into his embrace after offering a brief admonition. He then released his spiritual sense, enveloping himself while probing toward the small mountain. Simultaneously, he employed the Xian Tian step technique to position himself over a mile away from the mountain. Upon his recent escape, he had observed at least 4 locations where individuals emerged to investigate. However, when he returned, he discovered that those emerging were actually 2 groups, totaling over 40 individuals, standing off against each other. Their numbers were roughly equal, resulting in a temporary stalemate. Most concerning to him was the cavern at the foot of the mountain, which remained utterly still. The stone still blocked the entrance, showing no signs of having been disturbed. Just then, a voice transmitted through spiritual sense reached his ears from 100 yards behind him. "Are you looking for me?" A chill ran through his heart, and instinctively, he flashed forward several times, appearing 200 yards away. Turning to glance back, he utilized his current spiritual sense to probe the distance, just in time to see a large stone standing quietly on the ground 300 yards away. With a single glance, he recognized it as one of the stones from the small mountain. The stone had a small hole, and as he extended his spiritual sense through it, he discovered the interior was vacant. With just enough space for a person to hide, specifically, a young man resembling him, around 24 or 25 years old at that moment. Although the young man had not detected his spiritual sense, he seemed to infer that Yang Xian could see him. Thus, his lips moved incessantly, as if he were attempting to communicate. However, Yang Xian was unfamiliar with lip reading and could not discern his words. Consequently, he moved forward several times, closing the distance by 100 yards. Finally, the young man's spiritual sense was able to reach him. He heard the young man say, "Friend, I have known of your presence since you first arrived at the small mountain. I harbor no ill intentions towards you. Otherwise, I would not have greeted you just now but rather ambushed you, as you did to those 11 individuals." Yang Xian felt a shiver run down his spine, his gaze turning icy as he responded. "You've been watching me? And I was completely oblivious. Furthermore, even if you attempted an ambush, it would be futile, although I am uncertain why my spirit beast failed to sense danger this time. You cannot harm me." The young man remained hidden behind the stone, explaining, "I did not monitor you, nor do I possess the ability to detect you. However, I can perceive your spirit beast. I noticed it approaching my cave. Additionally, I was not in the cave during your escape, so I saw everything clearly." Upon hearing this, Yang Xian connected the dots. This individual had created an overtly conspicuous cave, crafting an illusion of danger that deterred others, while he himself concealed himself outside, hidden behind a seemingly natural stone. He expressed his admiration for the young man, saying, "You are truly talented, far more astute than I. But what is it that you wish to discuss with me? Are you unaware of where this place is?" The young man chuckled. "I know precisely where this is, which is why I sought you out. I can see you are alone, with no companions, and coincidentally, neither do I. In this perilous place, the chances of survival for a lone individual are exceedingly slim. The individuals you see here are merely the weakest. The truly powerful groups do not hide. There are many, numbering in the hundreds, continuously sweeping the island for others." Chapter 76. Purpose of the trial. Cooperation. Hearing the young man's words stirred something within him. Being alone was indeed exceedingly perilous, and he had long desired to join a faction. However, he feared being eliminated upon making contact, and had struggled to devise an appropriate approach. Now, the young man's invitation presented an excellent opportunity. Yet, he remained curious as to why these individuals had congregated on this island to engage in such brutal slaughter. A relentless cycle occurring every 30 years. At this point, he did not believe in any so-called trials. The token in his possession, which recorded his kill count, was clearly designed to incite madness among the island's inhabitants. Serving a particular purpose, he voiced his concerns, and the young man replied with surprise, "You do not even understand the reason for your arrival here. Does that mean you entered by accident? You bear no mark of influence?" Yang Xian nodded, acknowledging that he had indeed arrived unexpectedly. As for the mark of influence, he thought of Old Feng. It was difficult to ascertain whether he truly possessed such a mark. The young man lamented. "What a pity! If everyone were aware that you lack a mark of influence, given your prowess, not only would you be free from danger, but many would seek to ally with you. Unfortunately, you cannot demonstrate this to others." Subsequently, the young man explained that the bloodshed occurring every 30 years on Immortal Ascension Island was a contest among the powerful, vying for a precious resource. Should they engage directly, the resulting chaos would rend the mountains and shatter the continent itself. Thus, the agreement for a foundation-building trial was established. It is said that in the beginning, the conflict was not so brutal. One merely needed to defeat their opponent and seize their token. However, as time progressed, the death toll escalated and enmities deepened, ultimately devolving into sheer slaughter. Now, the allocation of resources is determined by the number of kills attributed to each faction, which is why most individuals are driven to commit such desperate acts of violence. The term "most" is used because a portion of individuals are coerced into participation, such as the smaller sects and cultivation families under the larger powers. These minor forces lack exceptional masters and thus are neither entitled to nor qualified for a share of the resources. Naturally, they are reluctant to sacrifice their disciples in vain. After the young man finished speaking, Yang Xian inquired, And you? How is it that you are alone? Surely you are not in the same predicament as I." The young man responded with a rueful smile. "How could that be? My faction is rather unique, possessing exceptional masters, yet we are few in number. I entered voluntarily this time, but now I deeply regret it.